Ancient 1 Chapter 1040 to Chapter 1094. Li Yunxiao naturally recognized this move, which was why his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly made a one-handed sign and operated his true essence to the extreme. The entire sky turned into a sea of thunder, constantly rumbling. His body appeared in the sea of thunder. His left hand formed a sign and his right hand held the thunder ball. A demonic shadow appeared behind him and stood up in the air, emitting a profound intent as he looked forward. What is this? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Baiming Lifeng was shocked and said, "Giant spirit divine ability." Baiming Zai's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said coldly, "Kid, you are indeed a rare genius, but unfortunately, you shouldn't be so arrogant." A strange silver symbol appeared on the sign in his hand. The moment it appeared, the heaven and earth changed greatly. Wind swept away the clouds, and a black mass surged forward. 3 styles of outer sky, my life is boundless. Baiming Zai's expression became solemn and respectful at this moment. The sign in front of him became bigger, and a vortex of nebula appeared in his palm. It reflected the sky and slowly pressed down. His face also became pale, as if using this divine ability was abnormally strenuous. When the Baiming Xian Palace's clan master obtained the outer sky Xianming stone, when he was comprehending the divine ability in the Xianming stone, he felt that the martial path was endless, but life was like a white steed passing through a crack, unable to see even a fraction of it. Therefore, he sighed, "My life is boundless, but my path is boundless." Therefore, the first style of the 3 styles of outer sky was named "My Life is Boundless," and an iron rule was established that only those with a high-level cultivation of Emperor Wu could learn this move. This was also the first time Baiming Zai used this move. He instantly felt all the origin energy in his body being sucked into his palm, and he was on the verge of collapse. He was extremely shocked. Only now did he understand why the ancestor had established an iron rule that only those with a high-level cultivation of Emperor Wu could learn this move. This move had extremely high requirements for one's cultivation. Without a high-level cultivation of Emperor Wu, even if he used this move, he was afraid that he would be sucked in on the spot and unable to extricate himself. In the vortex of nebula in the sky, there seemed to be a spiritual light gathering, like a twinkling star, illuminating a dark world. Boom boom boom. A dull sound came from the sky. Within the nebula, Li Yunxiao's sea of thunder and lightning began to gradually collapse, turning into earthworms that crawled away. Bang! The thunderball in Li Yunxiao's hand directly exploded, filling the sky with lightning. Li Yunxiao's face was filled with shock as he looked over in shock. The nebula continued to press down. Pa! He immediately put his palms together and a golden light spread out. The true devil projection behind him also clasped its hands together, and rings of black light revolved around its palms before abruptly blasting forth in unison. A huge black light shot into the nebula like a meteor, stirring up a huge storm. However, it could not stop the vortex from descending. Pa! The 2 arms of the true magic projection slammed directly onto the vortex, blocking the indescribable might of heaven and earth. What? The members of the Baiming family all changed their expressions as they watched in horror. The true magic projection continued to collapse under the nebula, and the demonic qi on its body became weaker and weaker. Even so, they could not hide the shock in their hearts. With this move, it was basically invincible among those of the same level. It was not something that a 2-star Emperor Wu's giant spirit divine power could withstand. As the true demon giant spirit was suppressed, Li Yunxiao's body suddenly tightened as if he was bearing a boundless force, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He roared angrily. And rays of golden light burst out of his body, transforming into 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a weapon. One of the hands formed a seal, and the 11 northern sky-cold star swords transformed into sword forms, flying through the air. The sword rays slashed into the nebula, but like a stone sinking into the sea, it only created a small ripple. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and his hand seal changed. Suddenly, a sword talisman appeared in the sky, growing bigger and bigger. The 11 swords lined up in a formation, and the horrifying sword qi became stronger and stronger. Under the nebula vortex, the swords kept buzzing and trembling. Damn it! Li Yunxiao cursed. Even the sky sword diagram that gathered 11 swords couldn't block the descending move, and gradually collapsed. He gritted his teeth and raised the dusk cloud mirror, and the mirror light shone out. The starlight and mirror light collided, and the dusk cloud mirror actually rippled, emitting a buzzing sound. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth, and the ice frost on the cold sword formed a sword momentum. Ancient Maha characters appeared one after another, and an extreme cold chi revolved around the sword, blooming ice flowers. In front of the Dark North Profound Palace, he didn't dare to use his sword arts, but with his supreme sword intent, he could pluck the stars and chase the moon with any move he used. Green Lotus Sword Song, he raised his sword, and a sea of ice spread out in the sky. The cold chi was like fog, and although it was cold, it was refreshing, and gave people a feeling of calmness. The coldness of the cold sword was even above the Dark North Profound Chi. However, the former was cold, and it was cold to the extreme, while the latter was extremely cold, and it was cold to the extreme. It was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Ice flowers bloomed in the sky, and it was as if the ice souls of the snow country were dancing. Li Yunxiao looked up at the sky, and said word by word, 100 flowers bloom. The ice flowers that filled the sky suddenly became sharp, and that icy world of snow suddenly broke apart, condensing into a supreme cold sword intent that soared into the sky, and slashed into the nebula. Boom! That sea of starlight instantly trembled, and the power of the vortex instantly stagnated, and the entire sky began to collapse. Boom! An extremely powerful blue light bloomed in the nebula, and the entire vortex was split in half. Boom! Boom! Powerful explosions rang out, and it was as if a part of the world had been destroyed. The entire sky was directly split in half, and the powerful impact spread out in all directions. Boom! Li Yunxiao and Bai Mingzhe were both swept up by the aftermath at the same time, and they were torn into the crack in the sky. Even the Tier 9 warship that was lying horizontally in the sky was also affected by the impact force, and it started rippling in the sky, being pushed back by wave after wave of power. Bai Mingzhe looked at that crack in the sky, and his entire person was completely dumbfounded. He only came to his senses when he was swept into the crack, and hurriedly used essence energy to protect his body. He blasted open the world with a punch, wanting to rush out. Boom! But that punch of his seemed to have blasted on an iron plate, and it was completely repelled. The sound of bones exploding came from within one of his arms, and it actually shattered into pieces. Ah! What? Bai Mingzhe suddenly sucked in a cold breath, and discovered to his astonishment that in front of that fist light, rays of golden light gradually appeared, and slowly condensed into Li Yunxiao's figure. The two people stood inside the pitch-black crack, facing each other coldly. Bai Mingzhe was aghast in his heart, and said in alarm and anger, "Hurry up and move aside. If the crack closes up, you and I will both be finished." A cold look flashed across Li Yunxiao's face, and he said mockingly, "Just a crack in the sky. Would the Baiming family's bug be afraid of this?" Bai Mingzhe roared angrily, "What the hell do you know? If the sky closes up, and we can't accurately locate the coordinates, perhaps we will forever be lost in the void, and never be able to return." Li Yunxiao said lazily, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to hurry up and kill you." "Ha, presumptuous. You actually..." Bai Mingzhe roared angrily, and only felt that it was incomparably comical. Even if it was absolutely impossible to break through his "my life is bounded," he never thought that the other party would actually have the guts to say that he would kill him. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately stopped. Cold air once again burst forth from the frost on the cold sword, and in the pitch-black crack, it turned into balls of blue light and dispersed. Boundless sword essence rippled out from the sword, and it was even stronger than the previous sword. Bai Mingzhe's heart shook violently, and he said in alarm, You actually held back with that sword just now." This time, not only was his mind muddled, but an inexplicable fear spread in his heart. Although the power on the sword was not as strong as before, the strength of that sword essence was something he had never seen in his life. In his shock, Bai Mingzhe had just spat out a word when he saw a pair of eyes that were as red as the moon, incomparably demonic and bright. Then, he felt a pain in his spirit sea, and was momentarily absent-minded. He stared blankly at the appearance of the person in front of him changing. The delicate and immature face suddenly turned into a sharp and handsome face. It was actually familiar. "Ah. You are..." Bai Mingzhe instantly recognized that face, and there was suddenly an explosion of pain in his mind. His hands desperately covered his head, and he wailed. But what made his body tremble even more was that that person's face was unforgettable after seeing it once. His courage and confidence suddenly collapsed at this moment, and he no longer had the will to fight. He only wanted to frantically escape from this place. His body trembled like a sieve, and he held his head as he looked around, only to see a pair of huge blood-red eyes hanging high in the pitch-black night, coldly staring at him. It's him, it's really him. Bai Mingzhe screamed with all his might, but no one could hear him. The huge fear crushed his confidence and will, and finally, his martial intent. That terrified face suddenly became sluggish, and then he began to laugh foolishly. His laughter became louder and louder, and he said, ha ha, it's him, it's actually him. He's actually not dead yet, ha ha. The blood-red moon hanging in the pitch-black sky gradually closed. A trace of disdain appeared on Xianxia's face. Just the image of his own past appearance in his opponent's mind had directly scared him silly. If he had known this would happen, why would he waste so much effort to fight? He raised his sword and slashed down from the sky. A blue sword light split Bai Mingzhe, who had already gone crazy, in half. Outside the crack, everyone looked on in shock, and each of them held their breath. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from the crack. It was not too strong, but it cut a new crack in the sky. Then, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared. With a step, he appeared in front of everyone. Hey! What's going on? Why is he coming out? Everyone was shocked, and the people around Bai Mingzhe were so scared that they retreated again and again. A bad feeling spread in everyone's heart. Although they could not rationally believe that Xianxia had defeated Bai Mingzhe, the scene that appeared in front of them was an unshakable fact. They all looked at the crack nervously, waiting for the other person to come out. However, the sky that was slowly merging together continuously shattered their psychological defenses. In the end, the crack in the sky closed by itself, and the figure that they were waiting for did not appear. Ah! A chill spread through everyone's hearts. Even Liao Yanbing and the others had looks of disbelief on their faces. The ironclad truth was constantly assaulting their eyes and hearts. A high-level martial emperor had fallen just like that. From his majestic appearance to his final disappearance, they had witnessed the entire process clearly. However, they found it hard to believe. Xianxia raised his eyes and looked at Bai Mingzhe. Come, young Master Feng, it's your turn to die. Huh. Bai Mingzhe couldn't help but shiver. Only then did he realize that there was no one around him anymore. They had all retreated a few hundred meters. He couldn't help but step back as well, as if he couldn't handle Xianxia's pressure. Xianxia took a glance at him and felt that he was completely uninterested. He raised his head to look at the rank 9 warship and said, since they've even used such a huge warship, there shouldn't only be a mere 7-star martial emperor, right? Cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the crowd. A 7-star martial emperor trash. The warship was still hovering in the sky without any reaction. All of a sudden, the array on the body of the warship glowed brightly. An attack was slowly gathering, and the target was locked onto Xianxia. A space-binding power came from the body of the warship, locking down the sky within 1,000 meters. Everyone felt as if their bodies had sunk into a paste. Their movements were extremely slow, and the more they moved, the slower they became, making it hard for them to escape. Bai Mingzhe revealed a look of surprise, but at the same time, there was a look of confusion. There shouldn't be any experts on this rank 9 warship other than Bai Mingzhe. Who was commanding the warship? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the family had sent someone else to follow him? Thinking up to this point, he was both surprised and happy. He was happy that he didn't need to be afraid of Xianxia anymore. He was surprised that his incompetence had fallen into the eyes of the family's experts. He didn't know what kind of impact it would have on him. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed. This kind of space-binding technique was even more difficult to deal with than directly suppressing space and locking it into an iron bucket. As the saying goes, the hardest is the easiest to break, and only the softest can survive. He raised his hand and the Universe God monument flew out slowly. It turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. It flew 10,000 meters up in the sky and continued to spin in a spiral. Its body became bigger and bigger as it pressed down on the Rank 9 warship. What kind of profound weapon is that? To be able to break free from the warship's spatial shackles? Baiming Lifeng was shocked. He was very clear about the power of this space binding. Even if it was a high-level Emperor Wu, he would not be able to escape from it. Even if he used an extremely sharp Xian weapon to cut open a crack, it would instantly close up. It was almost an unbreakable binding technique. However, the power of the world on the World Divine Monument engulfed all sorts of powers and was unstoppable. Even the space bind was easily broken by the power of the world. The size of the World God's Monument was getting bigger and bigger, and the speed of its descent was getting faster and faster. Boom! The white light finally collided with the warship's defense and engulfed the defense power continuously. Moreover, the Universe God Monument was still growing bigger, as though it was not satisfied with the size of the warship. Baiming Lifeng's heart skipped a beat and he was so shocked that he was almost dumbfounded. He watched as the warship's defense was broken and the monument fell. At that moment, the Rank 9 warship started to become illusory and gradually broke free from the world. It was activating the space leap in an attempt to avoid the attack of the Universe God Monument. Rumble. Just as the Rank 9 warship became illusory, the Universe God Monument finally fell. It did not pass through the body of the warship like everyone had expected. Instead, it landed on the warship firmly and gave rise to a shocking explosion. The entire Rank 9 warship shook violently in the sky. The illusory body of the warship solidified again and continuously performed the space leap in an attempt to break free from the Universe God Monument. However, it was to no avail. It was like a cicada that was being pounced on by a mantis. No matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. How could this be? Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Although it was the first time for many of them to see a Rank 9 warship, they had heard too many rumors about this ultimate warship. Not only was its attack extremely strong, but its defense was also shocking. However, from the looks of it, it was easily suppressed by a profound level weapon and could not break free. It seemed to be far from the rumors. Stop! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the warship. After that, a ray of light dashed out and an extremely strong power condensed in front of the monument. It turned into a shocking giant palm and attacked the Universe God Monument. Boom! 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 Waves of energy soared into the sky, and the entire sky was filled with ripples. Everyone felt dizzy, and their internal organs felt extremely uncomfortable. When Baiming Lifeng saw the figure who attacked, he was shocked and cried out, "Elder Kong Tian." The figure was actually Baiming Kong Tian, the elder who had brought him to the Red Moon City to participate in the marriage contest. Baiming Lifeng had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The Stage 9 battleship was extremely huge, and there was simply too much space inside. He had no idea what kind of people were hiding inside. If he could have a smooth journey, Baiming Kong Tian would not have appeared at all. At that moment, Baiming Kong Tian was extremely depressed. Previously, he had not taken the Universe God Monument seriously at all. He had thought that it was just a gravitational profound level weapon and that it was not worth mentioning in front of the Rank 9 warship. But after the explosion, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. Not only was the space jump completely ineffective against this thing, but even with the toughness of the battleship, it was gradually unable to withstand it. If the gravity of this thing continued to increase, the entire battleship would either be crushed into two or be destroyed. That would really be the biggest joke in the world. Ever since the birth of the Rank 9 warship, there had never been a case of a profound level weapon crushing it. If this were to happen to the Baiming family, not only would they become the laughingstock of the world, but as Baiming Lifeng's secret spy, he would not be able to escape the blame. Hence, the moment he realized that something was wrong, he dashed out and attacked the Universe God Monument crazily. What made him astonished was that the profound level weapon was not damaged in the slightest under his ferocious attacks. He was a peak 8-star expert, Emperor Wu. He was only one step away from the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm of 9 stars. Xianxia was also greatly shocked, and his pupils constricted. The moment Baiming Kong Tian appeared, he knew that it was not good. The Universe God Monument was connected to his mind. Under such a violent attack, it could not withstand it at all. He quickly weaved a seal with one hand and with a thought, the universe god monument suddenly flew up and turned into a meteor that flew back into his body. Li Yunxiao's face turned pale and he quickly adjusted his breathing. He was on high alert. As the universe god monument left, the warship finally stopped shaking and continued to hang in the air quietly. However, there were figures flashing and flying around, as if they were repairing the damaged parts. Baiming Kongtian flew down from the warship and appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. He stared at him coldly. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. Under his opponent's imposing manner, he could not help but take a few steps back and maintain a safe distance. Killing Baiming Zhe had already caused him to lose a lot of strength. It was impossible for him to fight against Baiming Kongtian again. Now that he was in the hands of peak 8-star Emperor Wu, it was a question whether he could escape. Liao Yangbing and the others behind him were extremely nervous, especially Liao Yangbing. She secretly regretted that she had bet on the wrong person. With such an expert around, Li Yunxiao would definitely not be able to turn the tables. You are already a 2-star Emperor Wu. Baiming Kongtian stared at him for a long time and said his first sentence. Li Yunxiao said humbly, not at all. Compared to Elder Kongtian, who is a peak 8-star, there is still a difference. Humph. Baiming Kongtian humphed loudly. When he heard Li Yunxiao's words, he felt uncomfortable. He said coldly, are you mocking me? Li Yunxiao pretended to be frightened and hurriedly said, how would I dare? Elder Kongtian is someone who stands at the peak of the continent. Wouldn't mocking you be courting death? Baiming Kongtian humped again and said coldly, you killed my Baiming Palace's people. Do you still want to live? Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, if I didn't, I would already be dead. He also felt strange in his heart. Why was Baiming Kongtian so good-tempered and long-winded with him? Baiming Kongtian's eyes burst with killing intent and said coldly, I don't care how glib your tongue is. In short, you killed Baiming Zhe. It will be hard for you to live. Li Yunxiao was surprised, hard? Then how can I live? His mind turned quickly and all kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. Baiming Kongtian humped for the third time. His lips moved slightly and he actually directly transmitted his voice. All the martial artists were greatly disappointed. They were all watching the two people talking nervously. Not being able to hear it all at once, their hearts were unspeakably stifled. Baiming Lifeng also frowned, not understanding what Baiming Kongtian meant. Li Yunxiao killed Baiming Zhe and damaged the Tier 9 warship. This was an absolute crime punishable by death. How could he talk about living? Moreover, with Li Yunxiao's talent, it was enough to sentence him to death 10,000 times. Such a monstrous person must not be allowed to live in this world. After Li Yunxiao heard the transmitted voice, his face suddenly changed and his pupils shrank. Baiming Kongtian had actually discovered his indestructible golden body. Baiming Kongtian looked at Li Yunxiao's expression and was also shocked. More than that, he was pleasantly surprised and excited. Previously, when he saw Li Yunxiao's transcendence golden body in battle, he was not too sure. After all, there was a huge difference between it and Ao Chongkong. Hence, he tested it and immediately got the answer from Li Yunxiao's expression. He swallowed his saliva. If he could obtain the indestructible golden body from this kid, the credit would be unimaginable. Li Yunxiao also realized that he had lost his composure and was annoyed. Baiming Kongtian's expression also showed that the other party was completely aware of his state of mind. He sighed and knew that he could not hide it anymore. He could only transmit his voice, I am not too sure about the origin of this body refining technique, but it is a lost art after all. It is not good to just hand it over to Lord Kongtian, right? Baiming Kongtian said coldly, your life and death are in my hands now. What right do you have to negotiate with me? At most, I will beat you half to death and search your soul directly. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, search my soul? I am a Tier 9 alchemist. Are you sure you want to search my soul? Baiming Kongtian's expression changed and became ugly. It was too dangerous to search the soul of a Tier 9 alchemist. Moreover, he was also afraid that the other party would directly erase his memory. That would be troublesome. Killing Li Yunxiao was a big deal, but obtaining the tyrannical body refining technique was a bigger deal. He finally said in a gentle voice, young Master Yun, I also appreciate that you are a 1 in a million genius. I really do not want to kill you like this. Li Yunxiao sneered inwardly. But since Elder Kong Tian had a request, he was safe for now. He said with a smile, in that case, thank you, Elder Kong Tian. I have something to do. Let's talk about it next time. He turned around to leave. Bai Ming Kongtian's face darkened. He said angrily, Li Yunxiao, don't play the fool in front of me. He stretched out his hand, and the world froze. Li Yunxiao stopped moving. A large amount of cold air came out of his palm and swirled toward him. Li Yunxiao's body shone with a golden light, and he turned around. The cold air condensed into ice beads on the surface of his skin, which couldn't penetrate his skin. Bai Ming Kongtian's eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement, even his breathing became heavy, and he said while gasping for breath, I hate people who play dumb. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and retracted the golden light around his body. He had achieved his goal, which was to let Bai Ming Kongtian confirm that he had the tyrannical heavenly body refinement art in his hands. Then, he would be able to take control of Bai Ming Kongtian. He said with a smile, it's cold outside. It's not a good time to talk. Let's find a place to talk. Bai Ming Kongtian said, that's exactly what I want. Everyone looked down and saw that everything had been turned into ruins. There was no place to land at all. Bai Ming Kongtian sneered and said, Child Yun, do you have the guts to talk on the warship? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, why not? Besides, I want to see the Bai Ming family's 9th grade warship. The Realm of Heaven martial arts had a limited number of 9th grade warships. Every one of them had an amazing history. As a 9th grade alchemist, except for the warships produced in the past 10 years, he was quite confident. Bai Ming Kongtian sneered inwardly. He glanced at everyone and said, now that Baichong City has been destroyed, you should come on board. There is a communication formation on the warship. You can send messages back to the Red Moon City. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They worried for a while, then followed him. Jing Yongyi hesitated and said to the people in the sect, you don't need to follow me. Directly activate the battleship and return to the sect. The rest of the people from the moon-bearing sword sect were shocked and said, Elder, you, Jing Yongyi shook his head and interrupted them, my life was saved by young Master Yunxiao, so I can only be at ease when I see young Master Yunxiao is safe. Besides, there's still one more person I haven't dealt with. His gaze turned cold as he looked into the distance. Yan Shushu seemed to have sensed it too. His expression changed slightly, but he just snorted loudly. Now that the Bai Ming family was the most powerful, as long as he held on to the Bai Ming family, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Bai Ming Lifeng flew to Bai Ming Kongtian's side, lowered his head and said, Elder Kong Tian, Lifeng is incompetent, please punish me. Bai Ming Kongtian said, this matter isn't your fault. It's that Li Yunxiao is too abnormal, even I have to be wary of him. Bai Ming Lifeng was shocked and said quickly, if that's the case, then why? Bai Ming Kongtian interrupted. I have my own thoughts on this matter. Monitor everyone's communication. You must not spread the news that Li Yunxiao is here. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Bai Ming Lifeng was stunned. It was fine if he didn't kill Li Yunxiao, but why would he help him? But how could he dare to question Bai Ming Kongtian's words? He quickly accepted the order and flew into the battleship. Soon, other than the few people from the moon-bearing sword sect who drove the rank 8 battleship away, the rest entered the rank 9 battleship. For most of them, it was their first time riding this kind of battleship, so they were full of curiosity. It was so big that it was like a moving city, but in the middle of the deck, there was a huge crater that attracted attention. It was created when the world deity steel crashed down. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Although they couldn't tell the material of the deck they were stepping on, it was definitely not something ordinary destructive power could destroy, let alone such a huge crater. Bai Ming Lifeng looked at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, and could not help but feel a sense of pride in his heart as he smiled. Welcome everyone to my Bai Ming Profound Palace's Type 9 battleship, Evil Flame. Every rank 9 battleship had its own independent name, representing unparalleled in the world. Bai Ming Lifeng smiled and said, for everyone to be able to come, it proves that everyone is fated. Before the battle, everyone has done their best. Now, please take a rest in the cabin. He recovered his kingly demeanor and didn't look at Li Yunxiao at all, as if nothing had happened. This was also because he was trying his best to control himself, as he was afraid that if he saw Li Yunxiao, he wouldn't be able to control the waves in his heart. Yan Shushu moved closer to Bai Ming Lifeng and whispered carefully, "Come, young Master Feng, that Li Yunxiao can't be allowed to live." Bai Ming Lifeng turned around and his expression turned cold. His eyes were spitting fire and he shouted angrily, "You talk too much." Yan Shushu was shocked and his body shivered before he retreated. He didn't understand why Bai Ming Lifeng would be so angry, but he was very tactful and immediately shut his mouth. Once they entered the cabin, Liao Yongbing said with a grave expression, "Young Master Yunxiao, what should we do now?" Li Yunxiao's eyes were like water as he said calmly, "Everything is fine. Nothing will happen." Liao Yongbing was stunned. However, when she saw Li Yunxiao's calm expression, she sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but admire his calmness. The cabin was very large. Even with over 100 people sitting in it, it wouldn't feel crowded. Soon, Bai Ming Kongtian and Bai Ming Lifeng walked in. The former glanced at Li Yunxiao and sat quietly at the side. It seemed like he wasn't anxious anymore. Bai Ming Lifeng swept his gaze around and regained his elegant demeanor as he said, "Now that Baicheng City has been destroyed, there is no longer any place to defend. May I know what everyone's plan is?" Everyone fell silent, especially Gu Jingxiang and the others from Baicheng City. Their hearts were filled with endless sorrow. Ilechi stood up and said, "We plan to return to Towering Sky City first and wait for further instructions. I wonder where young Master Feng plans to go? Will you continue to fight against the sea race with us?" Bai Ming Lifeng sighed and said, "Fighting against the sea race is a duty that we must do. However, I have a mission from the sect and can't go with you." Ilechi said, "Oh? What plans do you have, young master?" Bai Ming Lifeng narrowed his eyes and said, "I plan to break through the sea race's line of defense and enter the depths of the East Sea." Everyone was shocked, and their faces were filled with shock. Ilechi was also shocked. He said, "The entire East Sea's coastline has been forcefully sealed by the sea race. Once we enter the sea, we will immediately lose our advantage on land. Moreover, the other party only needs some low-level existences to annihilate us in an instant. It's extremely dangerous." Bai Ming Lifeng also had a grave expression. He said, "I've also thought about this for a long time. The only way is to break through the blockade as quickly as possible and travel 1,000 miles in a day to shake off the sea race completely." Everyone fell silent. With a rank 9 warship, breaking through the sea race's blockade was definitely not a problem. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Does young Master Lifeng still remember that giant deep-sea beast?" Everyone's hearts trembled, and their expressions changed. The might of that giant-faced beast was still vivid in their minds, and it made them shudder. A sharp glint flashed in Bai Ming Lifeng's eyes. He glanced at Li Yunxiao with resentment and said coldly, "Of course I remember. Although that giant beast is powerful, it doesn't seem to be enough to stop me, evil flame." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, "That's good. I'm very interested in young Master Lifeng's trip to the sea. I wonder if you can bring me along?" Bai Ming Lifeng was stunned. He didn't expect Li Yunxiao to cooperate with him. He snorted coldly and said, "Of course." He swept his gaze across everyone and said, "Bai Ming Xian Palace welcomes any friend, and we won't mistreat anyone on this trip." Everyone looked at each other and revealed puzzled expressions. Bai Ming Lifeng immediately picked out the key points and explained the reason. At the same time, he said, "I know that many of you are here to fight against the enemy for the reward. My Bai Ming family is willing to double the reward to invite everyone to help us. What do you think?" Jing Yongya's face flashed with anger, and he said, "Young Master Lifeng, this is a crucial time for the war between the two clans, and you're actually trying to poach someone from the United Front? Isn't this a little too immoral?" Bai Ming Lifeng's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Immoral? I'm taking the bait willingly, and I'm not forcing anyone. How is that immoral? Friend, you must think before you speak, don't speak carelessly." "That's right. Those who come willingly, I'm the first to agree, and I'm willing to stay." Yan Shushu hurriedly echoed. He had to stick with the Bai Ming family now. Without the Bai Ming family's protection, he was afraid that he would be skinned alive by Jing Yongya at the first moment. Only then did Bai Ming Lifeng reveal a smile, and he nodded in praise, saying, "Welcome, welcome." At this moment, everyone started discussing in low voices, and many people were willing to stay. The battle at Baicheng City had made these mercenaries realize how desperate the war was, and that money was not easy to earn. Staying on the level 9 warship was relatively safer. However, the expressions of those from Red Moon City changed slightly, and they all stood up. Ilechi said, "Since young Master Lai Feng has matters to attend to, Red Moon City won't force you. We'll leave now, and we're in a hurry to report back." Baiming Lai Feng smiled, and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. If there's anyone else who wants to leave, we can leave together." At this moment, several more people stood up, and they followed behind the people from Red Moon City. An inexplicable smile appeared on Baiming Lai Feng's face, and he said, "Since the few of you are unwilling to stay, I won't force you. Please." Ilechi and the others nodded, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they walked straight out of the warship. However, after a short while, the few of them returned, and their faces were ashen. Ilechi's expression was ugly, and he said, "Young Master Lai Feng, this warship is about to enter the East Sea." Baiming Lai Feng smiled playfully, and said, "Time is tight, and we have no choice but to hurry. We've already entered the Sea Race's defensive line. If the few of you want to leave, you'd better leave quickly. If the Sea Race discovers you, it'll be troublesome." The few of them changed their expressions, and they knew that Baiming Lai Feng was doing this on purpose. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside, and someone said, "Lord Lai Feng, we've discovered the Sea Race's powerful enemies." Baiming Lai Feng's expression changed, and he immediately said to the others, "Everyone, don't be impatient. With the evil flame here, it'll be easy to break through the defensive line." He turned and walked out of the cabin, and he said to Ilechi and the others, "Everyone, hurry up and leave. I'm going to fight the Sea Race." Ilechi and the others' faces were ashen. Wasn't going to their deaths if they went down now? Baiming Lai Feng smiled playfully and said, "Time is of the essence, so we have to hurry. If you want to leave, you should leave now. If the Sea Race discovers you, you won't be able to leave." A hint of mockery flashed across Baiming Lai Feng's face. He left them behind and left, leaving Ilechi and the others behind. They didn't know whether to leave or stay. A disciple of Baiming Xian Palace stepped forward and said, "Sirs, please leave with me. The warship is about to activate its defenses. It won't be easy to leave then." Anger and haze flashed across Ilechi's eyes. He said coldly, "Please give us a communication device so that I can ask Red Moon City to send someone to receive you." A cold smile appeared on the disciple's face and he said, "I'm sorry, the Sea Race has appeared. We have to deal with the enemy and have no time to serve you. You should leave quickly." Ilechi and the others were furious, but they couldn't do anything. They snorted heavily and left with the disciple. After a while, they saw a large number of Sea Race appearing outside the warship. They densely covered the entire sky, and waves swept up and surged into the clouds. A few extremely terrifying auras came from the waves, as if some monsters were hiding in them. The disciple sneered and said, "Sirs, please. We'll wait for you to leave so that we can activate our defenses." Ilechi's expression turned extremely unsightly. He said, "I suddenly feel that staying on the warship and exploring the ruins of the East Sea Palace with the experts of the Baiming family might be interesting." The disciple snorted disdainfully and said, "But now that the two races are at war, it's time for the eastern region to unite. You are all Emperor Wu experts of Red Moon City. It's not right not to stay behind and resist, right?" Wan Shichuan also said, "Who says going out to sea is not a form of resistance? Now that Baicheng City has been destroyed, there is a gap in the East Sea defense line. We can directly charge in, break through the Sea Race's defense line, and enter the inner region of the East Sea, causing great trouble for them. In fact, we are actively counterattacking." The disciple's face twitched. He didn't expect Jiutian Emperor Wu to be so shameless. He snorted and said, "Have you really thought it through?" Wan Shichuan nodded and said, "Using offense as defense and disrupting the rear of the Sea Race is also a united front. We have already thought this through. However, I would like to ask this friend from the Baiming family to help us find a communication device so that we can send the information back to Crimson Moon City." The disciple looked as if he had already expected this. He coldly snorted and said, "If you want to send a message, just tell me directly. I can send it on your behalf. If there's nothing else, you can return to the cabin." Xianxia had a gloomy look on his face, feeling extremely humiliated. However, the situation was not in his favor, so he could only swallow his anger. With a heavy snort, he turned around and returned to his cabin. Yuan Shichuan was also very unhappy in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he wrote down the information about this place and the matter of Li Yunxiao, and let Baiming Xian Palace pass on the message on his behalf. The disciple picked up the message, glanced at it, then turned around and left. After that, the message fell into the hands of Baiming Lifeng. He looked at it a few times, then sneered and said, "These people from Crimson Moon City are really despicable. They purposely used their faces to let me slap them. Why should I be polite?" He modified the message, erasing everything related to Li Yunxiao, then handed it to his subordinates to send back to Crimson Moon City. Everyone in the cabin soon saw Xianxia and the others return. They sat down with gloomy expressions, as if no one else was around. Li Yunxiao had a smile in his eyes. He exchanged a glance with Liao Yongbing. This ending was within his expectations. Baiming Kongtian's lips also curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "My friends from Crimson Moon City are willing to stay and help. Then, the possibility of finding my brother Tianlu will be much higher. Baiming Kongtian is really grateful." "Elder Kongtian, you're too serious." Only then did their expressions improve slightly, and they hurriedly stood up and responded. After all, with Baiming Kongtian's status and strength, he was already giving them some face by saying a few polite words. Baiming Kongtian smiled and said, "Since everyone is willing to follow Baiming Xian Palace out to sea, then from now on, we're all comrades on the same front. Why don't you follow me out of the cabin and see how the Sea Race's blockade is doing? If there's any difficulty in breaking through, I'll still need your help." "Elder Kongtian, you're too polite." Yan Shushu hurriedly stood up and said, "Since we're willing to stay, we naturally have to contribute. We can't just stay and do nothing." Baiming Kongtian squinted his eyes and smiled. His gaze swept over Li Yunxiao, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone left the cabin in groups and went to the observation platform on the deck, which could accommodate over 100 people. At this moment, the warship's defenses had already been activated. Wherever one looked, layers of colorful lights extended out, enveloping the entire warship tightly. Baiming Lifeng hurriedly turned around and saluted Baiming Kongtian. Baiming Kongtian said, "There's no need for that. Just pretend that I'm invisible, and all the authority to command will be in your hands. If I have any requests, I'll definitely ask." "Yes." Baiming Lifeng bowed and accepted the order. He also understood Baiming Kongtian's meaning. This trip out to sea was also a test from his family, and Baiming Kongtian was only responsible for monitoring and ensuring the warship's safety. If not for Li Yunxiao's appearance, he wouldn't have known that there was such an expert on the warship. Baiming Kongtian beckoned to Li Yunxiao and walked straight to the front of the observation platform, leaning against the railing. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly, he understood Baiming Kongtian's meaning. He also stepped forward from the crowd and looked out at the sea. Baiming Kongtian waved his hand, and immediately a barrier opened up, enveloping the two of them, isolating all sound. His action immediately caused everyone to speculate. Liao Yongbing was deeply worried, and Baiming Lifeng's expression didn't look too good either. However, he tried his best to calm himself down and began to prepare for the battle against the Sea Race. Baiming Kongtian looked at the Sea Race in front of him and said indifferently, "Young Master Yunxiao, do you think we can charge through?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Elder Kongtian doesn't care about this at all, why do you need to ask? Moreover, if we can't charge through, why is Elder Kongtian so calm?" Baiming Kongtian glanced at him and said with a smile, "The #1 rising star of the younger generation is indeed not for nothing. Not only is your strength shocking, your intelligence is also astonishing. Young Master Yunxiao, have you ever thought of joining our Baiming Palace?" Li Yunxiao was surprised and said with a smile, "Never thought of it." Baiming Kongtian said, "Baiming Palace is ranked at the top even among the 7 great influences. We will definitely not humiliate young Master Yunxiao's talent. In a few decades, the heavenly martial arts realm will be the world of youngsters like you." At that time, with young Master Yunxiao's ability, you will be qualified to be the great elder of the mysterious palace. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Seeing that Baiming Kongtian was staring at him and observing his reaction, he immediately smiled and said, Baiming Palace's great elder is really at the peak of the world. Elder Kongtian is really willing to spend his capital. However, the position of great elder is not something that Elder Kongtian can decide, right? Baiming Kongtian smiled and said, of course not. But with young Master Yunxia's strength, it is in the bag. If it wasn't for the fact that the position of Palace Lord of the Mysterious Palace is not passed on to outsiders, young Master Yunxiao might have enough strength to become the Palace Lord. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said, I've watched Lai Feng grow up. His talent and intelligence are both hard to come by to be an overlord. In the past 1,000 years of Baiming Profound Palace, there hasn't been anyone with his talent. In my opinion, even if Lai Feng's talent wasn't number one in the world, it wouldn't be too far off. Li Yunxiao nodded in agreement and said, Baiming Lai Feng is indeed a genius. As long as he is given enough time, he will definitely become the overlord of the world in the future. Baiming Kongtian said, my judgment is not wrong. Among the 2 holy lands and the 7 major powers, the only one who can contend against him is Qinghaomiao of the Soul Devourer sect. But the Soul Devourer sect's cultivation method is too evil and overbearing. Cultivating it is extremely fast and powerful, but the further one goes, the less strength they have. Therefore, Qinghaomiao's victory over Lai Feng is only temporary. His voice suddenly turned cold and he said, therefore, among the younger generation, the only one who can pose a threat to Lai Feng is you, Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, many thanks to Elder Kongtian for thinking so highly of me. Baiming Kongtian said in a low voice, it is not that I think highly of you, but I have always looked down on you. If we say that Lai Feng is an overlord that appears once in 1,000 years, then your talent is the unparalleled Emperor Wu that appears once in 10,000 years. If we look back several thousand years from now, I am afraid that even Yinan Tian back then would not be able to compare to you. Li Yunxiao said, the world is so big that it cannot be measured. There are so many geniuses that it is difficult to count them all. Elder Kongtian's analysis is too serious. Baiming Kongtian said, no matter whether it is serious or not, if you don't die, the heavenly martial arts realm will definitely be trampled under your feet in the future. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Elder Kongtian, why are you telling me this? Baiming Kongtian's eyes emitted a cold glint and he said, either you join the Baiming Palace and never betray us, or I will make you lose the ability to threaten the Baiming Palace. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you don't want the tyrannical body refining art? Baiming Kongtian's body trembled. After hearing about the peerless cultivation technique, his emotions clearly fluctuated. He said in a cold voice, hand over the tyrannical body refining art, and I will only destroy your martial arts foundation, spare your life, and grant you great wealth in this life. Li Yunxiao's expression became cold, and he said coldly, Elder Kongtian, why do I feel uncomfortable when I hear that someone wants to deal with me? Moreover, my memory is not good. Perhaps when I am afraid, I will forget a lot of things. Baiming Kongtian's expression became unsightly, and he said in a cold voice, Li Yunxiao, you are a smart person. Joining the Baiming Palace is the best choice. Unless you have the confidence to escape from my hands, don't even think about living. Even if I don't want the tyrannical body refining art, I will not allow a scourge like you to exist. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, right now, I really don't have a good way to escape, and you also don't have a good way to obtain the tyrannical body refining art from my hands. We still have time. Baiming Kongtian's expression was cold, and he did not speak for a while. At this moment, among the sea race, a raging wave came crashing down, followed by a jet of water shooting into the sky. Several experts appeared on top of it, and the one leading them was Ruanxiang. His expression was normal, and he did not consume any energy in the previous battle. Only his expression was cold, and he said in a cold voice, damn human, you dare to look down on me. He thought that the other party was chasing after him, and the anger of being looked down on spread in his heart. The bones in his hands cracked. At this moment, the sea was stormy and the color of the sea was getting darker and darker. All kinds of strange sea creatures were gathering rapidly, spreading out for thousands of miles. Baiming Lai Feng's heart sank as he stared at the surface of the sea. He raised his voice and said, I'm from the Baiming Profound Palace, and I have an important matter to attend to in the Eastern Sea. I hope that this friend from the sea race will allow me to pass through. Beiming Palace? Ruanxiang was stunned, then his face darkened, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that Beiming Palace had also joined the Eastern Region United Front? Could it be that the human race was preparing for war? He said in a low voice. Beiming Palace may have some fame in the Sky Martial continent, but in the Four Seas, it is not even worth a fart. You want to let me pass just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Beiming Lifeng's face changed, and he said coldly, Ruanxiang, I lost to Li Yunxiao in the battle at Crimson Moon City, and you ran away in the previous battle. If I am not worth anything, then what are you? Ruanxiang sneered, even if I lost to Li Yunxiao, what does it have to do with you? If Li Yunxiao did not win against me, would you feel any joy? If you have the ability, come out and fight with me. If you can win against the spear in my hand, I will let you pass. Otherwise, get lost. Beiming Lifeng was angry. He was clear about Ruanxiang's strength, and he was stronger than he was in Crimson Moon City. He had no chance of winning, so he could only snort, I have no right to bet on sect matters, but if it is just a personal grudge, then I am very willing to fight. Pay. Ruanxiang spat out a mouthful of saliva, and sneered disdainfully, very willing to learn? With that little bit of skill of yours, do you think you can take one blow from me? Beiming Lifeng's face turned red, then white, and he said angrily, I am not going to argue with you, are you going to let me pass or not? Ruanxiang's face turned cold, and he replied, do you want me to say it again? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Beiming Lifeng's face darkened. He clapped his hands and shouted, attack. Charge. The offensive formations of the Type 9 battleship activated, and countless beams of light shot out from the battleship, sweeping through the surroundings. One of the offensive formations shot out a pillar of light that was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it, shooting towards the water curtain where Ruanxiang was. Following that, the battleship started moving along the path created by the beam of light, continuously accelerating. Ruanxiang's face turned cold. With a thought, the water curtain rooftop exploded. He flew into the sky and shouted, stop him. Boom. Dozens of light pillars shot out from the battleship, scattering a large number of sea race experts in the air. A large number of attacks came one after another, all bombarding the few halos around the battleship, causing ripples to appear, but they were unable to break through. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of water breaking came from the sea. Countless small swordfish leapt out from the sea, and actually flew towards the battleship. These swordfish were 1/2 meter wide, with bright red eyes. The tough parts on their heads actually emitted a bright light, and were extremely sharp. Bang! 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 Countless swordfish leapt out from the sea, flying towards the battleship in a dense formation. All of them slammed into the protective light of the battleship, and bounced back. The entire coastal area was filled with such a strange and shocking scene, causing the people on the battleship to be blinded. Everywhere they looked were swordfish. A disciple hurriedly ran on the battleship, running in front of Beiming Lifeng, and said in shock, Lord Lifeng, the consumption of the primordial stones is extremely fast, 10 times faster than we estimated, and it is still accelerating. If this continues, I'm afraid the defensive formation will reach its limit. Beiming Lifeng was shocked, and said decisively, don't worry about the consumption, continue to charge. Yes. The disciple's eyes were filled with shock, and after responding, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the deck. Beiming Kongtian looked at the strange scene in the sky. It was also his first time fighting with the sea race, and he frowned, young Master Yunxiao, do you think we can successfully charge through this time? Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and said, this is the second time Elder Kongtian asked me. It's just that the first time, you were full of confidence, but this time, you are not so confident. Can these low-level fishes also cause trouble for Elder? Beiming Kongtian stared at him and said, you are indeed very cautious, truly terrifying. You might not know, but the destruction of Ocean Sky Town was caused by these low-level sea creatures. Ants can bite an elephant to death. Li Yunxiao said, in my opinion, breaking through the defense is only a matter of time, but I'm afraid it won't be possible this time. Oh? Why? Beiming Kongtian was startled, and asked in confusion. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of an impact came from outside the battleship, causing the hull to shake a little. Although it was slight, it made everyone's face change dramatically. This is a ninth-order battleship, even the full-strength attack of Jiotian Emperor Wu can't affect it in the slightest. At this time, everyone saw a large number of octopus monsters on top of the battleship. 7 or 8 of them crawled all over the defensive barrier. One must know that the size of a ninth-order battleship is extremely large. 7 or 8 octopus monsters can crawl all over it. It can be seen that these octopuses are also huge monsters. Countless thick tentacles suddenly wrapped around the battleship, causing its speed to suddenly slow down. Bai Minglifeng's face changed drastically. When these octopuses appeared, he didn't care about them, but now they directly slowed down the battleship. If they can't break through the defense line in front of them, it will be fatal for them. Attack! Attack with all your strength. Smash these octopuses for me. The offensive formation on the battleship was activated again, madly operating. Beams of light shot out from the battleship, each of them shattering a large number of tentacles. The octopuses were so fragile that they couldn't even withstand a single blow, and were instantly smashed into pieces. Then, several bright red formations on the battleship activated, spewing out a large amount of flames, turning into numerous phoenixes that flew in the air, burning the surrounding swordfish and octopuses into ashes. Bai Minglifeng breathed a sigh of relief and shouted. Hurry up! Charge forward at all costs. Pa! 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 Suddenly, several tentacles swayed in front of them again, all of them landed on the battleship's defensive barrier, binding the battleship again. This time, these tentacles are even thicker than before. Half of an octopus head appeared on the surface of the sea, about 100 meters wide. It seems to be the Octopus King. Bai Minglifeng was enraged, shouting. Activate the main attack formation, blast this octopus monster into pieces. Li Yunxiao suddenly frowned, saying. Trouble. Bai Mingkongtian was taken aback. What's wrong? Do you think the main attack formation can't blast the Octopus King to death? Li Yunxiao shook his head and pointed to the distance, saying. Look. 2 small hills were constantly moving in the distance, and when they got closer, they discovered that they were actually 2 giant whales. Half of their heads were exposed on the surface of the sea, and their size was even larger than the octopus monster below the battleship. Bai Mingkongtian's face sank, and said suspiciously. They seem to be ordinary whales, I can't feel any combat power from them. Li Yunxiao said. Indeed, they are the most ordinary big blue whales. They don't have any combat power, and usually only eat small shrimps, but they are the largest marine creatures. He paused for a moment and added. Except for the deep-sea giant beasts. Bai Mingkongtian was puzzled. If that's the case, what's the trouble? Don't tell me the blue whales will jump up and eat us? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said. Those blue whales are huge, so they are usually used by the merfolk to transport things. Rumble. At this moment, the main attack formation of the Type 9 battleship was activated again, and a huge beam of light fell from the sky, hitting the top of the Octopus King's head. In an instant, the Octopus King's head was blown into minced meat. The tentacles tied to the battleship loosened one by one, and all fell into the sea. The battleship was freed. Bai Minglifeng was overjoyed, and shouted. Forward! Forward! Suddenly, the back of the 2 blue whales in the distance suddenly sprayed water straight into the sky. Bai Mingkongtian was shocked, and his pupils shrank. His face changed drastically, and he showed a look of horror. He saw that the water sprayed by the blue whales was not just pure seawater, there were countless creatures mixed in it, and they were falling towards the battleship from afar. Ah! Starfish! It's the starfish that overturned Sea Sky Town. Bai Minglifeng immediately recognized the starfish falling from the sky. He sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his body turn cold. The starfish blotted out heaven and earth, and when they landed on the battleship's defenses, they seemed to have some sort of gravitational force that kept them from falling. Purr, purr. Purr, purr. In addition to the starfish, the purling that had overturned Baichong City also fell down. As soon as it touched the barrier, it exploded, and purple light spread out in all directions, corroding the barrier. Everyone had just witnessed the destruction of Baichong City, and now they were even paler than before. There were even a few cultivators who were so scared that their bodies kept trembling, and an uncontrollable fear spread in their hearts. Bai Ming Kong Tian was also dumbfounded. Even though he was a top expert, he didn't know how to deal with such an attack. He could only ask in a daze, what should we do? Li Yunxiao sighed. This is troublesome. Judging from the number of starfish and pearling that the two blue whales spat out, there must be exploding stars and pearlings nearby. That's why they can keep spitting them out. Crack. 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 The battleship was full of explosions, like firecrackers, one after another, shocking everyone's ears and eyes. The layers of defense were constantly being corroded and destroyed, and the layers were getting thinner and thinner. Bai Ming Lifeng gritted his teeth and said, "Activate the space jump." Only then did everyone calm down and breathe a sigh of relief. The Ninth Order battleship space jump was enough to avoid all attacks, and it was the most powerful evasive move. But then they thought back to the time when the World God Steel had fought back against the Ninth Order battleship, and the space jump had been completely ineffective. All of a sudden, the Ninth Order battleship became illusory, and the sky darkened as the battleship left its original location. Sure enough, the starfish and pearling lost their target, and began to tumble out of the sky into the sea, almost as if they were trash being dumped into the sea. Ha ha. There's nothing to worry about now. No wonder it's a rank 9 warship. Yan Shushu immediately began to flatter him with a proud look on his face. Bai Ming Lifeng also heaved a sigh of relief. If the space jump technique failed, then he really did not know what to do. Although they were in the void, they could still see the shadows of the outside world. It was as if the outside world looked very illusory to them. Bai Ming Kong Tian smiled and said, "Mr. Yunxiao seems to have guessed wrong this time." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't be too happy too early. How about we go over first?" Bai Ming Kong Tian did not comment, but when he looked forward again, his face suddenly changed. He saw that in the outside world, the giant-faced beast was in the air in front of him. It was like a giant biscuit, and it opened its mouth. A terrifying aura gathered in its mouth, and it was fired in the direction of the warship. Kaboom! The black light not only shattered the outside world, but it also blasted into the void and hit the rank 9 warship without any suspense. Kaboom! The entire body of the warship shook, and everyone was shocked. The attack of the giant deep-sea beast could reach the void. Bai Ming Lifeng really panicked this time. The giant beast was equivalent to a warship, and the rank 9 warship's attack was of limited threat to the giant beast. Bai Ming Kong Tian also looked solemn and said, "What is this thing? It's so strong." Li Yunxiao stared at the giant deep-sea beast and observed it. Previously on Baichong City, it was more or less injured, and it was directly hit by the rank 9 warship. Although it was still powerful, he could feel that it was a lot weaker. Kaboom! The second attack came, and it directly smashed the layers of light shields on the warship, and several defensive formations on the warship suddenly exploded. The giant-faced beast was still swaying left and right, and it made ho-ho, ho-ho, ho-ho sounds. Bai Ming Kong Tian's pupils shrank, and he lost his voice in shock and said, "World break power? The power that this thing spits out is comparable to Emperor Jiuxing, and it can break a world?" Li Yunxiao's expression was also grave. He nodded his head and said, "This thing's battle prowess might not be as strong as a 9-star martial emperor's. However, its offensive power is indeed capable of breaking through worlds. If Elder Gao Tian is willing to make a move and cooperate with the rank 9 warship's main formation, there is a chance of killing it. Furthermore, I think there's only one of them in the coastal waters. Once this obstacle is removed, we'll definitely be able to break through the defensive line." Bai Ming Kong Tian's face twitched. He had also noticed that although the giant-faced beast's attack was strong, its agility was too low. If he were to attack it himself, he had a certain degree of confidence in defeating it. However, he changed his mind and stared at Li Yunxiao vigilantly. He opened the barrier between the two of them and directly ordered Bai Ming Lifeng, "Let's retreat to the land first and avoid this beast. We'll discuss this further." Bai Ming Lifeng was shocked and hurriedly ordered a retreat. The entire Type 9 battleship's tail could not be destroyed, but it quickly turned around and retreated. However, it took a few more hits from the beast and many defensive formations were damaged. It was only after retreating over 10,000 meters that the beast stopped chasing them. Rumble. The Type 9 battleship directly descended from the sky and stopped on the land. Looking from afar, it looked like a city. Everyone on the battleship remained silent, fear still lingering in their hearts. Baiming Lifeng hurriedly ordered the arcane masters on the battleship to begin repairing the hull. He himself flew next to Baiming Kongtian and asked, "Elder Kongtian, what do we do now?" Baiming Kongtian took a glance at him and replied, "Think of a way yourself." Baiming Lifeng. He felt frustrated and even a little annoyed, especially when he saw Baiming Kongtian and Li Yunxiao walking so close together. He cursed in his mind, "Since you want me to think of a way myself, why did you ask me to retreat?" Baiming Lifeng looked at the calm Li Yunxiao and gritted his teeth, "Young Master Yun, do you have any good ideas?" Asking him to consult Li Yunxiao already took a lot of courage. Unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't do such a shameful thing. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and spoke, "Actually, it is not difficult to break through that deep-sea beast. From my observation, although that thing is powerful, its energy recovery speed is extremely slow. Meanwhile, the Type 9 battleship is completely powered by the supply of primal stones. In other words, we can maintain the same supply while they get weaker." A light flashed across Baiming Lifeng's eyes, but it quickly dimmed and he smiled bitterly, "Although we brought enough primal stones this time, if we use them all to break through the defense line, I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain the operation in the future. The consumption of the Type 9 battleship is unimaginable." Li Yunxiao nodded. He knew this better than Baiming Lifeng and said, "If that is the case, then we can only use battle to sustain battle." Sustain battle? Baiming Lifeng and Baiming Kongtian both frowned, as if this was the first time they had heard of this term. Li Yunxiao said, "The number of races in the East Sea is uncountable, and the treasures at the bottom of the sea are unimaginable. If we do not have enough primal stones, we can only rob them along the way." This? Rob along the way? Both of them were stunned on the spot. Based on their thinking, as long as they could break through the defense line, they would quickly go far away and avoid the sea race as much as possible to reduce conflicts. They had never thought of taking the initiative to rob them. Both of them had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at Li Yunxiao. Only a monster like him could come up with such a shocking idea. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, the two of you. The war between the two races has been going on for several months. All the races with some strength in the coastal region have been summoned to participate in the war. It will be very safe for us to go there. And when these experts leave their encampment, it is impossible for them to bring a large amount of resources. You must know that the sea race is in dire need of Xian weapons, and similarly, storage Xian weapons are scarce." Baiming Kongtian pondered for a while and said, "I think this method is feasible. Although there is a certain risk, using battle to sustain battle is enough to solve the problem of not having enough primal stones." Baiming Lifeng did not have any other good ideas, so he said, "Since Elder Kongtian also agrees, then we will wait for the hull to slightly recover before we continue to harass that giant-faced monster until it is completely annihilated." Baiming Kongtian's eyes also flashed a trace of coldness, and said, "When that thing's strength is not enough, I will personally tear it apart." Li Yunxiao smiled, "Actually, if Elder Kongtian had made a move just now, there is a high possibility that it could break through the defense line." Baiming Kongtian looked at him and said coldly, "I am confident that I can kill it, but I am not confident that I can still restrain you after killing it." Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise, while Baiming Lifeng's body shook violently. His expression changed several times as he carefully pondered over the meaning of this sentence. The few damaged arrays were not serious, but the attacks on the enchantments exceeded their capacity, causing them to self-destruct, and were quickly repaired. Baiming Lifeng directly gave the order, and the battleship rose into the air, once again rushing towards the coast. This time, no one was as optimistic as before, thinking that they would be safe on the Rank 9 battleship. They all became more cautious and vigilant, just in case. The battleship soon reached the coast. The front was no longer the same as before, but all kinds of sea race powerhouses quickly broke out of the sea, blocking in front of them. Ruanxiang was also shocked and angry. He did not think that the other side would turn back in such a short time. He roared, "Human scum, haven't you been beaten enough? The rank 9 battleship did not reply, but responded with more than 10 powerful attacks. Other than the main attack array, all the attacks were launched, boom 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 towards the sea race. Bang! 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 Many of the sea race in the sky could not react in time, and were directly bombarded into pieces, immediately falling into chaos. Ruinxiang trembled with anger, his hands forming a seal. The wind on the sea surged, a huge whirlpool appeared, and the giant-faced beast slowly rose from it. Bai Ming Lifeng's pupils shrank, and he said coldly, "Concentrate on attacking that giant-faced beast." All the arrays on the battleship locked on below, and in an instant, dozens of attacks were launched, especially the huge light beam on the main attack array, shaking the mind. Boom boom boom. A series of attacks exploded on the giant-faced beast's face, creating ripples in the air. The giant-faced beast was infuriated, roaring loudly, blood oozing out of its face that was previously injured by the 5 elements enchantment. It roared and spat out black light, constantly bombarding the battleship. All the sea race people retreated 1,000 meters, watching from afar. This level of bombardment was not something they could interfere in, they would definitely be directly smashed to pieces. Ruinxiang was shocked and angry, and he hurriedly shouted, "Giant whale!" Not far away, the 2 giant blue whales began to surface, spraying large amounts of low-level marine life, pouring down. Humph! Bai Ming Lifeng snorted coldly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "Spatial jump." Now that he had decided to kill this sea beast at all costs, he did not care about the consumption of primordial stones. The battleship immediately escaped into the void. A large amount of low-level marine life directly fell into the sea, completely unable to see the battleship. And the giant-faced beast's attack and the rank 9 battleship's main attack could directly break through the void, colliding with each other on 2 different levels. After bombarding each other 7 or 8 times, the dozen defensive lights on the rank 9 battleship were reduced to 3 or 4, only then did Bai Ming Lifeng give the order to retreat, instantly disappearing from the land, leaving only a mess on the coast. That giant-faced beast quietly floated in the air, but it was clearly breathing. Each breath was very heavy, its body was also fluctuating with each breath. In addition to the face that had been injured by the previous explosion, there were also many wounds on its body, all left in the previous collision. Ruinxiang's face was extremely gloomy. With the giant-faced beast in this state, it would not be able to fully recover without 10 days to half a month, but only the heavens knew when Bai Ming Xian Palace's people would next come. "Retreat and rest, closely monitor that battleship." Ruinxiang roared. After giving the order, he flew into the sea. The giant-faced beast also slowly sank down, until it disappeared. But in less than half a day, an urgent order was sent to the sea. "That rank 9 battleship is coming again." Bang! The entire sea exploded with a huge splash. Ruinxiang brought a group of sea race powerhouses and rushed to the surface. All of them had ugly expressions as they stared at the Tier 9 warship in the distance. In a few breaths, it arrived in front of them. Damn it! They must have discovered that the giant-faced beast's recovery speed is extremely slow, so they purposely kept attacking. Ruinxiang's face was covered in frost. Luohu's spear was in his hand. Circles of power undulated on the spear, as if his mental state was extremely unstable. A sea race powerhouse revealed a look of horror. Looking at the approaching giant warship, he hurriedly said, "My lord, what should we do?" The surging power on Luohu's spear suddenly stopped. Ruinxiang's expression returned to normal as he said, "Very simple. Then this time, we'll just make sure that they don't return." That sea race powerhouse said in shock, "But the other side's warship can escape into the void. The power of our low-rank sea beasts can't reach it." Ruinxiang turned to look at him coldly and said in a cold voice, "Aren't there high-rank sea race powerhouses like you? Using your corpses to fill in the gaps, are you afraid that we can't destroy a mere warship?" All the high-rank sea race powerhouses had a drastic change in expression. All of them were drained of blood. Ruinxiang's gaze swept across everyone and said coldly, "What, are you all scared? All of you usually boast about how powerful you are. Could it be that in front of a human's warship, you're all cowards?" Everyone's faces flashed with shame. One of them stood out and placed his right hand on his left shoulder, saying resolutely, "We'll listen to Lord Ruinxiang's orders. We'll die 10,000 times. Die 10,000 times." The rest of the sea race warriors also shouted in unison. All of them had agitated expressions. Although ants were greedy for life, the sea race's competitive environment was much harsher than humans. Everyone was used to life and death and were long numb to it. The pursuit of dignity and power in their hearts was far above life and death. Ruinxiang's eyes burst out with extremely strong killing intent as he said in a cold voice, "Good. As expected of my son of the sea. Today, I'll teach these humans an unforgettable lesson together with everyone." "Yes. We'll listen to Lord Ruinxiang's orders." Everyone was very agitated. Hot blood was burning in their bodies. Surges of essence energy were uncontrollably released, rippling on the sea surface along with the wind. Why do the members of the sea race look like they've taken aphrodisiacs? Li Yunxiao stood on the deck and watched coldly. He seemed to sense that something was wrong, and his brows furrowed slightly. Baiming Kongtian narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Maybe he saw through our strategy, so he is so angry that he is about to explode." Haha. The two of them didn't stand apart from each other this time. Instead, they stood together with all the other warriors. However, the rest of the people spread out far away, not daring to get too close to these powerhouses. Yan Shushu smiled fawningly and said, "So what if you know? Baiming Xian Palace's warships and tactics are unparalleled in this world. Even if they find out, they can only take a beating and beg for mercy, haha." His flattery caused some of the surrounding experts to frown and reveal looks of disdain. Especially Ruan Shichuan. Before Baiming Xian Palace appeared, this guy was like a bum, slapping him wherever he went. But now, he was slapping others instead. He felt a burst of discomfort in his heart, wishing he could go up and slap him a few times. Li Yunxiao said leisurely, "Lord Shushu, you are a mid-level Emperor Wu, an existence that can run amok in this world. Don't you know what the word shay means?" Yan Shushu coldly said, "Li Yunxiao, don't be so sarcastic. If it weren't for the help of the masters of Baiming Xian Palace, you would have been torn to pieces by these sea race. Not only are you not grateful, but you are also going against the masters of Baiming Xian Palace. Do you have the face to teach me what shame means?" Li Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. Even he, who was always eloquent, didn't know what to say at this moment. Everyone's faces were also covered in cold sweat. The most despicable people were invincible. The ancient people did not bully others. Even the people of Baiming Xian Palace blushed. Baiming Kongtian awkwardly coughed a few times and said, "In front of the enemy, don't fight." Only then did everyone turn their attention to the sea in front of them. A giant whirlpool appeared in the sea, and the giant-faced beast flew up again. This time even the ordinary Emperor Wu powerhouses noticed that this beast was different from before. It indeed looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, and the flesh wounds on its face had not fully healed. Huohuhuo. As soon as the giant-faced beast came out of the sea, it began to sway, preparing to attack. Rings of energy spread out from its body. Baiming Lifeng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he shouted, "Space jump, attack." The Stage 9 warship immediately became illusory, and all the attack formations were activated. A large number of light beams shot towards the giant-faced beast. Pung! Pung! In the distance, the two big blue whales spewed out seawater, blooming flowers in the sky. A large number of various low-level sea beasts, mainly exploding starfish, rushed towards those attacks. They actually wanted to use the lives of these low-level sea beasts as shields, taking the attacks for the giant-faced beast. Boom! Wherever the dozens of light beams passed, a large number of starfish fragments exploded, scattering in the sky like dust. Pung! 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 The power of the light beam penetrated all the starfish, but it still hit the giant-faced beast solidly, causing it to move back in the air. Roar! The giant-faced beast's face revealed a sinister expression, and its tiny limbs swayed up and down, looking very manic. With a loud roar, it spat out a black light, which also hit the warship. Pung! The black light exploded on the warship's protective boundary, directly destroying several layers of boundary light. It was even more ferocious and powerful than the previous attack. Baiming Lifeng was pleasantly surprised. He could also see that the giant-faced beast was an arrow at the end of its flight. Although the attack was more ferocious, it meant that the giant-faced beast was already a dried-up oil lamp, and could not last much longer. Attack. Attack with all your strength. Run all the formations to the maximum, don't hesitate to use all the resources. Bai Ming Lifeng's face showed a ruthless expression, and his eyes burst out a bright light as he stared at the giant-faced beast. A kind of pleasure of impending victory spread in his heart, and he could not help but feel a little excited. Bai Ming Kong Tian also showed a comfortable smile, and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, can we break through this time?" Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, "Maybe, but it will not be easy." Bai Ming Kong Tian was surprised. "Oh? Why not easy? That giant-faced beast can see that it is about to die. Even if I don't take action, at most 7 or 8 more times, it will die." Li Yunxiao said, "Do you see the figures of those sea-race powerhouses?" Everyone's heart trembled. They were only focused on the battle with the giant-faced beast, and the sky was filled with the corpses of the exploding stars, so they suddenly neglected the sea-race warriors. After being reminded by Li Yunxiao, they immediately paid attention. There were only a few sea-race powerhouses in the sky along the entire coastline, and they were scattered far away, for fear that they would be affected. Wan Shichuan sneered, and said, "Although the sea-race warriors are not very intelligent, they are not fools. If they don't dive into the water, are they going to wait here to be blasted into pieces?" Liao Yangbing said, "With the nature of the sea race, even if they cannot win, they will not stay at the bottom of the sea and watch their people fight bitterly. They will most likely look on angrily from the side." Bai Ming Lifeng's heart moved, and he said, "You mean the other sea race people are strange?" Boom! A strong light bloomed in front of them, and after the giant-faced beast was attacked again, it was pushed back dozens of meters. Moreover, its breathing became heavier, and the black light that it spat out gradually weakened. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Knowing that the sea race is strange, but with victory in sight, should we persist or retreat?" What a difficult decision. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression was uncertain, and he asked, "What is the situation of the warship now?" A disciple hurried forward, and said, "The defense has been broken by 3/5, and the remaining source stones are enough for another 100 attacks." Everyone's heart trembled, shocked at the huge consumption of this warship. If all the source stones were only enough for 100 attacks, then once they went out to sea and faced all kinds of unknown dangers, it would be troublesome. Not to mention other things, if they encountered 1 or 2 of these monsters, they would really die. Bai Ming Lifeng's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth, and said, "Continue to attack. This time, break through the defense line, and enter the East Sea." "Yes." That disciple suddenly responded, and everyone's heart tightened, and their palms unconsciously became sweaty. The warship continued to push forward, and all kinds of attacks bombarded the giant-faced beast like raindrops. The giant-faced beast trembled violently, and it suddenly sucked in a breath of air. Its body swelled up, and it was about to spit out another mouthful of black light. At this moment, a beam of light landed on its mouth, and with a boom, it directly scattered the black light, and the giant-faced beast's mouth was blown away, revealing a pitch-black hole under the bridge of its nose. Good! Everyone on the warship cheered with joy. Now that the giant-faced beast's mouth was blown away, they wanted to see how it was going to spit out black light. Moreover, the giant-faced beast's body trembled violently in the air, and it let out muffled whimpering sounds that were distant and distant. Bai Ming Lifeng immediately ordered, "Prepare for the final attack, and the warship will advance at full speed. Once we defeat this sea beast, we will rush into the East Sea." Li Yunxiao frowned, and he said, "Young Master Lifeng, do you not want to play it safe? Such a giant beast will most likely use its full strength before it dies, so it is not too late to enter the sea after it is completely dead." Bai Ming Lifeng said coldly, "I have considered everything that young Master Yun said. Once this sea beast dies, I am afraid that the sea tribe's powerhouses will make their move. Staying here is a risk, and rushing forward is also a risk. It is just a matter of weighing the pros and cons." Li Yunxiao nodded and said no more. Ruanxiang definitely had his own plans, and he was also waiting for the giant-faced beast to exhaust its last bit of energy. Bai Ming Lifeng was right, it was just a matter of choosing between the pros and cons, and it depended on which risk he was willing to take. The battleship rumbled forward in the air. Rays of light were being produced on its body. It was like a big mouth with a jasper pearl in it, ready to spit it out at any time. The battleship shot towards the behemoth that was already at the end of its rope. In the distance, Ruinxiang's expression also changed slightly. He also saw through the Baiming family's intentions. They planned to break through the giant-faced beast's line of defense and enter the sea at full speed to escape their entanglement. A smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he sneered softly, "Are you looking down on deep-sea giant beasts? I am also looking forward to seeing if this giant-faced beast can give me a surprise. Attack with full force." Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the gigantic face beast, Baiming Lifeng's expression turned cold. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. The battleship suddenly jumped out of the void. Clang, clang, clang. The space shattered like a mirror, and the huge body of the battleship was like a shark rushing out of the sea. It revealed its front and began to attack. Beams of light shot down from the sky, and the entire battleship trembled in the air due to the attack being at its maximum power. The shattered sky directly collapsed into dust, and a large patch of darkness appeared. Boom! Everyone's attacks landed on the gigantic face beast's body, exploding one by one. The huge round face was instantly riddled with holes, and minced meat flew everywhere. Its body was also constantly retreating, and it didn't even have the strength to resist. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The main array's attack beam blasted out for the third time, and finally, there was a loud sound. The entire body of the gigantic face beast was pierced through, and the beam directly shot into its face. Well done! Prepare to charge. Baiming Lifeng was overjoyed, and he slapped the railing in excitement, and his left hand gripped the iron tightly. Everyone revealed excited expressions as they watched the gigantic beast being destroyed. A terrifying power spread around them, and it was shocking. Ao, ao. The gigantic face beast was already motionless, and it seemed like its life was gradually fading away. A low whimper came from its mouth, and it seemed like it came from the ancient times, and it echoed in this part of the world. The battleship was still emitting a loud roar, and it continued to push forward. However, everyone was in a kind of silence, and as they listened to the whimpers, they suddenly felt like they had returned to the distant ancient times. Not good. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, and he extended his left hand. The imperial bell turned into a golden light, and it flew out, suspended above the battleship, and suddenly rang. Dang! A crisp sound reverberated, and it directly hit the Soul Platform's sea of consciousness. Dang! Dang! Li Yunxiao rang the bell 3 times, and the sound spread out like a wave. Everyone on the battleship shuddered, and they immediately woke up from that ethereal state, and their expressions changed. Baiming Lifeng's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. I almost got hit. I didn't expect this thing to release a sound wave attack before it died." Li Yunxiao's expression was still very solemn as he said, "It's not releasing this on its own. This deep-sea giant beast's body and spiritual sense are constantly collapsing. It seems to be a natural state before its death, but," his voice stopped, and the light in his eyes wavered, as if he was thinking about something. Baiming Kongtian asked, "But what?" Just now, Li Yunxiao's ringing of the bell had woken everyone up, which made him have a better impression of Li Yunxiao. At the very least, he was not the kind of selfish person who did not care about the big picture and did not add insult to injury. Li Yunxiao focused his gaze and said, "It's just that this deep-sea giant beast's natural state before death seems to be a kind of atavism. It's not that it's returning to its ancestry, but that this world has passed away with it, and its soul has brought it back to the ancient wilderness." Everyone was dumbfounded as they listened. They found it hard to understand. Baiming Kongtian's pupils constricted, and he said suspiciously, "You mean time is going back?" "Huh, how is that possible? Time is also one of the rules of heaven and earth. Even the 10 directions divine realm, which controls all the rules of this world, cannot go back to the flow of time." Li Yunxiao said quietly, "It's not that time is going back. Everyone will understand soon." At this moment, the deep sea below the rank 9 warship did not seem to be affected by the battle above. It was quiet and cold. Several teams of sea race guards kept patrolling back and forth, guarding in front of a huge conch. These seafolk guards were not strong, and the roar that came from inside the conch frightened them. When a few weaker seafolk guards got close to the conch, they were killed on the spot by the sudden sound wave that came from the conch. The rest of the people were so scared that their faces changed drastically. They hurriedly retreated to 100 meters away and took turns to guard, not daring to get any closer. Ruinxiang. Damn Ruinxiang. How dare you torture me? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The roar coming from inside the conch was from Guangyi. His voice was filled with anger, unwillingness, humiliation, and hatred. All sorts of emotions mixed together, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a seahorse slowly swam over from afar, pushing the cold water away. All the guards were instantly alerted, and each of them held on to their spears, their eyes flashing with sharpness as they stared ahead. This seahorse was not an ordinary race. Its entire body was transparent, but its tail was a deep purplish green, and its head was bright red like a coxcomb. What seahorse is this? Isn't it too strange? The guards all frowned as they discussed among themselves. Tail stepping on purplish green, head with red clouds. I think I've heard of it before. Look, there's a carriage behind that seahorse. Everyone hurriedly looked over, and only then did they realize that there was a dark blue carriage behind the seahorse. It was being dragged along the seabed, and because it was the same color as the water, no one could tell what it was. Gulp. Suddenly, one of the guards swallowed his saliva, and his body trembled violently as he stuttered, I remember now. This seahorse is a ferocious beast, azure cloud treading, only the Eastern Sea's royal family can ride on it. Ah! Everyone else was shocked, and their bodies trembled, almost kneeling down. This was an innate pressure that came from the depths of their souls, and it was hard to resist. Walala! The azure cloud treading lightly pushed aside the seawater, and in an instant, it stopped in front of the guards. Everyone stared at the carriage in fear, and the carving of a dragon was clearly imprinted on the carriage. Ah! Everyone fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, they no longer had any doubts and knelt down with a plop. Their bodies trembled unceasingly. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of the giant conch with his hands behind his back. Prince Guangyi, are you inside? The guards were scared half to death. They didn't even see how this person came out of the carriage in a blink of an eye. What made them even more frightened was that this person seemed to be here to rescue Lord Guangyi. My lord, the person imprisoned inside is Lord Guangyi. A guard commander gritted his teeth, and his body trembled violently. Lord Ruinxiang, when he left, he ordered to Lord Guangyi. Ruinxiang? A roar came from inside the conch. When Guangyi heard this name, he immediately woke up from his slumber, and roared in anger, Ruinxiang. Kill him, I want to kill him. As he roared, the conch shook violently. However, the patterns on the conch kept flashing, suppressing the shaking force and preventing it from breaking free. The white-robed man frowned and asked, What has made your highness so angry? You are Mother Sword Attendant, Fei Ming. Guangyi heard the white-robed man's voice, and was overjoyed. Haha, you're finally here. You've been waiting for me to die, hurry up and save me. Haha, Ruinxiang, it's time for you to die. A wave of extreme resentment came from the conch, and the guards in the distance felt a chill enter their bodies. They all knelt on the ground, trembling, and didn't dare to make a sound. The white-robed man, Fei Ming, nodded lightly, and raised his right hand. A sword ray shot out, and as fast as lightning, it directly split the conch in half. Bang! The inside of the conch suddenly exploded, and a violent force directly blasted the conch into smithereens. Guangyi, drenched in blood, flew out from within. His pure white robe was already torn into strips, and traces of blood appeared on his body. Fei Ming's expression changed, and he shouted in anger, Prince Guang, that North Sea Ruinxiang dared to torture you. A murderous intent surfaced on Guangyi's face, and he said coldly, with Father Sea suppressing token, there's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Even if he wants to kill me, he might not even frown. His face was covered in a layer of frost, and he said coldly, Now, I'll make him pay with interest. Fei Ming, come with me to kill Ruinxiang. Fei Ming's expression changed, and he hesitated. Ruinxiang is the North Sea Prince, and he also has my King Sea suppressing token. He can't be killed. Guang Yi's face flashed with anger, and he barked, Fei Ming. Don't forget your identity. You're my mother's sword servant, and you must listen to my mother. Since my mother sent you to save me, she wants you to listen to me. Fei Ming said, Madam ordered me to save your highness, and bring you back safely. At the same time, she warned me not to act recklessly and cause trouble. Guang Yi was furious, and he roared, Shut up. When my mother is here, you will listen to her. When she's not here, you must listen to me. Now, come with me, and kill Ruinxiang. Fei Ming stood there quietly, and there were no ripples on his body, as if he was an emotionless person. He said indifferently, Apologies, Prince Guang. Fei Ming can't do it. Guang Yi's expression turned cold, and he knew that he couldn't order Fei Ming anymore. He said coldly, Fine, I'll go kill Ruinxiang now. If I die, I'll see how you will complete my mother's order, and bring me back to the palace. He turned around, and was about to fly above the sea. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread in the sea. This feeling made him feel as if he had experienced the passage of time, and the vicissitudes of time. This is, not only Guang Yi, but Fei Ming's expression also changed. He raised his head in shock, and looked towards the sea, as if he wanted to see through space, and find the source of this feeling. What's going on? My body. Guang Yi was shocked, and saw his smooth, jade-like skin start to become rough, and countless wrinkles appeared. The wrinkles stacked up, and the color of his skin started to turn dark brown. Fei Ming's cold face also started to change, and the bridge of his nose started to protrude, and his black eyes turned dark blue. He raised his hand, and saw that his fingers had become strangely jagged, giving off a fierce feeling. Not only that, even the guards kneeling on the ground started to change, and they started to degenerate into sea beasts. Guang Yi exclaimed, Fei Ming, what's going on? His face was filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised that the series of changes had left him at a loss, but he was happy that the power in his body was increasing. Fei Ming's expression was much calmer. He said, Time reversal, returning to the primordial era. What's happening in this sea region? Guang Yi was shocked. Time reversal? Then will the power I've obtained remain in my body forever? Fei Ming shook his head. Once you leave this sea region, or the time reversal returns to normal, it will cease to exist. F***CK. Then what's the use of this? Guang Yi cursed. At this moment, the surging power in his body was getting stronger and stronger. Not only the Yuan Qi in his Dantian, but even his physical body was getting stronger, developing towards the primordial primogenitor level. Fei Ming said, Prince Yi, please calm down. This is extremely beneficial to us. We can comprehend the primordial primogenitor's power and experience the feeling of being at the peak. It will be greatly beneficial to our future cultivation breakthroughs. Guang Yi's expression changed. If my power increases like this, then Ruinxiang outside will also be strengthened? Fei Ming said, as long as North Sea Ruinxiang is in this time region, that's the case. Guang Yi's face was filled with murderous intent. He clenched his reddish-brown claw in the water, creating a whirlpool that gradually spread out. He growled with unwillingness, if I don't kill Ruinxiang, I'm not a man. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he punched out. Boom! The whirlpool immediately fell to the bottom of the sea and exploded in front of Fei Ming. The guards kneeling on the ground were instantly blasted into pieces. Fei Ming was still standing in the middle of the explosion with his hands behind his back. However, the corner of his robe was lifted by the impact and fluttered on the seabed. He calmly said, if your highness insists, then Fei Ming can only forcefully bring your highness back. Guang Yi's expression changed. He shouted in disbelief, what did you say, slave? You want to attack me? A cold light flashed in Fei Ming's eyes. Although he wasn't a descendant of the true dragon and didn't have a superior bloodline, he was still the sword servant of the mistress of the East Sea. He was not to be underestimated by Emperor Wu. His strong martial heart made him angry. He said coldly, although I'm a sword servant, mistress has always loved me and never yelled at me. This is also why I've stayed in the East Sea Palace. Mistress has always been kind to me, so I'll let you off this time even if you humiliated me. This time. Guang Yi's face turned pale. He could clearly feel the killing intent from Fei Ming's cold gaze. Even though his strength had greatly increased, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If he continued to curse Fei Ming, he might really die here. In the Four Seas, other than the Four Seas royal families, which were considered S-class existences, there were also some mysterious and powerful races that rarely appeared in front of the sea race. Most of them lived in seclusion in the deep sea and did not listen to the orders of the royal families. Fei Ming's family was such a terrifying existence. Fei Ming had an extremely tragic life. He was abandoned and hunted down by his family. It was only when Guang Yi's mother appeared that he was saved. He stayed by her side as one of the 4 bodyguards. Fei Ming's emotions fluctuated for a moment before he regained his composure and said, "Prince Yi, don't be naughty. Come with me." Guang Yi was seething with anger. His opponent spoke as if he was talking to a child. He was so angry that he was about to explode. However, in the face of such terrifying power, even if he was a member of the royal family, he did not dare to act rashly. He immediately transformed into a true dragon and kicked out with a dragon tail, causing the entire seabed to surge. Guang Yi then turned into a ray of light and flew towards the surface of the sea. Fei Ming's expression remained the same. He did not place the surging waves in his eyes at all. However, a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes as he stared in the direction that Guang Yi had fled in. The power of time reversal had come from above the sea. What exactly happened to produce such a strange effect? Fei Ming's lips curled into a smile. Taking advantage of Guang Yi's disobedience to take a look, it could not be considered as going against the matriarch's wishes. His figure flickered and disappeared into the seabed. Ta Qingyun raised his head and let out a cry. The purple and azure colors on his tail became brighter as he dragged the long war chariot towards the surface of the sea. At this moment, the lifeless gigantic-faced beast was floating in the sky. Its face was filled with holes and had long been destroyed beyond recognition. Rumble. All of a sudden, the battleship shuddered, and a black hole on the gigantic-faced beast seemed to emit a surge of energy, extending towards the heavens and earth, tearing the space apart. Even the huge Type 9 battleship was pulled up, heading towards the darkness. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression changed as he shouted, "Stop! Stabilize the warship!" A few breaths later, the warship stopped in the sky and a disciple hurriedly came forward to report, "Lord Lai Feng, the suction force of the black hole is getting stronger. Should we turn around?" Bai Ming Lifeng's face was gloomy as he looked at the gigantic-faced beast's corpse that was gradually splitting apart. The large and small black holes on its face had all connected together and continued to extend, tearing the gigantic-faced beast's body apart. A huge black hole appeared in front of the warship, blocking their way. If they retreated, they could only take a large detour or wait for the black hole to dissipate on its own. Bai Ming Kongtian stared at the black hole for a while and sighed, "Let's turn around." This black hole was formed by the collapse of the gigantic-faced beast's internal energy after its death. It's like a star in the sky. I really don't know what's going on with this sea beast. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a large number of attacks came from behind and landed on the defensive barrier, causing rays of light to blossom in the sky. A sharp light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he smiled and said, "Ruinxiang has been hiding for so long. Has he finally appeared? That ancestral time reversal brought by the gigantic-faced beast before its death, how much power can it give him? I'm really curious." Bai Ming Kongtian's body trembled as he said in shock, "Ancestral time reversal you speak of, could it be?" All of a sudden, a powerful force condensed in the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. It was as if an ancient true dragon had reappeared in the mortal world and roared as it slammed into the warship. Boom! The entire warship trembled violently as the defensive barrier exploded in several layers of light. Following that, a large number of Sea Tribes experts appeared one by one and attacked together, shattering the layers of light. Everyone was shocked as they looked out of the warship in disbelief. The Sea Tribes experts that appeared in the sky were all abnormally fierce. Even their bodies seemed to have grown bigger as if they had entered a berserk state. Bang! Bang! The defensive barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Bai Ming Lifeng was shocked as he shouted, "Hold on! You must hold on!" Boom! A hole was blasted open in the light and a large number of Sea Tribes experts rushed in. In an instant, they pounced on everyone, and a fierce and ruthless aura spread out from every sea tribe's expert. Not only was there a savage and ruthless aura from the ancestral time reversal, but there was also the endless humiliation and hatred from the gigantic faced beast's death. Every sea tribe's expert's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they wished they could perish together with their enemies. Baiming Lifeng was stunned for a moment before he roared in anger, "Kill! No one is to retreat, kill all these sea tribe's experts." With a sword in hand, he took the lead and charged forward. Bang! The sword light swept down and directly chopped off the fist of a bulky sea tribe's expert with a long horn on his head. That member of the sea race roared in pain and lowered his head. He used the horn on his head to recklessly charge forward, using his huge body as a weapon and recklessly ramming forward. Bang! The horn collided with Baiming Lifeng's sword, causing his aura to weaken, and he actually took a step back. Baiming Lifeng was astonished. This sea tribe's warrior in front of him only had the strength of a peak-level martial venerable. How could he have the strength to resist him? Just as he was astonished, that sea tribe's expert lifted his head slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his hideous face. Ah! Not good. Baiming Lifeng was shocked. He suddenly shook his sword, and a sea of swords spread out from his hand. Rumble! The powerful sea tribe's warrior in front of him actually crushed his long sword and his dantian, causing it to self-destruct. The powerful explosive force collided with Baiming Lifeng's sword. Although it didn't injure his body, it forced him to retreat continuously. Only then did he manage to dissipate the impact. These sea tribe's experts have been strengthened. Everyone, be careful. Ilechi also realized that something was wrong. Compared to Emperor Wu, who was 2 stars weaker than him, the sea tribe's expert couldn't retaliate and could only hold on bitterly. Baiming Kongtian said in astonishment, "The time reversal that young Master Yunxiao mentioned is actually the return of a large number of sea tribe's bloodline? How could such a thing happen?" Li Yunxiao's gaze focused, and he looked at the faintly discernible figure in the sky. He explained, "Although it is strange, it isn't impossible. There are many places in the Sky Martial continent that have signs of time being out of sync. I seem to understand what's going on with those huge deep-sea beasts." Baiming Kongtian quickly asked, "What's going on?" Those huge deep-sea beasts were too terrifying. Their prowess was comparable to a level 9 warship. If there were a few more of them, the entire East Sea would be able to sweep across the East region. Although he wasn't concerned about this matter, he was more concerned about the powerful forces involved. Li Yunxiao said, "This matter is still a guess. There isn't any evidence, so it's inconvenient to say." Baiming Kongtian was unhappy, but since the other party wasn't willing to say, he had no choice but to say, "No matter what's going on with those monsters, no one can stop the footsteps of my Baiming Xian palace." His gaze turned cold, and he also raised his head to look at the sky. Ruinxiang didn't intentionally conceal his aura. The few experts all sensed the powerful enemy above the warship at the same time. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "With Elder Kongtian taking action, that Ruinxiang will definitely die. I can rest assured." Baiming Kongtian coldly said, "I'll take care of that person. We'll have to rely on young Master Yunxiao to put in more effort on this battleship. Don't ever think of running away, or else we won't be able to get along so happily." Bang! As soon as Baiming Kongtian finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet directly exploded. The incomparably sturdy battleship deck caved in as he borrowed the momentum of the impact to shoot towards Ruinxiang. "Little brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, you think you can contend against my Baiming profound palace with just a monster? What a joke. Today, this old man will give you an unforgettable lesson." Baiming Kongtian drew circles with his palms in the air, and streams of mysterious ice chi soared from his arms. 2 seals appeared in front of him, then he clapped his palms together and slapped forward with a loud roar. A mountain-shattering force shot out, as if it wasn't a palm strike, but an iceberg. Ruinxiang didn't seem to be in the right state, his head lowered as if he was thinking about something. It wasn't until the cold chi pressed down on him that he slowly raised his head, his eyes bursting with anger and killing intent. Luoho's first strike. A light flashed, and Luoho's spear emerged from his body. He gripped it tightly in his hand and thrust it downwards. The spear light converged into a single line, piercing through the surface. Boom! the iceberg-like palm strike was struck at its weakest point, instantly collapsing in the air. Ruinxiang's spear shot out, and the aura around his body exploded, causing the space to tremble slightly. Baiming Kongtian and Li Yunxiao's expressions froze, their hearts filled with shock. That Ruinxiang's every move at this moment was actually faintly exuding the might of a true dragon, causing their souls to tremble. Ruinxiang's entire body turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky. Luoho's spear transformed into a white spine that spiraled around his body, embedding itself into his body. His flesh that was crushed by the spine began to bleed, drop by drop, turning into bright red blood stones that fell into the sea. True dragon blood? The Genryu in Li Yunxiao's body suddenly screamed, almost roaring, "This is the blood of a true dragon. My God, what's going on?" Li Yunxiao's expression was also solemn, and his face was filled with disbelief. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the blood stones that were falling from the distance were all sucked into his hand. He spread them open to take a look. They were bright red like jade, and they shone resplendently under the sunlight. There was a vague image of a dragon within them. Not only that, Li Yunxiao's palm became covered in a golden light. It was the indestructible golden body automatically protecting his body. The dragon blood carried an extremely high temperature, burning his skin, stimulating the indestructible golden body to automatically resist. Is it really dragon blood? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had seen the dragon blood stone before. It was equivalent to a true dragon's secret treasure, and its value was immeasurable. Gulp, the sound of Genryu swallowing could be heard from within his soul. He was almost roaring, "Collect, hurry up and collect. These are all priceless treasures, the blood of a true dragon." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly clenched his fist. Bang, the bright red blood stone that was like a beautiful jade turned into dust in his hand, and his hand was covered with red powder. A dense dragon aura enshrouded from it. "You," the demonic dragon said solemnly, "I know you still have some doubts, but this is real dragon blood. It must be the return of time, and Ruinxiang's bloodline power is extremely strong. That's why he was able to transform into a dragon for a short period of time. Hurry up and collect the dragon blood, this opportunity will not come again." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Don't worry, this is not the blood of a true dragon. Even if time regression, it is impossible for a true dragon to appear in the sky. The real true dragon blood stone is extremely hard and abnormally hot. My semi-finished indestructible golden body can't resist the corrosion of that kind of dragon blood, and it is impossible for it to be crushed into powder by me. But the concentration of his bloodline is indeed very high, and it is infinitely close to the son of the dragon." At the end of his words, Li Yunxiao's expression became somewhat solemn. Even if he was the son of the dragon, he was still a true spirit existence. He raised his head and looked at Ruinxiang, who was constantly increasing his strength in the sky, and his heart became heavier. This peerless genius of the Sea clan was very likely to be the first true spirit in tens of thousands of years to step into the divine state of 10 directions. A surge of hot blood burned in Li Yunxiao's body, and he had an urge to fight. Genryu sensed his state of mind, and said, "The world and the future may be fought between the two of you." The surging hot blood in Li Yunxiao's body slowly subsided, and a smile appeared on his lips, and he said, "I hope so. Otherwise, it will be very lonely for me to break through to the divine state alone." The battle intent in his eyes flashed, and he said softly, "I'm looking forward to fighting again, but it is a pity that it is not now." "Li Yunxiao, what are you doing?" Baiming Lifeng, who was not far away, said angrily, "Everyone is fighting with their lives, and you are just watching by yourself. Do you have any shame?" Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and turned around to join the battle. With his current strength, these minions could not resist at all. Even those with powerful bloodline atavism could only make a few moves against him. He walked leisurely in the battle circle, and with each step, he attacked, and he killed one person with each move. His leisurely expression made Baiming Lifeng hate, jealousy, and fear. A surge of anger directly poured into the sword in his hand, and he killed even more fiercely. Li Yunxiao seemed to be attacking casually, but he chose to kill the enemies. One was to protect his friends, and the other was to protect the safety of the battleship. He would kill those who were threatened. The entire battleship seemed to be in a mess, but in fact, everything was under his control. In the sky, Ruinxiang directly pressed the dragon's spine into his body, enduring great pain. His eyes were filled with anger, and his entire upper body was dyed red with dragon blood. Boom! As the last dragon's secret treasure was integrated into his body, his aura rose to another level. Just the strength of his aura alone was enough to smash Baiming Kong Tian like a steel plate across the sky, smashing it into pieces in front of Baiming Kong Tian. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ruinxiang's loud laughter came from the sky. At this moment, his appearance was completely different from before, and his face had completely turned into a dragon. This power, these 5 dragons' secret treasures, in this strange state of returning to the wilderness, have all been perfectly integrated by me, ha ha ha. When he fused 4 dragons' secret treasures in the sky above the Red Moon City, his body was already badly damaged by the backlash. 4 was almost his limit. From that time, he knew that it was impossible to fuse 9 secret treasures to become a real dragon. Only by constantly cultivating, strengthening his bloodline and physical strength could he fuse as many secret treasures as possible. Therefore, when he obtained the 5th secret treasure from the East Sea Dragon Palace, he was not as excited as before. He did not dare to use it at all, otherwise, his body would explode and he would die. Unexpectedly, in this time of returning to the ancestral land, he perfectly fused 5 secret treasures, and his strength reached an unprecedented peak. Baiming Kong Tian was also shocked, but his expression was still cold, and he said in a cold voice, "No matter how many artificial limbs you connect to your body, you still can't change the fact that you will be beaten." His body flashed in the air, and directly appeared dozens of meters away from Ruinxiang, his arms crossed in front of him confidently. Just a wave of his aura directly broke the dragon's breath around Ruinxiang, and with a boom, Ruinxiang was forced to retreat dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. Ruinxiang's face changed greatly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Emperor Jiuxing?" A trace of ridicule appeared on Baiming Kong Tian's face, and he said contemptuously, "You think too highly of yourself, don't you? To deal with trash like you, why would I need Emperor Jiuxing?" He raised his leg and kicked in the air, and a mysterious force of ice blasted towards the target, like the setting sun on a long river, and a beautiful ice river streaked across the sky. Ruinxiang was already on guard, and when he heard that his opponent did not have the power of Emperor Jiuxing, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight at all, and he would directly turn around and leave. "The one who thinks too highly of himself is you." Ruinxiang's face turned cold, and he opened his mouth to roar, and the dragon's power shook the sky. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and his physical body directly hit the ice river. Bang! 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 The entire river was shattered, and the sky was filled with ice crystals exploding. It was extremely dazzling. "Have a taste of my true dragon physique." After the punch, Ruinxiang roared, and his entire body flew into the air, like a dragon soaring in the sky, and he flew down. Baiming Lifeng's face changed. The huge power of the dragon's power not only caused heavy pressure on his body, but also directly attacked his soul, making him feel irritated and annoyed. "I have always hated bugs." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent immediately rose. He put down his hands that were crossed in front of him, and his entire body stood in the sky like an unfalling iceberg. The aura on his body suddenly converged, and there was no sign of it being released. Suddenly, Ruinxiang's expression changed. Although Baiming Kong Tian did nothing, and just stood there, he felt an inexplicable fear. That kind of aura directly broke through his dragon's power, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. "Oh no! Even if this person is not Emperor Jiuxing, I am afraid he is not far from it." Ruinxiang was shocked, and the true dragon physique turned in the air, changing from attack to defense, and after a pause, he quickly retreated. "Humph, now you know to escape, too late." Baiming Kong Tian sneered, and took a step forward in the air. He raised his hand, and the sky suddenly darkened, and a nebula vortex appeared, covering the sky and earth. Everyone on the Rank 9 warship also felt the change in the sky, and when they suddenly looked up, their hearts were beating wildly. They had seen this move from Baiming Zhe not long ago, and it was the extremely powerful 3 styles of outer heaven. Baiming Lifeng was also shocked. He thought that Baiming Kong Tian would be able to deal with it in a matter of minutes, but he did not expect to see 3 styles of outer heaven. He and Li Yunxiao both had doubts in their hearts. Could it be that Ruinxiang was already so powerful that he needed an 8-star peak Emperor Wu powerhouse to perform this kind of heaven-defying magic? As soon as the nebula vortex appeared, Ruinxiang's whole body shook, and his whole body was directly shocked by the power of heaven and earth, unable to move. At this moment, in addition to the nebula phenomenon in the sky, there was also the huge black hole left by the giant-faced beast not far behind him. Even the black hole's devouring power became insignificant under this nebula vortex. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of move is this? Ruinxiang roared incessantly, and his dragon's might burst forth. He could only tear open a small part of the space, so that his body would not be completely shackled. However, under the power of the nebula, it was impossible for him to escape. Damn it! I can't accept this. Ruinxiang roared and crossed his fingers in front of him. His entire body transformed into a dragon, rampaging through the nebula in the sky, becoming more and more frenzied. Baiming Kongtian's eyes were cold. He was greatly shocked in his heart. That true dragon's might permeated the world and could actually penetrate the power of the nebula, causing his mind to tremble. At this moment, the sea below suddenly surged, the waves swept up, and the torrent poured into the sky, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, constantly attacking the world controlled by the nebula under Baiming Kongtian's palm. Baiming Kongtian's expression was extremely ugly. If Ruinxiang broke free, it would really be a joke. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Go die." With a flip of his palm, the nebula exploded in the sky, suppressing the constantly tossing dragon body. That violent dragon's breath continued to weaken. A vast and mighty force was born from the explosion, destroying all resistance. It was like a sigh in the endless space and time. My life has a limit, and the Tao is also boundless. With a limit, follow the boundless. Everyone in the world unconsciously stopped fighting and looked up blankly. That sigh passed through the entire space, sweeping through the world and resounding in everyone's heart. All the martial artists' hearts trembled. They seemed to feel the desire and sigh of the peerless genius who created this move in front of the boundless great Tao. Li Yunxiao also had a look of respect on his face. He looked at the sky, his eyes crossing over space-time, watching the genius ancestor of Baiming Xian Palace walk further and further on the road of martial arts, finally disappearing at the end. And? Suddenly, Baiming Kongtian and Li Yunxiao's expressions changed slightly as they stared in one direction. Second move, split the heavens. Suddenly, a soft voice rang in everyone's ears. An unparalleled sword intent soared through the air, tore through the boundless sky, and slashed towards the Permetha Nebula. At this moment, the sky was completely torn apart, and the entire sea was cut into two by the sword energy. It was like an abyss. The sword chi soared into the sky, straight into the clouds, and cut into the flow of the Milky Way. The power of the nebula was split open by this sword strike. Like an ancient star that was about to die, it collapsed into the center. A shocking dragon might roared, shaking heaven and earth and causing the wind and clouds to move. Ruinxiang transformed into a dragon and rushed out of that certain death situation. Berserk power continuously surged out from his body, and his entire body became bright red. It was a large amount of dragon blood that had congealed outside his body. As soon as he escaped from his predicament, he immediately dashed in the direction of the sword chi. Even though he didn't know who it was, since that person had saved him, he would definitely save him to the end. Fei Ming, you deserve to die. In the distance, Guangyi suddenly roared. He was so angry that his body trembled. He pointed at Fei Ming and roared, "Not only did you not help me kill him, you even saved him. Damned slave, I will kill you." Guangyi finally fainted from anger. He roared and punched Fei Ming's body with both fists. Wave after wave of fist power landed on Fei Ming's protective Zhenyuan, creating ripples. However, Guangyi was unable to break through. Fei Ming's eyes were burning with battle intent. His hand holding the longsword trembled from excitement. He licked his lips and said leisurely, "So this is a powerhouse of the human race?" Boom! The sky shook, and Ruinxiang's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He had already returned to his human form, but he was covered in blood and was unrecognizable. He glanced at Guangyi, then coldly stared at Fei Ming and said, "Eastern Sea Powerhouse?" Fei Ming bowed slightly and said, "Fei Ming, Mistress of Eastern Sea Sword Attendant, greet your Highness Xiang." Ruinxiang's pupils constricted. Fei Ming? I seem to have heard of your name before. Save me. He bluntly asked for help, but his tone sounded like an order. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was heavily injured, and he was trembling violently. Guang Yi's face turned cold and revealed a vicious expression. He threw a punch over and roared, "Save you? Today is the day you die." The fist whistled, and it was also filled with the power of the dragon's might. It was merciless, and the space around it was compressed. Pa! Run Xiang raised his right hand, and with a light grab, he held the fist in his hand, dispersing the dragon's might. What? Guang Yi's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock. His opponent was already a remnant of his body, and yet he could so easily take his punch. Ruinxiang didn't even look at him. A surge of energy exploded in his palm, and Guang Yi was sent flying. His body trembled violently, and he kept coughing out blood. The blood turned into dragon blood rocks in the air and fell into the sea. Countless sea creatures in the sea fought to eat the falling dragon blood. All of a sudden, all kinds of fish and dragons mixed together, attracting a large number of sea beasts. He flipped his right hand, and a golden token appeared. He said coldly, "This is the sea-suppressing token given to me by the king of the Eastern Sea. With this token, I can mobilize all the forces of the Sea Clan. I wonder if I can mobilize you." There was a 9-clawed golden dragon coiled on the golden token, symbolizing supreme authority. Fei Ming's eyes narrowed, and he moved his gaze away from the sea-suppressing token. He spat out a word, "Yes." Ruinxiang smiled, and his heart relaxed. His nervousness suddenly dissipated, and he said, "I'll now order you to kill everyone on this warship." Fei Ming licked his lips, and his eyes burned with excitement. He smiled, "I'll be happy to help." He looked forward, and his gaze fell directly on Baiming Kongtian. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Ruinxiang snorted, and said, under this calm expression, "You're also a battle maniac." Fei Ming laughed, and said, "The reason why I'm calm is because I rarely meet an opponent that can make me go crazy." He raised the sword Qi in his hand and slashed in the air. His entire body turned into a ray of light, and he charged at Baiming Kongtian. In the distance, Guang Yi stood there absent-mindedly. His expression was extremely ugly, and a sense of extreme helplessness spread in his heart. Previously, he could still measure the gap between him and Ruinxiang, but now, he couldn't even guess how far the gap was between the two of them. Bang! Baiming Kongtian faced the sword Qi with a punch, and his Yuanli was shattered into countless cold air. The surroundings were cold and gloomy. Fei Ming's face was full of excitement. At this moment, he had also returned to his ancestors, and he felt an unprecedented power. He was ecstatic, and he continuously slashed with his sword. He didn't have any style, and he just blindly vented the excitement in his heart. Baiming Kongtian frowned, and he retreated under the opponent's crazy sword momentum. Pinnacle 8-star strength? Fei Ming grinned, and said, "Isn't that so? This feeling is really good." I, who was only at the initial 8-star, suddenly possess the pinnacle strength in this strange time zone. This world is really wonderful. Another few slashes, and the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Baiming Kongtian kept dodging, and he was already close to the warship. If he continued to retreat, he would definitely attract danger to the warship. He frowned and shouted, "Both of us are at the pinnacle 8-star strength, and it's hard to determine the winner in a short period of time. Why don't we both stop here and take a step back?" He really wasn't in the mood to fight with this lunatic of the sea race in front of him. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Fei Ming was just enjoying the battle without any purpose. The result of fighting would only satisfy the opponent's desire to kill, and there wouldn't be any benefits. "Haha, human, are you afraid?" The more Fei Ming slashed, the more excited he became. As the bloodline in his body returned, the ruthlessness and savagery buried deep in his blood was released. "Afraid your sister?" Baiming Kongtian was furious, encountering such a warmongering lunatic. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to, and he felt a headache coming on. And from the previous slash, the two of them were almost equal in strength, and if they fought, the outcome wouldn't be determined in a short period of time. Fei Ming sneered, and said, "Both of us are 8-star Emperor Wu, if you only know how to run, then I can't help but look down on you." He glanced at the huge warship and praised, "The human's innate skill is indeed something my sea race can't hope to catch up to. If you don't fight with me, I will completely split this warship in half." He raised his sword, and a sword momentum soared into the sky, and the entire sky suddenly split with him as the center. Baiming Kongtian was shocked. If he let him do as he pleased, the rank 9 warship would really be finished. He roared in rage, and said, "Damn trash. This old man will cripple you today, you lunatic." He raised his hand, and an extremely powerful light flew out from his palm, and slashed at Fei Ming. Within the light was a huge saber, and it tore through the sky. Fei Ming's eyes revealed joy, and he laughed, "Haha, finally getting serious? Bring out the power you used to kill His Highness Xiang, I'm looking forward to it." The sword momentum that had been brewing for a long time slashed down from the sky, and landed on the saber. Light blossomed in all directions, and the sky shattered. The seawater also scattered in all directions, and a deep pit was revealed, reaching all the way to the bottom of the sea. Everyone on the rank 9 warship was shocked. This was a battle between peerless powerhouses, and just the aftershock alone was so terrifying that it could rush into the void, and even spatial jumps couldn't avoid it. The people on the warship were evenly matched, and both sides suffered heavy casualties. However, on the human side, Emperor Wu had more powerhouses, and the scales of victory were constantly tilting in his favor. Li Yunxiao looked at the shocking battle between the two outside the warship, and he didn't have much expression. Instead, there was a trace of worry on his face, and he stared at the black hole that was constantly expanding after the giant-faced beast died. As the black hole expanded, the laws of time were also constantly adjusting, and this also caused the sea race's ancestral atavism to gradually disappear. "That black hole is actually still expanding, and not shrinking," Li Yunxiao said in shock. "Could it be that the giant-faced beast's power hasn't been fully released after its death?" Suddenly, a Baiming Xian Palace disciple cried out, "Lord Lai Feng, it's not good. The warship has been trapped by the black hole again, and can't break free." The situation on the warship was reversed, and Baiming Lifeng was getting excited, and he shouted angrily, "What do you mean by can't break free? Increase the warship's power to the maximum, and charge out of the black hole's range." The disciple said hurriedly, "The acceleration formation has been mostly destroyed. Now, it's less than 1/3 of its original speed, and it's still weakening." Baiming Lifeng was shocked. He smashed a Sea Clan member, who had pounced on him, into pieces. Then, he rushed up to the disciple and scolded him, "What do you mean? We can't escape from the black hole?" Cold sweat appeared on the disciple's forehead. He said embarrassedly, "Exactly." Baiming Lifeng's aura exploded, and the disciple was forced back several meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down. He almost roared, "D***it. Should I have died earlier? Why are you telling me this now?" The warship was moving toward the black hole in the sky, and its speed was increasing gradually. It was almost impossible to stop it. What should I do? Baiming Lai was already in the limelight, and he immediately panicked. Baiming Kongtian was still fighting with Fei Ming in the distance, and the two's figures were already out of sight, so there was no way he could pay attention to this place. In his panic, he looked at Li Yunxiao, who was calmly standing not far away. He didn't care about his reputation, so he asked hurriedly, "Young Master Yun, what should we do now?" Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said with a calm smile, "It's just being sucked into the black hole. You are standing on the 9th grade warship, the Evil Flame." Baiming Lifeng paused for a moment. Then, he understood what Li Yunxiao meant, and he calmed down. 9th grade warships could jump through space. Even if they were in a black hole, as long as they could find the coordinates of the realm of heaven martial arts, they could rush out at any time. But that was only the best-case scenario. The black hole was filled with a large amount of violent energy. If they weren't careful, they could destroy the warship and the people on board. What? In the distance, Ruanxiang, who was adjusting his breath and recovering his body, suddenly realized something was wrong. The black hole formed by the huge face beast was expanding faster and faster, and it soon covered the whole area. The atavism vision on his body was also fading away. Bang! Fei Ming was sent flying by Baiming Kongtian's saber. He looked at the changes in his body in shock. His cold face gradually returned, and the violence and fighting intent in his blood also gradually calmed down. He held his sword and looked at Fei Ming. Killing intent and rage intertwined in Baiming Kongtian's eyes. At this moment, Fei Ming had regained the power of an early stage 8 star, so it would be much easier to kill him. However, the huge black hole had expanded to cover the sky, and the entire world was pitch black. He flew towards the battleship worriedly. Bang! 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 A series of pitiful screams and the sound of bodies exploding came from the battleship. After Baiming Kongtian entered, he killed all the remaining seafolk in just a few breaths of time. His body emitted a thick killing intent as he stared at the black hole, at the unknown world inside. Xiao. With a flash, Ruinxiang arrived beside Fei Ming and asked, "What's the result of fighting that human with your full strength in your current state?" Fei Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Less than 30%, but it will be difficult for him to kill me." Ruinxiang's eyes turned cold as he said, "Good. You will leave with me." Fei Ming was stunned for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness Xiang. My mission this time." Ruinxiang directly threw the sea-suppressing token at his head and said coldly, "Is the order of your master more important, or the order of the East Sea Lord?" Fei Ming raised his hand and caught the sea-suppressing token with a hesitant expression. Ruinxiang snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget that even if your master is standing in front of me, he must obey the sea-suppressing token's orders, let alone you standing in front of me." Fei Ming's body shook, and he threw the sea-suppressing token back. He said, "Okay, I will go with Your Highness Xiang." Ruinxiang was overjoyed and said, "I admire you very much. You are different from those useless royal families in East Sea. After this, you will follow me back to North Sea. I will give you a wider sky." Fei Ming's expression changed, and he said seriously, "Mistress has treated me with great kindness. Your Highness Xiang should not say such words." Ruinxiang nodded and the two of them turned into a ray of light and chased after the battleship. In the distance, Guangyi stared at the two of them. He was so angry that his body was trembling, and his heart was filled with boundless hatred. The useless royal family that Ruinxiang was talking about was definitely him. Damn it, damn it. Damn Ruinxiang, damn slave. Don't let the two of you be killed by humans. I will personally tear you to pieces. Ruinxiang and Fei Ming turned into two rays of light and charged into the rank 9 battleship. They then entered the endless black hole and disappeared in front of Guangyi. The black hole grew larger and larger, as if it was endless. After swallowing everything around it, even the seawater was sucked in and poured into it. Many strange marine creatures appeared in the sea below the black hole, and they began to escape into the depths of the sea. Many of these creatures had eaten Ruinxiang's dragon blood, and their bodies began to mutate, becoming abnormally ferocious. Guangyi looked at the black hole quietly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Only when the power of the black hole affected him did he flee in horror. A huge waterfall appeared in the sea, continuously pouring into the black hole. This continued for 3 days and 3 nights before the black hole expanded to its limit. Then, it slowly collapsed and became smaller. After another 3 days and 3 nights, it completely disappeared. In these 6 days, many experts were sent from Radiant City to investigate, and they were all shocked by the size of the black hole. All sorts of information was sent back to Crimson Moon City. The entire coastal region had lost all traces of the sea race, and the stronghold of Baichong City was completely abandoned by the two clans. The battlefront extended to both sides, especially the place where Guangqing was, where all the coastal experts were gathered. The focus of the two clans was also gathered at Sky Towering City. As Guangqing's side summoned 5 deep-sea giant beasts, the battle suddenly escalated to an unprecedented level. The entire Sky Towering City became a meat grinder, and a large number of experts were transported over, but they were all turned into cannon fodder. That was the situation 6 days later, and did not affect Li Yunxiao at all. At this moment, they were on the rank 9 battleship, and were sucked into the black hole. The moment they stepped in, 2 rays of light descended from the sky, and their unfriendly gazes swept across. All the surviving human experts were shocked, and became vigilant. Baiming Kongtian was enraged, and he gritted his teeth, "Damn it. You really think we're sick cats?" Ruinxiang stared at him coldly. If it wasn't for Fei Ming's miraculous appearance, he would have already died in the hands of this person. "Humph, whether I'm a sick cat or not, time will tell. If we fight now, we're not afraid." Once this battleship is destroyed, how many people can escape from this black hole? Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, the battleship had already been sucked into the black hole, and outside was an endless starry sky. All sorts of violent energy flows filled the place, and even Baiming Kongtian was not confident that he could escape from here. The few defensive formations on the battleship were activated one by one, and a total of 7 layers of light enveloped the entire battleship, and it slowly floated in the pitch-black space, moving forward. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, "Brother Ruanxiang, do you mean that you want to negotiate with us?" Ruanxiang's expression changed, and he stared at Li Yunxiao, and his eyes immediately spat out a fierce light. The main reason he chased after them was to kill Li Yunxiao. Ruanxiang said coldly, "It's not wrong to say that we're negotiating." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Oh? Then we're all ears." Ruanxiang said coldly, "Since you're from Bimingxian Palace, and didn't enter the East Sea battlefront, then there's no fundamental hostility between us. Moreover, I'm also from North Sea, and the East Sea has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if I let you in." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Fei Ming, who was beside him, frowned, feeling that it was very inappropriate. However, the other party had the sea-suppressing token, so he couldn't say anything. Baiming Lifeng was speechless, and said angrily, "After fighting for so long, both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and now you're telling us that you can turn enemies into friends?" Ruanxiang snorted, and said, "It's not turning enemies into friends, but there's no fundamental conflict of interest, so there's a basis for negotiation. As long as you can meet my conditions, it's not impossible to turn enemies into friends." Baiming Kongtian snorted angrily, "What big words. Do you think we have to beg you? Let's talk about your conditions." Ruanxiang said word by word, "Simple." He raised his hand, and pointed directly at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Kill Li Yunxiao, and I, North Sea Ruanxiang, will become friends with your Bimingxian Palace." What? This time everyone was stunned, they didn't expect it to be such a condition. Baiming Lifeng's anger immediately dissipated, and he fell into deep thought. His eyes constantly flickered with a cold light. When it came to killing Li Yunxiao, he wanted it more than anyone else, and said suspiciously, "Oh? It's that simple?" Ruanxiang said, "It's that simple." Baiming Lifeng turned to look at Baiming Kongtian, and asked for his opinion. Baiming Kongtian looked at Li Yunxiao, and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, you really have a lot of enemies, and they're not ordinary people." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, and said, "If they're ordinary people, what qualifications do they have to be my enemy?" "Humph." Baiming Kongtian snorted coldly, and said, "So the trouble was caused by you. Our Bimingxian Palace has never had a conflict of interest with the East Sea or the North Sea. I was wondering why we were besieged like this today." He had pushed all the blame onto Li Yunxiao with a single sentence. Liao Yangbing, Jing Yongya, and the others all had a slight change in expression, and the situation suddenly became grim. Li Yunxiao still didn't show it, and lightly smiled, and said, "Elder Kong Tian is really broad-minded. Is this the rhythm of joining forces with the sea race to kill me? TSK, there are still so many corpses of our brothers on the warship, and Bimingxian Palace has become good friends with the sea race?" Baiming Kongtian's face twitched, and he snorted, and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, there's no need to use words to provoke me. We're all adults, how can we be fooled by a few words? Right now, Bimingxian Palace has a choice, and in front of you is also a choice." Li Yunxiao smiled faintly, and softly said, "Oh," with an inquiring look on his face. Baiming Kongtian said, "You should know what I want. If you can agree, we'll kill these 2 sea race members for you. If you can't, then you can solve the trouble you caused yourself." The rest of the people revealed curious expressions. They wanted to know what the Baiming family elder wanted from Li Yunxiao. Baiming Lifeng and Ruanxiang stared at Li Yunxiao. They were afraid that if he agreed, the best result would be to isolate Li Yunxiao and kill him. These two were life and death enemies just a moment ago, but now they had the same goal. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, then smiled and said, "I can give that thing to Elder Kong Tian, but I cannot agree to join Baiming Palace." What? Everyone was startled. So it turned out that Baiming Kongtian's request included Li Yunxiao joining the Baiming Profound Palace. Everyone revealed different expressions. Most of them were envious and jealous, hating that this kid didn't cherish it, but many people knew that Li Yunxiao had rejected Master Luo Tian's invitation, so it wasn't strange for him to reject Baiming Palace. Baiming Tian was delighted. As long as Li Yunxiao handed over the tyrannical heavenly body refining art, it didn't matter if he didn't join Baiming Palace, he could just kill him. He hurriedly said, "Good. Give me that thing, and I'll help you block these two." Ruanxiang and Baiming Lifeng's expressions changed. Baiming Lifeng couldn't understand just what thing could make Elder Kong Tian attach so much importance to it, even to the point of fighting to the death with the sea race, but with Baiming Kong Tian's identity, even if he was the next patriarch, he had no right to interfere. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Elder Kong Tian must be joking. What if I take out the thing first and you don't want to pay?" Baiming Kong Tian said angrily, "With this old man's identity, why would I lie to you?" Li Yunxiao leisurely said, "It's hard to say. How about this, I'll give you half of the item first, and after I confirm that these two people are harmless to me, I'll give you the other half. How about it?" Baiming Kong Tian revealed a troubled expression. Indeed, he wanted to find a chance to kill Li Yunxiao after obtaining the cultivation method. But now, he really had to protect him to the end. Baiming Lifeng couldn't help but say, "Elder Kong Tian, Li Yunxiao is not only dangerous, but he also brings endless trouble. He even killed Lord Baiming Zhe. He deserves to die." "That's right. Li Yunxiao is still a wanted criminal in Red Moon City. His death is not to be regretted." Ruan Shichuan also stood up and said loudly, his eyes bursting with killing intent. Seeing Baiming Kong Tian's hesitation, Baiming Lifeng said anxiously, "Elder Kong Tian, Li Yun. All of you, shut up." Baiming Kong Tian bellowed angrily, and everyone immediately quietened down. Ruanxiang's eyes flickered with coldness as he looked at him coldly. Baiming Kong Tian ignored the crowd and said to Li Yunxiao, "Show me the other half first, and I'll make a decision." Li Yunxiao nodded, took out a blank jade scroll, and placed it on his forehead. He imprinted most of the tyrannical physique refinement art he knew into it, and interrupted the most crucial part before throwing it to Baiming Kong Tian. Only then did everyone realize that what Baiming Kong Tian wanted was some kind of information record, and they were all extremely curious. Pa! The jade scroll fell into Baiming Kong Tian's hand, and he grabbed it so tightly that his entire arm started to tremble. He was so excited that he hurriedly scanned it with his divine sense. After a while, he slowly put down the jade scroll and took a deep breath. His expression changed slightly as if he was thinking about something. Everyone didn't utter a word, and they quietly waited for his decision. The warship was still advancing in the pitch-black space. The 9th grade warship had an extremely powerful auxiliary function, and it could unceasingly search for the weak space nodes in the surroundings. Once it found one, it could directly break the space and return to the heavenly martial arts realm. That's right, it is indeed that thing. After a long while, Baiming Kong Tian spat out these words, and his face was filled with a complicated expression. He put the jade scroll into his storage ring, and said slowly, "Li Yunxiao is a friend of the Baiming Palace. As long as the Baiming Palace is here, no one is allowed to touch him." Tisk! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and they hurriedly moved away from Ruanxiang and Fei Ming, and they all became vigilant. Baiming Kong Tian's decision was tantamount to a declaration of war against the two of them. Baiming Lifeng was extremely disappointed. He didn't know what it was that could make Elder Kong Tian so excited, and his face was filled with loneliness. Ruanxiang said in a cold voice, "Has the Baiming Palace really decided?" Li Yunxiao had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This result was completely within his expectations. He had given them the pure tyrannical body refining art, and no one in the world could resist the temptation of this cultivation technique. However, it wasn't so easy to get his things. After this trip to the East Sea, he would spread the news that the Baiming Palace had obtained the tyrannical body refining art. At that time, he would see how the Baiming Palace would deal with it. Moreover, the body refining art he had obtained was not the complete cultivation technique, and he might be able to obtain the complete one. Baiming Kong Tian didn't know Li Yunxiao's plan, and he was still immersed in the memory and desire of the cultivation technique. He said coldly, "Of course." Ruanxiang's face became cold, and he stared at Li Yunxiao with some unwillingness, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Brother Ruinxiang, we are all youngsters, so why do we have to fight and kill so easily? Let's sit down and discuss how to get out of our current predicament." Ruinxiang sneered, "Li Yunxiao, your mouth is really cheap. Even if the Baiming Palace protects you, I will never let you leave the East Sea." Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "That's a matter for the future. Right now, your injuries are not healed, and the expert beside you isn't Elder Kong Tian's opponent. How can you kill me? Moreover, you don't want to die in this endless black hole, right?" Ruinxiang hesitated. He still had 2 drops of 10,000 years spiritual milk that he exchanged with Guangyi, which could instantly recover his injuries and strength. As long as Fei Ming could entangle Baiming Kong Tian for a cup of tea's time, he was confident that he could kill the rest of the people on the battleship. Although time atavism no longer existed, he had perfectly fused with 5 dragon secret treasures. He believed that killing Li Yunxiao would not be a problem. Right now, he was worried about this black hole. If he made a move and destroyed the Type 9 battleship, he was not confident that he could get out alive. "Alright, I will delay your life for a while." After saying that, Ruinxiang directly sat on the battleship and actually closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. If he could take this time to fully recover, there would be no need to use the 10,000 years spiritual milk. Fei Ming's pupils shrank, and he could not help but admire Ruinxiang's courage. He also quietly stood to the side, protecting him while regulating his breathing. The human cultivators on the battleship looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Baiming Kong Tian said coldly, "Keep an eye on the 2 of them, find the exit of the black hole." Baiming Lifeng sighed, knowing that Baiming Kong Tian was determined to protect Li Yunxiao. He immediately erased the idea of killing Li Yunxiao from his heart. The rest of the people also took this opportunity to rest. Baiming Shan Palace was not stingy at this moment, ordering their disciples to take out a large number of pills and heavenly treasures for everyone to enjoy. Only then did everyone show a trace of a smile. The shadow of the previous tragic battle had been swept away. The battleship slowly moved forward in the black hole, the array masters on the ship carefully probing the weak nodes, while also beginning to repair the damaged array. Apart from the busy array masters, the rest of the people were deathly silent, each of them calmly regulating their breathing. Baiming Kong Tian opened his eyes and sat high up in the air. How could he calm his heart right now? He constantly tried to recall and explore the tyrannical heaven-tempering body tactics cultivation method, even couldn't help making all kinds of strange and ugly postures to imitate it. Inside the black hole, there was no sense of the existence of time, so the battleship slowly moved forward. Several times, it was hit by various kinds of flowing energy, once directly breaking through all the defenses and hitting the deck of the battleship, creating a huge pit, shocking everyone. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way, and as the array masters on the battleship continued to repair, the safety factor also increased. After an unknown amount of time, a disciple hurriedly ran up and said, "Sir Lai Feng, we have found a 6th level spatial node, should we try to break through it?" 6th level? Baiming Lifeng frowned and asked, "How many source stones are left on the battleship?" The disciple replied, "There is not much left. If we break through the 6th level spatial node, we can travel another 200,000 kilometers without using a large-scale array." Baiming Lifeng's expression suddenly turned ugly. Not to mention the risk of facing the strange beasts in the sea, even if they were safe and sound, 200,000 kilometers in the sea was no different from not having traveled at all. Baiming Kong Tian looked over and said, "Continue to explore until you find anything below the 4th level, then report back." "Yes." The disciple received the order and retreated. Spatial nodes were generally divided into 9 levels according to their strength. The 9th level was the strongest node, and it was basically impossible to break through. Moreover, the energy required to break through the spatial node also increased exponentially, and the additional energy required for each level was frighteningly high. Not far away, Ruinxiang suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed. At the same time, almost all the cultivators felt it and came out of their meditative state in shock, all of them vigilant. "Humph." Ruinxiang let out a cold humph in disdain and closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger, and their chests were tight. Baiming Kong Tian took a glance at Ruinxiang and Fei Ming, then ignored them and continued to study the other half of the tyrannical heaven-honing body neck. Just then, Li Yunxiao suddenly frowned as a strange expression appeared on his face. He weaved a seal with one hand and entered a meditative state. Then, a soul appeared in the sky above the universe god steel. Below him was Fengsuan Mountain, and there were waves of energy rippling from it. The entire mountain's shape was unstable under the influence of the energy, and it would distort from time to time. Gu Yuexing also noticed Li Yunxiao's arrival. She quickly flew into the sky and bowed, then said, "Lord Yunxiao, my master." Li Yunxiao made a shushing gesture and cast his gaze towards Fengsuan Mountain, revealing a look of surprise. Everything that happened in the divine monument should have been under his perception, but the strange power that came from Fengsuan Mountain isolated his perception from the outside. He couldn't sense what was going on inside. The power that came from the mountain was an extremely powerful mental energy. It was as vast as the universe. It was shocking. Li Yunxiao was more and more surprised. This surging mental energy wasn't as simple as an ordinary rank 9. It was at least more powerful than his current soul power. Gu Yuexing was also abnormally nervous, afraid that something might happen. After all, Yuan Gaohan was only a spirit body at the moment, and did not have a physical body. If something went wrong, he might just vanish into thin air. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of golden rays shot out from the Fengsuan Mountain, illuminating the entire mountain range. At the same time, multicolored light filled the sky, as if a treasure had been born. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes and sensed the power of the golden light. When it landed on his body, it gave him a warm feeling. Even his soul power was being nourished. After a while, the rays gradually disappeared. The sky seemed to be absorbed into the mountain. The space became solid again. Everything went back to normal. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes and gazed silently at the mountain. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he said, "Congratulations, Brother Gaohan, for entering the 9th rank. Your future is boundless." A purple aura rose from Fengsuan Mountain. It slowly rose into the sky and finally appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. It was Yuan Gaohan. His appearance and temperament were different from before. "Master." Gu Yuexing was overjoyed. She quickly went forward and saluted. Yuan Gaohan looked at her and nodded with a smile. He cupped his hands at Li Yunxiao and said, "It's all thanks to young Master Yun's help that I could make some progress in my cultivation technique." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Brother Gaohan, you are being too modest. Your second soul has reached the 9th level. As long as it fuses with your main body, I'm afraid that in the heavenly martial arts realm, you will be the master of the magic path." Yuan Gaohan said, "Young Master Yun, you must be joking. The world is vast beyond measure. I'll be satisfied if I can squeeze into the top 10 after combining my 2 souls." Li Yunxiao declined to comment, but said with a smile, "Brother Gaohan's respectful and cautious attitude really makes me blush with shame. Now that Brother Gaohan has stepped into the 9th rank, what plans do you have?" Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly, and he fell silent. Gu Yuexing's heart skipped a beat. She immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere between the two of them and became nervous. Yuan Gaohan slowly opened his mouth and said, "In this world divine monument, I've received many resources from young Master Yun, especially the 10th level divine fire of the phoenix, as well as the forging of the northern sky cold star sword, which allowed my cultivation speed to advance by leaps and bounds. But now, I've already reached the 9th level, which is the highest realm for a starlight soul body. It's hard for me to advance any further." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I understand Brother Gaohan's meaning." Yuan Gaohan's expression changed slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "I hope that young Master Yun can let me leave. After my 2 souls combine, we'll be friends and not enemies." He also understood Li Yunxiao's concerns and promised, "Not only that, I won't divulge a single thing about the World Divine Monument." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said, "Along the way, I also have Brother Gaohan's help. But now that I'm in the Eastern Sea, letting Brother Gaohan leave is no different from harming me. Once we return to the Sky Martial continent, I'll definitely send you off." Yuan Gaohan was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Then many thanks, young Master Yun." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. You and I have been friends for many years, this is something that should be done." There's still more than half of the northern heaven cold star metals materials left. Since Brother Gaohan's cultivation can't increase anymore, why don't you use this time to help me refine it? Yuan Gaohan's face twitched and a hint of resentment flashed through his eyes. He forced a smile and said, "All right, I have nothing to do anyway. But if I leave, I hope that I can bring Yu Xing with me." Li Yunxiao said, "Of course." The two of them discussed all the conditions in just a few words. It was rare that they didn't tear each other's faces apart. Everything was within an acceptable range. After Yuan Gaohan and Gui Wuxing returned to Fangsuan Mountain, Li Yunxiao quietly watched from the sky. His eyebrows were raised and he was in deep thought. A wisp of soul power flowed out from his body and directly turned into a Genryu form. He looked at him and said, "You really plan on letting Yuan Gaohan go?" Li Yunxiao nodded quietly. Genryu frowned and said in confusion, "The Gu Feiyang I know has always been cautious. He shouldn't take such a risk. With your current speed of improvement, you'll definitely recover to the peak of your previous life in another 10 years. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Yunxiao sighed and said, "I'm afraid this matter is no longer up to me. Just now, when Yuan Gaohan advanced to the 9th level, I already felt that something was wrong. The soul power that he just advanced to the 9th level was actually so strong. It gave me a sense of pressure and even my divine sense in the World God's Monument was isolated. If I'm not wrong, Yuan Gaohan has already contacted his main body." "What?" Genryu was shocked and said, "Then aren't you in danger?" Li Yunxiao said, "Not to the extent of danger. If they really manage to communicate, then Yuan Gaohan's current attitude is his main body's attitude. Moreover, this soul is still in my hands. His main body won't do anything out of line." Genryu said in a low voice, "I see. You really have no choice but to let him go. If you were to kill this soul, I'm afraid the entire sanctuary will try their best to kill you." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Although the current situation is complicated, it's interesting. I can also indirectly convey some information to the sanctuary through Yuan Gaohan, intentionally or unintentionally." Li Yunxiao's eyes glinted with cunning and he immediately disappeared into the World God's Monument. At the same time, in the misty snow sacred city that was tens of thousands of miles away, a peaceful light shrouded it. In the fog of spiritual energy, a row of majestic buildings could be faintly seen. Among them, there were 9 tower-like pavilions towering in the surroundings, guarding each other. Looking closely, there was flowing light flashing on the 9 towers. It was obvious that there was an extremely strong prohibition. At the top of one of the towers, spiritual light shone in all directions. 10,000 starlight rays shot down from the boundless pitch-black night sky. They gathered into a long dragon and surged into the top of the tower continuously. The process continued for a few days. Even though the stars couldn't be seen during the day, one could feel the boundless power coming from beyond the sky. Finally, one day, the starlight gradually became smaller and gradually disappeared from the sky. At that moment, almost everyone felt the change in the sky and they all looked toward the top of the tower. "Is it finally done?" In a majestic hall in the sacred city, Gong Jingqi was staring at the top of the tower and his face was filled with surprise. A few men followed behind him and they also looked at the top of the tower. They could feel a slight wave coming from afar. One of the men said, "Peak of rank 9? After Lord Amaterasu, the sacred region finally has a second peak of rank 9 alchemist." Gong Jingqi was moved and said, "It's not the peak. He didn't achieve the 2 souls as one. It should be that his soul avatar broke through to rank 9, which triggered the change in his body and greatly increased his strength." Gong Jingqi's face turned serious and he said, "I want to see who dares to detain Yuan Gaohan's starlight soul avatar. Nanfeng Xian, go to the Soul Tower and be sure to find Yuan Gaohan's soul avatar." "Yes." A light response was heard. Then, there was a flash of green light in the space. It was as if a beautiful figure streaked across, graceful and nimble, and disappeared from the hall in an instant. The other men's eyes were like torches, flickering with light. In the sky above the Soul Tower, in front of the hall, Yuan Gaohan quietly sat in the void and didn't move. It was until a long time after the starlight disappeared into his body that he slowly opened his eyes and descended from the sky. "Master." A large number of people had already gathered at the bottom of the stone steps in front of the hall. They were all quietly waiting, and it was only when Yuan Gaohan descended from the sky that they were all pleasantly surprised. There were 3 men standing in the front row, and they shouted in unison as they hurried forward. Yuan. Gaohan's face was solemn, and the light in his eyes flickered non-stop. It was as if he didn't see his 3 disciples, quietly standing there in deep thought. Mo Huayuan and the other 2 looked at each other and didn't dare to make a sound. They carefully stood at the side. After a long time, Yuan Gaohan raised his head and stared into the boundless sky, and then he gazed towards the far east. Lord Yuan Gaohan, do you have any clues? A crisp voice sounded in the void. Everyone suddenly looked up and saw several rays of light suddenly converging in front of the hall, gradually condensing into a figure. It was a woman wearing a veil. Everyone was shocked when they saw this figure. The anger in their hearts dissipated and they all lowered their heads. Yuan Gaohan slowly opened his mouth and said, Nanfeng Xian, why are you here? The woman was the Director General of the Enforcement Division, Nanfeng Xian. She smiled and said, Lord Ram asked me to capture someone for you. First of all, I congratulate you for making a breakthrough in your soul body and greatly increasing your soul power. Becoming a peak alchemist is just around the corner. Capture someone? Yuan Gaohan's expression suddenly became solemn, and he was hesitant. Nanfeng Xian revealed a surprised expression and said, Yes, Lord Yuan Gaohan should be able to sense the location of the soul body now, right? According to Lord Ram, once the Starlight soul body breaks through to the 9th rank, it can exchange memories with the body and even share a lot of power. Looking at Lord's expression, could it be that you have some difficulties? Difficulties. Yuan Gaohan frowned and couldn't relax for a long time. The sky above the Soul Tower was silent. Other than the whistling of the night wind, there was no other sound. Nanfeng Xian smiled and said, What concerns does Lord have? Yuan Gaohan said in a deep voice, This matter is of great importance. I can't act rashly. Compared to finding my soul body, there seems to be a more important matter. I have to make a trip to Luoyang. Nanfeng Xian's body trembled, and the smile on her face froze. She said in a daze, Go to Luoyang? What is it that actually alarmed the 3 lords? Yuan Gaohan's eyes flashed and he said slowly, Follow me to see Lord Ram. We need to borrow his strength to open the passage to Luoyang. Nanfeng Xian's expression changed several times, and she smiled and said, It seems to be getting more and more interesting. I also gained a lot from this closed-door training. I originally wanted to try my skills, but I don't know if I can have this opportunity to show them. Yuan Gaohan said seriously, There are many opportunities, but I'm afraid your strength won't be enough at that time. Nanfeng Xian's pupils suddenly shrank, and the 2 immediately turned into 2 long rainbows and headed for the hall where Ram Xingqi was. What? To the divine capital? Inside the central hall, Gong Xingqi's expression changed. The men behind him also had strange expressions as they pondered. One of them spoke, Lord Yuan Gaohan, you're not joking, are you? Your master, Lord Amaterasu, is also in the divine capital. If there's nothing we can't handle, do not disturb him. Yuan Gaohan coldly replied, Do you think I don't know what's important and need your reminders? The few men immediately showed displeasure on their faces, and their expressions did not look good. The man snorted and flicked his sleeves, Humph, I'm just reminding you. Since you insist on going your own way, how can we stop you? However, it's still up to Lord Gongyang to decide. A difficult expression also appeared on Gong Xingqi's face as he said, Yuan Gaohan, just what matter has alarmed those 3 lords? It's not that I don't trust you, but you're asking me to open the passage without saying anything. I'm in a difficult position. Nanfeng Xian also chimed in, That's right. With the 5 lords present, is there anything that can't be solved? Even if there's something big, it should be discussed by the 5 lords before opening the passage, right? You're just a bureau chief. How can you go to the divine capital just because you want to? Yuan Gaohan snorted, If I make things difficult for Lord Gongyang, then I'll go with the identity of Master's disciple. My soul has broken through to the 9th rank, and my strength has increased greatly. I'll go to the divine capital to seek Master's guidance so that I can break through to a higher rank. Does everyone have any objections? Everyone looked at each other, as if they had no reason to refute. Gong Xingqi said, That's fine, but there are 2 procedures. First, Lord Amaterasu must agree to see you. Second, we need at least the power of 2 lords to open the passage. As for the other 4, a man behind him stepped forward. As far as I know, Lord Wei Qing is currently in the Yu Hall. Oh? This Wei Qing has always come and gone like a shadow, and his whereabouts are hard to capture. Why is he staying in the Yu Palace so obediently? Gong Yang's Henki's expression was somewhat astonished. Yuan Gaohan's eyes focused as well, and a bright light flashed through them as he said, since Lord Wei Qing is also here, then it couldn't be any better. Gong Yangjingqi nodded and said, I'll go talk to Wei Qing right away. As for your request for an audience, I'll use a secret technique to let Lord Tian Zhaozi know. Whether or not he wants to see you is up to him. Yuan Gaohan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Lord Ram. Gong Yangjingqi waved his hand and said, It's fine, but, are you sure you don't want to find the Starlight Soul body first? A bitter smile appeared on Yuan Gaohan's face as he said, If I could find it, I would also want to find my soul body. It's just that it's too difficult, and the place where my soul body is considered safe. Gong Yangjingqi nodded and said, I can see that you have your difficulties, so I won't force you. You are the second alchemist after Lord Tian Zhaozi who has a chance of reaching the peak of the 9th rank. The sacred region can satisfy all your requests without any compensation. Yuan Gaohan's eyes narrowed, and he said leisurely, I will. Gong Yangjingqi said, Go back to the Soul Tower and wait. Yuan Gaohan stood up and said his goodbyes. He turned into a ray of light and flew back to one of the 9 towers. The main hall was silent. A man couldn't help but say, Lord Ram, are you really going to open the passage to the divine capital? Back then, the 3 lords said. Gong Yangjingqi raised his hand and interrupted him, Yuan Gaohan has already said it very clearly. He is only seeking an audience with Master in his own name. How can I stop him? The men behind him immediately stopped talking. Nanfeng Xian looked at the hesitant Gong Yangjingqi, and the corner of her mouth raised into a playful smile. She smiled slyly and said, Lord Ram, are you really going to look for Lord Wei Qing? Gong Yangjingqi's heart moved slightly, and his face immediately darkened. He snorted and said, Nanfeng Xian, when did you start playing tricks with me? If it is he Yiming, tell me. Nanfeng Xian smiled and said, I heard from Xiao Haita that Lord Wei Qing intervened in the investigation of Songyang City, which made you very unhappy. A cold light flashed in Gong Yangjingqi's eyes, and he said coldly, Since when do I need you to care whether I'm happy or not? When did you become so considerate? You even care about my feelings? Ha ha ha. Nanfeng Xian covered her mouth and laughed. She laughed like a flower and said, Don't think that I don't know that you and Lord Wei Qing have a big conflict. That poor Xiao Haita didn't want to be the unlucky one between the 2 of you, so he applied for leave to cultivate in seclusion. Gong Yangjingqi's face turned cold, and he said coldly, I think you'll be the unlucky one very soon. Nanfeng Xian's smile did not diminish, and she said, Leisurely, you're already so old, and you still have the nerve to argue with a little girl like me? Boring, I'm going to play with Lord Wei Qing. I heard that he's been doing something fun recently, and I'm going to see if it's fun. After she finished speaking, she turned into a green light and disappeared from the main hall, leaving only a faint fragrance. Gong Yangjingqi looked at the place where Nanfeng Xian disappeared, and he frowned and said to himself, Something fun? Nanfeng Xian, are you deliberately reminding me of something? His face darkened, and he turned around and said, Wen Shu, is there any progress on the matter of deity transformation C and the demon lord? The deputy director of the intelligence division, Wen Shu, hurriedly stepped out, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said, reporting to Lord, ever since Lord Su Yan returned, according to our observations, we haven't found any traces of the demon lord, and there seems to be no movement from the deity transformation C. As for Lord Qi Xingfeng, he seems to have disappeared. Gong Yangjingqi's face darkened, and he shouted, Is your intelligence division full of shit? Get out of here and strengthen the investigation. Also, find out where the other 3 bastards went. I don't want to be thick-skinned enough to cooperate with Wei Qing. Yes, yes. Wen Shu hurriedly accepted the order and retreated. He cursed in his heart, thinking that the unlucky bastard had finally fallen on his head. Another person walked out from the group of men. It was Su Yan, who was at the dragon transformation pool that day. He said with a serious expression, Lord Gong Yang, if Shui Qingfan can't kill the demon lord with his strength, who can control him in the future? Gong Yangxingqi felt a headache coming on. He patted his head and said, "Don't mention Shui Qingfan to me. None of these titled Emperor Wu are reliable. The matter of the demon lord and Qi Xingfeng is too important, and I don't have many clues on hand. If these two matters aren't handled well, I'm afraid the three lords in the divine capital will be alarmed. It's really troubled times now. The East Sea is at war again, and I'm so busy that I don't even have time to drink a cup of tea." He strode to the throne, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. Only then did he feel better. Everyone's face darkened. Didn't he just drink a cup of tea? Wen Shu stepped forward and said, "The East Sea battle and the dragon transformation pool matter seem to be related to that Li Yunxiao. I think it's necessary to find this person." Gong Yangxingqi suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. He stared at him coldly and said, "It's indeed a good idea. Then I'll leave the matter of finding Li Yunxiao to you." Cold sweat broke out on Wen Shu's forehead. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He hurriedly said, "We've investigated that Li Yunxiao in many ways. It seems like he's also missing." Gong Yangxingqi's expression immediately turned cold. He snorted and said, "Lord Wen Shu, please use your brain every time you speak. The Incompetent Intelligence Bureau is matched with your incompetent brain. Red Moon City has put up wanted posters all over the world, but we can't find this person. If it's so easy to find, do we need you to suggest it?" Yes. Wen Shu was depressed. He quickly retreated and swore not to say another word. Su Yan said worriedly, "The world is really in chaos. I keep feeling that everything seems to be connected." Gong Yangxingqi said solemnly, "Demons are born in troubled times. There are indeed signs of chaos. But we can't figure out anything now. We don't have to be anxious." His gaze turned slightly cold as he said, "As long as we can suppress the 7 super factions and the 9 titled martial emperors, we will be able to remain calm in this chaotic world." Everyone's expression was solemn. They respectfully sent Gong Yangxingqi off from the hall. Then, all sorts of small discussions arose. At this moment, in the black hole above the East Sea, the Rank 9 warship was still moving forward slowly. It was constantly inspecting the weakened space nodes. Li Yunxiao's soul projection returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes, which were flashing with a bright light. Genryu asked doubtfully, "Aren't you telling Yuan Gaohan too much information? You've undoubtedly dragged yourself into the whirlpool of the world." Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile, "I also want to avoid this whirlpool of chaotic times." "But do you think I can?" Genryu was silent. How could he avoid it? The signs of chaotic times arose around him. More or less, they were related to him. Li Yunxiao said, "The development of the current situation is out of my control. I'm just a chess piece in the fate of the realm of heaven martial arts. The whole continent's situation can only be stabilized by the sacred zone and the divine transformation sea. The sooner the sacred zone is prepared, the better. What I need to do is to constantly improve my strength." Suddenly, a disciple of the Baiming Palace ran over and said excitedly, "Elder Kong Tian, we found a second-level node." Baiming Kong Tian came back from his meditation on the body refining technique. He said indifferently, "Very good. Let's break through from this node." He seemed to be completely immersed in the body refining technique. He didn't dare to be interested in anything else. Baiming Lifeng frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes. He looked at Li Yunxiao. He knew that Baiming Kongtian's current situation was related to the information Li Yunxiao had given him. Li Yunxiao sensed Baiming Lifeng's hostility. He smiled calmly and said, "Young Master Feng, it seems you've completely recovered. Your eyes are sharp, and you're full of energy. Congratulations." Pipa. Baiming Lifeng's knuckles cracked. Anger flashed on his face. He turned around and didn't pay attention to Yi Shiwen anymore. The warship started to emit rays of light. It was the sign of all kinds of offensive formations being activated. The rumbling sound was getting louder and louder. Everyone was on guard. They looked at the pitch-black space outside the warship seriously. No one knew what would happen if they attacked the node. Above a vast sea, the sky was blue for tens of thousands of miles, and rainbows of 7 colors were like colorful dragons drawing water, traversing the vast sky. At one end of the rainbow was a huge island that was shrouded in spiritual mist. The island was shrouded in spiritual mist and it was impossible to see what it looked like inside. However, there was a faint light flickering on the island, indicating that there was an extremely powerful restrictive spell cast on the island. A few miles above the island, a few figures were standing in the air and they seemed to be talking about something. 3 of them looked weird. One had a head full of dents, one had a long horn on his forehead, and the last one was even more terrifying. He had a thick neck with 2 heads, one black and one white, and they both had different expressions on their faces. One of the 2 people opposite the 3 of them was a huge man with a beast's head and a human's body. His muscular body was covered with scales. The other one was dressed in a snow-white robe, her skin was translucent like jade, and her long hair was like a waterfall. The woman's face was slightly pale and lacked the redness of blood, but it added a sense of coldness and arrogance to her. She was so beautiful that no one could compare to her. The 3 strange-looking people seemed to feel rather ashamed of their inferiority in front of the woman. They did not dare to look directly into the woman's watery eyes, but they inadvertently revealed looks of desire. Their greedy gazes lingered on the woman, unwilling to leave. "Lady Narcissus, why did you invite us out?" The Horned Sea Race member licked his lips. His eyes flashed as he said with a smile. "That's right, the treasure show of Xianxia Island is a gathering of heroes. It's my honor to be able to meet Lady Narcissus. No matter how difficult it is, as long as Lady Narcissus says it, I, Jigo, will do my best to help you." The Sea Race member with a head full of dents also thumped his chest and swore. Lastly, the black and white 2-headed man also nodded his head back and forth, making him look a little funny. The woman in white, Narcissus, looked calm and said, "It's not a big deal. I heard that the 3 of you are quite powerful, and I want to see what you are capable of. I wonder if Narcissus will be able to witness it." The 3 of them were stunned, then they showed a strange and troubled expression. The Horned Sea Race member said, "It's not that we don't want to, but our strongest techniques are our trump cards. How can we reveal them so easily? Miss Narcissus's request is a little difficult for us." "Yes, yes." The other 2 agreed. Jigo also kept shaking his head. Clearly, he would not agree. The white head of the 2-headed sea race said, "In terms of strength, there are many people who are stronger than the 3 of us in this treasure show. Why is Miss Narcissus only interested in the 3 of us?" The other 2 were also very curious and pricked up their ears to listen. Narcissus's face was calm. Their reaction was within her expectations. She said calmly, "Don't worry, I just need you to use your fire god art." Fire god art? The expressions of the 3 of them changed slightly, and they became alert, especially the Horned Sea Race member. His pupils shrank, and his gaze gradually turned cold. Jiga glanced at the other 2 and said, "No wonder. Lady Narcissus is only interested in fire god art. However, I'm very curious. How did Lady Narcissus know that the 3 of us cultivate fire god art? Even I can only faintly sense that the black and white heads seem to have extremely strong fire god art. You have to know that I, Jigo, have a very strong sense of fire god art." Narcissus said, "There's nothing strange about it. I have a sensing Xian artifact. I can directly sense martial artists who cultivate fire god art." Only then did the 3 of them let down their guard. Jiga said, "I see. I wonder why does Miss Shuixian want to see the fire element divine art? As long as you can tell us the reason and we can accept it, we will naturally not be stingy." The black and white heads looked at each other and nodded. Only the Horned Sea Race member didn't move and stared coldly at Narcissus. Narcissus's beautiful eyes were still calm. She said indifferently, "There's no reason. I just want to see it. Can't I?" Her voice was very soft. It warmed the hearts of those who heard it and made them want to agree. However, the 3 men were extremely powerful Sea Race members. How could they be attracted by a woman's charm? They all sneered. The black and white head snorted, "If that's the case, then I'm really sorry. Our divine abilities and martial skills are used to kill, not to perform." A hint of lust flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "Hee hee, of course, I'm not that unreasonable. If Lady Narcissus can accompany this sovereign for a few days, this sovereign can consider it." "Damn it. You dare to blaspheme Lady Narcissus. You deserve death. The beast-headed man behind Narcissus trembled. His face changed color as if he was greatly insulted. Anger rushed out of his body and overflowed with killing intent. A pitch-black flame overflowed from the man's body and enveloped his whole body. Gradually, only a pair of red eyes that were filled with anger could be seen. The other three people's faces changed dramatically. They retreated a few steps in horror. The power that erupted from this man was not weaker than the three of them. Moreover, he was also an inheritor of the fire attribute martial arts. A ripple appeared in Narcissus's calm eyes. It rippled in the depths of her eyes, and a slight sharp aura overflowed from her body. She didn't say a word, but the beast-headed man behind her already knew what to do from the change in her aura. Black and white heads, don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't use your full strength, you won't be able to see the next sun. Although the burly man's entire body was wrapped in flames, the coldness in his eyes was as cold as ice, causing the black and white heads to suck in a breath of cold air at the same time. Before he could react, he saw an invisible force turn into a mountain, pressing down from the sky. Aura aura! The black and white heads panicked. They kept waving their fists, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky. They wanted to break the pressure. However, they were shocked to find that the power of their fists was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't shake the pressure at all. This made him feel cold all over. He couldn't even resist the invisible pressure of the other party. If the other party attacked, could he still survive? He was immediately scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to hide anymore. The two heads sucked in a breath of air and exhaled into the sky. Two flames, one black and one white, shot out. They chased each other in the sky and condensed into a Tai Chi diagram. Narcissus's unchanging cold expression seemed to have a slight change. She raised her head and looked at the two-colored flame diagram. There was a trace of suspicion in her eyes. As soon as this diagram appeared, the temperature of the whole sky suddenly rose. Zhige and the Horned Sea Race's face changed dramatically. They hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. The invisible pressure exerted by the beast-headed man suddenly weakened, and the black and white heads heaved a sigh of relief. Narcissus stared at the black and white Tai Chi flames for a while. There was a flash of disappointment on her face. She said, "No." The murderous intent in the beast-headed man's eyes suddenly rose. He formed a seal in the black flames. The pressure suddenly condensed into a physical mountain. It burned with black flames and directly pressed down, bang. The black and white Taiji flame diagram instantly collapsed under the power of the mountain. The entire mountain fell with a loud rumble, directly pressing down on the two black and white heads. An astonishing light burst out, and circles of black flames roared out. Screams rang out, becoming weaker and weaker, and finally disappeared. A trace of mockery flashed on the beast-headed man's face. He raised his right hand in the air. The mountain instantly turned into the size of a palm and flew back into his palm. He clenched his fist and retracted it. Bang! Zhige and the Horned Sea Race's powerhouse took a deep breath. They were so shocked that they kept retreating with a look of horror. Although they all cultivated fire divine art, and the sky had just been swept by the flames, they couldn't suppress the coldness in their hearts. The Longhorned Sea Race's powerhouse gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Narcissus, why did you kill someone without saying a word?" The two no longer had the admiration and greed in their eyes. Instead, they showed deep fear. The beast-headed man sneered and said, "Because you don't know your place. It's your good fortune that Miss invited you out. How dare you speak rudely? It's enough for you to die 10,000 times." The Longhorned Sea Race's powerhouse's face was ashen. He said in horror, "The one who spoke rudely is the black and white heads. He has already received the lesson he deserves. I wonder if the two of us can leave." The beast-headed man said coldly, "Natural lowly wretches. Do I have to teach you a lesson to be honest? Have you forgotten why Miss invited you out? Use all your fire attribute martial arts. As long as Miss is satisfied, you can leave. Otherwise, hee, just like that two-headed monster." Zhige said, "If I was disrespectful just now, I hope Miss Narcissus can forgive me." His hands kept drawing circles in front of him. With each circle, a spark bloomed. After a few circles, he was surrounded by rings of fire, big and small. Ziji's face showed a smug expression and he explained, "My fire attribute magical power is called." Narcissus' voice sounded faintly, "What I want to see is not a circus." "That's enough." Jigu was taken aback. He didn't understand what that meant. But when he saw the beast-headed man's sneer and ferocious face, his heart sank and he said in a panic, "Miss Narcissus, spare me." The beast-headed man snorted coldly. The black flames on his body all gathered on his fist, and he punched out in the air. The entire space was directly deformed. The distance of hundreds of meters between the two was instantly pierced through. The black flame swallowed Jigu in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream. Now, only the Longhorn Sea Race's powerhouse was left in the sky. His face was already ugly, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. The beast-headed man laughed and said, "It's your turn." The Longhorn Sea Race powerhouse wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and resisted, "If I can't escape death in the end, why should I listen to your orders?" The beast-headed man shook his finger and said contemptuously, "It depends on your fate. Are you the person Miss is looking for? If not, you can only blame your bad fate." The Longhorn Sea Race powerhouse's face was livid. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What kind of person is Miss Narcissus looking for?" Narcissus was confused. She shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I'm sure you have a very powerful fire elemental god art. If I'm not satisfied with your fire elemental god art, then you are definitely not the person I'm looking for." The powerful being from the Longhorn Sea Race laughed angrily, "Ha ha ha, Miss Narcissus, aren't you taking this too lightly? Are you going to turn the entire East Sea upside down just for this? Kill all those who don't meet the requirements?" Narcissus regained her composure and said, "Of course not. That person will definitely appear at the treasure show convention. I've been waiting for 3 years." 3 years? Miss Narcissus's words are getting more and more strange. The treasure show convention is held once every 5 years. Did you two make an appointment 3 years ago? But if that's the case, how come you don't know who you are looking for? The powerful being from the Longhorn Sea Race felt bitter in his heart. He felt that he had encountered a crazy person, and a very powerful one at that. He was in big trouble now. Narcissus showed a pained expression and said slowly, 3 years ago, I met a fortune teller on the human continent. He told me that I would meet the person I'm looking for at the treasure show convention on the Xianxia island 3 years later. So, 3 years later, when the treasure show convention is about to begin, I came." The powerful being from the Longhorn Sea Race cursed the fortune teller 10,000 times in his heart. He said with a sad face, "Miss Narcissus, aren't you taking this too lightly? The treasure show is about to begin. Those who should be here within a radius of 10,000 miles have already arrived. Those who came from afar have also arrived. Only us 3 cultivators with fire attribute martial skills are here. Young miss, you have been tricked." A look flashed across Water Deity's face. She said somewhat excitedly, "That can't be. That person comes from a family of seers. He is very reputable among humans. He definitely wouldn't lie to me, nor would he make a mistake in his divination. So, you must be the person I'm looking for." The powerful being from the Longhorn Sea Race was dazed for a second, then he was overjoyed. He quickly said, "If that's the case, then it should be you." The beast-headed man snorted and said, "Show me your fire god art." The long-horned merfolk powerhouse smiled awkwardly and said, "Now it is obvious that I am the person Miss Narcissus is looking for. There is no need to show it, right?" Narcissus said coldly, "Yes. There must be no mistake about this." The expression of the Longhorn Sea Clan powerhouse changed, and he muttered in his heart, "If what the clairvoyant said is true, is the person this girl is looking for really me? I do have an extremely powerful fire element divine art, but no matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than this shark-headed man. What should I do? Despicable. If I don't hit you, you won't be honest." Seeing his hesitation, the beast-headed man's expression darkened and a burst of black flames erupted from his body. He put his hands together and pushed them forward, unleashing an earth-shattering force. The black flames fell from the sky like a rolling river, turning the sky into a black sea of fire. The complexion of the Longhorn Sea Clan powerhouse changed drastically, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing that he could no longer hesitate, he suddenly shouted and made a hand seal in front of him. The long horn on his head immediately turned golden and shot out rays of golden light to protect his whole body. Narcissus's eyes lit up and she said in surprise, "Golden flames? Is it really him?" Her face finally flashed with a trace of redness due to excitement, and her whole body looked even more radiant and beautiful. The black flames continued to spin around the Longhorn Sea Clan powerhouse, madly squeezing in, but still unable to break through the golden flames. The Longhorn Sea Clan powerhouse also showed a trace of joy. He raised his eyebrows slightly and pushed his palms forward, shouting, "Ancient Emperor 3 Tai Flames." Golden flames suddenly flew out of the long horn in front of his forehead and rushed into the black flames. In an instant, golden light shone from the black flames that filled the sky. The beast-headed man calmly looked at the state of the flames and said solemnly, "This golden flame is indeed a bit powerful. It should be their clan's innate magical ability, but I always feel that it is a bit lacking from young ladies' requirements." Water deity was also deep in thought and there was a look of hesitation in her eyes. The beast-headed man said, "My black flames are also an inherited innate flame, similar to this person's golden flames. If he is really the person young lady is waiting for, doesn't that mean that their entire clan meets the requirements?" Narcissus was also a bit uncertain. She frowned slightly and said, "Even if it is an innate magical ability, not every clansman can inherit it. Perhaps he is the only one in their clan who can obtain this kind of golden flame." She paused and then said, "You should also understand the Duanmu family's divination techniques. Since he can accurately deduce it, it must not be wrong." The beast-headed man said, "In that case, I will increase my power a bit more and test his potential." His previous attack was actually just a test. At this moment, he formed a seal with one hand, and a strange symbol appeared in his hand. The same symbol suddenly appeared in the black flames in front of him, but it was magnified by hundreds of times and suddenly pressed down. Rumble. The golden flames on the Longhorn Seafolk's powerhouse's body suddenly collapsed. Under the influence of the strange symbols, the power of the black flames had increased by many times, directly dispersing his flames. He suddenly revealed a look of terror, and his eyes were full of despair. Narcissus frowned and said, "Mo Sha, stop." The beast-headed man said, "Young lady is afraid that my black flames will burn him? If his flame magical ability can't even withstand my black flames, how can he be used by young lady?" Narcissus was silent, her clear eyes staring straight ahead, hoping for a miracle to happen, hoping that the Longhorn Sea race could turn the tide. Boom! Suddenly, a huge tremor came from the black flames, and the entire sky trembled. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The tremors came one after another, and the power of each tremor was several times stronger. The black flames that filled the sky were smashed into pieces under the impact, unable to condense again. Mo Sha's expression changed greatly, and he said in surprise, "What? Is he really the person young lady is looking for?" Narcissus's eyes also bloomed with surprise, and her whole body was glowing. The Longhorn Sea race's expert was stunned. He only felt that the power of the black flames was getting weaker and weaker. He didn't know why, but he seemed to have been saved. A huge power came from an unknown place and shook off the black flames for him. Could it be that I am really the person that Miss Narcissus is looking for, her destined one? The Longhorn Sea race's expert's mood suddenly jumped from the bottom of the valley to the sky, as if he had gone directly from hell to the clouds. It was as if endless happiness was waiting for him, and he could dual cultivate with this fairy-like beauty in front of him. Hee. Thinking of this, his body suddenly reacted, and he suddenly laughed foolishly. This expression fell into the eyes of Mo Sha and Narcissus, which made them think that the power to break through the black flames was exerted by the Longhorn Sea race's expert. Rumble, 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 rumble. With another huge tremor, the sky above the Longhorn Sea race's expert directly shattered, and a triangular object crashed out from within. A large area of space was directly torn apart by the huge force, breaking in all directions with endless roars. The object was still rushing forward, and everywhere it passed turned into nothingness and darkness. Huh? What is this? The three of them were stunned at the same time, looking at the profound weapon in horror. The triangular object seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. It continued to crash into the space, blasting out more and more holes, and revealing more and more parts. It was a giant warship that traversed the heavens and the earth. Rumble. With the final collision, the entire sky was plunged into darkness, as if a huge jade plate had been smashed in the middle. Looking from afar, it was a clear sky and a dark night, and under the dark night floated a warship that was comparable to a giant island. Moreover, the warship was too fast at the last moment, and the bow of the warship crashed into the Longhorn Sea Race's expert, and it was directly hit by the attack formation. Bang! The latter was stunned by the scene in front of him, and could not react for a moment. He was bombarded head-on, and with a scream, a large piece of flesh and blood burst out from his chest. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and he directly fell into the sea. Ah? The person I'm looking for. Narcissus also immediately reacted after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, and she cried out in shock, losing her fairy-like demeanor. A white light appeared in the sky, and with a speed that was almost impossible to catch, the falling Longhorn Sea Race expert was supported by a force, and floated on the surface of the sea. Narcissus was standing in front of him, and the expression on her face became colder and colder, and finally seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Xianxia was also shocked, and with a bang, he rushed down and arrived behind Narcissus. He saw that the Longhorn Sea Race expert's chest was completely destroyed, and he could not be more dead. Ah? Young lady, Xianxia was stunned, and feeling the coldness emanating from Narcissus, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The person he had been looking for so many years had finally arrived at the right time and place, and just as he found him, he was killed. No one would be able to accept this. Narcissus slowly raised her head, and her eyes, which were calm like an ancient well, were filled with raging waves. Endless killing intent burst out, and she looked directly at the huge warship in the sky. The seawater below her began to roar and scatter in all directions. It was actually fleeing in fear, and suddenly, a huge black whirlpool was revealed, leading directly to the bottom. Xianxia's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat. This was the first time he had seen such an angry Narcissus, and he could not help but look up. It was also the first time he had seen such a huge warship. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the warship, piercing through the sky. Xianxia, you can die now. Boom. The sound of a palm strike came from the warship, and a large light bloomed in the sky, like a huge firework, flashing and disappearing. Then, a light shot out from the warship, and a handsome young man a few hundred meters away, with a smile on his face, looked at the warship, and said, "Brother Xianxia, I don't understand. You see, race people are always soaking in the water, so where do you get your temper from, fighting and killing all day long?" On the Rank 9 warship, the human cultivators immediately surrounded Xianxia. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Just now, when the passage was broken, Xianxia instantly attacked, taking the initiative to attack Xianxia, alerting everyone. Baiming Kongtian's divine sense also locked onto Fei Ming, his gaze turning cold as he said, "You really don't put my Baiming family in your eyes, looks like I can only kill you two first." Comprehending the tyrannical heavenly body tempering art became more and more joyful. He was determined to obtain the follow-up cultivation technique, not allowing any accidents. A light flashed on Fei Ming's waist, and a long sword appeared behind him. He held the sword hilt with his right hand, ready to strike. An invisible murderous aura spread out from his body, which was abnormally terrifying, forcing the human warriors around him to retreat in fear. With a smile on his face, he said, "Human cultivators, calm down a little. When your Highness Xiang kills Xianxia, I will fight with you." Baiming Kongtian's eyes were filled with mockery. He said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Today, the two of you will turn into ashes. I will be kind enough to scatter your ashes into the sea." Fei Ming smiled, "Although you are a peak 8-star Emperor Wu, it will not be easy to kill me on the sea. Why don't you and I sit back and watch? It won't be too late to join the battle when the situation becomes urgent." Baiming Kongtian pondered. As long as Fei Ming was suppressed, even if Xianxia fused with several dragon secret treasures, it would be impossible for him to win. Even if they had the advantage of the sea, they still had a Rank 9 warship. It was enough to dispel all environmental interference. "What you said makes sense, then you and I will wait for the results." Baiming Kongtian was not in a hurry. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, locking Fei Ming's every move. He did not believe that Xianxia had the ability to kill Xianxia. Moreover, he was confident that even if Li Yunxiao was defeated, he could suppress both Ruinxiang and Flying Cry at the same time. The standoff between Baiming Kongtian and Fei Ming immediately fell into everyone's eyes. With a ferocious smile on his face, Ruinxiang strode towards Li Yunxiao. After fusing with 5 dragon secret treasures, these human race masters around him were nothing. The crowd kept retreating under his continuous eruption of power, and most of them just watched from afar. These cultivators were basically divided into 3 groups: Baiming Xian Palace's group, Hongyu City's group, and Li Yunxiao's group. Except for Li Yunxiao's group, the others had long since retreated far away. Even Liao Yongbing and Jing Yongya had turned pale under Ruinxiang's gradual increase in strength. Li Yunxiao stood far away in the void, his eyes slightly narrowed. He could more or less estimate Ruinxiang's strength, and even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't be killed. The humiliation of Hongyu City's previous defeat will end here today. Run Xiong took the last step, and his aura instantly rose to the peak. A powerful dragon's breath burst out unrestrainedly and spread out in the sky. Above the sea, Narcissus and Emo Sha both felt this power, and both were stunned. Emo Sha was shocked. This is the power of dragon breath? The one on that warship is from the East Sea royal family? Under the detection of this dragon breath, Narcissus's murderous aura also gradually dissipated. She raised her head doubtfully, whispering, "I just heard that human say something about Ruinxiang." Ruinxiang? Emo Sha was shocked, and said in shock, "The North Sea royal family's genius powerhouse Ruinxiang? Why would he come to the East Sea?" Narcissus's expression returned to normal, and she said, "I've also heard of this person. The power of his bloodline is extremely strong, and he stands out among the North Sea royal family. Judging from the power of this dragon breath, his strength is even greater than the rumors say." Emo Sha said, "This warship seems to belong to the human race. I don't know what relationship Ruinxiang has with these humans." "Miss Narcissus, this person is already dead, what should we do now?" Narcissus glanced at the Longhorn Sea Race powerhouse, and said, "Find out which race he is from. After this, we'll directly go to his clan and see if we can find any opportunities. As for these people who ruined my plans." She raised her head, and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes, and she said coldly, "Don't let any of them go." Emo Sha's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he responded, "Yes." The 2 people in the sky also felt the aura below, and their eyes narrowed as they looked toward the sea. That is, Ruinxiang's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Looking at the spotless, white, and unmarked Narcissus, he suddenly became absent-minded, and said in horror, she is, he. It seems that the boy recognized you, miss." Emo Sha's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile, and with a bang, he soared into the sky, standing at the far end of the warship, and said coldly, "If you have any unresolved grievances, then hurry up, I will send you to the west in a moment." The waves in Ruinxiang's eyes deepened, and he shifted his gaze from Narcissus to Emo Sha, and said, "The one down there is." Emo Sha sneered, revealing a trace of mockery, and said, "Boy, you really are Ruinxiang of the Northern Sea. Since you've already recognized Miss's identity, then obediently let me kill you." Ruinxiang's expression changed, and his eyes flashed with emotions that were difficult to calm down, and he shouted, "Who do you think you are, and you want to kill me?" Emo Sha shrugged his shoulders, and with a helpless expression, he said, "This is Miss's order, I can't do anything about it." "Who asked you to kill the person Miss has been looking for?" Everyone's faces were full of confusion, not only Li Yunxiao and Fei Ming, but the rest of the people on the warship also frowned. Another member of the sea race with a shark's head had appeared out of nowhere, and from the looks of it, his strength was not low. Baiming Kongtian and Fei Ming, on the other hand, had serious expressions on their faces. Both of them checked out Emo Sha and were shocked to find that they couldn't see through this sea race's cultivation. Ruinxiang's face was full of confusion, and he asked, "The person Miss is looking for? What does that have to do with me?" Emo Sha shook his head, "He's already dead, there's no way to explain it. Either way, all of you must die." Li Yunxiao couldn't help but laugh, haha, I really don't understand, where do you sea race get your sense of superiority from? You kill whoever you want to kill? What do you think you are? Do you think you're from the 10-directional realm and can do whatever you want? He didn't bother to hide his disdain, and said with disdain, "All of you look strange, and I can tell that you haven't fully evolved. Aren't you a little too full of yourself? Damn it." Xianxia flew into a rage and turned to look at Ruinxiang. "Ruinxiang, kill this person and perhaps the mist will spare your life." A trace of displeasure flashed across Ruinxiang's face. He stared at the pure white silhouette below and his heart trembled. He retracted his gaze and coldly said, "Though Xianxia's words aren't pleasant to the ears, they're right. Even if you're really that miss, don't you dare act tough in front of me." His eyes narrowed and shot out murderous intent. He coldly said, "The person I respect is that Mississippi. As for a slave like you, who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me?" Xianxia's face darkened and even became a little twisted. The space around him began to distort due to his anger. His eyes were spitting fire as he growled, "If that's the case, then what's the point of keeping you alive? All of you, die." A black flame rose from the center of his palm and burned brightly in the sky, illuminating Xianxia's silhouette and making it look somewhat dazzling. Xianxia and Ruinxiang's expressions changed abruptly. Xianxia's strength was unfathomable. Even Xianxia's ninth-stage arcane refiner's divine sense could not detect him. Only now did he understand that it was because of this black demon flame that could directly burn his divine sense. Black demon flame, burn all things. Xianxia's expression hardened and his eyes burst with murderous intent. The demon flame in his hand exploded into several fireballs with a bang and shot towards Xianxia and Ruinxiang. Xianxia's eyes revealed a dignified look. The power contained within this black flame was extremely strong. Although it was child's play compared to his divine flame, under the power of Xianxia, even ordinary flames would not dare to be careless, let alone this kind of power that could burn all things. He flipped his left hand and the tear of the true dragon gathered in his palm. With a clench of his hand, it condensed into a ball of water vapor and formed a water mirror in front of him. That is, Xianxia and Ruinxiang's pupils shrank, especially the latter. The moment the tear of the true dragon appeared, he felt it and was pleasantly surprised. Bang! Bang! Two demon flames directly shot into the water mirror, piercing through the tear of the true dragon and shooting out from the back. However, the demon flame was directly filtered out, leaving only two pure forces. Xianxia's body swayed slightly and he was in a trance in the air, allowing the two attacks to directly pass through his body and shoot into the distance. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had seen Xianxia's strength and thought that it would only take one move. He did not expect that the other party could so easily resolve it. On the other hand, Ruinxiang let out a dragon's roar and punched down from the sky. Dragon roar Fangzhe, tiger roar in the forest. Bang! 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 The several demon flames directly exploded and the fist's power did not diminish. It blasted forward with a dragon's might that suppressed everything and rushed towards Xianxia. Within the fist's might, there was a faint dragon's shape. This fist contained Ruinxiang's disdain and anger. A descendant of the true dragon was not someone anyone could provoke. Xianxia's pupils shrank and he did not dodge. The fist's might directly landed on his body, causing him to retreat tens of meters. The aftermath of the fist's might shook the sky and caused the water below to surge like a waterfall into the clouds. It dispersed in the sky and turned into countless water droplets that sprinkled down like rain. A trace of fear flashed in Ruinxiang's eyes. Xianxia had actually withstood his attack and was not injured at all. However, his face was filled with arrogance and he said coldly, "Slave, if you don't want to die, then scram." As he spat out the word scram, dragon's might exploded in the sky. Circles of unparalleled battle intent exploded like water ripples and rushed out in all directions. The sea below also rolled up huge waves, spinning in this part of the world. Only the place where Narcissus was in the air was still as calm as water, with only slight ripples spreading out. It was unknown whether her power was suppressing the dragon's roar or the dragon's roar was purposely avoiding her. Narcissus's expression did not change from beginning to end. The wind gently lifted a corner of her white robe, like Narcissus's flower swaying in the sea, drifting with the wind. The extreme movement of her body and the extreme stillness of her body formed a huge contrast, making the white figure even more distinct in everyone's hearts. Xianxia looked down nervously. Seeing that Narcissus was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up with demonic fire, and he said coldly, "You are indeed the genius of the North Sea. Today, I will let go and let you know what true strength is before you die. I will grant you enlightenment." Xianxia coldly shouted. His huge body suddenly disappeared in the air, and with an extremely fast speed, he rushed in front of Xiang. He punched out, and the entire space exploded. An unparalleled force slammed into Xiang's chest. Pung! Xiang was shocked. The speed was so fast that he could not see it with his eyes. Moreover, the wind from the punch was so strong that by the time he realized it, it had already broken through his protective dragon chi. True Dragon Dharma Body. Just the power of one punch was enough to make Xiang feel the danger of death. With a roar, he transformed into his dragon form. Pieces of golden dragon scales covered his body, emitting a dazzling golden light. The golden light was like tiny golden needles, piercing towards the tip of the punch. The sound of air breaking rang out in everyone's ears. It really is a dragon scale? Xianxia was shocked. At first, he thought that it was a transformation of the true dragon Dharma body, and that the dragon scale was evolved from the power of the bloodline. Who knew that one of the 5 secret treasures in Xiang's possession was a true dragon scale? The dragon's might was supreme. Who dared to offend it? The dragon scale was the last barrier of the true dragon. It not only defended against external forces, but also defended the dignity of the supreme dragon's might. It had an extremely strong counterattack power. The scale automatically emitted countless golden lights, all formed from dragon chi, and could destroy anything. Xianxia's fist energy was suddenly broken. If he continued to attack, his arm would definitely be riddled with holes. He did not have the confidence that he could block the countless golden lights' counterattack. The protective yuan power on his fist had already been broken. After a moment of consideration, he immediately withdrew his arm. Xiang's entire body transformed into a dragon. He soared several dozen meters into the air before returning to his human form. He looked at the demonic sand in fear. His hands changed in the air, and all 10 of his fingers turned into dragon claws. They gave off an extraordinary sharpness, and with a light wave, they seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. Xianxia said coldly, "No wonder you have such great strength. It turns out that you are constantly fusing with true dragon's secret treasures. What a pitiful powerhouse. Don't you understand that borrowing external strength is never the right way?" A trace of shame and anger flashed across Xiang's face as he sneered, "External force? As a descendant of the true dragon, I'm just activating the ancestral power within the secret treasures. Once I collect the 9 treasures and transform into a true dragon, who would dare to say that it isn't the right path? Collect the 9 treasures, divine transformation, true dragon? Haha, the royal clans of the 4 seas are still dreaming of such unrealistic dreams?" Xianxia could not help but laugh, and scornfully ridiculed. "For countless years, there have been countless dragon's secret treasures, but within the 4 seas, have you ever seen anyone transform into a true dragon? What a ridiculous child." Xiang's expression changed, but he did not take it to heart. He coldly said, "Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. My ancestors couldn't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. You are just a lowly outsider. What qualifications do you have to know about the dragon's descendants? Countless years ago, your ancestor was just a pitiful worm crawling under the throne of the true dragon. Damn it. You're still trying to talk before you die." Xianxia roared, and his entire body suddenly became 10 feet tall, directly shaking the space where he stood. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, and a mass of black flame immediately floated below his palm. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the black flame immediately rushed out, directly turning into 2 seas of fire, shooting towards Xiang and Lianxiao respectively. Xiang narrowed his eyes, and became extremely vigilant. This Xianxia's strength was unfathomable, and the power of the black flame was even stronger every time it appeared. Even his dragon breath was forced back by the oncoming sea of fire. He leaped into the air, and his 10 sharp claws flicked out azure dragon chi, revolving around his body like a silkworm spinning silk, and wrapping itself in a cocoon. Boom! The black flame bombarded, incessantly burning the azure dragon cocoon, and unceasingly emitting crackling sounds. On the other side, Lianxiao also frowned, and said unhappily, "You guys were having a good fight, and then you pulled me in for no reason. Is there a hole in your brain? A cold light flashed in his hand, and an extremely cold ice chi broke out of his body. The ice frost sword pierced forward, and the water vapor in the sky immediately turned into ice crystals, freezing the sky. Boom! The black flame sea of fire was directly split into two halves by the sword chi, and the strong ice chi actually froze the split flames in an instant, forming a very pleasing piece of art in the air. And what was even more shocking was that the black flame was clearly frozen, but it was still flickering in the ice, proving that it was still burning. This strange phenomenon caused everyone to be stunned, and their faces revealed strange expressions. However, the warriors on the warship had already retreated far away, for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Bai Ming, Kong Tian and Fei Ming were also watching Mo Sha's every move, wanting to thoroughly protect the people they wanted to protect. Mo Sha's pupils shrank, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the strength of these two to be above his expectations. Ruinxiang was already surrounded by the black flame, and as long as the dragon cocoon was incinerated, he could take his life. Thus, he shifted his gaze and waved his hands in the air. Bang! 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 The ice that filled the sky exploded one by one, turning into countless crystal dust. The black flame rushed out and gathered in the sky, condensing into a small mountain, and crashed down on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he revealed a surprised expression. He smiled and said, "Interesting." His left hand formed a seal, and the archaic heaven eye suddenly opened. 11 northern sky cold star swords suddenly flew out, forming a sword talisman, and slashed at the small mountain. Bang! The black mountain seemed to be extremely powerful. After a short period of suppression, it directly shattered the sword talisman. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. His left hand changed the seal, and a golden light shot out. The 11 swords in the sky immediately shot out a sea of sword chi, and formed a circle around the small mountain, once again forming a talisman, trapping the black mountain within the sword diagram. What? Mo Sha was shocked, and his eyeballs almost fell out. This black mountain was a rare treasure, and it was closely related to his black flame. The two complemented each other, and its power was extremely great. It was almost guaranteed to kill. Mo Sha's face darkened. He grabbed the air with his huge palm, and suddenly, a strange black talisman appeared in his hand. He flipped his palm and pressed it down. The black mountain that was trapped by the sword diagram suddenly rumbled, and it was about to break free. The 11 northern sky cold star swords were stuck in the ground, and they trembled endlessly. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. His hand changed again, and immediately, the golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared, and one of its arms raised the dusk cloud mirror. The mirror light flashed in the air, and shone on the black mountain, sealing the space, and once again suppressing the trembling, causing it to be unable to move. Ah! How is this possible? Mo Sha sucked in a breath of cold air, and said in shock, "You're just a 2-star Emperor Wu, how can you trap my black flame mountain?" He did not believe it at all. The black talisman in his hand changed, and it continuously trembled in his palm, as if it was being operated to the extreme. A rumbling sound came from within the black flame mountain, and the mirror light that shone on it became blurry, and it continuously rippled in all directions. The great sorrow dusk cloud mirror actually could not gather any light. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Today, this young master will make you sincerely convinced." Of the 2 arms behind him, one condensed a ball of lightning, while the other raised the heavenly hammer high up, continuously bombarding the ball of lightning. Golden Maha runes appeared in the lightning, and the area around Li Yunxiao instantly turned into a sea of lightning and a prison of lightning. Lightning star ring. His handsome face became colder under the reflection of the green lightning. With a light shout, a bolt of lightning broke through the air, turning into a powerful lightning star ring, and circled around the black flame mountain. Li Yunxiao's hand seal changed, and he shouted, "Bind!" The lightning star ring suddenly tightened, and immediately bound the black flame mountain. The mirror light of the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror condensed again, and sprinkled down, suppressing the space. On the heavenly sword diagram, the sword talisman appeared again, and soared into the sky, imprinting itself on the black flame mountain, suppressing all of its aura. The black flame mountain was instantly trapped within the Xian equipment and lightning star ring, and it became an obedient baby, not moving at all. Ah! Xianxia was completely dumbfounded, and he stood in the sky with a blank face. Not only was the black flame mountain suppressed, even the connection between him and the mountain was getting weaker. 10,000 question marks appeared in his mind, and he could not find an answer. Li Yunxiao naturally would not explain to him, and only sneered, "You're having fun smashing it, aren't you? Let me hit you once too." He raised an arm behind him, and a beam of white light shot out from his palm. The Universe God Monument slowly appeared, and gave off 10,000 rays of light. In an instant, it became a lot bigger than the Black Flame Mountain, and it flew towards Xianxia's body. Xianxia's pupils shrank, and when he saw the Universe God Monument shining with golden light, he was a bit fearful. However, when he saw that the other party was only smashing towards him, he was not worried at all. He snorted and said coldly, "The power of my body is enough to destroy everything. My fist force has 100 million pounds of force. Even a rank 9 Xian weapon would be severely injured by my attack." His huge body, which was 100 zhang tall, suddenly swelled up, and every muscle was tensed up. With a loud roar, he gathered all of his strength and attacked the Universe God Monument that was descending. 100 million pounds of force, destroy everything. Xianxia roared, and wherever the wind from his fist passed, the space collapsed. Rumble. A fist smashed onto the Universe God Monument, and 10,000 rays of light were ignited. Xianxia's expression changed abruptly, and his eyeballs popped out like two huge lanterns. Under the light, his eyes shone with astonishment, stupidity, and confusion. The Universe God Monument did not collapse or fly away as he had expected. Instead, there was a bone-cracking sound coming from the tip of his fist. His entire arm, from the roots to the joints, had exploded. Bang! 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 His huge body collapsed inch by inch, and the muscles on his entire arm exploded continuously, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Ah! A loud scream could be heard from the sky and everyone was shocked. Baiming Kongtian and Fei Ming's expressions changed. Both of their gazes turned solemn. The power that Li Yunxiao had displayed was beyond their expectations. As for the rest of the human warriors, some were happy while others were worried. Baiming Lai Feng and the people of Red Moon City had cold sweat dripping down their cheeks, their hearts filled with fear. If they encountered this sea race warrior, it would be impossible for them to even escape, let alone win. Narcissus, who was below, was no longer as calm as before. Her face was filled with astonishment as she looked at the sky. Her eyes were filled with shock and coldness. Looking closely, one could see that the ripples in the sea below her were spreading out in a regular pattern. There was also a thin golden light hidden within. What made Xianxia terrified was not only that his arm had collapsed, but that the Universe God steel was extremely heavy and it was pressing down continuously. It broke through his protective origin power and was about to suppress him. Xianxia's eyes turned red and he started to demonize. His bloodline power burned and he spat out a black light with a loud roar. Then, he flashed across the sky. Bang! The black light hit the Universe God steel directly and the terrifying boundless gravity and power of the world were blasted away. Everyone on the rank 9 warship was shocked. They were not unfamiliar with the black light. It was the break-world power that the huge face beast had spat out not too long ago. Li Yunxiao was also shocked. He grabbed the air and immediately pulled the Universe God steel back. At the same time, the two arms behind his back flashed and the trapped black flame mountain flew towards him. He wanted to take it away. Xianxia's eyes bulged out and he roared in anger. That was a profound level weapon that he had cultivated with his mind. Once it was taken away, not only would his power decrease greatly, if his opponent were to erase his mind stigma, it would also hurt his body. In his anger, he opened his mouth again and spat out a black light towards the black flame mountain to save his profound level weapon. Rumble. The black radiance struck the black flame mountain, shattering the lightning star ring and breaking the mirror light. The sword talisman also shattered, and the 11 northern sky cold star swords flew back to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's face sank. That black light was indeed too strong. It had the power to break through worlds, and it was hard to match. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of black light, Xianxia's aura became extremely weak. He couldn't care less as he flew towards his black flame mountain. Retrieving the profound level weapon was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. A ray of green light shot out from the black flames that had been trapping Ruinxiang, splitting the entire sea of flames in half. In the dazzling space illuminated by the flames, Ruinxiang's figure was faintly discernible. He put his hands together in front of him and formed a dragon seal. He softly said, "Sigh of the true dragon." Boom! The sky suddenly darkened, and an extremely strong dragon's might descended from the sky, shaking the four corners and 8 desolates. Everyone's expression changed, and they were all terrified. It was as if a shocking might was pressing down on their souls. A huge tremor spread in everyone's heart. Those martial artists who were not strong enough were so terrified that they wanted to kneel down and worship. In the dark sky, a ray of green light suddenly condensed and descended from the sky. It was actually a complete dragon-shaped force. It was as if it had traversed through endless time and space and crossed over worlds, crashing towards Emo Sha. Emo Sha's mouth was wide open, and he was completely dumbfounded. He even forgot to retrieve the black flame mountain as he stared blankly at the dragon-shaped force descending towards him. Under this boundless and vast dragon's might, he actually couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Rumble! The green dragon directly crashed into Emo Sha's body, and its power did not decrease as it fell into the sea. It smashed out a 10,000 feet cliff and went straight to the bottom of the sea. Rumble! The entire sea began to boil, and boundless seawater evaporated, filling the sky with water vapor. The entire sky was covered in mist, and everyone felt as if they were facing a river, and their faces were all pale. Li Yunxiao's eyes also flashed with horror as he looked at the abyss in the sea, which went straight to the bottom of the sea. He began to ponder. If that dragon-shaped force had hit him, would he have been able to avoid it? However, he had no confidence that he would be able to. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the figure in the mist, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The sea below continued to roar, and each wave was stronger than the one before. It was as if it was going to sweep the sky, and everyone's state of mind was difficult to calm down. Bai Ming Kongtian's palms were also sweating, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. Bang! The roaring sea was suddenly split apart by a golden light. Narcissus, who had disappeared, was within that golden light and shot up into the sky. Behind her, a golden-armored puppet guard was hugging Emo Sha, whose body was covered in blood and flesh. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. He was also within the golden light and followed closely behind. The golden light on Narcissus's body was like the scorching sun in the sky, dispersing all the water vapor and restoring the clear sky. Her cold and celestial appearance was even more beautiful in the golden light. The entire sky actually dimmed because of this, and it seemed to follow her mood into winter, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Ruinxiang, you dare to kill my people? A celestial voice sounded, like a dream in fog. Although it was a shout, it was like a silver bell piercing the ears, refreshing the mind. On the Rank 9 warship, everyone finally saw Narcissus's appearance. They were all stunned and completely lost their ability to think. There was actually such a beautiful person in the world, like the narcissus flower in the sky, untainted by a speck of dust. Everyone had a strange feeling in their hearts. Why weren't they the ones being shouted at? To be able to hear such a voice, they were willing to be scolded every day. All of a sudden, they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Ruinxiang. He was actually scolded by such a beauty, and was actually able to talk to such a beauty. They immediately forgot how terrifying Ruinxiang was, and all of them stared at him with burning jealousy. Ruinxiang's heart trembled, and he actually didn't dare to meet Narcissus's gaze. He slightly turned his head away, and with a wave of his long sleeves, he coldly snorted and said, "Humph, those who offend the dragon's prestige, death is not to be regretted. This is just the ending he deserves." Narcissus was stunned for a moment. No one had ever dared to talk back to her like this. She couldn't react for a moment, and could only repeat herself, "You even dare to kill my people, how dare you?" Humph, the moment he offended me, this ending was already decided. Fate cannot be changed. Ruinxiang placed his hands behind his back, and an arrogant expression flashed across his face. He coldly said, "Isn't his ending also because Princess Xianxia has spoiled him? He's used to running amok, and thinks that he can offend just about anyone. He is already very lucky to have survived until now. Narcissus was so angry that she didn't know what to say. She had never had the experience of refuting someone, and didn't know how to scold someone. She was momentarily at a loss for words, and then said, demonic sand isn't dead, but he is severely injured. She turned to look at Li Yunxiao, and extended her hand, saying, return the black flame mountain to demonic sand. Just now, after demonic sand was sent to the bottom of the sea by Ruanxiang, Li Yunxiao naturally didn't hesitate to take back the black flame mountain. Return? You must be joking, right? Li Yunxiao glared at her, and coldly laughed. Do you think this is a little girl's game, and after playing, we will go home? Narcissus was once again at a loss for words. In one go, she had met two people who didn't buy her words. No one had ever dared to contradict her, and she had always been a person of her word. Now, she didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, she said, then how do you want to return it? With the black flame mountain, demonic sand will recover even faster. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes, and snorted, whether he recovers or not, what does it have to do with me? Narcissus's face paled, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. She coldly said, Ruanxiang, help me kill him, and take back the black flame mountain. Ruanxiang turned around, and leisurely looked at the sky, and said, my apologies, Princess Xianxia. I used too much force in that move just now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Although he disliked Narcissus's attitude, his words weren't empty. When it came to killing Li Yunxiao, he wanted it more than anyone else. However, the sigh of the true dragon just now had greatly injured his vitality, and the strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed when fighting the demonic sand made him feel even more apprehensive. In a situation where he hadn't fully recovered, he didn't intend to act rashly. Everyone on the Type 9 warship was burning with anger, and they were all secretly cursing these two people for not knowing what was good for them, and not giving face to a beauty. A figure stepped out from the warship, his figure elegant, and his movements confident. It was Bai Ming Lifeng, and no one knew where he had gotten a feather fan from. He lightly waved it, and in a few steps, he arrived in front of Narcissus. With a light smile, he said, I am Bai Ming Lifeng, the young lord of Bai Ming Xian Palace. Greetings, Mississippi. Narcissus's gaze turned cold, and she coldly said, scram. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression instantly changed, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. An unknown fire burned in his head, but he quickly suppressed his anger, squeezing out a smile, and said, Miss, you must be from the sea. Race. You haven't heard of Bai Ming Xian Palace, right? Bai Ming Xian Palace is one of the 7 superpowers of the human race, second only to the sanctuary and deity transformation. See Holy Lands. I am the successor of Bai Ming Xian Palace's palace lord, and in the future, I will. The more he spoke, the more he felt superior, and his face was filled with humility and politeness. A modest gentleman, young in Wuling County, giving advice to the world. Narcissus impatiently interrupted, are you strong or not? Bai Ming Lifeng was taken aback, but he immediately smiled and said, I am untalented, but I am respected as the leader of the 4 prodigies of the northern region. If you say that I am not strong, then there are not many people who are strong in this world, almost none. Alright, then kill him for me and take back the black flame mountain. Narcissus raised her hand, and her jade-like white finger pointed directly at Li Yunxiao. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression changed, and he immediately recovered from his stupor. However, that Narcissus's bearing was indescribable, and every move she made could attract people's souls, causing Bai Ming Lifeng to be unable to stop himself. He pondered for a moment, then extended his hand towards Li Yunxiao, and said, Young Master Yun, you don't lack profound artifacts, so just return the black flame mountain to her. His face was filled with impoliteness, as if he was giving an order, but his lips moved slightly, and he directly transmitted his voice, Young Master Yun, please help me. When we return, I will definitely compensate you with 10 times the amount. Furthermore, you will always be my Bai Ming Xian Palace's honored guest, and I will do my best to ensure your safety in the Eastern Sea. Li Yunxiao raised his eyelids, looked at him, and lazily spat out a word, scram. Bai Ming Lifeng's face instantly turned deathly pale, and a feeling of incomparable shame and anger surged into his heart. His face became completely distorted, and he pointed his finger at Li Yunxiao and roared, Li Yunxiao. Are you really not going to give me any face? Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he sneered, did I not make myself clear enough? Then I will say it one more time, get lost. Bai Ming Lifeng's face turned red with anger. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face in front of such a peerless beauty. He couldn't remain calm anymore, and with a loud roar, his aura suddenly erupted. Wind! Suddenly, a calm voice shouted. It was Bai Ming Kong Tian, and a sound wave directly shook Bai Ming Lifeng's brain, causing him to feel dizzy. His body trembled in the sky, and only then did he gradually regain his composure. Bai Ming Kong Tian's face revealed a dignified expression. Bai Ming Lifeng's talent was already 1 in 10,000, a rare peerless talent that only appeared once in 1,000 years, but he couldn't block Narcissus's beauty, and he unconsciously fell into it. As a young man, it was understandable. But Li Yunxiao and Ruinxiang's eyes were clear, and there wasn't even a trace of surprise in them. Their hearts of martial arts were firm, and it made Bai Ming Kong Tian feel a chill run down his spine. These two young men were too terrifying. Moreover, Mo Sha's strength wasn't much lower than his own, but the two of them had joined forces to seriously injure him, and even had the power to kill him. This sent a chill down his spine. He had continuously raised his evaluation of Li Yunxiao, but every time, he found that it was still too low. If they continued to grow like this, who would be able to suppress these two in the future? Bai Ming Kong Tian's heart was shaken. Was it worth sparing Li Yunxiao's life for the tyrannical body exercise art? After being yelled at, Bai Ming Lifeng's raging divine sense suddenly sobered up, but his face was still extremely ferocious. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said coldly, Li Yunxiao, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Li Yunxiao shook his head and patted his head. He was puzzled. You've been trying to kill me all the way here. Why are you only irreconcilable now? Did I make a mistake? You. Bai Ming Lifeng was speechless. He pointed at Li Yunxiao angrily, but didn't know what to say. Trash, you wasted so much of my time. Since no one wants to kill him, I'll do it myself. Narcissus stomped her foot angrily. She raised her jade-like hand and made a hand seal in the air. Bai Ming Lifeng's face was red with embarrassment. His anger and murderous aura pressed towards Li Yunxiao. However, no matter how much he hated Li Yunxiao, he didn't dare to attack. Swish! Swish! As Narcissus made a hand seal in front of her, the golden light surrounding her became brighter. The sea below suddenly surged, and an ancient voice echoed in the sky. Every word contained a strong law, knocking on everyone's heart. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He looked towards the sea and saw a huge shadow appearing on the surface of the sea. He raised his head again and looked at the golden light surrounding water deity, as well as the captivating ancient music that shook his heart. His eyes were filled with shock. He finally knew where this woman came from. His face darkened and he said coldly, the daughter of the Ocean Kingdom's Bo family? Narcissus and Ruinxiang were shocked. They didn't know how Li Yunxiao was able to recognize her. All the human experts, including Fei Ming, were shocked. They looked at Narcissus in disbelief. Although they had guessed that this woman had an extraordinary background, they didn't expect her to be the princess of the Bo family, the ruler of the four seas. Narcissus was about to say something, but suddenly, a rainbow streaked across the sky. It chased after them from afar and landed beside them, falling into the sea. The whole sky suddenly became clear, the sea gradually calmed down, and the waves gradually calmed down. The shadow in the sea that Li Yunxiao saw slowly disappeared. He revealed a puzzled expression and frowned as he looked towards the rainbow. The other end of the rainbow was a giant island in the distance. The island was shrouded in clouds, and the spiritual energy was overwhelming. It's a pleasure to have guests from afar. A drawn-out voice rang in the sky. A figure could be seen on the rainbow, walking towards them from afar. The newcomer had the demeanor of an immortal. He wore a smile on his face, and with every step he took, a ripple would form beneath his feet. Li Yunxiao was stunned. His eyes lit up like torches, and he immediately noticed that the newcomer was a human. The Xiankong Island's grand meeting is about to begin. It's our honor to have so many mighty figures here from afar. I am Zhao Wenxian of the Xiankong Island, and I welcome you all on behalf of the Oshima Lord. The newcomer took a few steps forward and stood in front of the crowd. He raised his head and looked at the level 9 warship. Then, his gaze landed on Narcissus. He nodded and smiled faintly. Then, his gaze swept across the crowd one by one. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if that casual glance had exposed all their secrets. However, there were a few exceptions, and Li Yunxiao was one of them. When Zhao Wenjuan's gaze landed on Li Yunxiao, it was difficult for him to look at Li Yunxiao anymore. He stopped and looked at Li Yunxiao from head to toe. Then, he asked in surprise, "Little brother, are you a level 9 arcane master?" A glimmer flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he replied coldly, "Aren't you one as well?" Everyone was shocked. Only now did they realize that the man in front of them was also a level 9 arcane master. Arcane masters were rare in the 4 seas, hence, their statuses were extremely high. To think that a random island would have a level 9 arcane master. It was clear that the Xiankong island was not an ordinary island. Even Narcissus's expression changed. She took a few more glances at Li Yunxiao and said, "So you are a level 9 arcane master. As long as you hand over the Black Flame Mountain and pledge your loyalty to me, you can be spared from death." Li Yunxiao waved his hand impatiently and said, "I hate these kinds of stupid comments the most. Can you please shut up? Don't think that men will give you face just because you are beautiful. Other than those toads with sperm in their heads, who else can threaten you? You." Narcissus and Beiming Lifeng were furious at the same time. Narcissus's face turned pale from anger. She said, "You know my identity and you still dare to treat me like this. Are you not afraid of death?" Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao in confusion. The princess of the Bo clan was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even holy and divine transformation sea cultivators did not dare to offend her. Putting aside the fact that they were still on the sea, even if they were back on the mainland, they would not dare to offend someone with such a background. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I have to kneel down and lick your shoes just because I know your identity?" Narcissus was stunned. She was not good at arguing, so she was momentarily speechless. Li Yunxiao stared at her coldly and snorted lightly. "No one is born noble or lowly. All honor and status are the result of one's own hard work. You are just born with a powerful bloodline. Do you think others have no dignity to lick your shoes?" Everyone's mouths were wide open and they were somewhat stunned. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was dignity and the right to speak. Those without strength would have to kneel down and lick others. This was a publicly acknowledged rule. However, Li Yunxiao's words stabbed at everyone's soft spot. That's right, who was born to lick someone's shoes? They were just born with a better bloodline. Ruanxiang also frowned and fell into deep thought. Li Yunxiao slapped his palm towards the sea and a pillar of water rushed up. He grabbed a ribbonfish in his hand and said coldly, "In my eyes, you are no different from this ribbonfish." After saying that, he threw the ribbonfish back into the sea and said, "At least this ribbonfish is working hard to make a living every day. What about you? You always rely on your family background to run amok. Speaking of which, you are worse than that ribbonfish." Narcissus was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She stammered, You dare say that I am worse than that ribbonfish? You are guilty of the death penalty." Li Yunxiao's face turned cold and he snorted. "Guilty of the death penalty? My illness is acting up again. It's time to go back and take my medicine." Narcissus was suppressing a bellyful of anger but did not know how to vent it. The other party's words were also quite reasonable, but she still felt that something was wrong. She only knew that the other party's every sentence was condemning her, pointing at her fault. But she had no way to refute it. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Everyone was sweating profusely. In this world, other than Li Yunxiao, there was probably no one else who dared to insult the Sea Emperor's daughter. Ruanxiang was also indescribably strange. He thought to himself that this Li Yunxiao really had a personality that did not care about his life. But in his heart, he also felt a trace of admiration for him. Only this kind of fearless brave heart could obtain such proud achievements. Zhao Wenjuan also laughed bitterly in his heart. He had long known of Narcissus's identity. He did not expect that there would be someone who did not give her face. It was really the first time he saw it. However, this young man in front of him was already a 9th-rank alchemist at such a young age. He must be a proud and arrogant person, and his background must not be simple. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting more and more awkward, and no one came out to mediate, Zhao Wenjian was afraid that something bad would happen. He hurriedly said, "Everyone here is a hero of the current era. It is fate that brought us together in the territory of Xiankong Island. I hope that everyone will give face to Xiankong Island and put down your grudges. Let's have a cup of tea on the island and wait for the treasure show to begin." Everyone looked at each other. They had never heard of Xiankong Island and the treasure show. Everyone looked at Baiming Kong Tian and Baiming Lifeng. After all, they were the leaders of the group. Baiming Kong Tian furrowed his brows and cupped his fists from afar. "We just happened to pass by this place and have no intention to disturb you. There's no need to trouble you. Please send our regards to the first island master." This Xiankong Island did not seem to be a simple place. Their destination was the Donghai Palace site. Afraid that something unexpected might happen, they decided to leave immediately. Narcissus quickly shouted at Li Yunxiao, "You can't leave, you haven't returned the Black Flame Mountain to me. I want to save Imo Sha." Li Yunxiao turned around, he smiled evilly and said, "What does it have to do with me that you want to save Imo Sha? He was injured by Ruinxiang, you should be looking for him." Narcissus was stunned for a moment. She thought to herself, "That's right, what does it have to do with him that I want to save Imo Sha? He was injured by Ruinxiang." The expression in her eyes immediately became cold, like the ice of the 12th month, as she looked towards Run Xiang. Run Xiang's forehead was full of sweat and he was speechless. He had heard that Princess Narcissus was intelligent and quick-witted, and it seemed to be true. It was just that she was inexperienced and lacked experience in interacting with people. In the past, everyone that she had interacted with had always been cautious, obedient, and accommodating to her every whim. They had always protected her as if she was their ancestor. But now that she had met someone like Li Yunxiao who completely ignored her, she was truly at a loss. Or rather, she was at a loss as to what she should do. In the end, she was just a little girl. She was scared by Li Yunxiao. Ruinxiang felt bitter in his heart. Li Yunxiao could ignore her, but he couldn't. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why is Princess Narcissus here? Now that the Devil Sand Guard is seriously injured, it is very dangerous for you to be outside alone. I will send someone to send you back. Lord Sea King must be very anxious." Narcissus shook her head and said, "I won't go back. It's not dangerous. I still have the golden armored guard to protect me. Moreover, my own strength is very strong." The golden armored guard was the puppet holding the devil sand behind her. It shone with a golden light and all kinds of strange runes flashed on the puppet's body. It was obviously a high-grade puppet. Run Xiang's face immediately darkened. He thought to himself, her strength is indeed good, but her intelligence is limited. Strength does not mean that she can conquer everything. A look of concern appeared on his face, and he said gently, "Princess Narcissus, please listen to me. Once I'm done with my own matters, I'll definitely bring some fun things to see you." Narcissus's pupils shrank and a cold light burst out. She said coldly, "Ruinxiang, how dare you? You dare to coax me like a child?" Ruinxiang's face darkened. He felt very innocent and helpless. He could only say, "Then what does the princess want to do now?" There was a look of confusion in Water Deity's eyes. After thinking for a while, she said, "I don't know. The person I'm looking for has been killed by you. I just want to save the demonic sand first before planning my next step." "The person you want to find was killed by us?" Everyone's head was filled with question marks. They didn't know what was going on. Narcissus recounted the whole story. Everyone was stunned and sighed, thinking that it was too much of a coincidence. The sky was so big, and the Longhorn Sea Tribe powerhouse just happened to step on the spatial node. His death was indeed a little unjust, but this was his fate. Fire god art? A cold light flashed through Ruinxiang's eyes as he stared at Li Yunxiao. He had fought with Li Yunxiao several times and knew that Li Yunxiao controlled an extremely powerful divine fire. Zhao Wenjian suddenly said, "So, Princess Narcissus came to this island to find a fire attribute martial artist. However, isn't it a little too unbelievable to rely on a prophecy?" Li Yunxiao was also a little stunned. He rubbed his nose and asked, "Who was the swindler who divined for you?" "Liar?" Narcissus shook her head repeatedly and said, "He's not a swindler. His divination skills are very powerful. My imperial father once praised him. His name is Duanmuyoyu. Ah. Everyone's mouths were agape, and they were overwhelmed with shock. They didn't expect the person who guided Narcissus here 3 years ago to be that world-shaking name, shining like a star in the sky of the martial path, guiding countless strong practitioners to follow their footsteps. This was a name that could make people's blood boil just by saying it. Bai Ming Kong Tian said in a deep voice, "So, it's that Emperor Wu Gongziyu. His divination skills are unparalleled in the world. Rumor has it that he can enter the torrent of time and peek into the past and future. If it's him, then it can't be wrong." Li Yunxiao also frowned in silence. He didn't understand Duanmuyoyu. In his previous life, he had always been disdainful of these divination skills. However, the origin of that cold sword and ice frost was related to an extremely strong divination master. And from the current situation, wasn't the fire attribute divine arts practitioner that Narcissus was waiting for referring to him? Who else in this world could beat his divine fire of the phoenix? Moreover, after the divine fire of the phoenix had merged with a strand of the devil fiend heart flame, its power had increased to a level that even he could not comprehend. It was undoubtedly the #1 divine fire in the world. Could that divination really be effective? Li Yunxiao couldn't help feeling puzzled. If it was really effective, then what other secrets in this world didn't divination masters know? That's right. The person I waited for 3 years was killed by you guys. Narcissus was enraged. Her eyes emitted a murderous glint as she swept her gaze across everyone. Although her gaze was frighteningly sharp, not only did the men who were swept by her not feel fear, they instead felt extremely honored. They all squeezed a few steps forward and straightened their chests. There were people constantly tidying up their hair. Ruinxiang said indifferently, "I've heard of Duanmuyoyu's divination skills. If it's so accurate, then how could the person you met die so easily? If he really died the moment he appeared, Duanmuyoyu should be able to divine it and tell you." "Did he say that the person you were looking for died after just one meeting?" Narcissus shook her head and said, "He didn't say that. But in the entire Xiankong Island, only 3 people who cultivated fire attribute divine arts that I found are dead. That's it." Ruinxiang was almost certain that the person Narcissus was looking for was Li Yunxiao, and he also knew some of the reasons. The treasure show has yet to start, there will be all kinds of experts coming here. Maybe some of them have been hiding and you won't be able to find them. Zhao Wenjian also smiled and said, "This friend is right. Lady Narcissus, why don't you wait until the treasure show is over? There will definitely be an unexpected surprise for you." Water deity's face lit up and she said joyfully, "Now that you mention it, it seems to be the case. Alright, I will wait until the treasure show is over. I hope I can meet the person I am looking for, otherwise, her expression suddenly became gloomy, revealing a deep worry. Everyone looked at her with a pitiful expression, wishing that they were the one she was looking for, and that they could immediately stand out to help her solve her problems. So that's the reason. Ruinxiang sighed in his heart, he hesitated and stared at Li Yunxiao. A warrior's face turned red, he finally couldn't help but step out and said loudly, "Princess Narcissus, although I don't specialize in fire attribute martial arts, I once refined a fire attribute beast and extracted its demon fire. Maybe I'm the person you're looking for." He shouted and made a hand sign in front of him. A green flame appeared on his body, it emitted an extremely high temperature. "How can you embarrass yourself by taking out a rank 6 beast's flame?" A warrior next to him scolded, "Although I don't have a special flame with me, I cultivate the scorching sun palm force. I can be considered as half a fire attribute divine art. Princess Narcissus, take a look and see if I'm the person you're looking for." He shouted and a scorching sun appeared in front of him. He shouted and punched out. A scorching sun appeared in the air and emitted an extremely strong power. At that moment, the rest of the people also stepped forward to show off their skills. They tried their best to show off anything that had anything to do with flames and temperatures, hoping to be chosen by the water deity. The temperature on the level 9 battleship kept rising. Everyone was sweating profusely. A warrior shouted and punched out 3 times. Dust filled the air and he shouted, "Princess Narcissus, even though I don't specialize in fire attribute martial arts, my earth attribute is extremely powerful. Do you think I'm the person you're looking for?" Narcissus was speechless. Zhao Wenjuan's eyes were twinkling. Those cultivators were all extremely strong. The weakest among them was Azun of the Bahuang province. He was astonished and said, "Mister, may I know which sect you belong to? What do you want to do? Maybe we can help you. After all, we are familiar with this area." Baiming Kongtian refused and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want outsiders to get involved in our sect's internal affairs." Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, "I don't want to get involved in your business. It's just that I'm afraid you don't know about this area, right?" Baiming Kongtian raised his brows and said disdainfully, "Situation? We have a level 9 battleship, we can go anywhere in the world." Zhao Wenjuan laughed and said, "I'm not talking about danger. It's just that this area is a bit special. It's hard to get out without a guide. Besides, all spatial coordinates don't work in this area." Baiming Kongtian was surprised. He immediately sent a message to the person in charge of locating the battleship. His face darkened. Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, "How is it? Wenjuan didn't lie to you, right?" Baiming Kongtian changed his attitude and said humbly, "Then how can we get out of this area? Please enlighten me, mister." Zhao Wenjuan said, "It's actually very simple to leave this area. You just have to wait. Once the time is up, the spatial coordinates will return to normal." It turned out that there was a mystical mountain range beneath this area. The field energy it emitted could manipulate the power of space. This strange power only appeared once every 5 years, which was also the time when the treasure show was held. During this time, all the spatial recorders would be disrupted and no one would be able to leave this area. Outsiders could only enter this area during this time. Baiming Kongtian said in shock, "Does that mean the Xiankong Island only opens once every 5 years? Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, "Exactly. That's why you came at the right time." Baiming Kongtian hesitated for a while and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Wenjuan. But how long will the spatial distortion last?" Since they couldn't leave in a short period of time, they were forced to stay. Zhao Wenjuan said, "The time is uncertain, but it should be around a month." They could afford to wait for a month. Baiming Kongtian nodded. Zhao Wenjuan revealed a knowing smile, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a voice was heard asking, "I wonder what kind of divine power did Lord Wenjuan use to erase the spell that Lady Narcissus cast just now?" Zhao Wenjuan shuddered and his face turned pale. He quickly turned around and saw the person who spoke was a rank 9 alchemist, Li Yunxiao. He rolled his eyes and chuckled, "It's just a small trick. Looks like I can't hide it from my peers." Li Yunxiao replied calmly, "Master Wenjuan, you are being too humble. If the transfiguration skill and the earth transformation skill is also a small trick, then there really are no other skills in this world." Zhao Wenjuan's face darkened and his expression changed. But in the end, he calmed himself down and said, "You flatter me." Baiming Kongtian, on the other hand, furrowed his brows tightly. He had witnessed the situation just now. When water deity cast her technique, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the ocean, yet it was wiped away by Zhao Wenjuan's rainbow. He was also surprised for a moment, but he did not think too much about it. It seemed like there was some unspeakable secret behind it. By now, the performance of the people on the warship was coming to an end. Those water elemental martial artists who had nothing to do with fire elemental martial artists also showed their skills. Narcissus looked even more disappointed. Ruanxiang said casually, "Princess, there is no need to be disappointed. I have a feeling that the person you are looking for is on this Xiankong Island." Narcissus was overjoyed and said, "I heard that the ancient true dragon could travel through time and space and predict the past and future. Is your feeling related to this?" Ruanxiang was speechless, but he was too lazy to explain. He nodded and said, "More or less. The key is whether that person is willing to stand out. Don't you think so, Li Yunxiao?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "This is the business of your Sikh clan. It is hard for me to understand with my level of intelligence. You should ask someone else." "Haha, Mr. Yunxiao is so humorous." Zhao Wenjuan laughed and opened his arms wide, "Welcome everyone to Xiankong Island." The rank 9 warship slowly moved like an island in the sky. But compared to the Xiankong Island, it was still a far cry. It quietly floated in the air a few miles away from the island. Everyone followed Zhao Wenjian to the island. It was the first time for most of them to come to the East Sea. Feeling the spirit qi on the island, they were all amazed. The people from Bimingxian Palace were also shocked. Their sect was located at the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire northern region. Almost all of the earth veins were filled with spiritual qi, but compared to Xiankong Island, it was nothing. Not to mention those poor rogue cultivators. They opened their mouths wide and inhaled the spiritual qi, not wasting a single second. Narcissa stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the rogue cultivators. She asked curiously, "What's wrong with you guys? Lord Wenjian, are there any restrictions on the human race on this island?" Everyone's faces turned red, and they quickly stopped breathing. "Humph, what a disgrace!" Biming Lifeng scolded angrily. He turned to Narcissus and said with a gentle expression, "Princess Narcissus, don't mind these country bumpkins. They are not worthy to be seen in public." Everyone was furious. No man could stand being called a country bumpkin in front of such a beauty. Their eyes were burning with anger, but they dared not to say anything in front of Biming Lifeng. "Hee, brother Lifeng, what are you talking about? Are you calling me a country bumpkin just because I am breathing in spiritual qi? Isn't it better for you to breathe in as much spiritual qi as possible?" Li Yunxiao could not bear to see his pretentious face and mocked him a few times. Then, he began to take in deep breaths. He even revealed an extremely satisfied expression as he reveled in the spiritual qi that filled the air. Young Master Yun is really a passionate man. No wonder he is so strong at such a young age. Isn't that right? He is the real number one among the younger generation. The others are just empty shells." "The others? Who?" "Among the younger generation, I've only heard of Li Yunxiao's name. Like thunder piercing my ears, like the sun in the sky. Is there anyone else in the younger generation who has some fame?" No, but there are a few mice and sick cats. They are not worthy to be seen in public." Don't talk about those who are not worthy to be seen in public. Otherwise, the sea race will think that our human race is weak." The cultivators behind him began to ridicule him. They all had a good impression of Li Yunxiao, but they all felt the same hatred for Biming Lifeng. Biming Kongtian secretly shook his head. Biming Lifeng was indeed outstanding among the younger generation, but compared to Li Yunxiao and Ruanxiang, whether it was in terms of temperament, strength, or talent, the difference was too great. Biming Lifeng's expression changed. His eyes were spitting fire. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he saw Biming Kongtian's cold gaze sweep over him. He was startled and did not dare to say another word. Zhao Wenjian saw everything, but he only smiled and said, "Princess Narcissus is worrying too much. Why would there be restrictions? The air here is clear. Many friends are just too amazed." Yes. This is the first time we've come to the Eastern Sea." Everyone nodded in agreement to cover up their awkwardness. "So that's how it is." Narcissus nodded and said, "There are still many beautiful sceneries in the four seas. You guys should see more so that you don't have to stay in that remote place all day." Everyone's face darkened. The vast and boundless sky martial continent had become a remote place. But when it came from Narcissus's mouth, they did not feel angry. Zhao Wenjian looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, is this not the first time you've come to the four seas? I see that you are ignoring the beautiful scenery in front of you, as if you are not used to it." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "There are more than 100 places in the sky martial continent that are 100 times more beautiful than this place. What's there to see in this barren island?" Zhao Wenjian's face immediately became awkward. He could not help but smile bitterly. He knew that Li Yunxiao was indirectly refuting Narcissus. He felt that young people's temperament was still immature. It was normal for them to like to bicker. He immediately shook his head. Narcissus was astonished. She said in shock, "Really? The sky martial continent has so many beautiful sceneries?" Although she was cold and strict when doing things, her personality was pure. Since she was young, no one had dared to bicker or lie to her. So when Li Yunxiao said it, she immediately believed him. Her face was filled with shock. Li Yunxiao sweated profusely. He suddenly felt that he was too petty. Why did he have to bicker with a little girl? He really felt ashamed. But how could he change his words? He smiled and said, "Of course it's true. The world is so big, and there are countless beautiful sceneries. If there's a chance, I can bring you around. And, if there really is such a beautiful scenery, I will definitely go and see it," Narcissus said with a serious face. But that will have to wait for the future." A trace of loneliness flashed on her face. Beiming Lifeng heard the two of them talking cheerfully and wittily. He was immediately filled with jealousy. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said gently, "In the Sky Martial Continent, no matter where you go, they have to give my Beiming Xian Palace some face. If Princess Narcissus wants to go to the continent, Lifeng is willing to accompany you." Narcissus shook her head and said, "That's a matter for the future. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Under the lead of Zhao Wenjian, the group of more than 100 people entered the depths of Xiankong Island. Although there were no beautiful sceneries on the island, it was not as barren as what Li Yunxiao said. There were strange flowers and herbs everywhere, emitting an astonishing amount of spiritual qi. There were even some high-grade herbs that grew by the roadside, and they were extremely old. Suddenly, Zhao Wenjian's voice turned cold. He said coldly, "There is a rule on this island. You are not allowed to pluck any spiritual herbs or kill any spiritual beasts. Otherwise, die." The word die made everyone's heart turn cold. A few of them really wanted to pluck the spiritual flowers, but the moment they stretched out their hands, they shivered and hurriedly retracted them. Along the way, Zhao Wenjian had always been kind and amiable. Suddenly, his face turned cold. Everyone was not used to it. Zhao Wenjian said coldly, "This is your first time on the island, I have to remind you. We welcome guests from afar, but if you violate the island's rules, no matter what your background is, it will be troublesome." Beiming Kongtian said, "It is our duty to follow the island's rules." Li Yunxiao suddenly asked, "Lord Wenjian, as a human, why are you on Xiankong Island and the island owner?" Zhao Wenjian's expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "It's a long story. My position as the island owner is just an empty position. The Oshima Lord saw my skill and formula, so he gave me a high position." Li Yunxiao did not ask further. With Zhao Wenjian's skill and formula, it was normal for him to be popular among the Sea tribe. Fei Ming suddenly said, "Xiankong Island is very famous in the entire East Sea, but the identities of the 5 island owners have always been a mystery. The East Sea Palace has sent people to your island many times, but it was difficult to find them. Since I am here today, I would like to ask Mr. Wenjian, what is the attitude of the 5 island owners towards the East Sea Palace?" Fei Ming's words turned cold as he stared at Zhao Wenjian with a sharp look in his eyes. Although the East Sea was small, the descendant of the true dragon was the Sea King. Other than a few extremely powerful and secretive clans, no one dared to defy him. Xiankong Island seemed to have appeared in the East Sea out of nowhere, and it had become famous in the East Sea over the past few decades because of the treasure show. Therefore, the East Sea Lord would naturally not allow an unknown force to be in his territory. However, he had not been able to find the Xiankong Island for many years, and it only appeared during the treasure show once every 5 years. The rest of the time, the location of the island had always been a mystery. Zhao Wenjian smiled in surprise, "Oh? So there is someone from the palace, please forgive me. Since the Xiankong Island is in the East Sea, it is naturally under the Sea King's jurisdiction." Fei Ming snorted, "If that is the case, then why don't the island owners go to the palace to pay their respects?" Zhao Wenjian smiled, "That is because the Xiankong Island can only be connected to the outside world once every 5 years. During the rest of the time, we cannot go out by ourselves. Please forgive us, messenger from the palace. Please explain when you see the Sea King next time." Fei Ming furrowed his brows. Zhao Wenjian's words weren't false, but this explanation still felt very forced. He could only say, "I will bring your words back. As for the outcome, it will depend on the Lord." Zhao Wenjian smiled without saying anything, but a cold look flashed in his eyes as he continued to lead the group forward. Soon, they arrived at a flat land filled with buildings. Although it was not as prosperous as a city, it was more like a small town. The buildings were neatly arranged and there were many people walking around. Zhao Wenjian smiled, "These few days, many friends have come to the Xiankong Island. Normally, this place is like a ghost town. Li Yunxiao looked around and his pupils shrunk. Mr. Wenzhan, these buildings seem to have some kind of connection with each other. It seems like they are arranged according to some kind of formation? Zhao Wenzhan was shocked and a cold ray flashed across his eyes. He was wary of Li Yunxiao. These buildings were arranged according to some kind of ancient formation. Even an ordinary formation master might not be able to see through it. Child Yunxiao is really considerate. These buildings are just arranged according to a beautiful pattern. Zhao Wenzhan said calmly. He did not believe that Li Yunxiao could see through the formation. Li Yunxiao did not say anything else. He felt that there were more and more problems with this Xiankong island and he became more vigilant. From afar, a ray of light flew over and landed in front of the crowd. It was a young man. He took a few steps forward and bowed to Zhao Wenzhan. Master, Oshima Lord has something to discuss with you. Zhao Wenzhan frowned and said, all right, I will go now. He pointed at the young man and explained, this is my disciple, Enling Jian. He will show you around the island. He gave a few instructions to Enling Jian and specially reminded him, these are all friends with great backgrounds, you must not neglect them. This child Yunxiao is a rank 9 alchemist. You can ask him if you have any questions. What? Rank 9 alchemist? At first, Enling Jian did not think much of it. Only now did he jump in fright. He looked at Li Yunxiao in shock and said in a daze, Master, his age, could it be wrong? Zhao Wenzhan said sternly, you've been by my side since you were young, and you've always been complacent about being able to become a Tier 8 arcane refiner at your current age, looking down on the heroes of the world. This young Master Yunxiao is younger than you, but his achievements are beyond your reach. I hope you can guard against arrogance and rashness, and learn from him. Yes, Master. And Ling Jian humbly lowered his head and glanced at Li Yunxiao. He still didn't believe it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the summoning warrior transformed into a ray of light and flew towards an inconspicuous building in front of him. Just by looking at its appearance, this building was completely out of place among the other buildings. No one would have thought that it was actually the residence of the Oshima Lord. And Ling Jian said, everyone, follow me, I'll bring you to a place to stay first. With your status and strength, you are more than qualified to receive the highest treatment in our Xiankong island. The crowd followed him to a small courtyard, and many of them frowned. Although the courtyard was exquisite, it could only house 7 to 8 people at a glance. The door was locked by a copper lock, and there were even traces of rust on it. It was obvious that no one had lived in this place for a long time. And Ling Jian looked at the crowd and revealed a proud expression. He struck out a few spells in the air, and it spiraled in the air before flying into the copper lock. The copper lock became brand new, and it opened immediately. The door of the courtyard opened slowly. And Ling Jian said, this is a spatial arcane artifact forged by my master. There is a universe inside, you can all stay here without worries. The crowd was surprised, and all of them were amazed. As they walked into the courtyard, they saw rows of courtyards, hidden among the red flowers and green willows. Everyone looked at Enling Jian with respect. A Tier 9 arcane refiner that could forge a spatial arcane artifact was extremely rare in the Sky Martial continent, and they were highly respected. And Ling Jian said proudly, this spatial arcane artifact has been forged by my master for many years, and it has always been here. It has only been used once. You are the second guest that my master thinks so highly of. He glanced at Li Yunxiao, and said, I heard from my master that you are also a Tier 9 arcane refiner. What do you think of this spatial arcane artifact? He said I heard from my master, which meant that he had heard from his master, but he didn't believe him. Li Yunxiao said calmly, it's SOSO. And Ling Jian was surprised, and his face darkened. He snorted and said, SOSO? In that case, young Master Yunxiao must have seen a better spatial profound weapon? The so-called spatial arcane artifacts could be divided into 3 categories. The first was the storage space, which could be carried everywhere, and could contain a large number of things, but it couldn't contain living things. It was usually made into rings, bracelets, bags, and so on. The second category was this kind of fixed spatial arcane artifact, which could contain living things. There was a small world inside it, but it couldn't be moved by the rules of the realm of heaven martial arts. The space inside it wasn't self-generated, and it was equivalent to taking a space from the realm of heaven martial arts and putting it inside. As for the third category, it was the super-grade spatial arcane artifact, which could evolve the world by itself and form its own rules. It was like an existence of its own world. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and didn't say anything. If he said it was SOSO, it was actually not bad. But when Lingjian heard it, he was very unhappy. He said coldly, "Young Master Yunxiao is really a Tier 9 arcane refiner. You are experienced and knowledgeable, and your vision is too high." Humph, this man has always been arrogant. In fact, he doesn't have any skills. Wan Shichuan saw that something was wrong, so he instigated it appropriately. As expected, Lingjian was young and aggressive, and he was suspicious of Li Yunxiao's identity. He said, "Oh? Isn't young Master Yunxiao a Tier 9 arcane refiner? How can he not have any skills?" Yan Shushu sneered and said, "The so-called Tier 9 arcane refiner is what he said. No one has seen him before. There are no high-level arcane refiners among us, so no one can verify whether he is real or not. If it weren't for Elder Baiming Kong Tian and other high-level Emperor Wu experts, I guess he would directly say that he is titled Emperor Wu." And Lingjian raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "What? In that case, he is still a liar?" Yan Shushu chuckled and said, "I can't say whether he is a liar or not, but judging from his young age, he. I don't want your teacher to be deceived and suffer any losses." He paused and added, "Even if he doesn't suffer any losses, it will be extremely dishonorable." "Oh? Is what he said true? Young Master Yunxiao?" And Lingjian's face became cold. He stared at Li Yunxiao and emitted waves of cold air. Li Yunxiao touched his nose and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He said leisurely, "What do you want?" "Nothing much." And Lingjian sneered and said, "Just now, Master told me to ask young Master Yunxiao for guidance. I just happened to have a question in my heart and would like to ask young Master Yunxiao. Has young Master ever heard of a soul attack technique?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's all right, I have a little bit of practice." Young Master doesn't need to be so humble. I just happen to have cultivated a technique called soul petrifying. I hope young Master can teach me." And Lingjian's face darkened. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from between his brows. It flashed brilliantly and an extremely powerful soul attack crashed toward Li Yunxiao. The surrounding space trembled. Jing Yongya was shocked. He moved slightly but was stopped by Liao Yongbing. She shook her head lightly and signaled for him to be quiet. She then transmitted her voice and said, "As far as I know, young Master Yun is indeed a 9th rank spell refiner." Jing Yongya's face was filled with shock and disbelief. With such martial arts strength and at such a young age, he was actually a 9th rank spell refiner? This could no longer be described as a genius. He could not believe it no matter what and could not help but feel a little worried. The space around Li Yunxiao also became extremely distorted under the other party's soul attack. It kept shaking and swaying. From the outside, it looked like Li Yunxiao had been dismembered by 5 horses. Ruinxiang revealed a knowing smile and crossed his arms to watch the show. The others also had expressions of schadenfreude. Narcissus, on the other hand, had a calm expression. She had regained the calmness of an ancient well and the coldness in her eyes that ignored everything. That was a kind of innate noble and cold temperament. Under this strike, Lingjian suddenly frowned. His boundless soul power should have instantly exploded his opponent's sea of consciousness and caused him to bleed from his 7 orifices. However, the situation was out of his expectations. It was like a millstone had smashed into a sponge. No matter how he squeezed his opponent, he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. "Humph, do you think you can be undefeatable like this?" And Lingjian's eyes turned cold. He formed a seal with both hands and shouted above his head, "Heavenly Featherwind chant." A sharp soul power turned into countless blades that tore through the space and let out a screeching sound as they slashed towards Li Yunxiao's body. The layers of blades were like countless feathers fluttering in the air, wrapping around Li Yunxiao. The place where Li Yunxiao was standing was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Li Yunxiao's body then exploded, shredded into countless pieces that rained down. "Ah?" Everyone's expression changed and they were overwhelmed with shock. Baiming Lifeng, Wan Shichuan and the others were overjoyed. They revealed looks of disbelief and ecstasy. Li Yunxiao, whom they wanted to kill so many times, was actually killed so easily? Wasn't this too much of a joke? Liao Yangbing's mouth was wide open and she was stunned. She frowned deeply. Bai Ming Kong Tian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open. He still thought that half of the tyrannical body refinement art was with Li Yunxiao. Ruinxiang's expression also changed. He was also puzzled. He only felt that this person should not have died so easily. However, the pieces of flesh that fell from the sky were so real. A ripple appeared in water deity's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, and a light flickered. Hee, you really are a liar. And Lingjian's face revealed a ferocious expression. He licked his lips and said, I'm sorry. I polluted the environment and startled everyone. Everyone was speechless. Looking at the blood all over the ground, they could not accept that Li Yunxiao had died just like that. They could not calm down their emotions. Narcissus suddenly said, hurry up and get treatment. You will die if you are late. And Lingjian snorted and said with a smile, Princess Narcissus must be joking. This liar is already dead, how can he be saved? I'm afraid even a level 10 warlock god can't save him. Narcissus's eyes showed a trace of pity, and said, I'm talking about you, you suffered such a heavy injury, don't tell me you didn't notice it at all? And Lingjian frowned, and said, what is Princess Narcissus saying, why can't I understand? The rest of the people also looked confused, not knowing what Narcissus meant, only Ruinxiang's expression changed, his eyes burst out rays of light, looking at Lingjian's body and the pieces of corpse on the ground. And Lingjian said with an ugly expression, friend, don't look at me like that, it makes me uncomfortable. Ruinxiang's eyes gradually turned green, filled with an ancient ruthless aura, like the eyes of a divine dragon, staring at everything, then slowly retracted. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule, and said, the discomfort does not come from my gaze, you'd better hurry and find your master. Since Li Yunxiao's death, and Lingjian began to feel that something was wrong, always feeling a burst of irritation and discomfort, indescribable pressure in his heart, only feeling that something was about to happen, or had already happened, but he didn't know. Narcissus's eyes were full of pity, while Ruinxiang's were full of ridicule, making him feel extremely irritated and even angry, and he only scolded, shut up. What do you mean by that, say it clearly. Ruinxiang shook his head, and repeated, you'd better hurry and find your master. And Lingjian finally couldn't help but explode, and roared, what do you mean by that? In extreme anger, he strode over, but found it difficult to lift his feet, and suddenly looked down. Ah! An incomparable chill emerged from his forehead, his whole head was stunned, almost about to explode. He looked at his lower body in disbelief, only the leg bone of his left leg was left standing on the ground, the muscles on it were all gone, and the bones on his right leg were broken into countless pieces of meat scattered on the ground. Ah! Not only his right foot, but he was also horrified to find that both of his hands were gone as well. His face was also covered in blood, and waves of pain came from his body. Flesh and bones were missing everywhere. An indescribable fear spread in his heart. Only then did he realize that the pieces of corpses on the ground were all his. Ah! His head was covered in blood. And Lingjian was scared out of his wits. He was completely terrified. He was so terrified that his liver and gallbladder were about to explode. He also saw 2 ears on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know how much flesh and bones he had lost. He cried in panic, Master, Master, save me. Whoosh, in his panic, and Lingjian discovered that he could still circulate the essence force in his body. He hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew away, fleeing in the direction of the Oshima Lord. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the reality in front of them. Li Yunxiao was standing in the same place, safe and sound. He hadn't even moved an inch. Everyone was shocked. To be able to deceive everyone with an illusion technique, just how much soul power was required to achieve this time, no one doubted his identity as a Tier 9 alchemist. Liao Yangbing heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He looked at the dazed Xianxia complacently, as though he was saying, I didn't lie to you, right? Xianxia exchanged a glance with him and smiled bitterly. Bai Ming Kong Tian also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. But at the same time, his heart felt even heavier. The danger he felt from Li Yunxiao had increased by quite a bit. Narcissus said, "You are so vicious. You actually cut off so much flesh and bones. So cruel." Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "I'm just standing here and not moving. I'm only repelling his attack. If I hadn't controlled it, he would have become a pile of mush long ago. I spared his life out of kindness, and now I'm being vicious? You mean that I should have been cut into meat paste?" Narcissus was speechless. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to refute him. After thinking for a while, she could only shut her mouth angrily. Ruanxiang said coldly, "Mr. Yunxiao is indeed courageous. You still dare to attack someone in someone else's territory. When the Oshima Lord arrives, there will be a good show to watch." Li Yunxiao put on an innocent face and said, "Everyone saw what happened just now. He was provoked by someone and tried to kill me on purpose. I was only defending myself. There is no escape from the word reason in this world. They can't be unreasonable, right? Reasonable? Humph, Li Yunxiao, it's easy for you to say. Do you know how much trouble you will bring to us?" Bai Ming Lifeng's face was also filled with anger. Li Yunxiao's survival made him rejoice for nothing. His face had already darkened. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "This incident was caused by someone provoking us. We can just capture the two instigators and hand them over to the Xiankang Island." His gaze turned towards Huan Shichuan and Yan Shushu. Both of their expressions abruptly changed, and they involuntarily took a step back. Yan Shushu even directly retreated behind Huan Shichuan, as if this could better offset the chill in his heart. Huan Shichuan said cautiously, "Li Yunxiao, what are you trying to do? You are the one who injured him. Are you trying to blame it on us?" Li Yunxiao didn't want to waste time talking to him. He said directly, "Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it?" Huan Shichuan was infuriated. This was blatant contempt for them. He shouted, "Could it be that you want to capture the two of us?" A cold light flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes. He was too lazy to talk anymore. He leaped into the air and pounced towards Huan Shichuan. Huan Shichuan and Yan Shushu retreated in fright. They had seen Li Yunxiao's methods before, so how could they dare to face him head-on? Huan Shichuan said angrily, "There are many lords from Baiming Profound Palace and many experts from Scarlet Moon City here. You dare to act rashly?" Li Yunxiao made a hand sign with one hand. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. Then, he charged towards Huan Shichuan. Huan Shichuan was shocked and frightened. He quickly took out his sword and made a hand sign to deflect the lightning. Bang! His treasured sword buzzed under the lightning, and he quickly retreated. He hastily shouted, "Lord Gao Tian, are you going to sit and watch him commit murder?" Li Yunxiao's hands did not stop moving. He raised the thunder hammer high and slammed it down again and again. It was like a heavenly tribulation was crashing down. Not only was it attacking Huan Shichuan, it was also attacking Yan Shushu. Jing Yongye's eyes glowed coldly, "Mr. Yunxiao, leave Yan Shushu to me." Li Yunxiao nodded, "All right. Remember to capture him alive. We will be able to answer to the Xiankang Island later." Yan Shushu's face turned pale. He wailed, "Master Kong Tian, I followed you to the sea. You can't just watch me die." Baiming Kong Tian changed his expression and said, "Mr. Yunxiao, you are the one who injured in Lingjian. It's not good to make a scapegoat." Li Yunxiao emerged from the lightning and said coldly, "Elder Kong Tian, if you can't tell right from wrong, I will lose my memory easily." "You." Baiming Kong Tian waved his sleeves angrily and turned his head away. He still had the other half of the cultivation method with him. There was nothing he could do to him now. Especially after he saw how Chuyang dealt with in Lingjian, he gave up on the idea of searching his soul. When Yan Shushu saw that Baiming Kong Tian was actually ignoring him, his face instantly turned ashen. Jing Yongye's face turned hideous and he said coldly, "Die, you bastard." A green light condensed in his palm, and his entire body flew up, striking towards Yan Shushu's body. Huan Shichuan's heart suddenly sank, and he shouted, "Lord Gao Tian, Baiming Profound Palace and my Crimson Moon City are allies, you can't just sit by and do nothing." Baiming Kong Tian turned around and stood still as if he had entered a meditative state. Since he had decided not to care, he decided to pretend that he did not see anything. Ilechi stood up and said, Young Master Yunxiao, Master Shichuan is indeed at fault. Why don't we put aside our grudges and think about how to deal with Xiankong Island? Li Yunxiao snorted, Who do you think you are? I will beat you up if you continue to talk nonsense. A cold light burst out from his eyes. He had been looking for a reason to kill Yuan Shichuan and Yan Shushu for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance, he would not let it go. Moreover, the Xiankong Island was not as simple as it appeared to be. He did not want to have any conflict with the forces of this island yet. This was also the reason why he spared An Lingjian's life. Otherwise, he would have killed anyone who dared to kill him. Ilechi gritted his teeth and said, Li Yunxiao, do you really think that no one can defeat you? Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and mocked, not convinced. Come and fight me if you have the guts. I don't have time to waste with you. He turned into lightning again and smashed his hammer at Yuan Shichuan. Boom! The sky shook violently. Fortunately, they were in the Xian artifact space. Otherwise, the people on the island would have been alerted. Bang! Yuan Shichuan swung his sword with all his might and blocked the falling lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact and took a few steps back. He said in fear, Master Lechi, you can't leave me in the lurch. Let's join forces and kill this thief. Ilechi's face twitched. He knew a little about Li Yunxiao's strength. Even if he joined forces, they would definitely not be able to defeat him. He could only continue to threaten, Li Yunxiao, once we return to the mainland, I will definitely report everything to the Red Moon City. At that time, although the world is big, there will be no place for you to hide. Li Yunxiao could not be bothered with Yuan Shichuan. He continued hammering down. The crowd only saw the sky change color. Bolts of lightning descended like dragons, continuously striking Yuan Shichuan's body, gradually breaking through his defenses. Master Ilechi, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and attack. Yuan Shichuan was on the verge of tears and wailed loudly. He was exhausted from being struck by the lightning and would not be able to hold on any longer. Ilechi's face was ashen. He could sense that everyone was staring at him, and a look of shame flashed across his face. He clenched his teeth and replied, Lord Shiquan, don't worry. I will definitely ask old Master Tang Qing to avenge you. Pfft. After Yuan Shichuan heard this, his last bit of faith was shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down and finally broke through his protective defenses, causing his entire body to fall from the sky and directly crash into the ground. Zhao Wenjian flew into an ordinary-looking courtyard on the Xiankong Island. There was not even a single restrictive spell. After entering the courtyard, Lin Feng realized that the qi here was completely different. There was a small path made of pure stones of top quality. It led to a room. There were spiritual flowers and grasses on both sides of the room. Surprisingly, there were even some fruits of the Bahuang province. Zhao Wenjian walked to the front of the house and said politely, Oshima Lord, I'm here. The door of the small house opened, and an extremely strong spirit qi rushed out. The spirit qi seemed to contain some kind of strange power. Zhao Wenjian was so shocked that he took a few steps back. Only then did he calm down and walk in. The inside of the house was separated by a jade screen, and there was an uneasy aura coming out from inside. As a Tier 9 alchemist, Zhao Wenjian also felt a wave of pressure, and only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He hurriedly asked, First Island Master, what's the matter? The shadow on the jade screen shook and a deep voice came from inside. I sensed a very strong dragon breath. Is someone from the East Seas royal family here? Zhao Wenjian said, Indeed, a descendant of a true dragon came to the island. But he's not from the East Seas royal family. He's called Ruanxiang of the North Sea. He's a genius from the Four Seas. So he's a genius from the North Sea Imperial Palace, no wonder. The voice continued, Beihai is a descendant of the true spirit Black Dragon. He is also a descendant of the dragon's son. This Ruanxiang is really not simple. His dragon breath is strong enough to trigger the blood in my body. Is the heavens blessing me? Zhao Wenjian was surprised and said, Oshima Lord, you mean? The voice laughed and said, This should be the last treasure show conference. Ah. Zhao Wenjian was shocked. He suddenly realized something and said excitedly, haha, that's great. Congratulations, Oshima Lord. It's just that. Didn't you say you needed a lot during the last time? Oshima Lord smiled and said, last time, I thought it would take at least 30 to 50 years. I didn't think it would be enough this time. Moreover, the heavens even sent me a descendant of the black dragon with such a high purity bloodline. Haha, the heavens are truly taking care of me. Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, this is all thanks to Second Island Master's brilliant plan. His insistence on holding a treasure show once every 5 years has indeed produced a miraculous effect. Suddenly, an anguished wail came from outside the door. Master, Master, where are you? Save me, save me. Zhao Wenjian was shocked and said, it's in Lingjian, what happened? He suddenly shouted, why are you panicking, come in. The door of the hut was opened, and a bloody An Lingjian immediately appeared at the door. He only had his left foot supporting him, and his body was missing flesh and bones everywhere. He looked extremely terrified. Bang! Zhao Wenjian sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back in fright. Only then did he calm down and said in shock, what's going on with you? Who did this to you? And Lingjian's face was full of tears. He cried, Master, you must save me. I'm finished. I'm dead. Sob, sob, sob. It's all Li Yunxiao's fault. What? Li Yunxiao? Zhao Wenjian's face darkened as he said in shock and anger, why did he hurt you? His pupils constricted as he said suspiciously, your injuries seem to be, and Lingjian was startled, and didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, this is caused by my heavenly feather wind chant, being reflected back, the matter is. He explained the sequence of events clearly. Bastard! Nonsense! Zhao Wenjian roared, how dare you attack a rank 9 alchemist and use a soul attack? You're really courting death. Yes, I was wrong. Master, I know I was wrong. Save me. And Lingjian didn't dare to refute and cried for help. What? Rank 9 alchemist? Oshima Lord's voice came out with extreme shock. Zhao Wenjian said, that's right. There was also a human rank 9 alchemist who came with the descendant of the North Sea royal family. Haha, that's great. Oshima Lord was overjoyed and said, the heavens are indeed helping me. Keep an eye on this rank 9 alchemist. Don't let him leave the island. Zhao Wenjian's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but he still replied, yes. Oshima Lord was obviously in a good mood. His shadow swayed on the jade screen as he said, send someone to stabilize the rank 9 alchemist and the North Sea royal family. Don't let them escape. No, you go personally. Zhao Wenjian was taken aback. Then Jian, Oshima Lord said, although Jian's injuries are terrible, they aren't fatal. Moreover, his dantian is well preserved. He won't die. I think the rank 9 alchemist doesn't want to offend us. I'll get someone else to treat him. You go and stabilize those two. Yes. Zhao Wenjian didn't dare to disobey. He got up and replied. He then said to An Lingjian, although your injuries are terrible, it's fine. Oshima Lord will arrange everything. Remember not to act rashly in the future. You almost ruined everything and got yourself killed. Yes, I understand, Master. I won't do it again. And Lingjian said honestly. Hearing that his life wasn't in danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then started to worry about his future. He asked carefully, Master, will my injuries affect my future formula path cultivation? Zhao Wenjian said, the dantian and meridians are well preserved. As long as you regrow your limbs, it won't affect your cultivation. His eyes revealed a trace of shock as he said solemnly, that Li Yunxiao only countered your heaven feather wind chant, yet he can control it so exquisitely. He is truly a terrifying young man with terrifying talent. He showed a serious expression. He strode out of the house and headed towards the courtyard where Li Yunxiao was. Hearing that it wouldn't affect his formula path cultivation, and Lingjian finally relaxed. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Jian, how long have you been with the 5th Island Lord? Oshima Lord's voice suddenly came. And Lingjian was shocked. He quickly replied, Oshima Lord, it's been almost 30 years. I remember that I came to Xianxia Island with Master when I was 5 years old. I've been focusing on cultivation ever since. That's true. I remember that you were still a child. Oshima Lord was silent for a while. He said, it's been almost 30 years. Have you seen my face? And Lingjian was shocked. For some reason, he felt nervous. He quickly said, no, I haven't. Oshima Lord said, although there are hundreds of people on this island, only the other 4 island lords have seen my face. Today, you will be the 5th. Ah? And Lingjian's jaw dropped. He didn't know what to do. Oshima Lord's face was the island's biggest secret. He had thought about Oshima Lord's face more than once, but he gradually lost interest. Oshima Lord said, come here. I will heal you. I can't do it through this jade screen. Yes. Thank you, Oshima Lord. And Lingjian had a strange feeling in his heart. He carefully walked towards the jade screen. What was behind it was much bigger than he imagined. There was a huge array formation revolving slowly on the ground. It was something he had never seen before. In front of the array formation, there was a man sitting on a throne. He was tall and sturdy. His upper body was hidden in spiritual energy. And Lingjian didn't dare to look at him. He lowered his head and said, greetings, Oshima Lord. Syllables came from the huge array formation. The syllables seemed to be connected to the depths of the earth. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared on the array formation. And Lingjian kept his head down. He saw Oshima Lord's shadow standing up. His upper body seemed to be changing. The shadow was getting bigger and bigger. An extremely strong pressure came from the array formation. He was shocked. He quickly raised his head and saw a huge dragon head. Its eyes were like lanterns. It was staring at him fiercely. Ah! Great, Oshima Lord, you. And Lingjian's body trembled. He was at a loss of what to do. He started to panic. The dragon eyes that were as big as lanterns stared at him made his body tremble. A bad premonition was spreading in his heart. Oshima Lord said, this is how I look like. You are right. I am also a descendant of the true dragon. So this is Oshima Lord's background. And Lingjian forced out a smile, but his pale face and cold sweat showed that he was extremely panicked. Oshima Lord said, do you know that the king of East Sea is supposed to be me? What? And Lingjian's body trembled violently. He raised his head in shock and saw the extreme unwillingness and anger in the dragon's eyes, as well as the dense ferocity. He swallowed hard. He couldn't accept it. The Oshima Lord of Xianxia Island said that he was supposed to be the king of East Sea. Then, his identity, Oshima Lord said coldly, then do you know why I am living in this remote place? And Lingjian shook his head, I don't know. Oshima Lord's eyes glowed fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, that's because the current king of East Sea, my good brother, injured me. I was running for my life. Luckily, I came across the strange sea of Xianxia Island. That's how I survived. And Lingjian's heart was pounding. Although he had guessed it, it was a different story to hear it from the Oshima Lord. Oshima Lord's body was heaving up and down. He seemed to be having a hard time calming himself down. After a while, he said, then, do you think I should take revenge? Yes, of course. And Lingjian quickly said, but, the king of East Sea is too powerful. Although Xianxia Island has some power, it's nothing compared to him. Oshima Lord said, that's why I need everyone's help, including yours. Ah? Me? And Lingjian hurriedly said, Jian will definitely spare no effort to avenge the first island master even if it means death. He continued, it's just that Jian's strength is weak, and now that he's injured like this, I hope that the first island master can save me. I'll definitely follow the first island master with all my might. I'm glad that you're willing to help me. Oshima Lord praised, it's fine even if you don't heal your injuries. As a level 8 sorcerer, you have a strong soul. If I eat you, my injuries will be greatly healed. That's the best you can do for me. Ah? Eat it? And Lingjian was startled and said in horror, Oshima Lord, what did you say you want to eat? A sense of uneasiness spread in his heart. He could already see the huge dragon head of the Oshima Lord slowly opening its mouth and drooling. "No, don't, Oshima Lord." Without waiting for the Oshima Lord to answer, and Ling Jian already knew his fate. He was so frightened that he could no longer stand steadily. A bone in his left foot twisted and he fell to the ground on the spot. His whole body trembled as he cried. Didn't you say that you would help me take revenge with your life?" A cold light burst out from the eyes of the Oshima Lord, and he shouted, "Are you lying to me?" No, it's just that. And Ling Jian's whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he trembled. "It's just that Shizhuan has raised me for more than 20 years, and I still haven't repaid Shizhuan, so I can't bear to leave just like this." The Oshima Lord said, "You really are a filial child. If your Shizhuan knew that you sacrificed yourself for me, he would definitely be proud of you. Let me see Shizhuan's last face, bid farewell to his old man." And Ling Jian was so frightened that he couldn't speak. His lips trembled, and his body trembled. In the end, he directly burst into tears. "Woo woo woo. Shizhuan, save me." "No need." The first island master refused. A huge claw appeared in the air and grabbed Ling Jian. Then, it threw him into its mouth and started chewing on him. Squeaking sounds that made people's teeth ache were heard. And Ling Jian didn't even have the chance to scream before he was completely chewed up. The sound of bones being chewed continued for a while before the huge dragon head swallowed. It slowly closed its eyes and returned to its human form. As expected of an 8th-stage alchemist, it's of great benefit to me." The Oshima Lord seemed to have absorbed all of Ling Jian's nutrients. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his dark green eyes shone with a dim light. He stuck out his wet tongue and licked his lips as if he was enjoying the aftertaste. In the small courtyard of Xiankong Island, inside the profound artifact space. In complete despair, Wan Shichuan was blasted into the ground by the lightning. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the distance, Yan Shushu's heart was also filled with despair. Under Jing Yongye's relentless attacks, he no longer had the strength to retaliate. He continuously begged for mercy, "Lord Yongyi. I know I was wrong, and I sincerely repent. Please spare my worthless life." "Bah! Don't insult dogs." Jing Yongyi spat disdainfully, the power in his palms becoming even more ferocious, completely cutting off all of Yan Shushu's escape routes, every single one of his moves using his full strength. Yes, I'm worse than a dog. Lord, killing me is too demeaning to your status. Considering that we've known each other for a long time, please spare me." With Yan Shushu's strength, if he had used his full strength, even if he was no match for Jing Yongyi, he would not have been defeated so quickly. However, he knew that his defeat was already decided, so he did not have the heart to continue fighting. He wholeheartedly begged for mercy, so after a few moves, he was already at death's door, tears streaming down his face. Human cultivators are indeed different from the rest. You've opened my eyes, haha. Ruinxiang could not help but mock loudly, looking at the crowd with disdain. Narcissus also asked in confusion, "It's obvious that the opponent is not willing to let him go, so why is he begging for mercy in such a low voice?" Ruinxiang smiled, "I can't answer Princess Narcissus's questions either. This is probably the outstanding quality that flows in the blood of human cultivators." When Li Yunxiao heard this, he turned around and said coldly, "My people begging for mercy before they die is better than the sea race people activating their bloodline power before they die, reverting to their ancestors and self-destructing." Ruinxiang said angrily, "Tui. Your race is greedy for life and afraid of death, how can it be compared to my race's fearless warriors?" Li Yunxiao snorted contemptuously and said, "In the face of death, one relies on his own intelligence to survive, while the other degenerates into a mindless sea beast and self-destructs. Which do you think is better?" Ruinxiang was dumbfounded. There were clearly two completely different qualities, one was greedy for life and begged for mercy, the other was brave and fearless. But in Li Yunxiao's words, the meaning was completely different, and he found it hard to refute. Water deity was also stunned by his words. She nodded gently and said, "That seems to make sense." Ruinxiang's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "Princess Narcissus, don't be fooled by this person. His eloquence is invincible in the world. If eloquence can be divided into levels, this person is already in the 10 directions divine realm. Although the human race people were also hostile to Ruanxiang, they felt that this sentence was quite reasonable, and many people nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the ground in the distance broke open with a bang, and Wan Shichuan came out with a dirty face. He knelt down on the spot and kowtowed directly, "Lord Yunxiao, please spare me, I am willing to be your slave, please don't kill me." All the human race warriors blushed. Li Yunxiao had just refuted a little bit of their face verbally, and immediately lost it all because of this person. Baiming Kongtian couldn't help but rebuke angrily, "Wan Shichuan. Death can be as light as a goose feather, or as heavy as Mount Tai. Do you still look like a strong Emperor Wu with such a spineless person? Don't insult the 4 words Jiutian Emperor Wu." Wan Shichuan looked at Baiming Kongtian, and his eyes burst with incomparable anger. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Baiming Kongtian, you old man. You did not save me," and even made sarcastic remarks on the side. "I will not let you go even if I become a ghost." Baiming Kongtian snorted coldly, "Humph, saving a coward like you is simply dirtying my hands. If you don't save me, I will die anyway. I will drag you down with me first." Wan Shichuan rushed up from the ground in rage, roaring and rushing towards Baiming Kongtian. His eyes were bloodshot as he bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His face was almost deformed. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The one who wanted to kill him was Li Yunxiao. Why did his anger turn to Baiming Kongtian instead? This was a strange, crazy world that no one could understand. Baiming Kongtian was also furious. He roared, "B*****. Don't you know right from wrong? I have no grudge with you." Wan Shichuan's eyes were filled with mockery and crazy mockery. He laughed loudly, "Haha, no grudge? If you don't save me and watch as I am killed, I will kill you." His aura instantly swelled to the peak, and he pounced towards Baiming Kongtian, as if he wanted to perish together with him. Baiming Kongtian's face was filled with anger, and a cold aura was released from his body. He slowly raised his right hand and slammed his palm into the air. A bone-chilling palm print appeared in the air and slammed onto Wan Shichuan's body. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, completely suppressing the monkey. Bang! Unlike Li Yunxiao's lightning, which had blasted him into the ground, this palm strike directly penetrated his body, causing Wan Shichuan's entire body to shatter into pieces in the air. He turned into countless ice shards and fell to the ground. "Humph! You really don't know what you're talking about." After Baiming Kongtian killed Wan Shichuan with a palm, his anger slowly subsided, and his face was filled with contempt and disdain. Everyone secretly shook their heads. An expert of the Red Moon City had fallen just like that, and he had made a fool of himself before he died, making a fool of himself. Even Ilechi felt embarrassed. He kept feeling that everyone was staring at him, and he couldn't help but blush. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Elder Kongtian, this Lord Wan Shichuan of the Red Moon City had no grudge with you. Why did you kill him?" Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and a gleam flashed in their eyes. They started to ponder about the coldness in Li Yunxiao's words. Baiming Kongtian's face also sank, and he said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, what do you mean by that?" Li Yunxiao smiled calmly and said, "Nothing. The Red Moon City and the Baiming Palace are both part of the 7 super forces. One is in the east, and the other is in the north. They watch over each other from afar, and can be considered allies. A Jiutian Emperor Wu of the Red Moon City was in a fit of anger before he died, so it's normal for him to be muddle-headed. Yet, you killed him without asking anything. Haha, I'm just afraid that this matter will have a negative impact on the Baiming Palace." Everyone's heart trembled, and they thought to themselves, "That's right. That Wan Shichuan just went berserk before he died, and he lost his mind in anger. That doesn't warrant death, right? Li Yunxiao had a reason to kill him, but what right did you, an elder of the Baiming Palace, have to kill someone from the Red Moon City?" Baiming Kongtian's expression changed drastically. Killing Wan Shichuan under the circumstances just now was something that couldn't be any more normal. But after hearing Li Yunxiao's analysis, he was indeed in the wrong. This kind of matter could be big or small. If this point was grasped and investigated, it would really affect the relationship between the 2 sections. Baiming Lifeng also said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, don't you try to sow discord. The relationship between the Biming Palace and the Red Moon City has always been good. How can it be disintegrated with just a few words from you? Li Yunxiao said with a smile. Always been good? Then why did you still kill him? Everyone shifted their gazes towards Biming Lifeng, puzzled. That's right, since they had always been good, why did you still kill him? Cold sweat broke out on Biming Lifeng's forehead, and he didn't know how to explain. He suddenly had an idea, and said to Ilechi, Lord Lechi, you saw what happened just now. Elder Kong Tian was forced to kill him, and he took advantage of the situation. Ilechi's expression flickered, and he immediately became nervous. He also resented the Biming Palace for being unwilling to help, but if he were to criticize them now, he was afraid that he would be in danger for the rest of the journey. But his current attitude was equivalent to the Red Moon City's attitude. If he didn't criticize them, wouldn't he be lowering his head to the Biming Palace, and letting Ruan Shichuan be killed for nothing? Actually, he didn't care about Ruan Shichuan's death. What he cared about was the Biming Palace's attitude towards them, afraid that he would become a second Ruan Shichuan. He thought for a while, and his eyes turned, and he said, I saw what happened just now clearly. As for whether it was right or wrong, it's hard to judge at the moment. When I return, I will definitely report everything to Old Master Tang Qing. Biming Lifeng's face darkened, and he secretly cursed, Old Fox. They all understood the meaning of Ilechi's words. It was all up to him to say whether it was right or wrong, and whether it was good or bad, they would decide when they returned. Everyone present was a wily old fox. Those itinerant cultivators were still relatively naive, but those in the sects were all scheming experts. They immediately understood what Ilechi was thinking. Biming Kong Tian snorted and said, Then I'll have to trouble Lord Lechi to explain the whole story to Old Master Tang Qing. I was indeed a little impulsive just now. Seeing Biming Kong Tian admit his mistake, Ilechi secretly rejoiced in his heart. However, he still put on a straight face and said, Don't worry. None of us wanted this to happen. But now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Everyone, please restrain your grief. Everyone sighed and shook their heads, looking very sorrowful. Narcissus asked puzzledly, Ruinxiang, why can't I understand what they're saying? It seems like they're very sad about that person's death. But it's precisely because they didn't save him that he died. So why are they sad? Everyone's faces turned red. This little girl was completely ignorant of worldly affairs. She could be considered a child's babble, directly exposing their hypocrisy. All of them felt ashamed. Ruinxiang couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Haha, this is the intelligence they boast about. We don't understand. Biming Lifeng glared at him angrily and explained gently, Princess Narcissus, don't listen to this demon's nonsense. This is the most basic etiquette of our human race. As the saying goes, the dead are the most important. This is a form of respect and remembrance for the dead, or rather, mourning. Yes, it's mourning. The other cultivators also chimed in and said, Young Master Lifeng is right. Lord Shiquan has unfortunately passed away. We have to pull ourselves together. Narcissus became even more confused. Her face was full of confusion as she said, But just now, that person begged you to save him, but you didn't save him. She raised her hand and pointed at Yen Shushu, who was on the verge of death. She said, Now that he's about to be beaten to death, are you going to mourn him later? Everyone's mouths were wide open. They didn't know how to answer. Ruinxiang held his belly and laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Cough, cough. Li Yunxiao also felt ashamed. He coughed a few times and said, He won't die. He shouted, Sire Evernight, please stop. We still have to hand him over to Xiankong Island. On the other side, Jing Yongye's killing intent had been aroused, and Yan Shushu was already on the verge of death. When he heard Li Yunxiao's words, a hint of viciousness flashed across his face, and he directly jabbed a finger towards Yan Shushu's lower abdomen. Bang! Yan Shushu's dantian exploded with a muffled sound, and his entire qi exploded. His body let out a hissing sound, and his entire body's essence energy was completely drained. Ah! Yan Shushu screamed in pain, his eyes filled with despair. His martial arts foundation was directly destroyed. In an instant, he turned from a powerful Emperor Wu into a cripple. He was even worse than an ordinary mortal. The physical and mental injuries overlapped, and he instantly fainted. Jing Yongyi dragged him over like a dead dog and threw him at Li Yunxiao's feet. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He felt much more relaxed now that he had gotten his revenge. Li Yunxiao, how dare you? Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, and a ray of light flew over. Zhao Wenjuan instantly appeared in front of him, and his eyes were flickering with endless killing intent as he stared at him coldly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they secretly thought that the main character was finally here. Bai Ming Lifeng was overjoyed, and he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Wenjuan, your beloved disciple was injured by Li Yunxiao alone, and it has nothing to do with the rest of us. You don't have to give us face, you can kill him or not. Oh? Li Yunxiao, what else do you have to say for yourself? A ball of killing intent exploded from Zhao Wenjuan's body, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly, and he said coldly, your disciple was instigated by someone, that's why he offended me. Now that the instigator has already been punished by me, Mr. Wenjuan can deal with him as you wish. If Mr. still feels unsatisfied, then do whatever you want. Zhao Wenjuan took a look at Yan Shushu on the ground like a dead dog, and said with a contemptuous smile, humph, randomly getting a dead dog to hand in the job? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Li Yunxiao crossed his arms in front of him, standing quietly in the air, and said, I already said, do whatever you want. He had an indifferent appearance like he was not afraid of heaven or earth, making Zhao Wenjuan fly into a rage, and he gritted his teeth and said, fine. How you treat my beloved disciple, I'll repay you the same way. The aura on Zhao Wenjuan's body turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, don't say that I didn't give you a chance, since we're both tier 9 alchemists. As long as you can suppress me in soul force, this matter will be over. Otherwise, humph. Li Yunxiao still had that indifferent look, only his gaze became even colder, and he snorted, do as you please. With a declaration of war, the atmosphere between the two immediately became extremely abnormal. Apart from the extreme cold, the space began to twist and twist unceasingly like a fried dough twist. Everyone's expressions changed greatly, and they all retreated, afraid of being caught up in it. Bai Ming Lifeng and Ruanxiang both became nervous, closely watching the two's every move, both hoping that Li Yunxiao would be chopped into 1,000 pieces. But the two did not move at all, maintaining a fixed distance from each other. Only the space around them kept changing, twisting into all kinds of shapes, making everyone watching dumbstruck. Heavenly Feather Wind Chant. Zhao Wenjuan was the first to move, both hands forming a seal, and he lightly shouted. The space around him suddenly tightened, as if being pressed down by something, and then suddenly exploded with a bang, exploding out countless feather-like spiritual attacks, sprinkling down one after another, like flying snow in the sky, drifting towards Li Yunxiao. Good. This is the Heavenly Feather Wind Chant, the one your disciple used is called Dog sh*t. Li Yunxiao praised, and immediately formed a seal with one hand. An invisible force rippled out from his body. It was like a layer of water membrane, lightly adhering to his skin. The feathers that filled the sky fell down one by one, directly sticking to the layer of water membrane. The feathers pierced into the membrane and were blocked, unable to harm his body. In an instant, Li Yunxiao's entire body was covered with white feathers, like a big white goose. Zhao Wenjuan's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile, and said, if you only have this little defense, then everything is over. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly, and a ball of cold light burst out from his eyes. Zhao Wenjuan's hand seal changed, and said coldly, explode. Boom. The space shook violently, but there were no elemental energy waves, and an extremely strong spiritual attack spread out in the air. Those white feathers that were formed from soul power all exploded at this moment, turning into many spiritual vortexes, not only bombarding in all directions, but they also fused together, becoming bigger and bigger. Ah! Li Yunxiao let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body directly fell into that huge spiritual vortex. His body kept distorting along with the changes in the space, and his hands hugged his head as he screamed at the top of his lungs, and blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Bai Ming Lifeng and Ruanxiang were ecstatic, and they couldn't contain the excitement in their hearts. Ruanxiang directly formed the true dragon's eyes and looked over. As expected, Li Yunxiao was at a disadvantage, and everything he saw was real. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. The battle between arcane masters was extremely dangerous, and it was even more ferocious than martial arts. One careless move could cause one's soul to fall, and if it was light, one's soul would be injured, and if it was heavy, one's memory would be lost, and one would become a complete retard. Haha, just SOSO. Zhao Wenjuan sneered, and said, "This is the consequence of hurting my disciple, and I will punish you." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he recalled Oshima Lord's words. It seemed that this person was still useful, and it wasn't convenient to kill him. He then coldly snorted, and said, "This time, it ends here. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He made a hand seal, and the spiritual vortex instantly disappeared. Li Yunxiao's constantly twisting body finally returned to its original state, and he quietly lay in the void, not moving an inch. From afar, his face was pale, and blood seeped out of his pores. Baiming Lifeng suddenly shouted, "Mr. Wenjuan, there is no need to show mercy, there is no need to give us face, just kill him directly." Baiming Kongtian frowned, and revealed an unhappy expression. He stared at Zhao Wenjuan with vigilance, and if Zhao Wenjuan dared to kill him, he would definitely save him. Zhao Wenjuan ignored the crowd, and only coldly said to Li Yunxiao, "Get up, stop pretending to be dead. The attack just now only injured your soul, it is not enough to kill you." He quietly waited for a while, and seeing that Li Yunxiao was still floating there, he frowned, and doubt flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward, and carefully walked forward. Every step was extremely slow, because a duel between arcane refiners was too risky, any carelessness could be fatal. The doubt in his eyes became deeper, and he felt that something was wrong. "Ah?" Zhao Wenjuan suddenly cried out involuntarily as he looked at Li Yunxiao, who was floating in the air, in horror. "How is that Li Yunxiao, the one lying in the sky, bleeding from all 7 orifices is me? How can this be?" All of a sudden, Zhao Wenjuan felt as if the world was spinning around him. He slowly stood up from where he was floating in the air, his face filled with fear. His body violently trembled, and he knew that he was hit. He was a rank 9 arcane refiner. How could he be hit by someone's mental power without realizing it? However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had to believe it. Fortunately, Zhao Wenjuan's mental fortitude was strong enough, and he instantly woke up. He quickly made a hand sign, and a mark slowly rose from his hand, and shouted, "Break." An extremely powerful force rippled out from his body, and the surrounding space kept changing, as if it was washed by a heavy rain. An intense pain came from his mind, and the illusion was broken. He returned to reality, and as expected, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his face was pale. His face became even more ashen, and his body violently trembled. He felt a lingering fear in his heart. If he did not show mercy just now, he would have died to his own ultimate, right? Doing good to others is also doing good to oneself. What happened? Everyone was shocked, and looked at each other in shock. They realized that the battle between arcane refiners was too strange, and they could not understand it at all. Ruinxiang's expression also changed abruptly. His true dragon's eyes clearly saw Li Yunxiao injured just now. How did it become Zhao Wenjuan? Could it be that Li Yunxiao's illusion can fool my true dragon's eyes? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Water Deity, who was beside him, and said, "Princess Water Deity, did you see clearly?" There was also a hint of doubt on Water Deity's cold face. She said suspiciously, "There seemed to be a scarlet eye in the void that glared at me fiercely just now. My vision was blocked by a layer of formless power and I was unable to see the truth clearly." Ah. Ruinxiang sucked in a breath of cold air, a monstrous wave set off in his heart. The Sea Emperor Bo family's bloodline is born with the extreme vision divine ability, similar to their true dragon's eyes, can see through all illusions. His true dragon's eyes is not perfect, after all, his strength is far inferior to a true dragon, but Narcissus's extreme vision divine ability has been completely inherited, yet she can't see through Li Yunxiao's illusion? How is this possible? Ruinxiang's face turned pale, he lightly shook his head, thinking to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible, there must be a key point in this. Zhao Wenjuan only felt cold all over, his clothes were completely soaked, how would he dare to attack again? He hurriedly said, "Lord Yunxiao, I admit defeat." "Thank you for your mercy, Lord." "What? Li Yunxiao won again?" Those martial artists were all stunned, as if somewhat dissatisfied. Didn't this guy say he is a ninth-grade alchemist? Is he a liar? That's right, no matter how strong Li Yunxiao is, with his age, it is impossible for him to be so abnormal in both martial arts and sorcery. And there must be a reason behind this. Everyone nodded as if they understood very well. Bai Ming Lifeng's heart was cold, he rejoiced twice in vain. Not only that, he was more and more afraid of Li Yunxiao's strength. He only felt that the delicate figure standing in front of him was no longer a mountain, but a sea of stars. He suddenly quivered and recovered from the fear in his heart. His face was paler than Zhao Wenjuan's. Space gradually distorted, and countless beams of fluorescent light gathered from all directions, directly condensing into Li Yunxiao's real body. His face was cold, and he was also pale and bloodless. It was obvious that the battle just now had not been easy for him. Narcissus looked at Li Yunxiao, suddenly said, Your eyes just now, why? Li Yunxiao's body trembled and his pupils shrank abruptly. An extremely sharp chill shot down as he stared fixedly at Water Deity, interrupting her sentence. She had the supreme bloodline of the Bo family, innately did not know what fear was. There was also nothing in this world that could make her feel fear, but in that moment, for the first time in her life, she truly felt fear. She had the supreme bloodline of the Bo family, innately did not know what fear was. There was also nothing in this world that could make her feel fear, but in that moment, for the first time in her life, she truly felt fear. What is going on? After the fear, Narcissus's heart rippled, sinking into a huge question mark. She stood to the side in a daze. Only then did Li Yunxiao withdraw his gaze from Narcissus, thinking to himself, this girl really has inherited the bloodline of the Bo family. She has the eye of truth that can see through everything. She is born to be my Tsutsumi's nemesis. When Zhao Wenjuan saw Li Yunxiao appear, he hurriedly came forward, bowed, and said, Thank you, Lord Yunxiao, for not killing me. Li Yunxiao said coldly, No need to thank me, you should thank yourself for not killing me. Zhao Wenjuan's entire body trembled. Luckily the Oshima Lord wanted to keep this person, otherwise he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. The entire spatial profound artifact suddenly became silent. It was strangely quiet, the ground was a mess, blood and flesh were everywhere, it was too horrible to look at. Zhao Wenjuan quickly collected his emotions, smiled apologetically, and said, Lord, you have just arrived on the island and caused an unpleasantness. It is my dereliction of duty. I hope everyone can forgive me. He respectfully begged for forgiveness with a very sincere attitude. Everyone became polite, saying that it was all right. After all, the other party was a high-level arcane master. To be so polite to them, in the Sky Martial continent, was something that would never happen. Li Yunxiao flew down from the sky, slowly stepped on the ground, and said indifferently, It's all right, this is all thanks to your disciple. I was able to conveniently take care of those two who were not pleasing to the eye. Your disciple has done a meritorious deed. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, saying it so brazenly. Wasn't he looking down on the Red Moon City and Bai Ming Palace a little too much? Lechi felt everyone's sizing gaze, his face burning. He felt as if there was a thorn in his back. He wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. Zhao Wenjuan was also stunned. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, not knowing how to reply. He could only smile awkwardly. Lord Yunxiao, since this place is like this, we will arrange for you to stay in this spatial profound artifact for a month on the island. Are you satisfied? He began to change the topic, introducing the spatial profound artifact. Every room was filled with a large amount of cultivation resources, all of which were origin crystals that were fished up from the bottom of the sea. They were even more precious than origin stones. Those wandering martial artists were all overjoyed. They could not help but start to put large amounts of them into their storage bags. Zhao Wenjuan was stunned. Everyone, those wandering martial artists all revealed hoodlum expressions, and said, we can't use so much in a month, so we plan to pack it up and bring it back. Zhao Wenjuan. Oh, right, I forgot, are you all from Bai Ming Palace? Bai Ming Lifeng hurriedly shook his head, and said, they have nothing to do with us. Although we are going the same way, we are two different groups of people. Two different groups of people? Young Master Feng, aren't your words too unkind? That's right, we went through fire and water together. Now, we just took a few pieces of origin crystals, and there are two different groups of people? Too cold-hearted. Before we set out to sea, we called her little sweetie, now we call her Madame Niu. Bai Ming Lifeng looked embarrassed, especially when he saw Narcissus's strange gaze. He finally could not hold it in any longer, and roared, "If you don't want to die, shut up." He roared furiously, and sure enough, it was effective. These wandering martial artists only wanted to take some money, no one really wanted to offend the Bai Ming family, so they all lowered their heads and collected the origin crystals, no longer saying a word. Zhao Wenjian smiled, "The powerful martial artists of your sect are indeed humorous." Bai Ming Lifeng's face darkened, and his face turned red. He emphasized, "I said it's two groups of people." All right, no need to explain." Zhao Wenjian interrupted him, turned to Narcissus, and said, "Princess Narcissus, your identity is too noble, I have already prepared the best room for you. Also, Master Ruinxiang and Master Fei Ming can go with you. After all, Xiankang Island is a force of the Eastern Sea, and it is under the command of the Eastern Sea Lord." Ruinxiang looked at Narcissus, and his eyes showed a pleading look. Narcissus thought for a while, and turned to look at Li Yunxiao, pointed at him, and said, "No, I want to stay with him." Swoosh, everyone was in an uproar, each and every one of them dumbstruck. Even those martial artists who were fighting over the crystals all stopped, their mouths agape. The crystals they held in their hands were already forgotten to be placed into their storage pouches. Li Yunxiao's mouth was also agape, and his face was covered in cold sweat. Bai Ming Lifeng's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with anger. He stared at Li Yunxiao, and his nails dug into his palms. Zhao Wenjian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said embarrassedly, "Princess Narcissus, you are too bold. You have a noble identity, if anything happens to you, the Xiankang Island will not be able to bear the consequences." Narcissus remained calm, and she stared at Li Yunxiao coldly, and said, "You took Imosha's profound weapon, if you don't return it to me, I will follow you." Phew! It was a false alarm. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief, patted their chests, and continued to fight for the origin crystals. Bai Ming Lifeng was stunned for a moment, and then his face returned to normal, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had completely fallen in love with Narcissus. To a genius, this was a huge obstacle in the path of martial arts. But how could a person control their feelings? He also realized that he was stepping into the abyss, but he could not stop himself. Bai Ming Lifeng's eyes were filled with infatuation, and his eyes fell on Narcissus greedily, admiring her every move and smile. In Bai Ming Contian's eyes, his expression was filled with deep worry and worry. Li Yunxiao smiled slyly, and said, "Didn't I say it just now? What does it have to do with me that you want to save Imosha? He was injured by Ruinxiang, you have to look for him." Narcissus said seriously, "Don't lie to me. I thought about this sentence for a long time just now, and there's a problem with it. The one who injured Imosha was Ruinxiang, but his destiny profound weapon is in your hands. Saving Imosha still has to look for you." Ruinxiang had an innocent look, and said with a long face, "Princess Narcissus, you've only just thought it through." A cold glint flashed across Narcissus's eyes, and she said in a chilly voice, "Li Yunxiao, if you don't hand over the Black Flame Mountain, don't blame me for being rude." Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "I can have that Black Flame Mountain, but Princess Narcissus has to take out something in exchange." Narcissus frowned and said, "What is it?" "I don't have much on me." Li Yunxiao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "You definitely have this thing on you." His lecherous look of sizing up fell into everyone's eyes, and they immediately had a bad premonition. Bai Ming Lifeng was even more alarmed and said angrily, "Li Yunxiao, what kind of wicked idea are you thinking of? Quickly dispel it for me." Ruinxiang's face also turned cold, and he shouted, "Li Yunxiao, if you raise such a request, I will definitely kill you right now." Narcissus had a bewildered look, and said, "What request? Why do all of you seem to know his request, but why don't I know?" Everyone's face was full of sweat, and they had no way to explain, but they all stared at Li Yunxiao, afraid that he would say something disgraceful. A glint flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he stared at Narcissus, and said word by word, "Simple, it's your blood." What? Everyone's face changed drastically, as if thunder had struck, and everyone was shocked until they were dizzy. This request was even more shocking than what they had expected, and everyone revealed an extremely fearful expression. Ruinxiang was also shocked, and he shouted loudly, "Li Yunxiao! You dare to Have designs on the Sea Emperor's blood, no one in this world can save you. Li Yunxiao sneered, I've heard that so many times, can't you say something else? Even if no one in this world can save me, it has nothing to do with you. Why are you so agitated? You deserve to die. This is a great disrespect to the Sea King. Ruinxiang's eyes were spitting fire. The Sea King was one of the 3 people he respected the most. He could not allow anyone to disrespect him. Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, you know he's only the Sea King, not the human sovereign. Did he respect me first? If not, why should I respect him? If you want to gain respect from others, you must first respect them. This is the simplest principle, you don't understand it, do you? Ruinxiang held his breath, he shouted angrily, anyway, this is a capital offense. Narcissus's face darkened, she gritted her teeth and said, Father once said that the Bo clan's bloodline is very noble, no one in this world dares to touch us, otherwise, they will kill that person even if they have to go to heaven or hell. Li Yunxiao spread his hands and said helplessly, then there's no other way, freedom is important in business. I like the Black Flame Mountain very much, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he ignored the shocked expressions of the crowd and headed straight for a courtyard. The 3 from the Sea clan looked gloomy. Fei Ming said coldly, this man is lawless, why don't I find a chance to take back the Black Flame Mountain? Narcissus watched as Li Yunxiao disappeared into the courtyard. She wanted to follow him with a cold expression but Ruinxiang and the others quickly stopped her. Zhao Wenjian was also sweating profusely. If Narcissus followed them and something happened to Li Yunxiao, the Xiankong Island would be doomed. He quickly said, although Mr. Imosha's injuries are serious, he is not dead yet. Why don't I try to treat him first? Yes, Mr. Wenjian is a rank 9 alchemist, he must have a way. Ruinxiang also hurriedly said. He was extremely regretful that he had heavily injured Imosha and caused so much trouble. Narcissus hesitated for a moment and said, all right, we'll do as Mr. Wenjian says. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Zhao Wenjian greeted everyone and left with the 3 sea race members. The profound weapon space was extremely huge, almost everyone could have a small courtyard. Very quickly, they all moved in. Liao Yangbing pondered for a while and walked to Li Yunxiao's courtyard. She sent a message into the jade token and settled down nearby. Each courtyard had a separate cultivation room. As soon as Li Yunxiao entered one of them, he casually cast a few restrictions, isolating the entire secret room from the outside world. It must be known that this kind of spatial profound weapon had most likely already been refined by Zhao Wenjian. As the owner of the spatial profound weapon, Zhao Wenjian would be able to sense every movement within it. After doing all this, he flipped his hand and the Black Flame Mountain appeared in his palm. It emitted a scorching light and black flames shot out. Suddenly, the flames condensed on the Black Flame Mountain and formed a beast head. It looked exactly like Imosha and rushed down with a loud roar. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. This was just Imosha's divine sense left behind on the Black Flame Mountain. It drove the profound weapon and the power of the flames to attack. His lips curled into a mocking smile. The archaic heavens eye between his brows opened and suddenly spat out a faint red scorching fire. The beast head formed by the black flames was shocked and revealed a terrified expression. It could not be bothered to attack anymore and retreated. At the same time, it drove the Black Flame Mountain to attack. Bang! The Black Flame Mountain smashed onto the divine fire and immediately became several times bigger. In a short while, it filled up half of the space. It emitted a black light and continuously resisted the divine fire. The beast head flew directly into the mountain. Black flames gushed out from the mountain and blocked the divine fire. It really is a profound weapon refined by the heaven obsidian. Li Yunxiao's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. Every 100,000 years, the sun would produce an extremely powerful celestial phenomenon. Its scorching interior would gradually condense a kind of sunspot particle, and every particle would produce an irresistible energy storm. As time passed, more and more sunspots would appear, and the storm would also increase. In the end, the sunspots and the storm would gather and produce a strange phenomenon called the heaven obsidian. Once the heaven obsidian appeared, it would produce a world-destroying power that would strike the universe. A large number of flaming meteorites would fall into the realm of heaven martial arts. Sometimes, those meteorites would contain the sunspot particle. The sunspot particle had no solubility and could not be melted by any fire. Hence, it was the best material for refining profound weapons of the fire element. However, because there was no fire in the world that could melt this material, the sunspot particle had been considered useless for a long time. Then, a genius refiner appeared. He believed that everything in the world was born from the 5 elements, and that they reinforced and restrained each other. He believed that there was absolutely nothing that the 5 elements could not mix. In the end, he found a way to refine it, which was to melt it with a strong wind element. From then on, the sunspot particle became a top-notch refining material. In Xianxia's previous life, he had looked for the sunspot particle many times to refine a cauldron. But now, he had the mountain and river cauldron, so he didn't need it anymore. This heaven obsidian mountain is enough, but the level of the black flame is too low. If I fuse it with my divine fire, its power will be incomparable. Xianxia raised his hammer high and smashed it on the black flame mountain. The power of thunder and lightning went into it. Rumble! Rumble! The mountain wasn't damaged by the thunder, but the divine thought of the demonic sand, which was residing inside, was constantly attacked by the thunder and lightning. Roar! An angry roar came from inside. The black flame condensed into a beast head again and rushed out of the mountain. However, as soon as it appeared, the divine fire, which was burning the black mountain outside, pounced on it and extinguished the black flame like a basin of water. Ah! The divine thought of the demonic sand held in pain and finally disappeared. The divine fire didn't extinguish the black flame. If one looked closely, they would see that the color of the divine fire changed again. It actually absorbed the black flame. At the same time, in a very luxurious residence on Xianxia Island, Zhao Wenjian brought the 3C race members to settle down. Suddenly, the demonic sand commander, who was being carried by the golden armored guard, screamed in pain. His body stiffened and his eyes popped out. The others were shocked. Narcissus was even more shocked. Demonic sand, what happened to you? A hoarse voice came from the demonic sand's throat, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Song lost his breath and fainted again. Narcissus panicked. Mr. Wenjian, what happened to the demonic sand? Zhao Wenjian hurriedly sent his divine sense into the demonic sand's body. His face turned gloomy. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense and lowered his head in silence. Ruinxiang asked in a deep voice, Mr. Wenjian, what happened to him just now? Zhao Wenjian hesitated for a while and said, if I'm not wrong, his natal profound weapon has been refined by Xianxia and the connection between him and the weapon was severed. That's why his mind suffered a backlash. Damn Xianxia! A cold glint flashed across Narcissus's eyes. Rays of golden rays shot out from her body and she was filled with killing intent. Zhao Wenjian quickly said, this is actually not a bad thing. Without Xianxia's interference, it's safer for me to treat him. Narcissus's eyes were cold and her face was filled with anger. She said, then I'll leave him to you. In a secret chamber in the courtyard, Xianxia sat cross-legged in the air, refining the black stone mountain. What Xianxia wanted to do was to use the black stone mountain to maximize the power of his divine flame. After all, this object was nurtured in the black stone mountain for countless years and had a strong amplification effect on flames. It seems that the black stone mountain has been refined by Amo Sha for too long. After absorbing his black flame, it has a strong affinity with this treasure. It saves me a lot of effort. Xianxia muttered to himself and changed his hand seal. A golden rune flew out and expanded in the air, entering the flames that filled the sky. The pale red flames became violent in the sky and shrank into the black stone mountain. Finally, all of the flames converged into the mountain. The color of the entire mountain changed from black to a pale red. Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The black stone mountain was abnormally hard. Apart from a strong wind attribute, nothing could harm it, let alone change its color. The power of this flame must be too strong. Even the black stone mountain can't withstand it. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Then, an astral wind spun in his hand, whistling towards the black stone mountain. The Heizi mountain, which could not be broken by even 10,000 lightning bolts, actually began to gradually disintegrate under the whirlwind, turning into particles that collapsed from the top of the mountain. Those particles emitted a faint fiery red light, and each of them contained extremely strong flames. They were like millions of fireflies dancing in the sky. Li Yunxiao's face revealed a look of joy. His hands quickly formed hand seals in front of him. One after another, the hand seals were inserted into the mountain, slowly suppressing the violent qi inside. After an unknown amount of time, the particle storm gradually calmed down and condensed into the center. Crackle! The sound of tiny particles filled the sky. As they condensed, a pitch-black ball continuously condensed in the sky. Finally, it turned into a 3-foot-long small crocodile. It lay quietly on the ground. Li Yunxiao looked carefully. This crocodile maintained the color of the black stone mountain. Its whole body was pitch black. However, under the probing of his divine sense, the power of the flame contained within was abnormally strong. Even his probing divine sense was directly burned away. "Hey, don't just lie there. Come over here," Li Yunxiao shouted. His eyes emitted a cold glint. The crocodile opened its eyes and lazily moved its limbs. Then, it began to crawl towards him. With every step it took, Li Yunxiao felt a great pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. Genryu suddenly opened its eyes and said coldly, "This thing seems to be a little dishonest." Li Yunxiao sneered, "Stupid thing. Just because it obtained a little power, it thinks it can escape from my hands." His eyes also turned cold. He stared at the arrogant and unruly crocodile. The black crocodile stopped 3 feet away from him. It closed its eyes and remained motionless. Li Yunxiao extended his right hand and the universe god monument slowly rose from his palm. He held it in his hand and said to the crocodile, "Come in." The crocodile remained motionless. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became cold. Li Yunxiao's gaze was like water as he looked at the crocodile quietly. He seemed to be waiting for its reaction. This thing was an elemental spirit. As part of the sealing formation in the galaxy, it had survived for tens of thousands of years. During the battle in Xianxia City, Ding Shan had destroyed half of the complete ancient astral wind spirit. The remaining half had been carried by Monogatari June. Following Di Jun's death, it had followed Li Yunxiao in the dragon transformation pool in the burial ground. During that period, it had been refined by Li Yunxiao many times. It had almost completely merged with the divine fire of Phoenix and created a new form. It had become one of Li Yunxiao's killer moves, Firestorm Wheels. Its power was not below that of a complete spirit. However, as its strength continued to increase, its intelligence was also slowly being developed. It began to develop a sense of resistance towards Li Yunxiao's random commands. Now that it had fused with the body formed by the sky obsidian, it had obtained even greater power. Its desire to resist became even more obvious. The crocodile suddenly opened its eyes and there was a ferocious gleam. It stared at the universe god monument and its eyes were filled with resistance and fear. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it understood that once it entered the universe god monument, its life and death would be beyond its control. Li Yunxiao squinted his cold eyes and revealed a sunny smile. He said softly, "Be good, come here." The crocodile's body quivered and it used its 4 short limbs to support its body. It took a step back and stared at Li Yunxiao with caution. Its black body started to change. Flames were burning from within and it suddenly turned light red. There was a small ball of ancient astral wind spinning under its 4 limbs as if it was stepping on wind and clouds. Li Yunxiao's face finally turned cold and he said coldly, "Come in." Roar. The crocodile roared and the ferocious look in its eyes intensified. It leapt into the air and pounced down. Li Yunxiao's expression changed and he thought to himself, so fast, his body immediately turned into a golden color, and he directly blasted out a Vajra fist. Boom! The fist light landed on the crocodile's body, and an intense pain spread through his arm. The invincible golden body's fist force was directly smashed into pieces. Seeing that it had succeeded, the crocodile became even more ferocious. It roared and opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Li Yunxiao's entire upper body. "Bite your sister!" Li Yunxiao roared angrily. He picked up the hammer in his left hand and smashed it down. A bolt of lightning directly shot into his mouth and into his body. Hell! An explosion came from the crocodile's body. It felt a sharp pain and quickly closed its mouth. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold, and he immediately teleported in front of it. The next moment, he appeared at the top of the secret chamber. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 northern sky cold star swords shot down. Clang! Dang! 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 The bodies of the swords all stabbed into the crocodile's body, and they fell close to its body like a prison, trapping it. Li Yunxiao's hands formed seals, and a seal appeared. A sea of sword chi appeared on the sword diagram, and a sword talisman condensed, pressing down on the crocodile's body. The crocodile raised its head and roared, and its pitch-black body began to turn red. The terrifying power of flame spewed out, trying to blast away the sword diagram. Humph, stupid. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, and the seal in his hands changed. An image of a true spirit fire phoenix appeared between his eyebrows, and an ancient cry could be heard faintly. The flames on the crocodile's body suddenly condensed, and it pounced back uncontrollably, directly blasting into its black body, causing it to struggle with all its might. That flame was only lent to you. Do you really think it's yours? Li Yunxiao sneered, and raised his hand. A cold sword of frost appeared above his palm, and it turned into a ray of light that shot down. With a loud clang, the long sword slashed down on the crocodile's swaying tail, and sank into the ground, pinning the crocodile's body like a nail. The crocodile's eyes revealed a look of fear. Its tail was pierced by the sword, and it was surrounded by a sword formation. There was also a sword talisman pressing down on its body, and the flames in its body were uncontrollably wreaking havoc. It immediately panicked, and opened its mouth to beg for mercy. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "What, do you surrender now?" The crocodile nodded repeatedly, and its eyes were full of pleading. A glimmer of light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Without saying a word, he raised his hand, and the cold sword of frost and the many northern skyfrost star swords were put away. The crocodile swayed its tail a few times, and its body stopped swaying. Suddenly, its figure flickered, and it disappeared from where it was. With an untraceable speed, it appeared on Li Yunxiao's body, and with a roar, it bit at Li Yunxiao's neck. "You're courting death." Li Yunxiao shouted coldly, and with a point of the sword in his hand, a cold light slashed out. Although the material of the sky obsidian was sturdy, there was almost nothing the cold sword of frost could not cut through. With a single slash, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and the crocodile was directly cut in half. Roar! 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 The crocodile roared a few times, and the power of the ancient astral wind spun out, directly disintegrating its body, turning it into countless scattered black particles. Each particle contained an extremely high amount of energy, and with a crackling sound, they bombarded Li Yunxiao's body. A trace of coldness appeared on Li Yunxiao's face, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. The power of Tsutsumi spread out. A wave of mental energy bombarded out, and the entire space spun, and the world changed in an instant. The countless particles all hit empty air, and they could not find Li Yunxiao. They had lost their target. The countless particles instantly panicked, and they flew around in the pitch-black endless space like a group of hornets, aimlessly. "Stupid things, after following me for so long, do you still not understand how strong I am?" Li Yunxiao's voice came slowly, and a blood moon appeared in the sky. It opened like an eye and stared at the ball of particles filled with violent energy. When the particles saw the blood moon, they immediately flew over, wanting to bombard him. Not only did each particle have an extremely strong power of fire, but there was also the power of the astral wind, condensing into a particle storm, and its speed was extremely fast, almost not inferior to the thunder escape technique. But no matter how they flew, the distance between them and the blood moon never changed, and they could never reach it. A trace of a cold smile flashed in Tsutsumi's eyes, and Li Yunxiao's voice faintly came over. "It's good that your character is violent and restless now, and I can completely suppress you to prevent future troubles." The blood moon's eyes narrowed, and thousands of rays of light gathered around it. A strange golden mark appeared, and directly smashed down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the mark swept through the particle storm, and each particle trembled violently under the power of the mark, and finally condensed back into the shape of a crocodile. All the violent power and the golden runes suddenly disappeared, and the crocodile's face became sluggish, as if it had suddenly lost its spirit. In the end, it slowly closed its eyes and fell uncontrollably from the endless void. Tsutsumi slowly closed his eyes, and the world changed, and he once again returned to the secret room. Bang! The black crocodile's body directly fell to the ground, smashing a large pit. At this moment, in its mind, a golden mark flashed continuously, like a formation imprinted in it. This was a kind of enslavement mark that directly attacked the soul, and once the thought of rebelling arose, it would immediately be suppressed. A look of pity appeared in Genryu's eyes, and he said, "In the end, I still forced you to use the enslavement mark." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "This kind of mark, as long as it doesn't have the intention of rebelling, will not affect it. Plus, once my power recovers to the peak of my previous life, I will remove it. By then, I won't have to worry about its betrayal." Genryu nodded, "I believe that when you recover to the peak of 9 stars, Emperor Wu, even Ao Chongkong won't be your match. You won't have to wait too long for that day." "I hope so." Li Yunxiao said casually, and with a flash of light between his eyebrows, the crocodile was put into the Universe God Monument. At that moment, the entire secret room was full of holes, but it didn't collapse. It was extremely sturdy. Genryu said in a low voice, "You really plan to extract the Sea Emperor's blood from that girl?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned serious, and his expression changed slightly, and he said slowly, "What do you think?" Genryu kept quiet for a while, and said, "The Sea Emperor's blood is great, but have you forgotten what happened back then? Back then, your power was 100 times stronger than it is now, but you almost lost your life on the East Sea. I'm afraid that once you touch that girl, you won't be able to return to the mainland." Li Yunxiao put his hands behind his back and pondered. He paced back and forth in the secret room, and he looked like he was struggling. Genryu said again, "Back then, you had a reason to take the Sea Emperor's blood. But now, you don't have that reason anymore. I suggest that you don't act recklessly." Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated, and he seemed to recall something from the past. The doubt in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he said resolutely, "I have a reason to take the Sea Emperor's blood now too." Genryu was stunned, and he said, "Back then, you did it to save someone. What about now? If it's just to increase your power, there's no need at all. With your current state and cultivation speed, you'll be able to return to your peak in 10 years at most." There was a flash of cold light in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and he said word by word, "My reason now is to kill." "Kill?" Genryu's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his body trembled, and he lost his voice. "Could it be that you did it for, that's right?" The killing intent on Li Yunxiao's face grew thicker, and he said coldly, "The Sea Emperor's bloodline inheritance has the power to see through all things, the Eye of Truth, and it can see through all illusions. If I can obtain the Eye of Truth, then I have enough confidence to kill Xianxia." Genryu fell silent. In this world, if one were to talk about spiritual attacks and the power of illusions, the only one that could make this man in front of him feel fear and dread was Xianxia, who had walked out of the world to the end of time. Xianxia had killed 2 of his good friends, and that was already an irreconcilable enmity. Sooner or later, the 2 of them would have to fight to the death, and only one could survive. The secret room suddenly became silent. Li Yunxiao seemed to be lost in his memories. His expression kept changing and struggling. Genryu tried to stop him, but with your current strength, snatching the Sea Emperor's blood is a dead end. The struggle in Li Yunxiao's eyes was endless. He said with some irritation, "But if we don't snatch it from this girl now, are we supposed to wait for her bloodline power to complete before snatching it, or go to the Ocean Imperial Palace?" Genryu said, "Her bloodline is still far from completion. If it is not, you will have to spend a lot of resources to nurture her. Why don't you wait for your previous life's power to recover before looking for her? You could get it in your previous life. Now that you have so many trump cards, what are you afraid of?" Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "It was a coincidence in my previous life. You know that. Even so, I almost lost my life. If I miss this opportunity, I'm afraid I'll miss my whole life." Genryu pondered, "That's right, that girl seems to be looking for someone with fire god art. The person Duanmuyo you mentioned should be you, right? Maybe this is also a way to obtain the Sea Emperor's blood." Li Yunxiao frowned and asked doubtfully, "Let's not talk about why that girl wants fire god art. What do you think of divination?" If it can predict what has happened, I'd believe it. But to predict something that hasn't happened yet, isn't it too unbelievable? Genryu said, this matter shouldn't trouble you. The power of divination is only the power of this world's rules. The past, present, and future are all within time. If Duanmuyoyu can really enter the torrent of time, then it's not surprising that he can peep into the past and future. Li Yunxiao nodded, it goes with the flow of fate. But my life is not up to the heavens. I'll think about the Sea Emperor's bloodline. First, let's see what that girl wants the divine fire for. After he thought about it, his divine sense moved. With a grab, a jade token flew into his palm. It was the one Liao Yangbing used to send a message. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that 3 days had passed. Liao Yangbing actually knows Zhao Wenjuan. This is interesting. Genryu and Li Yunxiao's two souls fused as one and immediately received the information in the jade token. Li Yunxiao recited, Zhao Wenjuan is a human. If he went to the sea in his early years, he might have left from Ocean Sky Town. It's not surprising that Liao Yangbing knows him. He pondered for a moment, then opened the door to the secret chamber and walked out. Li Yunxiao's divine senses swept across the profound artifact space. Many martial artists were in seclusion, but there were only 20 to 30 of them. The rest were not in the space. He then left the Xian artifact space and started strolling around the Xiankong Island. The entire island was in the shape of a heart, and the rows of buildings were in the center of the island. It suddenly became lively, and people came and went, like a food market. Young Master Yunxiao. Suddenly, a light flashed and Zhao Wenjuan appeared in front of him. Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, Young Master, you are out of seclusion? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, what a coincidence to meet Mr. Wenjuan the moment I came out. Zhao Wenjuan blushed, he knew that Li Yunxiao knew that he was spying on him. But he did not mind it and said, this island is only the size of a palm, there is no coincidence. On the other hand, young Master Yunxiao has been in seclusion for 3 days. You must have gained a lot, right? He blinked his eyes as if he was implying something. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, it's all right. How is Mo Sha now? Zhao Wenjuan smiled bitterly and said, young Master Yunxiao is having a good time. You took away Mo Sha's natal profound artifact. Right now, Mo Sha's injuries had stabilized, but he was still unconscious. What's worse is that his cultivation has dropped by a few levels. I'm afraid that he will not be able to advance any further. Princess Narcissus tried to kill you a few times after she found out about the situation, but we stopped her. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly and said, Mr. Wenjuan, please don't stop me. Let the little girl come over. First, I can take her blood. Second, you know what I mean. Zhao Wenjuan shivered in fear and his face turned pale. He said in fear, young Master Yunxiao, please don't talk nonsense. You said that you want to take the Ocean Emperor's blood, and that is already a huge crime. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'm afraid you will not be able to walk out of this place alive. Li Yunxiao smiled and changed the topic, Mr. Wenjuan is one of us, why would you stay on this unknown island? Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, everyone has their own path, it's a long story. Let me show young Master Yunxiao around the Xiankong Islands market. It only opens once every 5 years and it's a rare opportunity. Li Yunxiao saw that Zhao Wenjuan did not want to talk about it, so he did not force him. He nodded and said, all right, I also want to know what this treasure show is like. Zhao Wenjuan smiled, the treasure show is actually similar to the high-class auctions in the mainland. Other than the Xiankong Island hosting the auction, most of the participants will bring their own treasures to be auctioned. There are still 10 days left until the show starts. All the participants have formed their own market and conducted all kinds of transactions in private. The sea is rich in resources, but it lacks profound weapons. Even a storage ring can be sold for a good price. Young Master Yunxiao, don't miss this chance to make a fortune. Li Yunxiao said, unfortunately, I am poor. Mr. Wenjuan, why don't you give me a few profound weapons so that I can make a fortune? Zhao Wenjuan laughed, haha, young Master Yunxiao, you must be joking. The two of them flew down from the sky and headed towards the crowded market. The scale of the market was similar to a normal human's market. However, the people they were talking to were weird-looking members of the sea race. Moreover, each of them was quite strong and they could vaguely feel their surging power. The two of them attracted the attention of the sea race. They were all curious. Some of the sea race members had never been to the mainland in their entire lives, so they had never seen a human before. Fortunately, there were many warriors who went out to sea with them. These sea race members were more or less used to humans coming and going. "Hey, human. I have something good here, come and have a look." On the side of the road, a sturdy sea race with a blue body roared with a deep voice. His two eyes were as big as oranges, and his pupils were like beans, emitting green light as they rolled around. He pointed at his stall. When he saw that he had attracted the two's attention, he quickly picked up a watermelon-like crystal and said, "This is a 10,000 years old jade crystal melon. It contains the essence of the Eastern Sea. If you practice water magic, you will have an unexpected effect if you keep it by your side." The 10,000 years old jade crystal melon was transparent and it was constantly reflecting a green light. It really looked like a watermelon. There was a trace of essence flowing in it. Xianxia was shocked and said, "A crystal melon grown from the spirit vein under the sea?" He knew that there were places with abundant spirit veins in the four seas. They could be like the fertile soil on land that could grow wild fruits. At the bottom of the sea, they could absorb the energy from the spirit vein and form crystal melons that were filled with all kinds of energy. It was an extremely rare treasure. "Yeah, it's a 10,000 years old melon. It contains the essence of the Eastern Sea." The sea race member saw Xianxia's shocked expression and became interested. He explained, "There are less than 10 of these melons in the entire Eastern Sea. They are the most valuable treasures for water magic cultivators." Xianxia had never seen such an item before. He looked at it carefully and said, "This is my first time here. How should I trade this?" The sea race member's bean-like eyes lit up and he said, "You are a human, right? The friendship between our races will last forever. You can give me a top grade 8 profound weapon and I will take it." Xianxia was sweating profusely. There were not many people in the sea race who were as eloquent as him. If this item was placed on the mainland, it would definitely be worth the price of a grade 9 profound weapon. But this was his first time here. He was afraid that he would be cheated, so he looked at Zhao Wenjian. Zhao Wenjian smiled and the light in his eyes flickered. Xianxia understood immediately. He kept his curiosity and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. A middle grade 8 profound weapon will do. There is no need for a top grade one." The sea race member saw that Xianxia did not want to buy it. He panicked and chased after Xianxia with the crystal melon. Xianxia smiled, "This item is indeed magical. But I am not a water magic cultivator. There is no use for it even if I buy it." The sea race member was disappointed. He quickly said, "This item must be rare in your mainland. You can sell it to a water magic cultivator. You will definitely make a lot of money." He saw that Xianxia was still hesitating. He gritted his teeth and said, "A grade 8 profound weapon will do. As long as it is grade 8, I will sell it. It will not be lower than this price." Xianxia looked at Zhao Wenjian again. The sea race member glared at Zhao Wenjian as if he was afraid that he would say something. Zhao Wenjian smiled and did not say anything. Xianxia then said, "All right, I want this melon." The sea race member was overjoyed. He was afraid that Xianxia would change his mind. He stuffed the crystal melon into Xianxia's hand and said excitedly, "I hope to have a heavy grade 8 profound weapon." Zhao Wenjian said, "Young Master Xiao, the deal only requires an elementary level 8 mystic weapon. You can give whatever you want. Even a grade 8 storage ring will fit the requirement." "Shut up." The sea race member glared at him and raised his fist. He shouted, "The rule of Xiancong Island is that no one is allowed to interrupt a transaction." Zhao Wenjian said coldly, "When did I interrupt a transaction? I was just reminding my friend that the bargaining chip is only a grade 8 profound weapon." Xianxia took out a grade 8 sword and handed it over. He said, "I only have one sword here. What do you think?" The sea race member was glaring at Zhao Wenjian as if he wanted to memorize his face so that he could settle the score with him later. But when he saw the sword, his eyes lit up and he snatched it from Zhao Wenjian. He was overjoyed. A grade 8 profound weapon? All right, deal. Although they were both 8th tier profound armaments, the elementary and intermediate profound armaments were two completely different concepts. The C race member fiddled with the sword excitedly. After making sure that the sword was not damaged, he quickly kept it. His eyes were filled with kindness. He pointed at his stall and said, "You too, please take a look. There are still many good things left." At this moment, the surrounding people also revealed envious and jealous expressions as they shouted, "Human, come here and take a look." That C race member seemed to be afraid that Li Yunxiao would be robbed and dragged him to his stall and displayed the items one by one. Li Yunxiao had already scanned through the goods in his stall. Although there were many valuable items, they were not attractive to him. After all, these C race members all hoped to exchange for profound weapons, and the profound weapons he had were also very limited. He wanted to keep them to exchange for more valuable items. That C race member saw that Li Yunxiao kept shaking his head and couldn't help but feel disappointed. But to be able to exchange for a middle 8th tier profound weapon was already abnormally happy. Li Yunxiao and Zhao Wenzhan strolled around slowly and exchanged for quite a number of items in a short while. Those low-grade profound weapons that they had on them were basically used up. Zhao Wenzhan rarely made a move and only bought a total of 2 C items. Moreover, the price was extremely low. Obviously, he had seen most of these C items before and didn't have the freshness and surprise that Li Yunxiao had. In his eyes, they were not worth much. Li Yunxiao passed by several stalls and stopped for a moment. His expression kept changing and finally he sighed and walked away. Zhao Wenzhan found it funny and said, "Young Master Yunxiao must be vexed that he didn't bring more profound weapons with him, right? Here, primordial stones are useless and even primordial elixirs are worthless. Only profound weapons are the hard currency." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Indeed, as a 9th tier alchemist, there are many treasures that I have not even heard of. This is really an eye-opener. But fortunately, there is still time. I will refine some more when I return to the secret room." He had already sent a voice transmission to Gui wishing to start refining 8th tier profound weapons in batches. He threw in all the materials he had on him. The profound weapons that the C race needed were almost all powerful attack type. It didn't matter if it was a little crude as long as the level was high. Zhao Wenzhan smiled. After staying at sea for a long time, there are many things that are normal. For example, the jasper crystal melon, morning dew, silver light flame, 6-leaf condensed insect, and so on that young Master Yunxiao just bought. Although these are considered good in the sea, they are not the best. Li Yunxiao said, "But once brought back to the mainland, these things are even better than top-grade raw materials." He turned his gaze and suddenly saw half a big clamshell on a stall. There were some shiny beads inside. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly walked over, took out one of them, and examined it carefully in his palm. That C race stall owner was delighted. From afar, he could see that this human expert was extraordinary. There were at least 10 pieces of 8th tier profound artifacts in his hands. He immediately stood up and introduced, "My lord, this item is called the Eastern Sea Moonlight Pearl. Although it's not a treasure, it's still an extremely rare item in the Eastern Sea. If these beads accompany you during cultivation, you can calm your mind and focus your mind, greatly increasing the effect." It was indeed the moon pearl of the East Sea. Li Yunxiao was overjoyed. There were a total of 18 beads in that half of the clamshell. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. He calmed his emotions and asked, "How do you want to trade these beads?" That sea race was also overjoyed, and said excitedly, "My lord, do you want one or a few?" Li Yunxiao said, "All of them." "All of them?" That sea race was taken aback. Zhao Wenzhan was also a little surprised. Although these beads were not very useful, they were indeed precious items. A total of 18 beads was probably worth a lot. However, every artificer had their own thoughts, so it was not convenient for him to ask. That sea race thought for a moment, and said, "I brought these beads to trade on behalf of the mermaid clan. 3 beads for 1 8th tier profound artifact." He looked at Li Yunxiao nervously, afraid that his asking price was too high and would arouse the other party's disgust. Li Yunxiao let out a long sigh. Back in Red Moon City, he caused quite a stir for these beads. To think that a mere 8th tier profound artifact could be exchanged for 3 That sea race thought that Li Yunxiao was dissatisfied, and hurriedly said, any 8th tier profound artifact, as long as it's 8th tier. If you want more, I can make it cheaper. Li Yunxiao said, I'll trade all of them. However, I don't have that many 8th tier profound artifacts on me. I'll use a 9th tier profound artifact to exchange for all of your beads, how about it? What? That sea race was shocked, and his face revealed a shocked expression, and said, what did you say? 9th tier profound artifact? You really intend to use a 9th tier profound artifact to exchange for these beads? His face was aghast, and he obviously did not believe it. There were only a few 9th tier artificers in the entire 4 seas. Almost all 9th tier profound artifacts were collected by those S-rank forces, and it was impossible for them to be leaked out. That sea race's exclamation immediately alerted the people around him, and they all gathered around in shock. Li Yunxiao frowned. He did not expect a 9th tier profound artifact to cause such a huge reaction. Zhao Wenjuan's expression changed slightly, and he transmitted his voice, profound artifacts are rare in the sea race, a 9th tier profound artifact is enough to cause a commotion. He paused for a while, and said, young Master Yunxiao, do you really intend to use a 9th tier profound artifact to exchange for these beads? He obviously did not believe it, and he thought that these beads were not even worth a 9th tier profound artifact. After all, it was very difficult for a 9th tier artificer to refine a 9th tier profound artifact. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, these beads are very useful to me. Why are these sea race staring at me, as if they want to eat me up? Zhao Wenjuan smiled bitterly, and he stood up and shouted, why are you all crowding around me? Have you forgotten the rules of Xianxia Island? No one is allowed to interfere with an ongoing transaction in any form. The sea race seemed to be very afraid of the rules of Xianxia Island, and they only left after taking a few more glances at Li Yunxiao and the stall owner, but their eyes were still fixed on Xianxia Island. The stall owner's expression was gloomy, and he lowered his voice, and said, my friend, do you really have a 9th tier profound artifact, and you are willing to exchange for it? Li Yunxiao nodded. He had killed quite a number of Emperor Wu's experts, and he did have a few 9th tier profound artifacts on him, but to him, they were just low-grade 9th tier profound artifacts, and he was planning to exchange them for money. A light flashed in his hand, and a short blade appeared, and he handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner took the blade with both hands, and after a careful scan with his divine sense, he was sure that it was a 9th tier profound artifact. Although it was slightly damaged, it did not affect its usage. I knew it, I knew it. He called out twice, as if to prove that he was not dreaming. Then, he raised his hand and kept the short blade, and passed the half of the clamshell to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was also very happy, and he kept the 18 moonlight pearls of the East Sea, and his face was full of joy. After the transaction, the stall owner kept all the goods on the ground, and after bidding farewell to Li Yunxiao, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. Li Yunxiao was surprised. You don't have to be so cautious, do you? Zhao Wenjuan smiled bitterly. You don't understand the significance of a 9th tier profound artifact to the sea race. A 9th tier profound artifact is enough to cause a large-scale battle between the sea race of a grade and above. That person just now is in trouble, but since he dared to exchange with you, I guess he has some tricks up his sleeves. As expected, Li Yunxiao soon noticed that many sea race were chasing after the stall owner. Zhao Wenjuan said, unless it's during the treasure show, Mr. Yunxiao should not take out 9th tier profound artifacts. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He did not know that much, and he did not have that many 8th tier profound artifacts with him. He was determined to get these 18 moonlight pearls of the East Sea. The appearance of a 9th tier profound artifact caused a commotion in the dark, but it was soon quieted down. After Li Yunxiao got the pearls, he was no longer in the mood to stroll around. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a quarrel from afar, and a familiar voice entered his ears. Many sea race started to gather around. Both of them were curious, so they looked at each other and followed the quarrel. It turned out that a human and a sea race had their eyes on the same material at the same time, and that human was none other than Elder Yan from the Battle Blade team. Li Yunxiao also felt that it was strange. Elder Yan was a strict and tactful person, and he rarely got into a conflict with others. Elder Yan took a puff of his pipe and said, I've already reserved these purple snow corals, and you interrupted me. Do you have any respect for the Xianxia Islands rules? Li Yunxiao was secretly amused. This elder Yan was indeed a sly old fox. He did not mention himself in the quarrel, but used the Xiancong Island's rules to suppress the other party. The sea race's warrior, whose entire body was white, and his meridians and bones could be seen through, had a change of expression. He shouted, "I did not break the rules. You're just looking at the purple snow corals, why can't I buy them?" Elder Yan sneered, "First come, first served. Are you going first or am I?" The sea race's warrior was obviously not as eloquent as Elder Yan, and he was immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing more and more people gathering around him, he said hurriedly, "Anyway, I did not break the rules. If you can buy the purple snow corals, I can also buy them. The highest bidder wins." "That's right, the highest bidder wins." The stall owner's eyes brightened up, and he quickly responded, "Both of you are not wrong, stop arguing. How about this, whoever offers the highest price gets it." The transparent sea race's warrior was proud of himself, and he took out a piece of mud-like silt and said, "I am willing to use 10 pounds of sea wave stone soil and a 7th rank per pound weapon to exchange for these purple snow corals." The stall owner's expression did not change. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with these two items. He turned to Elder Yan and said, "What about you, human? If you can take out a 8th rank middle rank per pound weapon, this purple snow corals will be yours." Elder Yan's face was hidden in the smoke, his expression could not be seen clearly. But Li Yunxiao could see it clearly, it was a bitter face. Li Yunxiao laughed in his heart. This Elder Yan was a poor cultivator, his profound weapon was only a 8th rank middle rank profound weapon, how could he have anything to exchange for it? The stall owner seemed to have noticed his embarrassment, and he said unhappily, "So you're a poor man, if you don't have money, then get lost. Why are you still arguing with others? You're wasting everyone's time." Elder Yan was humiliated by the scolding, he puffed out more smoke to cover up his embarrassment. "Che, as expected of a pauper. I thought there would be a good show to watch. Sky Marshall Continent is such a poor place, what kind of treasures can you expect them to take out? They are the wealthiest humans, but once they come to the Eastern Sea, they will probably be below average." The surrounding sea race all revealed looks of disdain, and began to disperse, all revealing looks of disdain. The transparent sea race revealed a proud look, and once again took out a 7th level profound weapon, a long spear, and handed it over. Li Yunxiao's gaze landed on the purple snow coral on the stall, and his pupils slightly constricted. The so-called purple snow coral was actually similar to the crystal used by the sea race, it was also an item that stored energy. Everything was created by the heavens, and its mysteries were not something that humans could achieve. Although the purple snow coral was an existence that stored energy, it was not an inanimate object, but a living thing like normal corals, and could move on its own in the sea. The energy in their body was not formed by the heavens, but was continuously absorbed after birth. And the purple snow coral had an extremely keen sense of touch and liking for energy, it would judge its own strength, and selectively devour and store strong energy. After they died, the energy would be deposited, and become an existence like a crystal. But the energy contained in any piece of purple snow coral was definitely much higher than a crystal, and this was where its value lay. The purple snow coral on the sea race's stall was half the height of a person, completely white, and dotted with some purple spots. It laid there quietly, and ordinary people would not be able to sense the energy undulations inside. But Li Yunxiao's heart jumped, the energy inside the purple snow coral gave him a very familiar feeling. Not only Li Yunxiao, as a 9th-level alchemist, Zhao Wenzhan also felt that this piece of purple snow coral was different from normal, and revealed a look of astonishment. "Wait, I want this piece of purple snow coral." Li Yunxiao finally stood up, walked in front of the stall, and extended his hand to touch the coral. "Stop." The transparent sea race shouted angrily, and stared, "I already bought it, can't you see? Young Master Yun." When Elder Yan saw who it was, he quickly dispersed the smoke on his body, and went forward to pay his respects. He looked at the purple snow coral with some reluctance and said in a low voice, "The power inside this coral is not simple. It's definitely worth buying." Li Yunxiao was surprised as he looked at the old man. He didn't know how the old man could sense it, so he nodded and smiled at the transparent sea race man. "I heard you say that the highest bidder wins, is that true?" The brightly lit member of the sea race said proudly, "Of course. It's a transaction, so of course it goes to the highest bidder. Zhao Wenjuan sighed, thinking to himself that the intelligence of these sea race members was indeed much lower than that of Li Yunxiao. He continued to pour his attention into the piece of purple snow coral, carefully observing it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "That's right. If I pay a higher price, it will belong to me." Ah? This. The transparent sea race member didn't know how to react and stood there in a daze. Yes. The highest bidder wins. The stall owner was overjoyed, squinting his eyes and smiling from ear to ear. He praised, "Sir, you really have a good eye. My purple snow coral is a fossil that is hundreds of thousands of years old. The energy inside cannot be underestimated." Hundreds of thousands of years old? Li Yunxiao and Zhao Wenjuan were shocked, their eyes flashed with a strange light. Hee. The stall owner used his hand to touch the surface of the purple snow coral and pointed at the snowflake-like patterns on it, saying, "Look at these marks, they are all fossils buried in the depths of the sea. From the patterns on the surface, I can determine that it is at least 300,000 years old." The old man smoked and smacked his lips, saying, "But the longer it is, the more the energy inside will be lost." "Humph, what do you know?" The stall owner said angrily, "Although there will be some loss, this is still a gamble. Maybe there is a terrifying power inside." Li Yunxiao said, "I offer a rank 8 middle grade Xian artifact." As soon as he said this, the brightly lit sea race member's face suddenly changed, and his eyes emitted an ominous glint. The stall owner's eyes lit up, asking, "What style?" Li Yunxiao said, "Up to you." "Up to me?" The stall owner revealed a trace of doubt, not understanding the meaning. The transparent sea race member sneered, "Although a rank 8 middle grade Xian artifact is good, but if it is not suitable, what use is it?" A light flashed in his hand, and a large machete appeared in his hand, saying, "This rank 8 initial grade silverwood machete, plus the sea wave stone soil." The stall owner's eyes lit up, revealing a look of joy, staring at the silverwood machete, as if he could not bear to part with it. Li Yunxiao said, "Rank 8 peak Xian artifact, you can choose any style." "You," the transparent sea race member said angrily, "What do you mean by choose any style? If you have the ability, take it out and let me see." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Speak, what requirements do you have? As long as it is a rank 8 peak Xian artifact, I can take it out." The stall owner's face revealed a look of doubt, but he still said, "It would be best if it is a battle blade, 3 feet long, 2 inches wide, gold attribute." Li Yunxiao said, "Anything else?" The stall owner shook his head and said, "Nothing else. As long as you can take out such a Xian artifact, this purple snow coral is yours." Li Yunxiao nodded, extended his hand, and a golden light appeared, followed by a vast force surging out. The mountain and river cauldron flew out from his palm, turning into the size of an ordinary copper cauldron, floating in the air. Spiritual energy shot out from within the golden light. Rivers, mountains, flowers, birds, and beasts were carved on the body of the cauldron, all vivid and lifelike. "Ah? This cauldron?" Zhao Wenjuan was shocked, looking at it in shock. With one look, he could tell that this cauldron was not an ordinary item. Not only was it a rank 9 cauldron, it was not an ordinary rank 9 cauldron. The awe-inspiring cauldron chi that sprinkled down from above made his blood boil. The surrounding sea race members were also shocked. When had they seen such a treasure before? But the cauldron was not the type they liked. Although they were shocked, they did not think much of it. Zhao Wenjuan was different, he had a fanatical obsession with cauldrons. Once this cauldron appeared, his eyes instantly emitted a bright light, the shock in his heart showing on his face without concealment. All the sea race members were confused. The stall owner frowned and said, "Although this cauldron is not bad, it is not for purple snow coral. It must be a peak rank 8 saber." Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he cursed in his heart, "This cauldron can be exchanged for 100 islands worth of purple snow coral, and you still don't want it. Even if you kill me, I won't exchange." He could not be bothered with this sea race member, and directly took out some materials and threw them into the cauldron. The phoenix flame shadow flashed between his eyebrows, and the entire cauldron instantly started burning, spinning in the air non-stop. At this time, the crowd finally understood that he was actually going to refine it on the spot. All of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, and they were overwhelmed with shock. The sea race's alchemists were 1 in 10,000, and they had never seen a refinement with their own eyes. All of them opened their eyes wide, and even forgot about their business as they all crowded around. At this moment, on the other side of the island, Narcissus and Fei Ming were both watching the performance of the sea race members in front of them. It was the fire-type martial artist that she found again, and that was why Ruanxiang had no time to mess around with her. Only the pitiful Fei Ming did not dare to resist her despotic power, and obediently followed her to be her fighter. Under Fei Ming's pressure, the dozen or so Sea Clan martial artists obediently displayed their trump cards. Narcissus's expression became more and more unsightly, especially when the last one finished his performance. Her eyes were as cold as water, and they flickered with sharpness. Fei Ming could tell that she was dissatisfied with one look, so he lowered his head and did not dare to leave, and waited for orders. The last sea race martial artist was clearly very satisfied with his performance, and he proudly said, "Miss Narcissus, my 1,000 burning flames can be said to be a divine skill. In the current world, there is no fire-type god art that can surpass me." Is Miss Narcissus satisfied? Narcissus's expression became even more unsightly. Just as she was about to flare up, she suddenly sensed something, and her heart skipped a beat. She was startled, and she hurriedly turned around and looked in a certain direction. It was the direction of the market. Swoosh, she immediately turned into a ray of light and flew towards the market. Fei Ming was startled and didn't know why, but he hurriedly followed. The remaining martial artists looked at each other and frowned. One of them said, "What is Miss Narcissus's attitude?" She didn't say whether she was satisfied or dissatisfied. She didn't even express her attitude before leaving. Isn't that too rude? Polite? Didn't you see Miss Narcissus's expression? It's already good enough that she didn't slap you to death. That's right. The strength of the sea race martial artist beside her is too terrifying. Just his aura alone is enough to make me breathless. It's good that she left. I have to hurry back. Damn, I used all my strength to display my god art. I thought I could get the beauty's favor, but I didn't even get a fart. So disappointing. Humph, you want to spy on Miss Narcissus with just that bit of strength? Why don't you take a look at yourself? The last sea race martial artist sneered, and his eyes flickered with cold light. He stared at the direction where Narcissus flew and pondered. Brat, what did you say? I am from the sea toad race, not a toad on the land. That sea toad martial artist shouted angrily. The lumps on his body popped up, and a violent aura spread out. It locked onto the sea race martial artist who displayed the god art as if he was going to declare war if there was any disagreement. That sea race martial artist's expression turned cold, and he revealed a mocking smile. He said coldly, "You are really blind. You actually dare to be rude to this king." His eyes burst out a cold intent, and a faint flame covered his body. Just his aura was enough to break the sea toad's aura. Moreover, this person's face began to change. The previously delicate and pretty face gradually turned into a triangular beast that revealed a cold and gloomy expression. Ah. You are. That sea toad's face suddenly distorted, and he revealed a frightened expression. The arrogance from before disappeared in an instant, and he was so frightened that he almost knelt down. The expressions of the other dozen or so sea race members also changed greatly. They seemed to have recognized this person's identity and retreated in fear. One of the martial artists trembled and said, "Blood Snake, you are an A-class sea race member, a powerhouse of the Blood Snake clan." That member of the sea race spat out a black tongue. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain as he said mockingly, "Ignorant fool, it's too late now." The flames on his body flashed, and an extremely beautiful scarlet light streaked across the sky. Ah! Bang! The warrior from the Sea Toad clan instantly exploded like a flame. He turned into countless flames that scattered in all directions and was burned to ashes. The rest of the people retreated in fear and became extremely vigilant. Humph! The young man from the Blood Serpent clan snorted coldly and his face returned to human form. He revealed a ferocious expression and said, "Narcissus, what a beautiful girl. You are mine." He no longer paid attention to the crowd and instantly turned into a red light as he chased in the direction of the market. The remaining members of the sea race looked as though they had just survived a disaster. Their faces were all pale and they quickly left this place of trouble. Narcissus's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the market. Her eyes constantly looked around as though she was looking for a direction. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Once she appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of the crowd and caused quite a commotion. "Over there!" She suddenly shouted softly and her figure flashed as she disappeared on the spot. Fei Ming had just landed as well. He turned around and disappeared as well to follow her. The expressions of the surrounding members of the sea race changed slightly. When the two of them used their escape technique, the power that was revealed made them all extremely shocked. Fortunately, they didn't have any ideas about that girl. The warriors from the sea race who had such thoughts earlier broke out in a cold sweat and secretly rejoiced. Water deity appeared at the periphery of the group of people in an instant. She flew into the air and immediately saw a magnificent scene. Her icy expression froze and she was so shocked that her thin lips parted slightly. Amidst the crowd, the mountain and river cauldron shot out tens of thousands of rays of light. The mountains and rivers carved on it seemed as though they were flowing, and the sounds of birds singing and the fragrance of flowers wafted out. It was like a real world. A white-clothed youth danced in front of the flowers and birds. Golden runes flew out from his graceful posture and flew into the cauldron like butterflies to pluck the flowers. The light shone on his slightly immature face. The corners of his face were clear, and his eyebrows were like swords. His fair face was solemn, and his watery eyes were bottomless. If one looked carefully, they would see the sky and the sea, like the universe in the vault of heaven. Ah! Narcissus couldn't help but be slightly startled. A strange expression appeared on her blank face, and a slight emotion rippled in her heart. As the golden light condensed on his fingers, every move he made was peerless and magnificent. Narcissus stared at the figure shuttling back and forth among the flowers. She suddenly forgot her purpose of coming here and watched in fascination. Xianxia was using the Heaven Scroll of Illusion rippling technique. It was a set of refining techniques that he was most proficient in. After his strength had recovered to the Jiutian Emperor Wu level, he was even more proficient in using it. Every move he made was like a textbook. This set of hand seals was particular about being bold and unconstrained, like a fantasy or a dream. The hand seals followed one's heart, and one used one's heart to refine the weapon. The layman watched for fun, but Zhao Wenjian, who was an expert, saw the technique. At this moment, his heart could no longer be described as shocked. He was horrified to the extreme. Every movement of Xianxia was smooth and natural, and it coincided with the heavenly Tao. With every hand seal he made, Zhao Wenjian could feel an indescribable force rippling out, causing the soul power in his body to surge and his blood to boil. Hearing the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. His eyes became a little moist. He was moved by the scene in front of him. That was the Tao that every alchemist diligently pursued for a long time, and it was displayed in front of him at this moment. Bang! The entire refining process was extremely short. Xianxia's last hand seal hit the mountain and river cauldron and made a loud sound. It immediately pulled everyone back from their shock. A ray of light rushed out from the cauldron and shot towards the sky. A flash flashed between Xianxia's eyebrows. The mountain and river cauldron retracted all of its brilliance. It spun and became smaller. Finally, it returned to his right hand and was put away. Everyone swallowed their saliva and raised their heads to look at the sky. That dazzling light dazzled everyone's eyes. Most of them could clearly see that the light was a golden broadsword. It gathered the power of the wind and clouds in the sky and rapidly fell. The air was split open. A golden light fell and stabbed into the ground, all the way to the hilt of the broadsword. There was not a single sound in the entire market. It was abnormally quiet. The stall owner's gaze fell on the broadsword hilt. Then, his eyes gradually lit up. His body trembled in excitement. He said with a trembling voice, This broadsword is for me?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Then the purple snow coral belongs to me, right?" The stall owner suddenly swallowed his saliva and hurriedly hugged the purple snow coral. He handed it over with both hands and respectfully said, "Master." Xianxia smiled and kept the coral. Zhao Wenjian also recovered from his shock. He looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. His gaze also fell on the coral. His heart could not calm down for a long time. The Transparent Sea clan also did not speak. Not only because he could not take out anything better than a peak 8th rank profound artifact, but also because Li Yunxiao was an alchemist. Alchemists had an extremely high status in the Sea clan and were respected by tens of thousands of people. The stall owner held the broadsword hilt with both hands and suddenly pulled. A cold light broke through the ground. The sharpness of the broadsword even pierced through the air. The person in front of him hurriedly dodged in fear. Ha 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 ha. The stall owner played with the broadsword. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. He was indescribably excited and kept thanking Li Yunxiao. Zhao Wenzhan also opened his mouth and said, "Young Master Yunxiao's refining skills are divine." Wenzhan's eyes have been opened. I am sincerely convinced. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, even Formula Dao is divided into too many categories. I am only focused on refining. Zhao Wenzhan did not speak. He knew that the other party was being modest. That kind of divine skill was not something that could be explained by specializing in one path. It was the comprehension of the heaven and earth path. It was the strength of a person who had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. He was also extremely puzzled. How could such a young man have such a divine skill? With his divine sense, he was 100% sure that the person in front of him was not possessed by a powerhouse. It was undoubtedly the original body. Elder Yan also came forward and said, young Master Yun's divine skill has opened my eyes. Congratulations to young Master Yun for obtaining the purple snow coral. Li Yunxiao's heart moved and he said, Mr. Wenzhan, I have nothing left to trade. I should go back and refine a few items in seclusion before I come out. Zhao Wenzhan also knew that he wanted to study the purple snow coral. He smiled and said, that's fine too. Young Master Yunxiao can refine a 9th grade profound artifact to participate in the treasure show in 10 days. There will definitely be something that you will be interested in. You can't leave. Just as Li Yunxiao was about to leave, a crisp voice came from behind. Li Yunxiao turned around. Amidst the crowd that was gradually dispersing, Water Deity appeared in front of everyone. Her eyes, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, were rippling. She actually appeared to be very nervous. Due to the appearance of Narcissus, her stunning appearance also attracted everyone's attention. They all stopped and were unwilling to leave. What's the matter? Li Yunxiao also saw her nervous expression and didn't find it funny. Narcissus grabbed the corner of her clothes and said, you are the person I am looking for. That flame just now was very strong. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I am just an arcane master. Any arcane master will always be able to control some powerful flames. Mr. Wenzhan's fire divine art might not be below mine. Narcissus shook her head and said seriously, I have seen Mr. Wenzhan's fire before. It is far inferior to yours. After so many years, you are the only person that can trigger the reaction in my body. Reaction in your body? Li Yunxiao was suspicious and said, what does Princess Narcissus mean? Miss Narcissus, don't be fooled by this person. Water Deity was about to answer when a shout suddenly came from the sky. A pale-faced man descended from the sky. He glared at Li Yunxiao with a venomous look in his eyes. He was like a venomous snake that could hurt someone at any moment. It was the man from the blood serpent race. He sneered with a cold expression, some people don't have much ability and only know how to trick little girls. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and was stunned for a moment before he said, lowly human? Haha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing so hard that he staggered from side to side. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Miss Narcissus, don't tell me the person you are looking for is this lowly human? Ha, ha ha. A cold expression flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. It is a human, please remove the words lowly and lowly. Tui. The man from the blood serpent race sneered, lowly is lowly. Are you afraid of others talking about you? Narcissus frowned. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that this man was especially loathsome. So loathsome that she wanted to kill him. She had never felt this way before. Fei Ming also had a faint smile on his face. Seeing the man from the blood serpent race courting death, he knew that he was finished. The man from the blood serpent clan walked up to Water Deity and said in a loud voice, Miss Water Deity, I am from the A-Class C clan. I am a genius expert from the Blood Serpent clan. There is no one in the 4 Cs who is stronger than me in terms of controlling flames. I am definitely the person you are looking for. He said confidently, please believe in my judgment. Only someone as strong as me can properly protect you. Narcissus's expression became more and more unsightly. The disgust in her heart was slowly accumulating, ready to erupt at any time. Fei Ming couldn't help but ridicule, really? Lord Blood Serpent, I saw that the humans' flames were also very powerful. If you want to prove yourself, don't you have to do something? The man from the Blood Serpent race's face flashed with a bright light. Then, with a look of understanding, he turned around and walked towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao coldly looked at Fei Ming and gave him a disdainful middle finger. The Blood Serpent man stared at Li Yunxiao in disdain and said coldly, I don't care who you are, I will give you 3 breaths' time to disappear from my sight. Or else, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Li Yunxiao suddenly didn't know what to say. He was always eloquent and didn't expect that he would have to use sign language. He asked Zhao Wenjian, Mr. Wenjian, did the rules of Xiancon Island say that we can't kill this idiot? Zhao Wenjian smiled, this is a bit troublesome. Fighting is indeed not allowed in the market. The Blood Serpent man sneered, you want to use the rules to save your life? I don't believe you will stay in the market for the rest of your life. You will die the moment you step out of the market. Zhao Wenjian thought for a while and said, the rule of Xiancon Island is that fighting is not allowed in the market. But both of you are fire god art cultivators. How about this, you two compete in fire god art. If you accidentally injure or kill each other, there's nothing we can do about it. Great. This is a great plan. The Blood Serpent man laughed, Lady Narcissus is also looking for a fire god art martial artist. We, the Blood Serpent race, are all natural fire god art martial artists. His body began to turn into a beast, and his size doubled. A demonic fire began to burn within his body, and his entire body was enveloped in a blood-red flame. His eyes were filled with coldness and viciousness. Seeing that there was a good show to watch, the sea race all gathered around. Many people recognized the identity of the man from the Blood Serpent race and cried out in surprise. Li Yunxiao said, Brother Wenjian, are you sure it's fine to accidentally kill someone in a fire god art competition? Zhao Wenjian said, it's fine. Li Yunxiao nodded and raised his hand. With a bang, a pale red flame appeared on his index finger. It was transparent and bright. Zhao Wenjian's pupils shrunk. The power of Li Yunxiao's flame was beyond his imagination. He was stunned by the mountain and river cauldron and didn't take a closer look. Now, he realized that the flame was just as valuable as the cauldron. Narcissus's eyes also flashed with light. Her gaze focused, and the throbbing in her body grew stronger. She was now 100% sure that Li Yunxiao was the person she was looking for. Ah? This fire. The man from the Blood Serpent race was also a fire attribute expert, so he immediately sensed that the flames were extremely unusual. His innate divine power began to tremble under that small cluster of flames, and an uncontrollable fear and trembling spread in his heart. The face of the Blood Serpent clan man suddenly turned pale. He immediately understood that he had kicked an iron plate, he screamed in horror and immediately leaped up, wanting to escape. Wind flame wheels. A cold voice sounded. The small cluster of flames was blown away by a whirlwind on Li Yunxiao's fingertip. It immediately turned into the size of a millstone and shot out. Bang! The spinning flame flower caught up to the Blood Serpent race man and exploded on his body. A dazzling flower bloomed in the air. Ah! After a terrified scream, the flame dissipated in the air. There was no one inside, only some black powder scattered and was blown away by the wind. The man from the Blood Serpent race disappeared from this world forever, leaving no trace behind. Ah? The surrounding spectators opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. They originally thought that there would be a good show to watch, but it turned out to be an instant kill. Everyone looked at Li Yunxiao with fear in their eyes. Previously, when they saw him being generous and being an arcane alchemist, many began to scheme against him. Now, no one dared to have any ill intentions. Narcissus's face became a little rosy. She stepped forward and said, Li Yunxiao, you are the person I am looking for, I am 100% sure. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and snorted, "Sorry, I am not interested in being found by you." You. Narcissus was dumbfounded for a moment. The people she was looking for were all trying to show off in front of her, hoping to be chosen by her. However, the person who was truly chosen was so disdainful towards her. She did not know what to do. She anxiously stomped her feet and shouted, "Stop." Li Yunxiao sneered, "What? You want to hit me? Killing is prohibited in this market. Lord Wenzhan is here, do you want to break the rules?" Cold sweat burst out from Zhao Wenzhan's forehead. In the Four Seas, who dared to control the daughter of the Sea Emperor, he hurriedly cupped his fist and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, Princess Narcissus, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. I will take my leave first." He immediately turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the market. Li Yunxiao was dumbfounded for a moment and lamented. This Zhao Wenzhan was too slippery. Narcissus's gaze wandered and rippled as she walked towards him step by step. "That's right, I also suddenly remembered that I have something important to do. I will take my leave first." A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Li Yunxiao's mouth. The space around him trembled and he directly used teleportation to disappear. "Ah. Li Yunxiao, you're infuriating me." Narcissus's face was filled with anger. She constantly waved her fists and stomped her feet as she loudly cursed, "I will definitely find you and beat you up first." She did not know how to curse, and the only thing she could do was say things like beat or kill. However, Li Yunxiao had already disappeared. No matter how she cursed, he could not hear her. Narcissus also realized this. She had nowhere to vent her anger. She stared coldly at Fei Ming and asked coldly, "Why didn't you stop him from escaping?" "This? Her Highness didn't say anything." Fei Ming felt a chill down his spine. Feeling Narcissus's icy cold gaze, a bad feeling spread in his heart. Narcissus said coldly, "Do I still need to say that? I tried every possible way just to find him. Now that I finally found him, he escaped. This is a capital crime." "Ah?" Fei Ming was instantly dumbfounded. "He did not do anything and was sentenced to death." Narcissus snorted, "Mo Sha is severely injured and I don't have any guards by my side. Your death sentence will be put aside for now. You can die in the future." Fei Ming felt that he was even more wrong than Doi as he lowered his head and did not dare to make a sound. Narcissus said again, "I am in a bad mood now. Follow me and let me beat you up first. You are not allowed to retaliate or use essence energy to block." Fei Ming, the two figures then sped towards the seaside. Very quickly, there was the earth-shaking sound of waves and Fei Ming's miserable wails. After Li Yunxiao teleported out of the marketplace, he did not return to the Xian artifact space as he was afraid that Narcissus would find him. There were many residences on Xiankong Island and most of them were prepared for the treasure show. He randomly found a secret room and went into seclusion. At the same time, he set up a barrier in the secret room to prevent any spying. He then immediately took out the piece of purple snow coral and examined it carefully. He knew a thing or two about the purple snow coral. If this fossil was from 500,000 years ago, the energy in it should have been greatly depleted by now. But why was it still able to cause a surge of energy in his body? Li Yunxiao first examined the surface of the coral before taking out the cold sword and slicing it gently. Creak! The coral was broken into pieces by the sword chi. A faint yellow light slowly seeped out and actually dispelled the cold air of the cold sword, causing the surroundings to warm up. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "It really is the spirit bright force." Once the purple snow coral was broken, the spirit bright force immediately overflowed and a fist-sized ball slowly rose up. Li Yunxiao opened his hand and grabbed it. The force did not resist at all and it was just like cotton candy in his hand. He formed a hand seal with his left hand and activated the chi of creation. A whirlpool seemed to have opened up in his palm and it sucked the ball of spirit bright force into his arm and circulated it according to the meridians in his body. He then sat down cross-legged and started to feel the changes of the force in his body. The ball of spirit bright force did not have any changes after circulating for one cycle and it finally flowed into his dantian. At this moment, something strange happened. The ball of spirit bright force in his body suddenly exploded with a terrifying force and surged towards the new spirit bright force. The newly arrived energy seemed to have sensed something as well. Similarly, it generated its own terrifying energy and charged forward. Kaboom! A huge force exploded in Li Yunxiao's dantian. Puff! Li Yunxiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face changed and he felt a pain in his dantian. The two forces seemed to have a mind of their own and they started to fight. If he allowed them to continue like this, his dantian might explode and his martial Dao would be destroyed. Li Yunxiao was shocked and he quickly formed a hand seal with both hands, trying to suppress the spirit bright force. Rays of golden light shot out from his body as he activated the body tempering technique to the maximum and slowly guided it. After Zhao Wenzhan left the market, he also came to a secret chamber. It was dark inside and even the air had a rotten smell. It seemed like it had not been opened for a long time. There was no place for cultivation in the secret chamber. There were only rows of bookshelves and spider webs everywhere. Zhao Wenzhan walked straight to the last row and started to search carefully. He flipped through the dusty books one by one. Finally, his eyes lit up. He picked up a huge book and flipped through it quickly. After flipping through a few hundred pages, he suddenly stopped. Ah! Zhao Wenzhan's eyes lit up and his body suddenly trembled. His face was full of shock and disbelief. On the page of the book, there was a colorful picture. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as the mountain and river cauldron. Zhao Wenzhan revealed a look of horror and couldn't help but read the small words on the side. The mountain and river cauldron, also known as the cauldron, suppresses mountains and rivers. The ultimate cauldron refining cauldron contains a world of space. It is a supreme Xian weapon, ah. It really is a supreme Xian weapon. Zhao Wenzhan was startled. His entire face turned pale, and the dust from the shockwave blew into his face, causing him to cough violently. A supreme Xian weapon has appeared. No wonder the Oshima Lord said it was enough this time. Zhao Wenzhan's heart was filled with mixed feelings and he didn't know what to do. After a while, he left the secret chamber and flew toward where the first island master was, not bothering to organize the book. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was suffering in the secret chamber. The two divine powers in his dantian were clashing against each other, trying to devour each other. The meridians and bones in his body had all turned golden, resisting against the impact. If he didn't have the tyrannical physique refinement art, he would have died from the first impact. However, his indestructible golden body was severely damaged. After withstanding several impacts, it started to show signs of collapse. Li Yunxiao broke out in cold sweat. He quickly flipped his right hand, and the East Sea moonlight pearls flew out one by one. They lined up in front of him and emitted a bright light, like the moonlight sprinkling down. There were a total of 24 pearls, which was the arrangement of the 24 moonlit bridges. His hands began to form hand seals. Every movement was extremely slow. The power of the pearls seemed to be attracted and followed the hand seals. Suddenly, the light from the 24 East Sea moonlight pearls multiplied. They flew to the top of his head and formed a circle, like a bright moon shining down from the sky. A strange phenomenon appeared in the moonlight. There was the sound of the sea waves, and the waves were sparkling. A night scene unfolded in the sky. There were faint sounds of mermen crying inside, turning into pearls. A long bridge was faintly discernible under the moonlight. Li Yunxiao opened his eyes in shock. Tsutsumi appeared and looked at the strange phenomenon. Everything in front of him was like a dream, but it gave him a feeling that it was real. What's going on? Turning illusions into reality? Li Yunxiao's mind was filled with question marks. He looked at the strange phenomenon of the 24 pearls and was a little confused. Rumble. There was another sharp pain in his dantian. The two divine powers pressed against each other, creating countless thunderous sounds that kept attacking his body. Pfff. He spat out another mouthful of blood. There was no time to think about the strange phenomenon. Li Yunxiao pointed at the void with 2 fingers. The phenomenon created by the 24 moonlit bridges slowly descended and turned into rays of moonlight. As he breathed in and out, the rays of moonlight were all absorbed into his body. A majestic surge of power poured into his meridians. His body swelled up with a bang. Ha! A ruthless look appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes. After being transformed by the supreme profound qi, his body could directly convert all kinds of energy. The power of the phenomenon of the 24 moonlit bridges was directly transformed into a surge of yuan qi, surging into his dantian. Like rivers flowing into the sea, 10,000 streams converging into one, he wanted to suppress the two energies. Boom! As the power of the moon shone down, the two bright spirit powers suddenly changed and started to fuse together. However, this fusion process was accompanied by a large amount of energy. It was like a fusion, releasing a terrifying impact that blasted in all directions. Boom! Pooh! Li Yunxiao coughed up another mouthful of blood, a look of terror on his face. The three energies in his dantian began to fuse together, uncontrollably releasing 10,000 streams of energy that continuously battered his body. Bang! 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 The meridians and acupoints in his body started to crumble at this moment. Golden light kept exploding from them, rushing out like sword qi. Li Yunxiao had a look of despair on his face. This result was completely out of his expectations. If this continued, he would be completely buried. Li Yunxiao, use my energy to suppress him. Xianxia suddenly roared and also exploded with all his might. If Li Yunxiao died, he would also be finished. His constantly crumbling body began to turn into an Archaeosaurus. Dragon scales appeared one after another, but it still could not stop the speed of his collapse. All 36 acupoints in his body were almost completely destroyed. Li Yunxiao laughed bitterly, I was too careless. I didn't think that the path of martial arts would end in such a ridiculous way. He could no longer muster up any strength to resist the chaos in his dantian. Under the combination of the three energies, it was like a nebula was spinning, forming a galaxy of its own, constantly destroying his body. Don't be discouraged. Xianxia shouted, you've been on the brink of death so many times. Li Yunxiao shook his head weakly, do you still not understand? In the past, it was always external attacks, and I could resist with all my might. This time, my dantian is out of control. I have lost the source of my energy. How can I resist? It's all my fault for being too careless. I didn't consider that the divine intent energy would repel each other. At this moment, he was abnormally calm. As someone who had lived two lives, he was not afraid of death and could face it calmly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Under the circulation of the nebula in his dantian, a bridge slowly appeared. It was faintly discernible in his body. This is a divine body phenomenon. What is going on? The bridge in his body seemed illusory and real at the same time. It was like an unreachable starry sky, but when he looked down, it was only in front of him. At first, when his bright moon divine body phenomenon appeared, he felt it was strange. However, he didn't have time to think about it. Now that his body was continuously collapsing, he calmed down and observed carefully. Since it is a bridge, it should be able to pass through people. Li Yunxiao thought for a while and lifted his leg to step onto the bridge. Ta! As soon as he stepped on it, he felt the world change. An unimaginable amount of energy gathered from all directions and poured into his head. Boom! He felt as if his head was about to explode. A purple light shot out from between his brows, piercing through the secret room and into the endless sky outside the island. Ah! Even someone as strong as Li Yunxiao couldn't help but cry out. The pain was so intense that his entire face was contorted. Boom, boom, boom. That amount of energy was like a violent storm. It lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. Li Yunxiao gritted his teeth so hard that they were bleeding. His entire body was shaking like a leaf, but the light in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. From between his brows, a surge of energy was growing and spreading through his limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, it would repair his damaged body. So this is the mystery of the divine body. Li Yunxiao seemed to have understood something. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. Then, he calmed down and formed a hand seal with one hand. Once again, he crossed his legs and sat down quietly. His dying body was slowly recovering under the energy that was gushing out from between his brows. At this moment, in an inconspicuous courtyard on Xiankong Island, Oshima Lord suddenly exclaimed. He raised his head and looked into the sky. It was the purple light that was shooting out from between Li Yunxiao's brows. He seemed to have sensed something. Oshima Lord, what's wrong? Zhao Wenjuan asked carefully. He had just told Oshima Lord about Li Yunxia's supreme-grade Xian weapon, the Mountain River Cauldron, but Oshima Lord did not react at all. After a moment of silence, Oshima Lord let out a soft exclamation. Oshima Lord fell silent again. He then said, "Hee, I didn't think that there would be someone on this island who has activated the power of the 8 doors. This is getting interesting. Wenjuan, go and find out who it is." The power of the 8 doors? Zhao Wenjuan revealed a confused expression. Clearly, he did not understand. Oshima Lord said slowly, the so-called power of the 8 doors refers to the 8 ultimate acupoints in the body. Once activated, one will possess unimaginable power. One's fist can shatter the sky, and one's feet can crumble the earth. Those so-called divine bodies are actually born with the power of the 8 doors, and they can evolve into different attributes. However, they all lead to the same goal. The ultimate state of the body is when all 8 doors are opened, and one can become a sage, break through the boundary force, and reach the immortal state. Zhao Wenjuan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Reach the immortal state? One can reach the pinnacle of martial arts just by cultivating the body?" Haha. Oshima Lord couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Among you humans, the so-called strongest Emperor Wu, didn't he become a sage, and he could break through the boundary force with a single punch? He is infinitely close to the immortal state. That person just now must have completely opened one of the 8 doors. If he doesn't have a divine body, then he must have an extremely powerful body tempering technique. His strength is not to be underestimated." Zhao Wenjuan was shocked. He mumbled to himself, "I didn't expect the 10,000 souls body to contain such powerful power. Then, when we pursue martial arts and cultivate our meridians and dantian, aren't we taking the wrong path? Who would have known that the body itself is a huge treasure?" The first island master said with a smile, "All techniques return to one, different paths lead to the same destination. Even if you cultivate formula, you will eventually reach the peak of 10 directions. Although the body is a treasure, opening it is much more difficult than cultivating the dantian and meridians. In ancient times, most of the races cultivated the body. It was only later that this kind of body technique was gradually lost in the long river of history. It is obvious that it has a huge drawback. Humans always avoid the important and dwell on the trivial, choosing the easier path." "I see." Zhao Wenjuan said, "As long as the person who opened one of the 8 doors is on the island, we will definitely be able to find him. I wonder why Oshima Lord is looking for him?" Behind the jade screen, the head in the shadows lifted up slightly. The corner of his mouth was slightly opened, and saliva actually dripped down. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He smiled. "Hee, you don't need to know about this. Just find him." Although Zhao Wenjuan was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to ask too much. After so many years, he had gotten used to this Oshima Lord's temper. He could only ask again, "Oshima Lord, that Li Yunxiao has a supreme profound artifact on him. Will there be any problems when the time comes?" Oshima Lord pondered for a while before saying, "The appearance of a supreme profound artifact is indeed shocking. It is completely out of our expectations. But don't worry, the excess energy this time is too much. Even if we take away that supreme profound artifact, it is enough." Zhao Wenjuan was shocked. It actually exceeded by so much? "I am looking forward to the treasure show. I wonder what kind of treasures all the experts have brought." He thought for a while and asked again, "Oshima Lord, Jian's current injuries?" Oshima Lord said, "I am here. He is recovering. Don't worry. Go and do your own things." "Yes." Hearing that his disciple was fine, Zhao Wenjuan heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately left the small house and carried out his orders. Behind the jade screen, Oshima Lord sucked in a mouthful of saliva and licked his lips. The expression on his face became more and more excited. His laughter echoed in the house. "Hee, supreme profound artifact, level 9 sorcerer, Archaeosaurus bloodline, Ocean Emperor's daughter. Haha, this is too interesting. Looks like this is a great opportunity bestowed to me, Guan Yuan, to make a comeback." In the secret chamber of Xiankong Island, after Li Yunxiao opened one of the 8 gates, a surge of energy healed his body and his injuries were quickly suppressed. The three forces in his dantian gradually calmed down and flowed quietly in his body like the Milky Way, filled with endless power. The so-called 8 gates were respectively opening, rest, life, death, terror, pain, restriction, and view. These 8 gates were also called the gates of divine arrival, and it implied that once all 8 gates were opened, one would have a foot in the door to the godly realm. It was then that Li Yunxiao realized that the tyrannical body refinement technique only allowed him to open up the 7 seas of reincarnation in his body and stimulate the power of his body. What he could not obtain was the power of the 8 gates that were hidden in the deepest part of his body. He did not know if there was a second part of the tyrannical body refinement technique, but he did not need it anymore. The power of the moon celestial body refinement technique was derived from the 8 gates. The moment he stepped on the bridge, he immediately understood. The power of the 24 moonlit bridges was to open a bridge in his body that led to the path of becoming a saint after opening the 8 gates. Right now, he had opened the first gate and his body had undergone a qualitative change. Even without using his Yuanli, he was able to fight against an ordinary Emperor Wu. This is Ao Chengkong's tyrannical strength. Li Yunxiao clenched his fist and twisted the space around him. It was as if a nebula was revolving around his fist. Then, rays of light began to appear on his golden body, and a strange color appeared on the outside of his body. The power of the rule slowly flowed outside his body. When he opened the 8 gates, he broke through the 2-star Emperor Wu and stepped into the 3-star realm. He was no longer interested in breaking through in the martial Tao. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had reached the peak of the martial Tao. As long as he continued to accumulate Yuanli, he would be able to continue to break through. Li Yunxiao checked the power in his dantian. After the 2 forces of vitality and the power of the godly body refinement technique merged, they had become one. He formed a hand seal and the force immediately circulated around his body before returning to his dantian. Who would have thought that I would unintentionally find a way to strengthen my spirit power? Li Yunxiao's eyes glowed with excitement as he said, if I can find a large amount of purple snow corals that have absorbed the bright spirit force, then wouldn't I be able to develop this force to an infinite level? Huh. Haven't you had enough yet? Genria jumped in fright and cursed angrily, who was the one lying here like a dead dog, waiting to die? You just escaped death, and now you want to court death again? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, first time unfamiliar, second time familiar. I already have a rough idea of the situation. As long as I control my intake, there won't be too much of a problem. He licked his lips, as if he was extremely happy with the increase in the spirit power in his body. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. The restriction he had set up in the secret room was suddenly broken by a force. Boom! The restriction-breaking power fell from the sky and directly shattered the secret room and the restriction he had set up, falling on top of his head. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and an electric arc appeared on his body. In a flash, he used the lightning evasion technique, and in a single step, he was already 100 meters away. Boom! The entire secret room was blasted into pieces. That force was controlled very well, and it just happened to blast open the secret room, without affecting any of the buildings around it. Li Yunxiao coldly looked up into the sky. Not far away, 2 figures appeared, and they spoke in different voices. I didn't expect someone to be able to pry into the secret of the 8 doors. Are you born with a godly body, or do you cultivate a physique refinement technique? Ah. It's young Master Yunxiao? That light that opened the 8 doors was your doing? 2 figures appeared in front of Li Yunxiao. The one who was surprised was Zhao Wenjian, and the other had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His entire body was silver, and he had 2 horns on his head. His expression was cold. The man frowned. Wenjian, do you know this person? The fear in Zhao Wenjian's eyes intensified, and his body even started to tremble. He realized that he could no longer see through Li Yunxiao, and he realized how terrifying this young man was. A rank 9 spell master, the cultivation level of the Jiutian State Emperor Wu, a supreme mystical weapon, and now, he had opened the 8 doors of the divine body, and he was not even 20 years old. Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhao Wenjian shook his head with all his might, and no matter what, he would not dare to combine all these achievements together. How terrifying would he be? Wenjian, what's wrong? The sea race cultivator seemed to have noticed something was wrong with Zhao Wenjian, and he frowned and asked. Zhao Wenjian's face turned pale, and he calmed himself down a little before he said, I'm fine. I know this person, don't do anything, let me talk to him. The sea race cultivator nodded and said, it's best if we don't have to resort to violence. After all, our Xianxia Island is a hospitable place. Zhao Wenjian turned to Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, and he said, I didn't expect the one who opened the 8 doors of the divine body would be Mr. Yunxiao. Wenjian's heart is in turmoil now. I can't help but think of a saying, the new generation will replace the old. Li Yunxiao humped coldly, since when did Mr. Wenjian become so sentimental? If I didn't run away in time, I would have died in the hands of this sea beast. I haven't even expressed my sentiments yet. The sea race cultivator's face darkened when he heard Mr. Wenjian calling him a sea beast, and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. Zhao Wenjian quickly stopped the sea race cultivator, fearing that a conflict would break out between the two, and he quickly explained, this is the 4th island lord of Xianxia Island, Mr. Zhou Tian. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he said coldly, oh? I've learned the rules of the Xianxia Island. The rules state that no one is allowed to kill without reason, but the island lord can kill without reason. Hee, what a powerful rule. Zhao Wenjian was embarrassed, and he quickly said, this is a misunderstanding. We are here under the order of the Oshima Lord to find the person who opened the 8 doors of the divine body. I didn't expect it to be you, Mr. Yunxiao. I also sensed a restriction spell in the secret chamber just now. If it wasn't for Mr. Jiutian, I wouldn't have been able to summon Mr. Yunxiao in time. Li Yunxiao said coldly, if I didn't run away just now, then I would have died for nothing. Jiutian humphed, and he said disdainfully, if you can't even withstand that attack of mine, then the so-called 8 doors of the divine body is just SOSO. Even if you die, you will still be a dead dog. A cold ray flashed across Li Yunxiao's eyes, and his face turned even colder. He was so angry that he laughed and said, fine. Just because of what you said, if I don't beat you into a dead dog today, I will write my name, Li Yunxiao, upside down. Arrogant. Jiutian's face darkened, and a domineering force burst out from his body. Just his aura alone was enough to push Zhao Wenjian away. Violent aura gushed out from his body, and it was obvious that he was provoked by Li Yunxiao's words. As the 4th island lord of the Xianxia Island, someone actually came to him and said that he would beat him into a dead dog. It was not hard to imagine how angry he was. Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, and he humphed, you dare to use the name Jiutian, it shows that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zhao Wenjian was worried, but Jiutian's temper had always been short-tempered. Once he lost his temper, no one could stop him. Zhao Wenjian regretted bringing him along. Humph, ignorant child. My name is not something that you can understand. Jiutian's face was filled with mockery and cruelty, and he dashed towards Li Yunxiao in a flash. He punched at Li Yunxiao's face and said with a hideous smile, I would like to see how powerful a human who has opened the 8 gates of the divine body is. Can he win against the powerful body of the Sea clan? Bang! A golden glow appeared in Li Yunxiao's hand, and he raised his hand to grab the punch. The whole space shook. Huh? Jiutian's face changed slightly, and he sneered, you do have some skills, but you really dare to fight me with your body, it shows how ignorant you are. His face turned cold, and a sharp force gathered on his fist, and he shouted, Jiutian's wind-tearing fist. Bang! Bang! The sound of metal being cut could be heard from Li Yunxiao's palm, and Yuan Qi slashes kept bursting out from his opponent's fist. Those Yuan Qi slashes pushed Li Yunxiao's palm half an inch away, but they only left a small cut. What? Jiutian's eyes bulged out, and his heart was in a frenzy. His wind-tearing fist was enough to tear apart the body of any Sea clan, but it only cut some skin. Li Yunxiao frowned, and he said coldly, it's my turn to cut you. His palm spewed out cold air, and the ice sword appeared in a miniature form, and he slashed at Li Yunxiao. The two's fist and palm were less than half an inch apart, and the sword chi instantly arrived. The sword's sharpness was unstoppable. Bang! Jiutian's fist force was directly broken by the sword, and a sharp pain came from his hand. He screamed and retreated in horror. He saw that one of his fists was cut off, and he was left with a bare arm. Ah! Jiutian and Zhao Wenjian both cried out, and their eyes were filled with shock. Zhao Wenjuan's eyes became even more solemn. He could tell that the sword was not an ordinary weapon. To have so many powerful Xian weapons at such a young age, coupled with the cultivation realms that could not be achieved at his age, this young man must have a terrifying background. Sob sob, damn it, damn it. Jiutian roared crazily. He raised his arm, and after a few roars, a new hand immediately grew out, but his forehead was covered with cold sweat. You will not be able to leave Xiankong Island alive. He grabbed the air, and a ray of light gathered in his hand, and turned into a long spear. A terrifying force was emitted from the tip of the spear, and his body became one, and he stabbed at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sneered, and said, ignorant. His body suddenly became faint, and turned into a lightning bolt, and the spear pierced through his body. What? Jiutian was shocked, and when he saw Li Yunxiao's lightning form, he immediately realized that something was wrong, and his face changed drastically. Your insignificant strength is only comparable to the 7 stars Emperor Wu among the humans, it's not worth mentioning. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with coldness, and he raised his hand, spread his fingers, and placed them in front of Jiutian's face, and shouted, 5 lightning strikes. Li Yunxiao condensed a ball of lightning in his palm and suddenly bloomed. A shocking power of thunder and lightning bombarded Jiutian's face. Ah! Half of the sky was filled with green heavenly thunder. It rolled down and blasted Jiutian into the ground, creating a huge crater. The faint sound of waves came from within the crater. The power of this attack had actually penetrated the island. Zhao Wenjuan looked down in shock. He was at a loss and completely petrified. The sound of thunder immediately attracted a large number of warriors. Hundreds of rays of light shot out from all directions. They all stopped far away to watch, not knowing what had happened. Li Yunxiao retracted his palm and stood quietly in the sky. He said indifferently, sorry, I used too much strength. I originally wanted to beat him into a dead dog, but now he seems to have become a dead dog. Zhao Wenjuan opened his mouth wide and said in shock, Is he dead? Bang! A violent power exploded from the crater. Jiutian turned into a ray of light and rushed out. His whole body emitted a terrifying aura as he glared at Li Yunxiao. At this moment, his body had already undergone a huge change. His body was more than twice as thick. What was even more terrifying was that 9 heads had actually grown out of his neck. The 9 heads all bared their teeth and let out deep roars as they glared at Li Yunxiao. Ah? 9-headed monster? Many members of the oceanic race in the distance were alarmed. They were so scared that they kept retreating. It's actually a powerhouse of the 9-headed clan. Isn't that the forbidden clan of the Eastern Sea? Weren't they exterminated by the joint forces of several major forces a few hundred years ago? A few knowledgeable oceanic race powerhouses had a flash of shock on their faces. Haha. Genria laughed loudly and said, You have 3 heads and 6 arms. He has 9 heads. Let's see who is stronger. Li Yunxiao said softly, after transforming, his strength increased. This thing was still hiding his strength before. Genria said, Yes, I also feel a different berserk aura from before. I'm afraid it has reached the level of Fei Ming, right? It's a little troublesome. The aura on Jiutian's body continued to rise, and the expressions of those who sensed the terrifying aura from afar changed drastically. They retreated as far as possible to avoid getting involved. Li Yunxiao did not dare to be careless. He gripped the ice frost sword in his hand and waited for his opponent to make a move. Suddenly, the rising aura froze, and Jiutian's face revealed a shocked expression. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he became extremely vigilant. He seemed to have noticed the change in the other's expression. Wah, damn it! Jiutian's 9 heads shook violently, revealing an extremely unwilling expression as it roared again and again. His 9 heads and 18 eyes fiercely glared at Li Yunxiao a few times, then he roared, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared. The people in the distance were bewildered, and they discussed, why aren't they fighting? I'm still waiting to watch the show. How boring. Zhao Wenjuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the Oshima Lord must have used a secret technique to transmit his voice, and that was how he managed to suppress Jiutian. Li Yunxiao kept the sword in his hand, and said, Mr. Wenjuan, the 4th Island Lord has run away. Is it your turn to make a move? Zhao Wenjian hurriedly said, Mr. Yunxiao, I'm really sorry. The Oshima Lord only wanted to see you, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, the one who summoned the nine-headed monster just now was the Oshima Lord of Xiankong Island, right? Zhao Wenjian was shocked. Li Yunxiao was extremely intelligent, and he was able to see through it with just a glance. Zhao Wenjian did not hide anything, and admitted, among the 5 island lords, Lord Zhoutian is the strongest, but his temper is also the worst. He wouldn't listen to the other 3 island lords, not to mention that during that moment of rage, only the Oshima Lord alone could suppress him. Li Yunxiao said, I won't pursue this matter any further. If your Oshima Lord wants to see me, let him come himself. Zhao Wenjian was stunned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he sent this message back, he was afraid that the Oshima Lord would slap him to death. Li Yunxiao sneered, I'm not a member of Xiankong Island, and I'm not under your control. I hope you can understand this, it's him who wants to see me, and not me who wants to see him. Just when Zhao Wenjian was about to argue, his expression suddenly changed, and his expression became focused. It was obvious that he was also listening to the voice transmission. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief, and said, since Mr. Yunxiao is not willing to see the Oshima Lord, then Wenjian will not force you. Mr. Yunxiao, you can just stroll around the island in peace. The treasure show is about to begin, and I don't know when the next time will be. A smile appeared on Zhao Wenjian's face, and he disappeared into the sky. At this moment, many warriors flew over and surrounded Li Yunxiao. They were his companions who went out to sea with him, and they were also alerted by the thunderous sound. Liao Yangbing asked gravely, Young Master Yun, why did you get into a conflict with them? Li Yunxiao sneered, do I look like a troublemaker to you? I was cultivating well, and that 9-headed monster came looking for me for no reason. Everyone was speechless. If you don't look like a troublemaker, then there are no troublemakers in this world. Wherever you go, you cause trouble. What a troublemaker. Baiming Lifeng was not far away, and he snorted coldly before turning around to leave. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Every time he saw something happen to Li Yunxiao, he would feel a sense of joy in his heart. He hoped that Li Yunxiao would fall just like that, but every time, he would be disappointed. Li Yunxiao. Don't even think about escaping this time. A ray of light descended, and 2 people appeared. Narcissus and Fei Ming walked out one by one. Narcissus said, I hope you can come with me. Her tone was not as cold and commanding as before, and it was much more relaxed. Her eyes were full of hope as she looked at him. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, Of course. I don't know why you're looking for me, but I've already told you my condition. It's the Sea Emperor's blood. Narcissus was overjoyed when she heard the word of course, but her face turned pale when she heard the condition. She gritted her teeth, and said, Anyone who covets the Sea Emperor's blood will not be able to live. Fei Ming also said in a deep voice, I remember that there was a human powerhouse called Gu Feiyang a few decades ago. He also coveted the Sea Emperor's blood, but he died tragically in the end. Everyone's expression changed. They all knew that Gu Feiyang caused trouble in the East Sea, and in the end, the 4 seas joined forces to attack the Holy Region. They didn't expect that it was actually for the Sea Emperor's blood. Li Yunxiao's face twitched, and he snorted, Gu Feiyang is indeed dead, but his death has nothing to do with your Sea Emperor, right? Fei Ming sneered, and said, How do you know it has nothing to do with him? Gu Feiyang's strength is unparalleled. If Lord Sea Emperor didn't want him dead, how could he die so easily? Everyone was shocked, and they looked at each other in dismay. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Could it be that Gu Feiyang's death was caused by the Sea Emperor? Fei Ming's words were reasonable. Gu Feiyang's cultivation was unparalleled. Who in the world could kill him? Although the heaven-shaking mountains was a forbidden land for humans, many adventurers went there every year, and most of them came out alive. With Gu Feiyang's strength, it was impossible for him to die there for no reason. Most of the human martial artists revealed looks of approval, and they seemed to accept this point of view. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened, and he said coldly, The Sea Emperor couldn't do anything to Gu Feiyang in the 4 seas, and he's even more powerful in the Tianwu continent? What a fool's opinion. Fei Ming's expression darkened, and he said coldly, Although the heavenly martial arts realm is big, it can't surpass Lord C Emperor's authority. If Lord C Emperor wants someone dead, that person will die. Oh? A disdainful look flashed past Xianxia's face, and he said mockingly, I'm standing right here. Why don't you let your C Emperor bite me? You dare to insult Lord C Emperor, so you must die. Fei Ming's expression changed, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. His sword will spread out, and he slashed at Li Yunxiao. Fei Ming wasn't the only one, and the expressions of the Sea Tribe's experts in the distance also changed, and they all looked frightened and ferocious. Narcissus's face also became pale, and flames of anger appeared in her eyes. But when she saw Fei Ming's sword, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm, and she said, show mercy, don't kill him. Kill me? Why are there so many arrogant people in the world? Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and he weaved a sign with one hand. A sword energy rushed out, and it revolved around him, and formed a sword sea. Rumble, the two supreme sword wills collided in the air, and their power spread out, and a vortex appeared, which spread in all directions. Bang! The expressions of the martial artists in the surroundings changed, and they quickly flew away. The power of the two sword wills spread in all directions like raging waves, and the martial artists who came into contact with them were shocked, and they quickly retreated 1,000 meters away. Everyone smiled bitterly in their hearts. Isn't he the one who started trouble? Not long after the fight ended, he's fighting again. This is, Fei Ming's face revealed a look of shock. Li Yunxiao stood quietly in the air with his right hand behind his back. He merely formed a seal with his left hand and a huge sword appeared in front of him. It flickered with a faint light and repelled Fei Ming's sword intent. Oh? I didn't expect you to be an expert in sword principle too. Fei Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent, and he said coldly, Your Highness Princess Narcissus, please step back, so you don't get hurt. Water Deity was startled as she looked at the calm and collected Li Yunxiao. She only recovered after being shouted at by Fei Ming. Her face involuntarily reddened as she hurriedly said, All right, you must show mercy. Don't kill him. Fei Ming was relieved after Narcissus stepped back, and his eyes glowed coldly. His battle intent surged, and he subconsciously licked his lips, and said excitedly, It's been a long time since I've encountered such a powerful sword will. Human martial artist, let me see how powerful the sword principle of the human race is. Li Yunxiao wore an indifferent expression, and he said with a smile, Let's see if you have the ability to make me display my strongest sword will. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back, and his calm expression made him look like a master giving advice to a junior. Fei Ming's expression immediately turned cold, and he said coldly, You humans are really annoying with your words. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a crystal-clear sword appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with love, as if he was looking at his own child. This sword is called the Martial Infant. It is 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. It was forged by the Sea Clan's alchemist Master Wenyu. Fei Ming mumbled to himself as he explained, Countless people have died to this sword. Your sword intent is very strong and is qualified to make the Martial Infant cry blood. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with admiration as he said, This sword is not bad. I have heard of Wenyu before. It seems that he is indeed capable. Fei Ming's expression turned cold as he said in a stern voice, You are disrespectful to the Sea Sovereign and Master Wenyu. Even if Princess Narcissus pleads for you, I will still chop off your tongue today. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Aren't you the one who wants to spar? Aren't we going to have a duel? I have been waiting for a long time. Why aren't you moving? Haha, you are courting death. Fei Ming's fighting spirit was ignited and he laughed. The martial infant in his hand swung out a few rays of sword light as he leaped into the air and slashed. The sword light was dazzling and so fast that everyone could not keep up with it. So fast. Everyone was shocked. There was no time for them to think. Only the word fast flashed through their minds. Bang, a ray of light appeared in front of Li Yunxiao and knocked away Fei Ming's swift sword. The sword chi changed direction and shot towards the sky. Interesting. Fei Ming's eyes were filled with excitement as his body disappeared in the air. In an instant, countless figures appeared and thousands of sword lights slashed at Li Yunxiao from all directions. Every figure was extremely fast and dazzling, making it impossible to see where they were. This was an extremely fast movement technique that pursued the pinnacle of speed. It was as if he was swinging his sword 10,000 times at the same time. The entire sky was filled with afterimages and sword chi. Li Yunxiao finally made his move. He raised his right hand behind his back and held a cold sword. He slowly slashed forward, then to the side, and then to the left. His speed was extremely slow, as if he was practicing his moves. He only slashed 3 times in a few breaths. Everyone's eyes widened. The contradictory difference between extreme speed and extreme slowness made them feel as if there was a stuffiness in their chests that they couldn't get rid of. They felt abnormally irritated. What's going on? This kid only used 3 swords, how did he block thousands of swords? Many people found it hard to understand, and their minds were filled with question marks. Water deity was in the distance. A faint blue color appeared in the depths of her pupils and emitted a faint glow. Her face revealed a shocked expression. In a small courtyard, Zhao Wenjian and Jiao Tian were staring at a water screen as they watched the battle. Both of them were shocked at the same time. Jiao Tian's eyes revealed a fierce glint as he asked in confusion, "What's going on? How could such a slow movement block thousands of swords?" Zhao Wenjian was also puzzled, his gaze focused on the jade screen. Oshima Lord Guan Yuan's voice rang out, "This brat's comprehension of the way of the sword is even higher than that dragon cod brat." He stabbed out 3 times, one to cut the sky, one to cut the earth, and one to cut the people. He cut down everything that needed to be cut. That dragon codfish brat is already at a disadvantage after just 1 round. What? Dragon codfish clan? Jiao Tian exclaimed in shock, the dragon codfish clan of the S-Class Sea race is no weaker than the East Sea Palace? Yes, that's the S-Class Sea race. Also, I can see that this brat is extremely talented and has a bright future. Let me see if I can recruit him. Guan Yuan said quietly. Jiao Tian said strangely, if this brat is extremely talented and is at a disadvantage after just 1 move, then isn't this human brat even more talented? Guan Yuan fell silent and didn't say anything else. Jiao Tian said, Oshima Lord, you didn't let me fight because you're afraid that I'm not his match, right? Guan Yuan said, there's something wrong with this human brat. Zhao Wenjian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly asked, what is it? Guan Yuan said coldly, he can refine supreme-grade profound artifact, 9th level formula path, Emperor Wu's cultivation, and has opened 8 divine gates. Humph. Such powerhouses may exist, but it's impossible for all of them to appear on a youth who's not even 20 years old. This kind of talent has never been heard of before, let alone encountered. If there really is such a talent, then even an ancient true spirit wouldn't be as strong as him. Then, what's going on? Zhao Wenzhen was also confused. He shook his head and said, based on my divine sense, this is definitely his true self and not possessed by a powerhouse. Moreover, even if he was possessed by a powerhouse, it's impossible for him to display such shocking achievements in multiple paths at the same time. Although it was difficult for him to understand and believe the strength that Li Yunxiao had displayed, the truth was right before his eyes. Humph. The divine arts in this world are ever-changing, and we can't see through them all. Who knows what's going on with him? Guan Yuan snorted coldly, anyway, there's definitely something wrong, and that's why I changed my mind at the last minute. I really want to know the secrets of this brat. Jiao Tian shouted carelessly, if that's the case, why don't you let me capture him and interrogate him? Then everything will be clear. Interrogate? Guan Yuan sneered, I asked you to come back because I've changed my mind, and I don't want you to die so early. Jiao Tian's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, what? Even you, Oshima Lord, don't think I can defeat that brat? Guan Yuan snorted and said, it's not up to you to argue about whether you can win or not. Take a good look at his strength. You might really have to fight him to the death soon. That brat from the Dragon Cod tribe should be able to force this human to use his full strength. At this moment, in the Sea of Swords where the two were battling. After Li Yunxiao unleashed his 3 sword strikes, Fei Ming's expression changed drastically. Not only did the 3 sword strikes block all of his sword chi, but they also pierced through the countless afterimages and slashed directly at his body. In his shock, he instantly withdrew the thousands of afterimages, and countless sword chi gathered in his martial infant. With a loud clang, he met the attack head-on. Boom! The two sword intents collided, and as if a sun had suddenly appeared, the powerful light was blinding. Fei Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent, and he laughed, so powerful. Take this, all being slash stupa. He flew into the air, became one with his sword, and slashed downward. Rays of cold light burst out from the martial infant sword, forming intersecting spiral sword chi. It was like a huge meat grinder, crushing down. Li Yunxiao raised his head. From the moment he attacked, there was a smile on his face. It was a smile of absolute confidence, a smile of looking at the clouds. Swordsman, your sword intents are too sharp and domineering, they have lost their original meaning. Li Yunxiao raised his sword, and sneered, open your soul eye, and take a good look at each sword, and the life of each sword technique. Green Lotus Sword Song. Li Yunxiao shouted, and raised his cold sword, and an ice flower bloomed on the sword. The cold light shone on the sword, and there seemed to be a shadow swaying in the wind, making the ice flower look even more beautiful. Everyone felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. As they watched the flower bloom, they felt a boundless sense of pity. They really wanted to hug it in their arms and protect it, as if they were afraid that it would suddenly disappear. Bang! The ice flower really shattered, and countless people's hearts were shattered as well. They all revealed expressions of pain and anger. However, everyone quickly realized what was going on. They were all shocked as they looked at Li Yunxiao in fear. With a casual move, he had used his sword intents to stir up everyone's emotions. It was simply unimaginable. The shattered ice flower immediately scattered in the air, and immediately, countless flowers bloomed one by one. An extremely beautiful and dazzling picture was gradually unfolding in everyone's eyes and hearts. Fei Ming's all-being slash stupa descended, and slashed into the flowers. Bang! 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 The countless fierce sword essences suddenly collapsed, and he was shocked in the air. He suddenly took a deep breath, leaped up, and retreated more than 10 steps in the air. His eyes were wide open, and he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He was actually stunned. How could this be? What is this feeling? His eyes were filled with confusion. You don't understand, right? It's right if you don't understand. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, only when you understand this will you have the qualifications to continue fighting with me. As for now, scram. Fei Ming stood in the sky in a daze. He was not angry at Li Yunxiao telling him to scram, and instead, he felt an extremely strong desire. He raised his head, and looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression, and bowed in the air, thank you. After I think it through, I'll come and find you again. Fei Ming sheathed the martial nascent soul sword, turned around, and landed behind Narcissus. His expression returned to normal, as if the battle had never happened, or had nothing to do with him. Narcissus was stunned. Why did you admit defeat? We can still fight. Fei Ming smiled bitterly, we're both swordsmen, and I've already lost in the way of the sword. If I continue to fight, I'll only be suppressing him with a stronger cultivation. Not to mention whether I can win, even if I do win, it won't be a fair fight. Narcissus nodded thoughtfully, and her eyes flickered with a strange light as she watched Li Yunxiao's figure disappear into the sky. Fei Ming asked curiously, Princess Narcissus, you're just going to let him leave like that? Narcissus said in a solemn voice, if he's not willing to help me, there's nothing I can do about it. Now, I can only consider his conditions. Fei Ming's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, this subordinate is useless. I'll chase after Li Yunxiao right now, and make him agree to your highness conditions even if I have to risk my life. Narcissus said indifferently, no need. A man like him can't be coerced. Fei Ming was stunned for a moment, and he raised his head, only to see that Narcissus's face had lost its usual arrogance and coldness, and was replaced with gentleness and contemplation. Let's go, let me think about it. Narcissus sighed, and her face was suddenly filled with loneliness as she turned around and walked forward. Fei Ming was shocked, and he hurriedly followed after her, as if he sensed something. The crowd of onlookers in the sky gradually dispersed. That sword intent, after a long time, the space twisted slightly, and Ruanxiang walked out with a solemn and cold expression. Ruanxiang slowly closed his eyes as he sensed the lingering sword chi in the sky. His brows were tightly knitted together. Is he really? Just a young man, Ren Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. He realized that no matter how much he improved, no matter how many opportunities he encountered, he would always be one step ahead of Li Yunxiao. No matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to overcome this gap. He had coincidentally gone back in time, allowing him to completely merge with the 5 dragons' secret treasures. He thought that he had Li Yunxiao in the bag. However, Li Yunxiao's method of suppressing the Black Flame Mountain made him suspicious. Later, he was trapped by the Black Flame and comprehended the flawless Sai of the true dragon. He thought that he had overcome the gap between him and Li Yunxiao. However, now that he felt the sword qi, he lost confidence again. Damn it! Ruinxiang's pride was slowly being eroded by Li Yunxiao's strength. He clenched his fists unwillingly and roared, "Am I going to be suppressed by him like this for the rest of my life? Haha, poor thing." A mocking laughter came from the sky. It was unbridled laughter. Ruinxiang's expression changed. He shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself." On the other hand, he was greatly alarmed in his heart. That voice actually sounded out from all directions, causing him to be unable to pinpoint the source. "Haha, anger is the behavior of the weak." The voice laughed. "As a noble descendant of the dragon, you should soar in Jiutian and step on anyone's head." Ruinxiang mocked coldly, "What right does a scumbag who doesn't even dare to show his face have to lecture me?" "Huh? Scumbag?" The voice turned cold. Suddenly, an unparalleled power blasted down from the sky. The surrounding space froze. Ruinxiang was shocked to find that he could not move at all. The power contained the same dragon force as him. You are also a descendant of the dragon? East Sea royalty?" Boom. While he was still in shock, the attack landed on his body and sent him crashing into the ground. Pooh. Ruinxiang's true dragon doppelganger was shattered by this attack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This power, damn it, how can it be so strong? His eyes were filled with horror. His true dragon Dharma body was no different from an impenetrable wall, but he had been beaten black and blue with just one attack. Even the peak-level 8-star Baiming Kong Tian would not be able to do this. In that case, there was only one answer. The other party was an Emperor Jiuxing-level powerhouse. There's actually Emperor Jiuxing on this island. The shock in Ruinxiang's heart was at its peak. Emperor Jiuxing was a powerhouse who could move unhindered throughout the world. Aside from the Imperial Palace, only the S-rank forces could possibly possess him. Humph, if you want to become stronger, then come and find me. I can grant you the power to defeat Li Yunxiao. The voice said coldly, and then there was no more sound. The last voice transmission came directly from a direction, purposely pointing the way for Ruinxiang. Stronger power, who are you? Ruinxiang's mouth was full of dragon blood, and the light in his eyes became sharp. He stared at the path and flew over without hesitation. Oh? Are you sure that Zhao Wenjian came from the Divine Transformation Sea? Li Yunxiao couldn't help but frown and ask. After all, he was very familiar with the Divine Transformation Sea. When Zhao Wenjian went out to sea, he should have been an honorary elder, but he had never heard of this person. Liao Yongbing said, "That's right. At that time I was only a peak-level martial venerable, a guard of the Haitian town city lord. Zhao Wenjian had just become an 8th-level alchemist at that time. The reason why I have a deep impression of him is that the person who brought him to Haitian town was the Alchemist Guild's guild master, the leader of the Divine Transformation Sea, Lord Lu Tsongzi. Oh, in that case, there is indeed something to it." Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose with his right hand and thought, Lu Tsongzi has been the leader of the Divine Transformation Sea for almost 100 years, and his status is extremely respected. To be able to make him bring someone here personally, it must be something special. Zhao Wenjian stayed on this Xiankong island for more than 30 years, I don't believe that he didn't have any ulterior motives. Jing Yongyi frowned and said, "Could we be wrong? Maybe Lord Wenjian went out to sea to train himself. Also, to go from an 8th-level alchemist to a 9th-level alchemist in 30 years, that's quite an achievement." Li Yunxiao shook his head and sneered, if he really wanted to train himself, he should have already entered the 9th level and returned to the Divine Transformation Sea by now, but he still stayed here. Also, if he really wanted to train himself, what's with this treasure show that happens once every 5 years? Yes, I also think that it's not that simple. Liao Yongbing thought for a while and said, these few days, I've been asking around about Xiankong Island. In the East Sea, it seems to be a secluded sect that stands aloof from worldly affairs. The treasure show has a good reputation, and it has been held for a few times already. Every time, it attracts a large number of powerful cultivators. Also, the location of Xiankong Island on the sea map is not far from our destination. Jing Yongyi nodded and said, I've also asked around about this. Every time the treasure show starts, we can only enter this sea. Also, we can't pinpoint any coordinates in this sea, so we can only wait until the time is up if we want to leave. This should be a special spatial phenomenon. But I heard that the previous few treasure shows were very successful, and there were no problems. Li Yunxiao said, there were no problems in the past, but it doesn't mean there won't be any problems in the future. At least, this Wenjian is definitely a problem. We just need to be careful about this. As long as he doesn't provoke us, we'll just stay quiet and be pretty men. If he has any bad intentions, he'll be digging his own grave. The two nodded seriously, and the three of them left after a short conversation. Li Yunxiao continued to stroll around the market. After all, it was a rare opportunity to interact with the sea race, and there were too many rare treasures that could only be seen once every 10,000 years. As an alchemist in both of his lives, he had an irresistible temptation for treasures. But his main goal was to buy a large amount of purple snow corals. Most of the sellers in the market basically knew him, and knew that he was an alchemist master, so they all offered all kinds of treasures. These days, he grabbed Gui Weshing and refined day and night. There were many 8th level Xian artifacts suitable for the sea race, and he exchanged them one after another, to everyone's satisfaction. He also collected a few pieces of purple snow corals, but they didn't have that kind of reaction, which made Li Yunxiao quite disappointed. It seemed that he was really lucky last time, and picked up a big bargain. You're Li Yunxiao? Suddenly, a voice came and a person stood in front of him, looking at him quietly. Li Yunxiao was startled, and immediately became vigilant. Even with his sharp divine sense, he actually didn't notice when this person approached him. The newcomer was tall and sturdy, with a face full of fine stubble, and a bald head. Behind him was a dirty old robe, and with one look, it was obvious that he was the kind of person who didn't care about his appearance. I have something to talk to you about. The newcomer didn't say any unnecessary words, and went straight to the point. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, not interested. That person smiled, as if he had already expected his attitude, and said directly, I heard that you opened one of the 8 gates, open? Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and his eyes turned cold, and he asked cautiously, who are you? That person smiled, Xiankong Island's second island master, Bin Sun. Li Yunxiao was shocked, he couldn't feel any elemental energy from this second island master, and he was just like an ordinary person. Bin Sun smiled, don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to make a deal with you. Li Yunxiao said coldly, what deal? A glimmer of light flashed across Bin Sun's eyes, and he said indifferently, this is not the place to talk, you can follow me. He seemed to have predicted that Li Yunxiao would follow him, and he immediately turned around and left after he finished speaking. Li Yunxiao watched as Bin Sun's figure disappeared into the crowd, and a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. In the end, he followed with a gloomy face. Bin Sun's speed was extremely fast, and he wasn't worried that Li Yunxiao wouldn't be able to catch up with him. After a cup of tea's time, the two were thousands of miles away from the market, and they arrived at a cliff. There were a few simple buildings on the cliff, and they faced the sea, and the scenery was vast. This is where I usually stay and cultivate. Bin Sun said, and he struck a hand seal in the air, and a ray of green light rose from the cliff, and gradually spread out. The two flew down one after another, and the ray of green light closed up in the air, and then disappeared. Li Yunxiao took a glance at the restriction, and said, is there a need for such a powerful isolation restriction in your own territory? Bin Sun smiled and said, you're indeed a rank 9 alchemist, and you saw through it at a glance. Looks like I didn't find the wrong person. Li Yunxiao asked, you're looking for a rank 9 alchemist? Bin Sun nodded seriously and said, yes. Li Yunxiao said suspiciously, isn't Zhao Wenjian the same? A strange look flashed across Bin Sun's face, and he shook his head and said, he can't. Oh? Li Yunxiao came down with interest and said with a mocking smile, sounds interesting. Bin Sun laughed and said, let me see your divine body first. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he snorted and said, why should I let you see? Bin Sun smiled and said, it's not up to you. He raised his hand, and his entire body flashed, and he punched down. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. The other party's fist did not have any origin energy fluctuations, it was purely the power of the physical body, and it gave him the pressure of facing the ocean. You're also an 8-gate opener. He was suddenly shocked, and immediately reacted, a strange emotion rising in his heart. He clenched the 5 fingers of his right hand, and his entire arm immediately turned into a brilliant golden light, and a Vajra fist smashed over. Bam! 2 incomparably overbearing energy suddenly clashed together, and the surrounding air exploded in all directions. The sea behind the cliff was stirred up by the aftermath of this wave, and it exploded one after another. Purple light blossomed from between the eyebrows of both of them. This was the sign of opening the 8 gates. Haha, so strong. Bin Sun suddenly laughed and retracted his fist. The purple light between his eyebrows also retracted, and his eyes revealed a look of praise. Li Yunxiao snorted and crossed his arms in front of him, waiting for the other party to speak. It was impossible for the other party to call him over just to exchange a punch. Bin Sun smiled and said, you just opened the open gate, and you already have such a strong physical strength. You must have an extremely strong divine body. Li Yunxiao said, why are you looking for me? Just say it. I don't like this kind of conversation. Alright, I'll be straightforward. The smile on Bin Sun's face disappeared, and he said, I don't know how you opened the open gate, but I can tell you the method to open the second rest gate. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he said, you opened the rest gate? Bin Sun did not say anything else. He clenched his fists, and another ray of light shone from the open gate between his eyebrows. It was the rest gate. As soon as the 2 apertures were opened, an extremely ferocious aura rushed over, giving Li Yunxiao a great deal of pressure. Bin Sun smiled indifferently and retracted the aura. He instantly returned to his ordinary state, just like an ordinary person. Li Yunxiao said in a serious tone, it really is the second rest gate. With second island master's strength, you must have opened more than these 2 gates, right? Bin Sun smiled and said, I did open more than these 2 gates, so you don't have to test me. This time, I invited you here because my bargaining chip is the method to open the rest gate. He looked at the hesitant Li Yunxiao and said with a smile, you must also have a divine body, and you think that you can open the 8 gates with the guidance of your divine body phenomenon and reach the realm of the corporeal sage, right? Li Yunxiao said, is that not the case? Bin Sun smiled and said, how many divine body powerhouses have there been since ancient times, but how many of them have reached the realm of the corporeal sage and peered into the god realm? Li Yunxiao had also thought about this problem before. He also had doubts about the appearance of the Permitha bridge in his body. If it was so easy to open the 8 gates, then how many Ao Changkongs would there be throughout the ages? Bin Sun said, in ancient times, a large number of experts cultivated body techniques. It was only later that they slowly disappeared in the long river of time. It's just that the path of physical skills is even more difficult. Li Yunxiao interrupted, alright, let's not talk about this. Just tell me what I have to pay. Bin Sun smiled and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He slowly said, I might have been branded in my soul. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked in shock, you don't even know if you've been marked. Bin Sun smiled bitterly and said, I'm also an innate divine body, and it's a peerless divine body that can only be seen once in 10,000 years. However, my soul power is extremely weak. If I encounter a 9th grade alchemist like you, it's very likely that I'll fall for it. Li Yunxiao pondered and said, even if your soul power is extremely weak, with your strength, there's no alchemist that can leave a mark in your soul. Bin Sun sighed and said, I was unconscious for a period of time. After that, I didn't feel anything abnormal. But recently, after I opened the 8 gates again, I noticed something strange in my body. It's as if there's a pair of eyes watching me all the time. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, Zhao Wenjian is the only 9th grade alchemist on Xiankong Island. You're saying that he left a mark on you? Bin Sun shook his head and said, it's not him. I'm not sure about the details either. This is the reason why I invited you here. After so many years, you're the second ninth-grade alchemist I've met other than Zhao Wenjian. Li Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, in order to investigate the mark in your soul, I'll have to dive deep into your soul. If I'm not careful, I might hurt your soul. It'll be a great threat to you. Are you sure you're willing to let me investigate? Binsun smiled and said, I wasn't too sure before, but I'm pretty sure now. Because you're the kind of person I admire. Plus, the 8 secret arts are quite tempting to you. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and said, since you're not afraid, why wouldn't I? But I have a condition. It doesn't matter if someone left a mark on your soul, you must give me the method to open the end. Binsun said seriously, of course. As long as Mr. Yunxiao tries your best, it'll be fine. If there's a mark in my body that's beyond your ability, I won't blame you if you can't find it. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. There's no art in this world that can escape my eyes. Binsun was taken aback and then said with a smile, you're very confident. But young people should try to be more humble. He obviously thought that Li Yunxiao was bragging. Li Yunxiao didn't explain and said, it'll be very dangerous for me to sneak into your soul. Is this cliff safe enough? Binsun was full of confidence. He patted his chest and said, don't worry. Even if I can't block a powerhouse's attack, I can hold on long enough to let you come out safely. All right. Li Yunxiao responded. A light flashed between his brows, and the calabash's small King Kong flew out and landed behind him. He was much more at ease with the calabash's small King Kong's protection. Binsun looked surprised when he saw the calabash's small King Kong. Then, he sat down and opened his beer sea of knowledge with a calm look on his face. Li Yunxiao secretly praised him. There weren't many people who could let someone enter their soul without any scruples. It seemed that the second island lord's soul was indeed unusual. Then, a faint soul light flashed between his brows and flew into the second island lord's sea of knowledge. Binsun's soul was bright and dazzling. The boundless space extended forward, which showed that the second island lord had an extremely strong life force. Li Yunxiao instantly traveled thousands of miles and flew in this vast and boundless space. After an unknown period of time, he finally saw a black light appear in the sky at the end of the horizon. It looked like dark clouds were rolling non-stop. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly stopped in front of the dark clouds. The dark clouds were constantly inhaling and exhaling black gas. Something was faintly discernible inside. The person who made the mark is really arrogant. He actually set up a technique at the end of his soul without any concealment. Is this person a novice? Is this his first time doing something like this? Genryu's voice sounded. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with the person's unprofessional method. Li Yunxiao stood in front of the dark clouds without moving. He just looked at it quietly. Finally, he could see the thing inside the dark clouds clearly. It was a door, and it was bobbing up and down inside. Why aren't you making a move? It should be very easy for you to break this thing, right? Genryu's surprised voice sounded. Li Yunxiao said unhurriedly, it's easy in terms of your IQ. How could the person who dared to bury a mark in the soul of an expert like Binsun be an ordinary person? There must be a strong backup nearby. Genryu snorted in dissatisfaction. Gu Feiyang is afraid? Humph, this is my first time seeing it. Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, I'm not afraid. I'm just being cautious. Things like the soul, if it's not handled properly, it will result in death. He carefully took a few steps forward. Si Ding raised his right hand, turned his palm into a sword, and directly slashed down. Hiss. A tearing sound came from the sky. The sword chi directly slashed into the dark clouds. Bang! The rolling dark cloud suddenly dissipated, revealing the door inside. It kept flying in the air and pressed down on Li Yunxiao. Humph, so there's a problem with the door. A cold expression flashed on Li Yunxiao's face. He formed a golden mark with both hands and directly hit it in the air. Boom! The mark emitted an incomparably intense golden light. It directly hit the door and caused a bright light. The power of the mark was actually directly reflected back. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He flipped in the air and took a few steps back. Only then did he dodge the rebound of his mark and hit the ground. Genryu was also surprised. Such a strong restriction. It actually took a blow from the mark and is still intact. Everything in the soul space was illusory. It relied on the condensation of mental strength. There was no physical existence. In other words, the door in front of them was also constructed by some kind of power. It was still intact after taking a blow from Li Yunxiao. This meant that the strength of the person who set up this restriction was above Li Yunxiao. And at this moment, the door was directly suspended above Li Yunxiao. It emitted thousands of strands of golden silk, which formed a huge net and wrapped around Li Yunxiao. Insignificant skill. A cold expression flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. Instantly, Tsutsumi appeared in his eyes. The entire space suddenly darkened. The door seemed to have its own consciousness. Sensing that something was wrong, it instantly turned into a ray of light and wanted to escape. Childish. Li Yunxiao snorted. Strange symbols appeared in Tsutsumi's hand. It seemed to be a separate seal. Everything in front of him was imprinted in his eyes. It was like a mirror. A cold expression flashed on his face. He said softly, "Reversal of reality and illusion." Everything he saw, his real body instantly appeared in the I dimension and disappeared from the real world. Benson's soul no longer had the mark. At this moment, the door was constantly spinning in Li Yunxiao's eyes. It seemed like it wanted to break free. Let me peel off your skin and see which incredible birdman did it. Boom. The marked door in the eye space shook. It seemed to have been bound by Tsutsumi's power. It began to become obedient. Bit by bit, it turned into the most primitive mental strength and spread out. At this moment, the lock on the door made a paw sound. It seemed like it had loosened. The door directly opened in Tsutsumi's body. Li Yunxiao's eyes suddenly contracted. They emitted a demonic red light. Circles of eye power condensed. It was as if he was prepared at any time. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. When the door opened, a white light spread out. Under the piercing white light, a blue mark gradually appeared. The mark was circular. There was a neat hexagon inlaid inside. Strange runes appeared in the surroundings. The entire mark became increasingly clear. Ah! Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. The pupil that had trapped the door opened abruptly, bursting with endless rage and fierceness. This mark was exactly the same as the one in Meng Wu's mind. Genryu also cried out in shock. Wei Qing? The blue hexagonal imprint quietly floated between the two doors. Li Yunxiao's sharp eyes gradually returned to normal. Tsutsumi appeared in his eyes as he stared at the imprint. He wanted to break through the seal and see the scene behind the door. Behind the door was a vast expanse of white light. Tsutsumi's power carefully bypassed the blue seal and rushed into the door. He stared at the vast space inside. A wave of spiritual energy rose and turned into mist that drifted in the air. He could vaguely see some trees in the mist. His vision seemed to be in a mountain range. He stared forward and saw a simple wooden house. There was a spacious flat ground in front of the house. There was a refining cauldron placed there. There was purple smoke slowly rising from it. This was a typical decoration of an artificer. However, around the cauldron, there were dozens of coffins placed neatly. Some were horizontal and some were vertical. It was very strange. Some of the coffins were transparent. There were some strange objects inside. They looked familiar, but after a closer look, they didn't look like anything. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with suspicion. He continued to use Tsutsumi's power and stared into the house. Gradually, two figures appeared in the house. It was obvious that they were an old man and a young man. However, the house had already been sealed with an isolation seal. His Tsutsumi's power was too far away. It had already reached its limit. It couldn't penetrate the house anymore. The old man and the young man seemed to be discussing something. The old man's figure stood up and walked back and forth several times. Li Yunxiao frowned. Although his Tsutsumi's power could penetrate space, the isolation seal on the house was too strong. He couldn't hear the conversation inside. Suddenly, the old man's figure turned around. He seemed to have sensed someone was spying on him. The young man also stood up in shock. He vigilantly stood behind the old man. An extremely angry and gloomy voice exploded from inside the house. It roared, "Who dares to peep at me? How dare you spy on me?" Then, a terrifying spiritual storm rushed out of the house. It was like a monster opening its huge claw. It wanted to capture Tsutsumi's power. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. Tsutsumi's pupils recovered from the strange symbols, and his spiritual power instantly returned to the door from thousands of miles away. The other party's mental force was also very strong. It actually chased after Li Yunxiao and rushed to the blue symbol on the door. It condensed into a ferocious beast that was several feet tall and roared as it swooped down towards Li Yunxiao. "Although I still don't know who you are, since you are related to Wei Qing's mark, I will find you sooner or later." Li Yunxiao's expression was cold as he stared at the mental behemoth swooping down. Ocular sorcery, mirror flow. The image of the mental beast was directly imprinted in Li Yunxiao's right pupil, becoming clearer and clearer. At the same time, he disappeared without a trace in the real world. Bang! In Li Yunxiao's eyes, the face of the mental beast revealed a ferocious and shocked expression. Suddenly, an infinite amount of ocular power bombarded from all directions. In an instant, he was torn to pieces and turned into strands of mental force that dissipated in Tsutsumi space. At this moment, the blue symbol on the door gradually became clear. A foot stepped out from it, and then half a figure appeared. A person wrapped in a long robe seemed to have stepped out. A cold look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. His eyes focused, and a trace of golden light appeared in his pupils. Suddenly, the golden light gathered on the door and condensed into a supreme giant sword. It directly slashed down from the sky. Boom! The sword chi was unstoppable. It slammed into the door, and the two forces were in a stalemate for a moment. Then, the entire door was split in half. The figure in the black robe was also directly split in half. The man in the black robe slowly raised his head. At the moment when he was split in half, he tried to open his eyes wide. He wanted to cross the infinite space and see the person in front of him clearly. However, the golden light was too dazzling. His body had already collapsed under the golden sword. He burst out the last bit of power of this divine sense. All of it gathered in his eyes, and he tried his best to stare. The cold eyes finally penetrated the golden light and saw the appearance of the person in front of him. His eyes instantly widened, revealing a look of disbelief and horror. It seemed that he couldn't accept what he was seeing. Boom! The entire door suddenly collapsed at this moment. It exploded and turned into countless fluorescent dots that disappeared in Vincent's soul space. The man in the black robe was also extremely shocked. In an instant, he turned into smoke. At some point in time, Li Yunxiao's appearance had changed to that of a slightly burly man. His skin glowed with a golden light, and his short hair stood up. His chiseled face shone with a cold light. This was not his original appearance at all. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, you are too mean. In the end, you actually turned into Ao Chongkong. Wouldn't Wei Qing be scared to death?" Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. His entire body instantly changed back to his original appearance. He sneered and said that black robe's divine sense should be a divine sense left behind by Wei Qing. If I didn't intentionally let him see my face, he wouldn't have been able to see me with his meager strength. But the old man behind this door. Su Chen muttered to himself. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "I have some guesses in my heart." A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He turned around and left Vincent's soul space. Xianxia secretly shook his head. Li Yunxiao was a person that no one could afford to offend in his previous life. In this life, his strength seemed to be even stronger. Those who unintentionally offended him were probably going to be out of luck. After a moment, Li Yunxiao's soul power directly rushed out of Vincent's body and returned to his body. Vincent opened his eyes at once. He seemed to be aware of the changes in his soul. He was pleasantly surprised and said, "How is it?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Someone indeed used a method. Through that restriction, someone can watch your every move at any time. Even your body's condition can be transmitted out at any time. At this moment, I destroyed that restriction." The person who used it already knows. As expected. Damn it. Vincent's entire body was filled with anger. His eyes emitted a sharp murderous aura. He said in a cold voice, "Do you know who did it?" Li Yunxiao said, "The person who used the restriction and spied on you are not the same person. The person who used it is one of the sacred region's 5 rulers, Wei Qing. Do you know this person?" Vincent's face revealed a shocked expression. He said in surprise, "Sacred region? I don't know this person." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Then it should be the person who spied on you. I still have some guesses about that person's identity. I can't be sure." A cold glint flashed in Vincent's eyes. He said fiercely, "You help me find out that person's identity. I'll impart you the method to open the 3rd door." The expression on his face became increasingly savage. Clearly, an extremely strong killing intent was aroused. No matter who it was, being watched for so many years, anyone would go crazy and kill. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with joy. He said with a smile, "With such generous conditions, I'll definitely help you find out this person's identity." Only then did Vincent's expression change slightly. His lips moved slightly. He imparted the method to open the rest gate to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao hurriedly listened attentively. He seemed to have comprehended something. Vincent said, "You go back first. I'll be alone for a while. The treasure show is about to start. You be careful." "Anne? Be careful?" Li Yunxiao exclaimed softly. He looked at Vincent with a smile in his eyes. Vincent snorted and scolded jokingly, "Don't pretend in front of me. I don't believe that you can't tell that there's something special about this treasure show. But this is also very important to me. So I can't tell you more. Just be careful. Don't die. I'm counting on you to find the person who spied on me." Li Yunxiao laughed. He did not deny it. He turned into a lightning bolt and flew away. Vincent watched Li Yunxiao leave. His face gradually turned serious. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Then, he turned around and returned to his house. Li Yunxiao returned to the market. He continued to scour the market. He exchanged for some extremely precious natural treasures. Then, he went back to the spatial profound tool in his courtyard and started his closed-door cultivation. 3 days later, the treasure show started as scheduled. The entire island became extremely lively. Everyone was flying in the air towards the biggest building on Xianxia Island. The building was dome-shaped. It was specially prepared for the treasure show. There were some powerful Sea Clan guards standing on both sides of the building. One reason was to welcome everyone, and the other was to maintain order. The past few treasure shows on Xianxia Island had been very successful. There were no fights or fights. As for the fights that happened after leaving the island, Xianxia Island did not care. When Li Yunxiao arrived, Liao Yangbing and the others were already waiting for him at the entrance. They greeted him the moment they saw him. Then, everyone stepped into the venue. The space inside was bigger than it looked from the outside. It was circular and there were a few thousand seats. But soon, the seats were occupied by all kinds of Sea Clan. The entire place was noisy. Li Yunxiao and the others sat in the middle and did not stand out, but they all frowned. This was also their first time participating in the Sea Race's auction. They only felt that the Sea Race was a little oversensitive and overly excited. The Sea Clan was rich in resources but they lacked profound weapons. Furthermore, this kind of material exchange event was very rare. Hence, it was very precious. Many of them came from tens of thousands of miles away. Cough, cough. Everyone, be quiet. In the middle of the circular venue, a ray of light shone down. In a flash, Zhao Wenjuan's silhouette appeared. He coughed a few times and the entire venue quietened down. Li Yunxiao was secretly amused. Although these members of the Sea Race looked savage, they were all very obedient. The venue, which had been extremely noisy just a moment ago, suddenly became strangely silent. Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, "Thank you for coming all the way here to support our treasure show. This meeting will be hosted by me, the 5th Island Master of Xianxia Island, Zhao Wenjuan." He smiled and said, "Let's follow the old rules. Before the treasure show, Xianxia Island will list out 100 profound weapons for everyone to bid for. Among them, there are 40 rank 8 profound weapons and 60 rank 7 profound weapons. I hope everyone will like them. He clapped his hands and a passage opened up at the side of the central platform. The sound of a cart being pushed could be heard. Everyone's eyes lit up. 10 clam girls appeared one by one with the weapon racks. There were all kinds of weapons on the racks. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, forks, etc. Most of them were long weapons. Each of the clam girls was beautiful, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the 10 rows of weapons. Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, "It's easy to exchange for these Xian artifacts. You just need to bring any of the treasures and get the approval of the clam girls. You can take any of them." Those clam girls were not only beautiful but they were also specially trained appraisers. They were very sensitive to all kinds of treasures. Swoosh! Immediately, someone rushed onto the stage and took out a small piece of mud. It looked black and dirty and he handed it to one of the clam girls. A charming smile appeared on the clam girl's face. She touched the mud with her slender fingers and revealed a surprised expression. Her smile became even more charming as she said, "Mister, you can choose any one of them." That person was overjoyed. After handing over the mud, he immediately took out a halberd from the weapon rack. He waved it a few times in his hand and happily kept it into his storage Xian artifact. He then left the stage. "Damn. I have my eyes on that halberd but he got it before me." One of the sea race stood up abruptly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared angrily at the sea race man. Zhao Wenjian sneered and said, "Don't cause trouble in the treasure show. Everyone, please calm down. First come, first served. There are still 99 items left. Is there nothing that you want?" Swoosh! 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 As soon as he finished his sentence, many people rushed onto the stage from all directions and handed over their treasures to exchange for the Xian artifacts that they wanted. The crowd became restless again but everyone tried their best to control their emotions. If they caused any trouble, they would be killed by the experts of the Xianxia Island in an instant. Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't participate in the exchange of treasures for low-grade Xian artifacts. He had already exchanged all the low-grade Xian artifacts he had with him. He still had a few good ones left and was waiting for an opportunity to sell them. Those who rushed onto the stage were all from the sea race. The seats became much emptier in an instant. The human martial artists were sitting in groups with the Baiming family as their leader. The rest were those who were close to Li Yunxiao, led by Li Yunxiao. Narcissus, Ruanxiang, and Fei Ming were sitting alone in the middle of the two groups. Baiming Lifeng had a very pleased expression on his face. It seemed that he had managed to obtain a lot of good items recently. When Li Yunxiao swept his spiritual sense over him, he discovered that Baiming Lifeng had also become a peak 3-star martial emperor. Likely, he had swallowed some sort of natural treasure to increase his cultivation. Baiming Xian artifact. Baiming Xian spirit. Baiming Xianyi, Baiming Lifeng noticed that was Xian bye-bye. Yi. Bye-bye. Baiming Xian artifact noticed that Li Yunxiao was looking at him. He turned around and snorted. Then, he looked at Narcissus with a fanatical look. Many experts from the Sea clan sat calmly in their seats and didn't move. They didn't interact with anyone either. It was obvious that they had a bigger goal in mind. The profound weapons in front of them didn't catch their eye. Many sea race martial artists were sitting on their seats calmly. They did not talk to anyone. Obviously, they had a bigger goal in mind. The Xian artifacts in front of them were nothing to them. Above the dome, Yi Xiao could feel the elemental energy waves of many martial artists. They should be the Xianxia Island martial artists who were maintaining order in the crowd. He had been thinking about the purpose of this treasure show. Even Bin Sun had warned him to be careful. But he could not figure it out. Most of the Xian artifacts on the stage were sold out. Clam girls rejected the materials that they submitted. They could only exchange for the 7th level Xian artifacts with a gloomy face. After 10 minutes, all 100 Xian artifacts were sold out. The clam girls pushed the weapon racks away from the stage with smiles on their faces. Clap. 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 Zhao Wenjuan clapped his hands. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to the 100 friends who got their hands on the Xian artifacts. Next is the rare item appreciation segment. Friends who want to auction their Xian artifacts, please come up to the stage." The rare item appreciation segment was where everyone took out their own Xian artifacts to auction. This was also the main event of the treasure show. After this segment, it would be the last segment. The Xiankong Island would take out 3 Xian artifacts to be auctioned. Li Yunxiao was looking forward to it. He hoped that he could get his hands on some more Xian artifacts. There was a barrier in this segment. The Xian artifact auction had to pass Zhao Wenjuan's inspection. If he thought that the Xian artifact auction was not up to standard, the Xian artifact auction would be disqualified. Sea-race martial artists valued their reputation. They would not bring their Xian artifact auction if they were not 100% confident. If the previous few days of the market were for commoners to trade, this treasure show was for the nobles to trade. Anything that appeared would definitely be of high quality. After Zhao Wenjuan shouted for a while, a man flew up to the stage. The man was wearing an ochre-colored robe. He was tall and skinny. This was rare among the sea race. He opened his hand, and a small jade box was opened. Inside was some colorful sand. He slowly said, "Mr. Wenjuan, do you think this is good enough?" Zhao Wenjuan stared at the multicolored sand for a while, then pointed a finger at the air. Immediately, a few grains of sand shot into the air and slowly dispersed, like a thin layer of multicolored net, or like a puff of light smoke. Zhao Wenjuan was surprised and asked, "North Sea's secret sand?" The man was surprised and nodded, "Yes. Mr. Wenjuan, you are very knowledgeable. I am impressed." Zhao Wenjuan said, "This secret sand is used by the North Sea Palace. Outsiders are not allowed to use it. It is not easy for you to produce such a small box. You are qualified to be auctioned." The man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "I want to use this box of secret sand to exchange for some Xian artifacts that can help me break through my cultivation level." Voila! There was an uproar. There were many kinds of Xian artifacts. Those that could help people break through their cultivation level were undoubtedly the most valuable. Zhao Wenjuan said in a loud voice, "Xian artifacts that can help people break through their cultivation level are precious, but the secret sand of North Sea is also very rare. Plus, the North Sea Palace has ordered it to be used only for sale. It is even more precious." There were all kinds of discussions. Ruinxiang's face was covered with a layer of frost and murderous intent flashed. Someone shouted, "That may be so, but the secret sand is only a material for art refinement. How many people can use it?" However, Xian artifacts that can help people break through their cultivation level can be eaten by everyone. Their practical value is incomparable. The owner of the secret sand said coldly, "Shut up if you don't want to buy it. It is not up to you to say how valuable it is. If I hear any more nonsense, humph." Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He released his aura slightly. Suddenly, everyone felt a strange pressure. Their expressions changed and they all shut their mouths. Zhao Wenjuan's face turned cold and he pushed the secret sand back to the owner. He said coldly, "The treasure show conference is about treasures, not cultivation level. You have lost the right to participate. Leave now." The man was shocked and he quickly said, "Mr. Wenjuan, I am just warning those blind people." Zhao Wenjuan said coldly, "What you do has nothing to do with Xiankong Island. But you have broken the rules of the treasure show conference. Are you going to leave now, or should I ask someone to send you off?" The man was enraged and he said, "Mr. Wenjuan, I came all the way here. Please give me another chance." Zhao Wenjuan humphed, "Even if you are from another planet, you still have to leave after breaking the rules. You should just quietly stay down there and watch. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for." The man's face turned ugly. But he knew there was no turning back. He stared at the man who spoke and walked off the stage with a dark face. The expression of the person who had spoken before changed greatly. His face turned ashen, and after a moment of thought, he hurriedly left his seat and walked out of the treasure show. Zhao Wenjuan said calmly, "I will repeat the rules again. This is a place to show off treasures, not strength. Even if you are the emperor, you cannot break the rules. Next, please. At this moment, two people, one from the south and one from the north, went up the stage and presented their items. They were a bamboo stick and a pitch-black pearl. After a short exchange, Zhao Wenjian said loudly, 1,000 birds divine wood and black jade pearl, one for the refining formula and the other for a rank 9 Xian weapon. What? Refining formula and rank 9 Xian weapon? These two people must be crazy. That's right. Those two pieces of trash together are not even worth a rank 9 Xian weapon. How can they exchange for it separately? And there is even a refining formula. Strange things happen every year. But this year, there are more of them. All sorts of discussions broke out. The two people on the stage were furious. But because of the previous precedent, their eyes were spitting fire, but they did not dare to make a sound. Li Yunxiao stood up. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he turned into a ray of light and landed on the stage. He stared at the wooden lump in one of the people's hands and said, "This is indeed 1,000 birds divine wood. But it's not worth much. If you have top-quality wood, I will exchange with you." That person was overjoyed. "You have the refining formula for a rank 9 Xian weapon?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said to Zhao Wenjian, "Does Mr. Wenjian want to check?" Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, "If it was someone else, I would. But for you, young Master Yunxiao, you can be exempted." The person holding the 1,000 birds divine wood was overjoyed. But immediately, he revealed a troubled expression and said, "But I only have this lump in my hand." Li Yunxiao did not say anything and turned to leave. That person panicked for a moment and said hurriedly, "This human friend, please wait. Let me take a look." Everyone fainted. Knowing that he had something good, he was purposely hiding it. All sorts of sneers and curses rang out. That person blushed and said, "I only have a small piece of the main material of the divine wood. It's about this long." He gestured with his hand. It was only half the length of an arm. Li Yunxiao sneered, "This bit of divine wood can't be exchanged for a rank 9 Xian weapon refining formula even on the continent. Goodbye if it's not 20 feet long." He turned to leave. "Wait." That person hurriedly shouted. His expression changed several times. He gritted his teeth and said, "My divine wood is indeed close to 20 feet long. But can I take a look at this friend's refining formula to see if it's what I want?" F***ck, how can the recipe be casually looked at? Won't you remember it with one look? That's right, I've seen a lot of idiots, but I've never seen such an idiot. Zhao Wenjian's face also darkened, and he said coldly, "Your request is too much." That person's face turned red, and he said, "I also know that my request is a bit too much, but I hope to be able to exchange for something that satisfies me. Otherwise, I'd rather not exchange for the 1,000 bird divine wood." Only then did Li Yunxiao stop, and he nodded, "I can understand your request. I have a lot of recipes here, what type do you want?" "Ah, a lot?" That person was dumbfounded, but very quickly, he was overjoyed, and he hurriedly said, "It's best if there is a recipe for a giant hammer. If there isn't, a variety of heavy and long-handled profound weapons will do." Li Yunxiao thought for a moment, took out a blank jade slip, and placed it on his forehead. After imprinting the recipe seal of a giant hammer on it, he directly threw it to the other party. That person was overjoyed, and he hurriedly held it in his hands, deeply afraid that he would accidentally drop it. Then, he also placed it on his forehead, and carefully read it. The entire place was silent, and everyone stared at that person. They only saw that his eyes constantly revealed excitement and joy, and then suddenly became stunned. Is there a problem?" Everyone thought silently, and Zhao Wenjian also became suspicious, and said, "How is it, does it not meet your requirements?" The man smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, No, this refinement recipe is very much in line with my requirements. It's just that, there's a restriction placed on the last section. Can you open it so that I can see it clearly?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he said, "Are you a fool, or do you think I'm a fool?" Zhao Wenjian also snorted, "Aren't you too greedy? If I give it all to you, is it still valuable? Your request is too much." Below, there were all sorts of curses, which made that person feel very embarrassed. He stretched out his hand, and a piece of white wood about 20 feet long appeared in his hand. He directly handed it over, and said, "This human friend, take a look and see if it is to your liking." Li Yunxiao only took a glance at it and was overjoyed. He hurriedly put it away and said, "I'll teach you the method to remove the seal." His lips moved slightly, transmitting a spell into the other party's ears. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew back to his seat. After the man received the method to lift the seal, he quickly read out the last part of the refinement recipe. He also revealed an ecstatic expression and repeatedly shouted his thanks as he flew back to his seat. At this moment, only the sea race member with the inky jade bead was left standing on the stage with an awkward expression on his face. Zhao Wenjian said, "Looks like no one is willing to use a 9th-tier profound artifact to exchange for the ink jade bead. My friend, would you be willing to lower the price? I'm willing to use a peak 8th-tier profound artifact to exchange for your ink jade bead." The man shook his head with an ashen face and flew back to his seat. Zhao Wenjian smiled faintly and said, "Next." The transactions became lively very quickly. Every time, there would be several people going on stage to display their treasures. There were also a few whose treasures were rejected by Zhao Wenjian and left dejectedly, all feeling depressed. Baiming Lifeng also went on stage to exchange some things from time to time. He glanced sideways and saw Li Yunxiao currently conversing in front of a sea race member. The topic of discussion was a silk-like item. It looked like natural silk, but it was pink in color. "I risked my life several times to obtain this emerald sky sea silkworm silk. My friend, you're so rich. Why haggle over every ounce?" That sea race member who was selling knew that Li Yunxiao was a 9th-tier refinement master and pretended to have a pitiful look. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he barked, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm rich or not? A middle 8th-tier profound artifact. Forget it if you don't want to exchange." That sea race member had a helpless look. This emerald sky sea silkworm silk's value was extremely high, but high-tier profound artifacts were too scarce. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Then a middle 8th-tier profound artifact. But it must be the sea-cleaving saber." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "All right. I just happen to have a sea-cleaving saber here. It was freshly forged not long ago." "Hold on." Baiming Lifeng took a step forward and said coldly, "This is emerald sky sea silkworm silk. On the continent, even a 9th-tier profound artifact might not be able to exchange for it. TSK, such a priceless treasure. I'll offer a top 8th-tier profound artifact." "That's right. This lord knows his stuff." That sea race member's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly withdrew the treasure that he had just handed over and passed it to Baiming Lifeng. He chuckled and said, "My lord, can it be a top 8th-tier sea-cleaving saber?" Baiming Lifeng's face darkened as he snorted and said, "As long as it's a top 8th-tier profound artifact. I'll try my best to use saber artifacts." When he finished, he shot a smug glance at Li Yunxiao. Although he had no use for this emerald sky sea silkworm silk, he knew that it was a top-notch treasure. As long as he brought it back to the continent, even 10 top 8th-tier profound artifacts would not be enough to exchange for it. Moreover, he could argue with Li Yunxiao even more delightfully. As expected, Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. His eyes flickered with an unfathomable glint as he said indifferently, "Then I'll offer 2 top 8th-tier profound artifacts." Baiming Lifeng was secretly delighted and said with a smile, Young Master Yun is so rich. Don't fight with me over it." 3. Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent as he said indifferently, 4. Baiming Lifeng sneered and said, 5. Li Yunxiao glanced at him and said, 6. Haha. You're really rich. Baiming Lifeng laughed and said, "Since young Master Yun is so generous, then I can only retreat in the face of difficulties." Ha ha ha. He laughed complacently as he finally supported Li Yunxiao. His heart was incomparably happy. The Sea clan member's mouth curved into a smile. He only felt that happiness had come so quickly. Without batting an eyelid, Li Yunxiao took out 6 top 8th-tier profound artifacts and exchanged them for the emerald sky sea silkworm silk. Some of the human warriors at the side frowned while the Sea clan auctioneers revealed looks of envy. They displayed their treasures in front of Li Yunxiao one after another, hoping to gain his favor. Suddenly, Baiming Lifeng said attentively, "Miss Narcissus, why are you here as well?" May I know what item you've taken a fancy to? Li Yinxiao turned his head and saw Narcissus looking at a bright flower in a Sea clan member's hand with a puzzled look. Meanwhile, Bai Ming Lifeng was fawning over her. Isn't this the flower of the treasure heart, the soul of the sea that gathers the essence of the four seas and symbolizes supreme glory? Li Yinxiao was taken aback. He strode in front of the Sea clan member and said in shock, "It really is the flower of the treasure heart." He turned to look at Narcissus and revealed a charming smile. He said happily, "Miss Narcissus, in this world, only this flower of the treasure heart that nurtures the soul of the sea is compatible with you. I'm giving this flower to you. I hope Miss Narcissus doesn't mind." He looked at the Sea clan member and asked, "How much is this flower?" The Sea clan member was delighted and said, "My lord has good taste. This flower of the treasure heart can be exchanged for a 9th tier profound artifact." Li Yinxiao pondered and said, "Although it's a little expensive, it depends on who it's for. It's worth it." He took out a 9th tier profound artifact and was about to exchange it. Bai Ming Lifeng's face darkened. When Li Yinxiao said that he wanted to give her the flower, he noticed that Narcissus's expression changed. Her eyes flashed and his heart sank. He immediately shouted, "Wait." He walked over in 2 or 3 steps and said, "I want this flower. 2 9th tier profound artifacts. Although it's a little expensive, it depends on who it's for. It's worth it." After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to provoke Li Yinxiao with a glare. Li Yinxiao flew into a rage and roared, "Bai Ming Lifeng, you. Good, good, good. I'll give you 3 9th tier profound artifacts." Crash. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the price, and they all stopped what they were doing and looked over. Bai Ming Lifeng's expression changed slightly. He had to clench his teeth to take out 2 9th tier profound artifacts. If he were to offer 4, he would really go bankrupt and forget about buying anything else. But when he saw Li Yunxiao's provocative and disdainful expression, and Narcissus standing not far away, he felt that only this sacred flower could match. He fiercely gritted his teeth and said with an ashen face, "For 9th tier profound artifacts. Li Yunxiao, if you have the guts, come on. If you have the guts, come on." Both his eyes were wide open and revealed a fierce look, afraid that Li Yunxiao would increase the price again. The anger on Li Yunxiao's face dissipated and turned into a faint smile. He made a hand gesture and said, "Come, young Master Feng is domineering. I admit defeat. Please." The surrounding people were already stunned. They could not understand how a flower of the treasured heart could be sold at such a high price. Although it was precious, in the sea, it was worth at most a 9th tier profound artifact. Bai Ming Lifeng's face flashed with anger. Although he had won, he felt an indescribable suffocation in his heart and could not spit it out. Fortunately, looking at the fairy-like figure beside him, he felt much more comfortable. He quickly took out the remaining 4 9th tier profound artifacts he had and exchanged them for the flower. He handed it to Narcissus and fawned, "Although this flower is beautiful, it cannot compare to Miss Narcissus." Narcissus's expression changed greatly. Her eyes emitted a cold light and endless anger shot out. She stared at Bai Ming Lifeng and his heart turned cold. What's wrong? Bai Ming Lifeng felt a chill run down his spine and a bad feeling spread in his heart. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's cold and sarcastic voice sounded, "Bai Ming Lifeng, how dare you give this flower of the Bo Sun to the Ocean Emperor's daughter? Are you trying to insult the Ocean Emperor?" Pfft. What? Bai Ming Lifeng sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out in shock, Isn't this the flower of the treasured heart? How could it be?" The rest of the Sea tribe members were instantly stunned. Each of them revealed a look of horror and fear as they looked at Narcissus's graceful figure. Heavens! What did I just hear? This fairy is the Ocean Emperor's daughter? The Ocean Emperor's daughter? How is this possible? The Ocean Emperor's daughter is so sacred and noble, why would she come to this place? Just now, that human brat actually gave the flower of the Bo Sun to the Sea Princess. Damn it. The flower of the Bo Sun is an extremely evil flower. This brat is insulting the Ocean Emperor. The whole place suddenly became chaotic. Waves of shocking anger surged from all directions. Bai Ming Lifeng's face revealed a look of horror. He felt himself falling into an endless rage. Waves of terrifying aura directly locked onto him. Amidst the countless angry gazes, he saw a pair of watery eyes. It was like a sea of stars with no end in sight. You, Li Yunxiao, you, Bai Ming Lifeng's heart fell into an abyss. Looking at Li Yunxiao's mocking gaze, he immediately understood that he was being toyed with. The suffocating breath in his chest finally exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Bai Ming Lifeng spat out a mouthful of blood and pointed at Li Yunxiao, "You're so ruthless." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently, "Young Master Lifeng is so brave that you even dare to offend the princesses of the four seas. What is there to be afraid of? Take your time, I won't accompany you anymore." Bai Ming Lifeng's heart turned cold and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Li Yunxiao, you set me up." Li Yunxiao's face was filled with astonishment. "This is strange. You used 4 9th level profound armaments to snatch it from me. How did it become me setting you up? We are all adults and we have to be responsible for our words and actions." A cold smile flashed across his face, "But I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You snatched Bo Sun's flower just to humiliate Princess Narcissus. You really deserve to be punished. You." Bai Ming Lifeng was already at a loss for words. The surging anger was about to burn him into ashes. He turned his head to look at Zhao Wenjuan for help. "Mr. Wenjuan, I didn't mean it." Zhao Wenjuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky as if it had nothing to do with him. He said indifferently, "I've already said it clearly. This is Bo Sun's flower. Young Master Lifeng said it was an unintentional mistake." What a joke. Who would believe that? Bai Ming Lifeng was dumbfounded. Just now, his mind was filled with lust and he only wanted to snatch the flower to present to the beauty. Moreover, that Bo Sun's flower was indeed bewitching and had a kind of hallucinogenic effect. Now that he thought about it, Zhao Wenjuan did say it was Bo Sun's flower. He was so anxious that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He kept looking around for help, hoping to find a savior. That's right, tear him apart. Sacrifice him to the sea and humiliate him with blood. The flower of Bo Sun and the flower of the treasured heart are very different in both shape and smell. Even a blind man would not be able to mix them up. He must have done it on purpose. A large number of members of the sea race surrounded him, all of them revealing ferocious gazes, wanting to tear him apart. "Mr. Wenjuan, are you going to ignore the rules of the Xiankong Island?" Bai Ming Kongtian couldn't sit still anymore. His deep voice rang out on the booth. He was also extremely depressed. He had seen how Bai Ming Lifeng had robbed Li Yunxiao of the blue sea heavenly worm silk and had especially wanted to see the confrontation between the two young people. He was secretly delighted when Bai Ming Lifeng made Li Yunxiao suffer a loss. But he didn't expect Li Yunxiao to take revenge so quickly and so ruthlessly. He had directly pushed Bai Ming Lifeng to a dead end. If he didn't stand up now, Bai Ming Lifeng would really be torn apart by the members of the sea race. Zhao Wenjuan frowned. He didn't want to protect Bai Ming Lifeng but he couldn't disobey the rules. He could only say unhappily, "Everyone, please calm down. This is the treasure show conference, you are not allowed to act recklessly here. If you have any personal grudges, you can settle them later. After this segment, you can rest for 4 hours." Bai Ming Kongtian frowned as he listened to Zhao Wenjuan's words. He was obviously telling everyone to wait until the break. But Bai Ming Lifeng heaved a sigh of relief. At least his life was saved for now. "I will think of a way to deal with this later." Although the members of the sea race were furious, they suppressed their anger due to the rules of the Xiankong Island. Li Yunxiao sneered, "Mr. Wenjuan, you are wrong. This person insulted the princess of the sea race, he is a disgrace to the entire sea race. How can this be a private matter? Although the rules of the Xiankong Island must be obeyed, are the rules more important than the dignity of the entire sea race? Is the Xiankong Island trying to use the rules to challenge the sea god's dignity?" Zhao Wenjuan's face changed drastically. As soon as he said that, the members of the sea race who had just suppressed their anger were enraged again. This time, they were not only targeting Bai Ming Lifeng, they were also targeting the Xiankong Island. They glared at him. Zhao Wenjuan groaned in his heart. Li Yunxiao was eloquent and eloquent. Every word he said was filled with killing intent. Bai Ming Kongtian's face changed drastically. He immediately flew into the air and released his aura. He shouted angrily, "Who dares to act rashly?" The aura of the peak of the 8-star Emperor Wu was released. Everyone backed off in fear. Their faces turned pale and their anger was instantly extinguished. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Mr. Wenzhan, the Xiankong Island is also a part of the Four Seas. Are you going to sit and watch as the sea god's princess is humiliated?" Zhao Wenzhan's face turned pale. He groaned in his heart. Li Yunxiao was trying to drag the Xiankong Island down with him. Just when he was at a loss of what to do, Guang Yuan's voice sounded in the hall. "The Xiankong Island is one of the Eastern Sea's factions. It is our duty to protect the sea race's dignity. This matter is of great importance. We will discuss it later. Let's finish the treasure show first." Zhao Wenzhan heaved a sigh of relief. The older the ginger, the wiser the ginger. Not only did Zhao Wenzhan express his attitude, he also suppressed the matter. He would turn the matter into a small one after the treasure show. Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart. He was curious about the Oshima Lord. He sneered, "Oshima Lord is right. However, the Oshima Lord is still not coming out to greet the sea god's princess. He is really arrogant." The entire hall quietened down. Zhao Wenzhan's face turned unfriendly. Li Yunxiao was using the sea god's name to attack everyone, but no one dared to respond. Fei Ming bitterly smiled. This person, who had disrespected Lord Sea Emperor without any filter, had now become a guardian of Lord Sea Emperor's dignity. He was too good at talking nonsense. There was not a single sound in the hall. Everyone was waiting quietly. It was reasonable for the Oshima Lord to show himself. They were all curious about the mysterious Oshima Lord. The space above the dome suddenly shook, and slowly converged into a green-robed man, who slowly descended from the sky. The man was shrouded in a layer of light. He looked illusory. He landed in front of Narcissus. He bowed and said, "Xiankong Island's Oshima Lord greets Princess Narcissus. I hope the princess will forgive me for my negligence." Everyone was shocked. The Oshima Lord could not stand up to Li Yunxiao's accusation. He showed himself. They could not see the face of the man shrouded in light. No matter how hard they tried, they could only see a blur. If they tried to stare at him, their eyes would hurt. Li Yunxiao sneered, "The Oshima Lord is indeed the Lord of Xiankong Island. You did not show yourself to Princess Narcissus. You don't even have a name. Could it be that your name is Oshima Lord?" Guang Yuan stared at Li Yunxiao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He said, "I'm not feeling well. I'm in a critical moment of closed-door cultivation. I can't show myself. I hope the Princess Narcissus will forgive me. As for my name, there's no need to mention it. Let's just call me Oshima Lord." Narcissus said indifferently, "It's fine. I came to Xiankong Island for some private matters. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Since you're in closed-door cultivation, there's no need to come out." Narcissus was a simple person. She seemed to have sensed that Li Yunxiao was using her to intimidate others. Hence, she did not want to make things difficult for him. Guang Yuan smiled and said, "Princess Narcissus lives up to her name. She is pure and innocent. I'll definitely show myself to you in the last segment of the treasure show." The light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. He disappeared from the stage. Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. Although Guang Yuan was just a projection, he was able to see through many things. Most importantly, he was sure that Guang Yuan was an Emperor Jiuxing-level cultivator. Bai Ming Kongtian seemed to have sensed Guang Yuan's extraordinariness as well, and his expression was similarly grave. Coincidentally, he met Li Yunxiao's gaze, and they both saw the grave expression in each other's eyes. Bai Ming Kongtian sighed inwardly. Looking at Bai Ming Lifeng, who had just escaped death, he knew that his junior would never be able to surpass Li Yunxiao in this lifetime. Zhao Wenzhan said loudly, "Everyone, please return to your seats. We'll put this matter aside for now. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I won't let them off easily." He glanced at Li Yunxiao and snorted coldly. Narcissus looked at Li Yunxiao and said, "You wanted to give me the flower of Bo Sun?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Hee, I made a mistake. I can only blame myself for not having read enough books to distinguish it. Narcissus's face was calm as she said seriously, I know you did it on purpose, but I don't mind. But I don't mind. I hope you can help me with one thing. As for your conditions, I can agree to it. Li Yunxiao's body trembled as he said with surprise and joy, Are you serious? Then what do you want me to do? I'm also very curious. Narcissus said awkwardly, Let's talk about it later. It's not the right time to talk about this. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, All right. The treasure show continued. The Sea Race member who exchanged the flower of Bo Sun for 4 ninth grade Xian artifacts also disappeared from the venue. After obtaining the treasures, he immediately thought of a way to escape. After this incident, Baiming Lifeng seemed to have lost his soul and became restless. He didn't know what would happen next. Moreover, Baiming Kongtian directly warned him not to provoke Li Yunxiao again. At this moment, a Sea Race member flew onto the stage and handed a storage bag to Zhao Wenjian. After Zhao Wenjian took a look, he was instantly stunned and revealed a strange expression. He then nodded and said, This is a single crystal carbon stone. As soon as he said that, there was a big reaction from the audience. Most of them were scolding. Did I hear wrongly? How can a single crystal carbon stone be on the stage? The so-called single crystal carbon stone was an extremely sturdy object in the sea. Its hardness was no less than a 9th grade material. However, it didn't have any spiritual energy and wasn't a heaven treasure. There wasn't much in the sea, but it wasn't precious. Zhao Wenjian smiled and said, Although it's a single crystal carbon stone, it's the largest single crystal carbon stone I've seen in my life. It's about 100 tons. Huh? 100 tons? Everyone was shocked by this number and shut their mouths. However, there were still some people who complained in a dissatisfied tone. After the person who presented the treasure thanked Zhao Wenjian, he said, I hope to be able to exchange for a large amount of heaven treasures that can increase my power. Zhao Wenjian said, Increase power? That's difficult. Suddenly, a member of the Sea Race flew onto the stage and said, Can you let me take a look at that monocrystal carbon? That member of the Sea Race had 3 horns on his head. His skin was cinnabar, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura as he moved. Zhao Wenjian opened his storage bag. The Sea Race member looked inside, and his face flashed with ecstasy. He immediately calmed down and looked at the trader. I have a Huaqing Fuling here. What do you think, friend? The person presenting the treasure was overjoyed. How much? How much? The Sea Race member sneered. I'm sure everyone knows the effects of Huaqing Fuling. Even a mid-level emperor would have an effect on it. 1 is more than enough to trade for yours. The person presenting the treasure shook his head. No, 1 is too little. I need at least 3. 3? Are you out of your mind? The Sea Race member said angrily, 3 Huaqing Fuling. Even a high-level emperor would have a use for it. You have to know that items that increase power are sought after by everyone. It's one of the most popular items. Your monocrystal carbon is rare, but it's not that useful. The person presenting the treasure said, I know, but I need 3 Huaqing Fuling before I'm willing. The Sea Race member was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, 2. The person presenting the treasure still shook his head. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Can you see if my medicinal pills are useful? A ray of light landed on the stage. It was Li Yunxiao. He handed over a jade-like bottle and asked to see the 100 tons of monocrystal carbon. The person who presented the treasure asked suspiciously, Medicinal pills? There were very few medicinal pills in the Sea Race. Although he had heard of it, he had never seen it before. He took the bottle doubtfully. The bottle cap was pulled out with a bang. He smelled an extremely comfortable scent. He couldn't help but shiver. The person presenting the treasure was overjoyed. He quickly poured out a light blue pill. It rolled in his palm and emitted a soft light. This medicinal pill, the person presenting the treasure was very excited. He could already feel that this pill was very useful to him. Just smelling it made the bottleneck in his body loosen. Zhao Wenjian smiled. Young Master Yunxiao really put a lot of effort into the treasure show. This is a grade 9 secret pill used to increase power. 2 secret pills of this quality are equivalent to a Huaqing Fuling. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I did indeed refine some. I wanted to auction them. When the person who presented the treasure heard Zhao Wenjuan's words, he knew that it was true. He hurriedly asked, how many of these pills do you have? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, how much do you want before you're willing to trade? The person who presented the treasure pondered and said, Mr. Wenjuan said that 2 of these pills are equivalent to a stock of Huaqing Fuling, so you can give me 6 of them. Wenjuan. Li Yiwen. He took out 6 small bottles and was about to hand them over. He had only refined 10 secret pills. He wanted to sell them at the treasure show, but he had great use for the single crystal carbon, so he had to change his mind. Wait. The man from the Yangtze River Delta glared at Li Yunxiao. He took out 3 Huaqing Fuling and said, I want this single crystal carbon. He stuffed the Huaqing Fuling into the man's hand and went to take the storage bag. Li Yunxiao flicked his finger. A ray of light shot out and stopped the man. What are you doing? The man was furious. He glared at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled coldly. Did the owner say he wanted to sell it to you? I'll offer 8 secret pills. The man's expression changed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Li Yunxiao and said angrily, Kid, this is very important to me. Do you really want to fight with me? Li Yunxiao said calmly, sorry, I want it too. It goes to the highest bidder. Let's see what the seller wants. The seller was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, of course it's for this human friend. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and immediately took out 8 bottles of mysterious pills of great accomplishment and gave them to him. He then kept the storage bag. The triangular sea race expert's eyes flashed with anger as he threatened, you have guts. Li Yunxiao couldn't be bothered with him and returned to his seat. That 3-horned sea race powerhouse also returned resentfully and walked into the middle of a group of sea race members. There was no lack of 3-horned sea race clansmen among them. All of them stared coldly at Li Yunxiao and gathered together to discuss something. Next up, the event continued. All sorts of treasures appeared one after another. Even Ren Xiang made a move to exchange for a few treasures. Li Yunxiao also used up his remaining resources. Throughout the entire event, Water Deity was the only one who did not move. She did not know what she wanted either. The key was that she could get whatever she wanted. Hence, she was purely watching the show. Zhao Wenjuan said, the wondrous item appreciation will end here. Everyone can rest for 4 hours. You can carry out some transactions. Next, we need to prepare for the last few treasures. Everyone, please leave for now. The treasure flaunting hall was in an uproar, and everyone left. Many people looked around, sweeping their gazes over the other cultivators, as if they were looking for a target. As soon as everyone left the treasure exhibition hall, they turned into a streak of light and left. Especially those who had revealed their treasures. They were afraid of causing trouble, so they ran far away. The one who was most worried was Baiming Lifeng. Several dozen dangerous auras locked onto him. As soon as they left the treasure exhibition hall, he followed closely behind Baiming Kongtian. The 2 turned into a streak of light and left. As soon as Li Yunxiao left the treasure exhibition hall, he found several dozen lights gathered on him. However, he was standing with Narcissus. No one dared to approach him. They just stared at him from afar. Ruinxiang sneered, Li Yunxiao, if you have the guts, don't pretend to be a tiger. Scram by yourself. Let's see if you can come back alive later. Li Yunxiao said, Princess Narcissus, I'll leave for a while. Narcissus said, be careful. Li Yunxiao smiled calmly. He turned into a streak of light and left. Liao Yongbing and Jing Yongya looked at each other and followed. They were already in the same boat as Li Yunxiao. As expected, several dozen lights burst out from the surroundings and chased after him. Li Yunxiao's 9th rank arcane refiner status and the many treasures he had revealed were already coveted by many. Don't run. You won't be able to escape no matter where you go. After flying for several hundred miles, the sea race cultivators caught up to him in the sky above a mountain range. Li Yunxiao stopped and stood calmly. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His thinking was simple. Since these people wanted to target him, he didn't mind getting rid of them all at once. Liao Yongbing said, there are at least 30 of them. They really don't know what's good for them. Xianxia snorted, with the 3 of us working together, they won't be able to return. In a few breaths, more than 30 lights caught up and surrounded the 3 of them. There were also a few extremely powerful auras coming from the void. Li Yunxiao sneered, everyone, we don't know each other, right? Don't know each other? The one with 3 horns on his head looked around and knew what the others were thinking. He sneered and said, I know you have some ability, but it's not worth mentioning in front of us brothers. But we won't kick you when you're down. As long as you hand over the single crystal carbon, we'll turn around and leave. There were a total of 5 people with triangles on their heads and brown bodies. They were obviously of the same race. The 5 of them exuded extremely strong elemental energy waves. They weren't ordinary Emperor Wu cultivators. All of them had a ferocious look on their faces. Li Yunxiao said, hearing you say that, you do have some conscience. I'll just cripple one of your hands. As for the rest? What grudges do I have with you? The 5 of them were enraged. The leader said coldly, are all humans so stubborn? Haha, this is the so-called human race. Arrogant beyond belief. A dark green sea race cultivator sneered, it's simple for us. We'll take out all your treasures, break your dantian, and we can leave. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. That's right. You broke my dantian. I'll remember that. Another sea race cultivator with a trumpet mouth frowned. This person's life belongs to me. The treasures can belong to everyone. That dark green sea race cultivator sneered, haha, do you want to imprison him to forge for you? The sea race cultivator with a trumpet mouth sneered, why? Is there something wrong with that? Everyone's hearts were moved. This was indeed a brilliant idea. The other party was a great refiner of the 9th step, a rare commodity that would probably not be encountered in the entire ocean in one's lifetime. As soon as this thought appeared, it spread uncontrollably in everyone's mind. Liao Yongbing sneered, young Master Yun, let's do it. Don't miss the auction time for the final treasure. Li Yunxiao smiled. There's a full 4 hours. Do we need 4 hours to kill these ants? Humph. How confident. The sea race cultivator with a triangle on his head sneered, everyone, kill those 2 martial artists first, then capture this level 9 alchemist. My 5 brothers will take the single crystal carbon and leave. You guys can split the rest. That's right. Those 2 Emperor Wu powerhouses must have a lot of treasures in their hands. A sea race cultivator said in a deep voice. His eyes shone with greed. In that case, let's do it. A member of the Sea clan roared and immediately reached out to grab Li Yunxiao. These sea race cultivators were barbaric in nature. When they fought, their blood would ignite in an instant. They all revealed ferocious expressions. Humph. Xianxia sneered and took a step forward. He stood in front of Li Yunxiao and slashed at the sea race cultivator with his palm as a sword. Bang, the 2 palms met in the air. Xianxia had the upper hand and forced the sea race cultivator to retreat. The sea race cultivator said angrily, everyone, let's attack together. These 2 human powerhouses are not simple. Killing intent also flashed across the faces of the others as they charged forward. More than 30 people attacked at the same time. The power was earth-shattering. All kinds of ultimate moves flew across the sky. Li Yunxiao and the other 2's expressions changed. Liao Yongbing yelled, scatter and draw away some enemies for young Master Yun. He decisively turned into a streak of light and flew 1,000 meters away. Trying to escape? As expected, a few sea tribe experts chased after him with cold expressions. Xianxia immediately understood Liao Yongbing's intention and also teleported 1,000 meters away, luring away many enemies for Li Yunxiao. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's body became dazed. The countless attacks directly passed through his body, unable to harm him at all. The merfolk were all stunned and looked sluggish. The sea tribe member with the trumpet spoke, this brat is an arcane master. He can use his mental strength to distort space and use shadow shift. Everyone, attack together. The sea tribe members had never fought with arcane masters before, so they did not know such tricks. They roared and charged forward after hearing the command. The 5C tribe members with triangular heads charged at the front. Under the 5 of them's combined attack, they sealed off the space around Li Yunxiao, preventing him from escaping. Furthermore, the attacks came from 5 different directions, distorting the space around them. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao let out a soft cry of surprise. With the 5 of them working together, they were able to twist the flat space around them. Then, the 5 of them hid themselves deep within the spatial cracks. The moon pupils flashed in his eyes, and he instantly saw the positions of the 5 people clearly. The 5 attacks also twisted in the distorted space. They were not moving in a straight line, but were moving randomly. Suddenly, they exploded in front of him. Interesting. Li Yunxiao was quite interested. He pointed upwards, and the great sorrow dusk cloud mirror appeared out of thin air. It gave off a gentle light as it floated in the air. The mirror continuously spun and grew larger, and it slowly descended. At the same time, it gave off rays of intense light that shot into the distorted space. The mirror grew to the height of a person and landed in front of Li Yunxiao. When the 5 attacks arrived, Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. Instead, he calmly took a step forward and walked into the mirror. His body disappeared. Boom, the fist force landed on the mirror. Half of the fist force bounced back, while the other half went through the mirror and changed its direction. Boom. Boom. Bang. Bang. The 5 fist winds were separated by the mirror, and they kept colliding with each other. There were even a few that bounced back to attack them. What? The 5 of them were alarmed and hurriedly attacked again, twisting the space around them. 5 figures flashed and continued to hide in the cracks. At this moment, the mirror flashed and Li Yunxiao walked out from the other side of the mirror with a calm expression. He didn't do anything during the entire process. All he did was walk into the mirror and walk out again. He really does have a rare treasure. One of them was pleasantly surprised and shouted, "Brothers, show yourself and fight him to the death." The space around them changed again. The 5 of them circulated their origin energy to the extreme and attacked from several tricky and odd positions. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. His hands kept forming seals in the air. In an instant, it was as if he was holding jade in his palms. Tens of thousands of strong lights bloomed. There was a loud bang in the sky, and strange phenomena appeared everywhere. For rays of light of different colors converged from the 4 poles, condensed into a line in the air, and directly gathered in his palm. A 4-extreme seal was formed in the air. It was flowing with strange colors, and there seemed to be several rules converging in it. Hundreds and thousands of strange symbols were floating in it. Bang! This move. Not good. The 5 of them immediately realized the danger and instantly struck a strange posture. It looked strange and incomprehensible. But when the 5 of them were in one posture, there was actually a flickering fist shadow that was faintly discernible. Fight! The leader of the group shouted, and the shadow of his fist instantly became solid as he attacked the 4-extreme seal in front of Li Yunxiao. Boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. Li Yunxiao shouted, and his figure swayed under the huge golden light. His hands formed seals, and the heaven and earth seal suddenly smashed down. Bang! The golden seal and the fist shadow shattered upon contact, and the violent energy exploded, engulfing the 6 of them. The sea creatures outside were all shocked and retreated. Their eyes flickered with sharp light as they looked at the energy storm. The huge impact shook Li Yunxiao's body, and bits of golden light splashed. He did not have the slightest reaction, and took a step in the air, heading towards the 5 of them. And the 5 sea creatures were struggling in the storm. When they felt Li Yunxiao's aura coming from the sky, they were all shocked, and said in horror, "You!" Bang! 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 Li Yunxiao directly soared into the sky, and he consecutively kicked 5 times, directly hitting the 5 people's chest. Their hearts were shattered, and they spat out a big mouthful of blood before flying out. Not good. Everyone, attack! The sea creatures outside instantly realized that the situation was not right. The man with the loud mouth roared, and he suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. Puff, puff, puff. He spat out a series of strange sounds, and everyone who heard it felt numb. And an even stronger sound wave spread along with the sound, covering the sky, and struck towards Li Yunxia's body. Another sea creature opened his arms, and two bone spikes protruded out. He slashed in the air, and two red rays of light slashed down. Li Yunxiao opened his right hand, and the dynasty bell directly flew out, instantly becoming several feet tall. Dang! Dang! The two slashes were blocked, and then he formed a seal with his hand, and directly slapped it on the bell. Clang! The sky shook, and an extremely strong sound wave rushed out, directly smashing through the sound wave that sealed the heaven and earth, drowning out the strange puff, puff, puff sounds, and attacking the sea creature with the loudmouth. Bang! Ah! The sea creature let out a scream, and the long loudmouth was pressed down like a spring by the dynasty bell, and it could not recover. Li Yunxiao directly teleported in front of him, and said coldly, "Your mouth is very good at shouting, right?" He directly raised his hammer and smashed it towards the other party's mouth. The hammer brought out a long streak of lightning, and it cut across the sky with shocking power. The sea creature was so scared that his face turned pale, and he hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands and retreated. But no matter how he retreated, Li Yunxiao was still 3 feet away from him. Kaboom! The heavenly hammer finally smashed down, and the lightning directly pierced through his hands, blasting into his mouth. The sea creature's body trembled a few times, and apart from the white of his eyes, his entire head was charred black, and thick smoke was coming out. That long mouth also became a big hole, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he directly fell from the sky. The remaining 10 or so people were all shocked, and they all attacked one after another. Especially that dark green sea creature. When Li Yunxiao glanced at him, there was a deathly stillness in his eyes, and he was so scared that his body went cold. He knew that if he did not use his full strength, he would definitely not be able to survive. Everyone, don't panic. He can't do it alone, and there is no reason we can't win if we work together. After that dark green sea creature gave everyone a boost of confidence, he rushed forward first, and a tortoise shell appeared on his arm, smashing down like a millstone. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Smashing people?" He extended his hand, and the world god monument turned into the size of a brick, which he held in his hand. He walked forward in the air, making ta-ta-ta sounds, and smashed towards the tortoise shell. That dark green sea creature was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. "Haha, using your own weakness to attack another's strength, how foolish. My green-furred tortoise shell is something that even a high-level Emperor Wu can't do. Die, human." He suddenly increased the strength in his hand, and all his origin power was poured into the tortoise shell, in order to kill in one hit. Bang! A shocking sound could be heard, and the world god monument directly smashed onto the tortoise shell, and a huge impact of energy spread from both of their bodies. Rays of golden light appeared on Li Yunxia's body, and he was unscathed. Kala kala. That dark green sea creature's mouth was wide open, and he had completely lost feeling in his arm. He could only hear the sound of the tortoise shell cracking, and he looked down in horror. Not only the tortoise shell, but his arm also started to disintegrate, starting from his palm, and extending all the way up to his neck. Ah! Ah! He finally let out a miserable scream, and he turned to escape in horror. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Don't go. Didn't you want to shatter my dantian?" His smile turned cold, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He condensed a ray of golden light in the air, and pointed downwards. Bang! That sword aura directly pierced through the dark green sea creature's body. The power of the sword didn't diminish, and after the sword aura killed the sea creature, it changed in the air, and turned into many northern sky-cold star swords, which rushed towards the remaining sea creature's experts. Ah! Run quickly! Those sea creatures' morale instantly fell to rock bottom, and they desperately flew away. But over 10 swords lined up in a formation, and it was like a prison that descended from the sky, trapping everyone inside. Subsequently, a sword talisman condensed in the air, and it gradually descended, crushing everyone. Li Yunxiao took a look, and these sea creature wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time. He looked into the distance. Liao Yongbing was fine, and she mainly focused on tangling with the sea creature. She rarely fought head-on, and she was tangling with the sea creature. Jing Yongya, on the other hand, was fighting with the sea creature. He was already riddled with injuries, and he couldn't hold on any longer. A trace of coldness flashed across his face, and he teleported into Xianxia's battlefield. The cold sword in his hand released frost, and he directly cut a sea creature's expert in half. Then, the sword's momentum changed, and he slashed at another person. That sea creature was shocked, and he didn't understand why Li Yunxiao had the time to appear here. He didn't have time to turn back to find out the reason, and he hurriedly raised an 8th-rank battle sword to block. Bang! The battle sword broke, and the sword aura didn't diminish, and cut him in half. Blood splattered across the sky. Ah? The rest of the sea creatures were completely dumbfounded. The man in front of them was only a 3-star Emperor Wu, and his cultivation was similar to theirs. Some of them were even stronger than him, so why was it like he was cutting carrots? A few of them rubbed their eyes, thinking that it was an illusion. While they were hesitating, Li Yunxiao's sword turned around, and he pierced a hole in the dantian of another sea creature. Ah! The rest of them all sucked in a breath of cold air, knowing that it wasn't an illusion. They all felt cold, and they turned around to escape. Green Lotus Sword Song, 100 Flowers Bloom. Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. He raised his cold sword, and the frost danced in a sword stance, sweeping out. He would return a chapter later. In an instant, ice flowers formed in the air, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The few members of the sea race who wanted to escape actually froze. They discovered that not only their blood vessels, but even the circulation of their essence force was slowly being frozen. How is this possible? The few of them were scared out of their wits and hurriedly channeled their yuan qi to shake off the cold air. However, in the instant that the shackles were broken, an extremely terrifying sword ray shot out from the sky. Wherever it passed, the ice would shatter and turn into dust. Ka! Everyone was cut in half by the sword ray. Not even a drop of blood was spilled as they were frozen by the cold air on the sword. Xianxia's face was also pale. Firstly, he had expended too much of his yuan qi, and secondly, he was shocked by Li Yunxiao's ruthless methods. These Sea clan members were all experts that fought hard with him. How could they be cut down so easily? Li Yunxiao sheathed his sword and said, "Take a break." He immediately teleported to where Liao Yongbing was. Similarly, within a few breaths, he had finished off all the members of the Sea clan. Then, he shot out several seals into the sword formation. Suddenly, the sword formation's power surged, and with a rumbling sound, it crushed down, instantly killing the sea race trapped within. All the 30-plus Sea clan members were buried forever on Xianxia Island. Li Yunxiao's gaze turned to somewhere in the mountains and said coldly, "The 5 of you think you can escape just like that?" After a while, 5 people flew out from the mountains. They were the Sea clan members with 3 horns on their heads. Their faces were pale and they were covered in cold sweat. The leader's face was ashen and he begged, "We were blind, we should not have tried to harm you, please let us go." The other 4 also looked as if they were begging for mercy. Li Yunxiao said, "Leave behind the martial skill that you used to attack me and you can leave." Ah? The 5 were stunned. The leader immediately understood and said happily, thank you, my lord." He quickly took out a jade scroll and imprinted the martial skill into it. Li Yunxiao scanned them with his divine sense, then put it away and let them go. Liao Yongbing said, "These 5 deserve to die. Young Master Yun is truly magnanimous." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "These 5 people are just flies. There's still a tiger hiding and refusing to show itself." What? Liao Yongbing and Xianxia were shocked. To be able to hide without them noticing, his cultivation must be above theirs. Humph. He really is a troublesome fellow. The space shook a few times and rippled like water. A man suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. It was the 4th island master of Xianxia Island, Jiutian. Liao Yongbing and Xianxia were both shocked. The fact that this person had appeared here meant that the situation was extremely bad, especially with the significance of his identity. "Oh? So it was you, this 9-headed monster. Why? Xianxia Island is so poor, yet you want to covet my treasure?" Li Yunxiao said lazily, but his eyes were solemn. "Ha ha ha." Jiutian laughed maniacally and said, "Li Yunxiao, you think too highly of yourself. The treasures of Xianxia Island are far beyond your imagination." Li Yunxiao was surprised. "Oh? Then, Island Master Jiutian must have known that someone is trying to harm me and came to save me? Jiutian sneered. Li Yunxiao, is it fun to gossip before you die? I don't mind telling you that I am here to take your life under the order of the Oshima Lord. Li Yunxiao said, that's strange. I don't know your Oshima Lord, why would he want to kill me? Jiutian humphed, you don't need to know that. Just be a muddled ghost. Haha, I will be very happy to see you die like this. His aura surged and exploded in an instant. His human face split into 9 heads, each of them extremely ferocious. Liao Yongbing and Jing Yongyi were shocked. Just the aura alone was enough to suffocate them, and Jing Yongye's injuries were getting worse. Li Yunxiao said sternly, both of you, retreat. As far as you can. The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly retreated. They knew that they could no longer participate in this battle, and they would only be a burden if they stayed behind. Humph, when you are dead, I will kill those 2 scumbags as well. Jiutian said disdainfully, and all 9 heads were filled with disdain. Shurung, Li Yunxiao took out the Ice Frost sword, and as the sword vibrated, it emitted cold air. He said coldly, do it, I am in a hurry to attend the auction. Huh? Auction? You won't get to see it for the rest of your life. Jiutian shouted, and he disappeared from the spot. He flew in the air at an incredible speed, and when he reappeared, he was only a few feet away from Li Yunxiao. He formed a seal with both hands and launched it at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao shouted, break! Bam, he swung his sword, and a sharp sword ray slashed across the sky, slashed the seal, and flew towards Jiutian. What? Jiutian was shocked, the sharpness of the sword ray was something he had never seen before. He quickly summoned his spear and blocked the attack. Bam, the sword ray collided with the spear, and he was forced to take a few steps back. He looked at the spear, and there was a sword mark left on the spear. What? Jiutian shouted angrily, what kind of sword is that? Li Yunxiao said calmly, the treasures of the Xiancong Island are beyond my imagination. Don't tell me you have never seen a trash sword like this before. Damn it. Jiutian licked his lips, and said viciously, I will use this sword to peel off your skin bit by bit. I will cut off your tongue first. He shouted, and thrust his spear at Yi Futian. The tip of the spear made a hissing sound, as if the spear had a spirit of its own, and it wanted to devour lives. Li Yunxiao turned into a lightning bolt, and lightning bolts surrounded his body. He took up the hammer in his left hand and swung it at the spear. Boom, the hammer landed on the tip of the spear, and lightning bolts surged into the spear, and struck at Jiutian's body. Ah! Damn it! Jiutian shouted. The spear and the hammer were locked in a stalemate, and lightning bolts kept coming out from the hammer, and each one was stronger than the previous one. The lightning bolts landed on his body, and it kept battering at his true chi armor. He raised his spear, and tried to shake off the hammer. Li Yunxiao sneered, and he raised the sword in his right hand and swung it down. The sharp sword chi fell from the sky. Bang! Jiutian jumped in fright, and hastily retracted his spear, but he was horrified to find that his spear was actually sucked in by the lightning power of the hammer. Damn it! Damn it! The spear was something that he had refined, so how could he let it go so easily? In a moment of desperation, he could only open his hand, and turned it into a palm blade to meet the sword light, and chopped down. Wah! Jiutian screamed, and his left hand was instantly chopped off by the sword chi. He felt pain, and the potential in his body instantly burst out. An extremely strong power surged into the spear, and with a boom sound, the hammer was shaken off. Damn it! Jiutian really went crazy. He shouted, and the spear in his right hand spun non-stop. His red eyes burst out with killing intent. Soul-killing spear. The spear burst out with a fierce chi, cutting through the sky, and chopped down on Li Yunxiao's body. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, now this is a little more interesting. He held his sword horizontally in front of him, and the frost on the cold sword rose sharply. There seemed to be the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and the sky changed color. Liao Yongbing looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated feeling. Before the opening of heaven and earth, he was still able to hold off Li Yunxiao in the ocean sky town. How long had it been since then, and Li Yunxiao had already reached a level that he could not even see. Sword art, demon slayer. A dragon's roar resounded in the sky, and the weapon spirit slowly emerged from the sword, like an ice goddess. It flickered on the blade, and it seemed difficult to solidify. Zing! The sword chi soared into the sky, and the entire sky was directly split open. Countless laws of heaven and earth turned into runes, flashing around the sword chi. Ah! What kind of technique is this? Liao Yongbing and Xianxia were completely dumbfounded. Activating the power of countless laws of heaven and earth was a technique that they had only heard of in the legends. Jiao Tian was also stunned for a moment, and all the anger in him disappeared. He looked at the sword flying toward him in horror. Boom! His soul-killing spear was instantly destroyed by the sword chi. Not only did the sword chi split open the sky, but the laws of heaven and earth gathered on the sword also increased. It was like an unparalleled chariot rolling over, crushing everything in its path. In this moment of life and death, Jiao Tian roared, and his spear once again pierced through the sky. Boom! The sword chi directly collided with the spear chi, and in an instant, his entire body and the power of the spear were annihilated. Boom! The entire sky was still raging, and the rumbling of the wind and clouds continued, but Jiao Tian's figure had already disappeared. Dead, is he dead? Liao Yongbing wiped off the cold sweat on her forehead. That Jiao Tian was at least a 7-star high-tier Emperor Wu, and he was actually killed in a single slash. It was too unrealistic. Li Yunxiao's face was slightly pale. That sword just now had consumed too much essence force. He retracted his sword and coldly snorted, "Come out, I know you are not dead. Although I don't know how you survived, you did survive." Bang! A bull-sized hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and with another bang, it was knocked away by Jiao Tian's figure, and his entire body was revealed. However, he was currently in a rather sorry state. His severed left hand had already recovered, but one of the heads on his neck was missing. Eh? Li Yunxiao was astonished. The 9-headed monster turned into 8 heads. "I'm sorry, Island Lord 8 days, I didn't mean it." Wah, wah, wah. Jiao Tian was so angry that his entire body was trembling nonstop. The 9 heads were where his life force was, and every time he was on the verge of death, he could use one of the heads to replace it, which meant that he had 9 lives. Furthermore, the destroyed heads could also be regrown, but it would take a lot of time and the price to do so was extremely high. This was the second time in his life that his head was destroyed. The first time was when he met Guan Yuan decades ago, and it was also at that time that Guan Yuan subdued him and willingly followed him by his side. The lost head only regrown a few years ago, and he didn't expect to lose another one due to his carelessness. "If you cut off one of my heads, I will skin you alive, pull out your bones, and shatter your soul." Jiao Tian's 8 heads all had a cold expression on their faces. The spear was held horizontally in front of them, and their aura was getting stronger and stronger. Li Yunxiao frowned, he was surprised. Jiao Tian lost one of his heads, but his aura was getting stronger. How strange, he cursed in his heart. "Spear, ghost weep." Jiao Tian shouted, and the spear became gloomy. Green light kept coming out of it and rose into the air, forming a giant ghost head in the air. With a roar, it rushed toward Li Yunxiao. Not only was the ghost head exuding a ghostly aura, but it also carried the sharpness of a spear. Li Yunxiao took out the dusk cloud mirror and shone it at the ghost head. The ghost head suddenly grew bigger, and the light from the mirror was scattered as it roared. "You're so filthy that even the light from the dusk cloud mirror can't shine on you." Li Yunxiao's eyes were cold. He opened the ancient heaven eye on his forehead and spat out a stream of divine fire that formed the shape of a phoenix. Whoosh whoosh. The phoenix burned brighter and brighter in the air, and suddenly, it pounced on the ghost head and exploded. Boom! The phoenix exploded into a boundless sea of fire, which immediately devoured the ghost head and continued to spread toward Jiao Tian. Li Yunxiao sneered, "You're only SOSO after turning into 8 heads. Let me burn a few more of them and see if I can make them stronger." Humph. Jiao Tian's face was gloomy. With a sweep of his spear, a powerful force rippled out and separated the sea of fire in front of him. After that, the long spear stabbed through the air, creating a few afterimages, piercing through the sea of flames and stabbing towards Li Yunxiao. The spear's aura was like stars, extremely sharp. Bang! 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 Li Yunxiao raised his cold sword and blocked the spear in front of him, but the power of each spear was so strong that his arm was numb, and he kept retreating. Boom! After Jiao Tian shot out several spear lights, he and his spear became one, turning into a stream of light that broke through the sea of fire, directly piercing through the air. Spear, 8 Desolation. Block. As the spear struck the sword blade, an incomparably domineering force continuously surged into Li Yunxiao, forcing him to retreat step by step. Jiao Tian's face turned cold and he said coldly, your cultivation is far inferior to mine. As long as I suppress you with brute force, I can kill you. Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. This kind of calm words didn't seem like something someone like Jiao Tian would say. Suddenly, a cold intent came from the air, like the cold wind of late autumn sweeping through, causing people to shiver. Not good. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically, and he instantly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. One of his arms grabbed the 1,000-year tyrannical saber and slashed at the void. Humph! You are indeed alert. A cold snort came from the void, and a figure flashed, dodging the saber light. At the same time, the figure waved his hand, and a slash came crashing down. He originally planned to let Jiao Tian stall Li Yunxiao, and he would sneak an attack to kill him. However, he didn't expect that the other party would notice him the moment he moved and attack first, causing him to lose the initiative, and there was no way to talk about sneak attacks anymore. Li Yunxiao separated his sword to shake off the spear, and turned into a flash of lightning, teleporting a few meters away, dodging the slash. The air rippled slightly, and a man wrapped in a black robe appeared in the air, staring at Li Yunxiao like an eagle, and said coldly, Xiankong Island's 3rd island master, Cold Feather. Jiao Tian put away his spear, frowned, and said, Cold Feather, you can't even sneak an attack, since when did you become so weak? That black-robed man gave a heavy snort and said unhappily, this person is a Tier 9 alchemist, his divine sense is extremely strong. It's already very hard for me to be able to hide for so long and not let him discover me. Jiao Tian snorted heavily and said, don't talk anymore. This brat's various moves are very strange, and his profound artifact is also abnormally powerful. It's rather troublesome for me to kill him. The two of us join hands and kill him together. Cold Feather said, the objective of me appearing is precisely this. You can't go on anymore, time is almost up. Delaying the matter of the Oshima Lord, nobody can bear the responsibility. Jiao Tian scolded angrily, your sister. If you have the capabilities, you attack alone. I want to see how long you can kill him. Cold Feather snorted and said, it's just a matter of time for me to kill him, but it's a matter of whether you can or not. Enough crap, time is precious, attack together. Cold Feather's black robe spread out. Under the concealment of the black robe, 2 streaks of swift and fierce cold light flashed past, and his figure vanished from where he was. Li Yunxiao's heart sank, and he thought to himself, so fast, the other party's speed was so fast that he actually vanished before his eyes. Merely relying on a powerhouse's divine sense, he could only detect somebody approaching. But Li Yunxiao did not panic. Raising the cold sword frost in his hand, his left hand formed a sword seal, and he cried out lightly, sword sweeping 8 directions. A surge of sword energy vortex rippled out on the cold sword frost, directly sweeping across all directions, a completely indiscriminate large-scale attack. Clank! Clank! 2 sounds of weapons clashing rang out. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold, immediately stabbing straight for a certain place in space with his long sword. Bang! That void swayed a little. Cold Feather's figure appeared, his eyes revealing a look of surprise. The cold sword frost stabbed onto the 2 short blades and was blocked in front of his chest by him. At this time, Jiao Tian also became one with his spear, turning into a stream of flowing light and stabbing over. A streak of brown light shot out from the tip of the spear, directly pointing at Li Yunxiao's glabella. Li Yunxiao's face fell. The 1,000 autumn tyrant blade slashed down from the air, meeting it head-on. Bang! The blade light blasted away, one of his arms went numb. Cold Feather also gave a loud cry, the 2 short blades emitting a horrifying aura, bouncing off the cold sword frost, his entire person chopping down from the air. Li Yunxiao suddenly turned into lightning and gave a loud cry. Mental strength also gushed out wildly as he yelled, break. A bolt of lightning escape directly broke open the space that Cold Feather's chop locked down, teleporting out, making the other party slash into thin air. Coldfeather's expression fell and he said in a solemn voice, "This brat's mental strength coupled with lightning escape can actually break the suppression of Emperor Qi. Not easy to handle." Jiutian smiled coldly and said, "I said long ago that this brat is troublesome. I think you'd better display that move." Coldfeather's expression changed and he muttered to himself, "Using an extreme move against a 3-star Emperor Wu is making a big fuss over nothing. I remember that you have an innate divine ability too. Why aren't you displaying it?" Jiutian's expression also became ugly and he said with a snort, "Humph, that divine ability of mine needs at least a few years before I can recover. You making me use my trump card, what are your intentions?" Coldfeather said, "Since that's the case, you and I try joining hands again. If it still doesn't work, I can only use a big move. This place is too close to the treasure exhibition. I'm afraid of attracting powerhouses. Moreover, Xiankong Island's structure isn't sturdy either. If more than half of the island is blown up, that would really be seeing a ghost." "Fine. I'll go left, you go right." Jiutian twirled his spear and directly pressed forward, attacking towards Li Yunxiao's left side. Coldfeather's expression turned cold too. 2 short blades struck out in the air, chopping towards the right side. The Liao Yanbing and Jing Yongye in the distance were both dumbfounded from watching. 2 8-star Emperor Wu's powerhouses actually teamed up and still could not take down Li Yunxiao. "Humph." Li Yunxiao gave a cold snort. Facing 2 8-star Emperor Wu's powerhouses teaming up, he had no chances of winning at all. But it was also extremely difficult for the other party to want to take him down. He instantly turned into lightning and escaped 100 meters away again. Kneading a sword talisman with one hand, streaks of Northsky Cold Star swords shot out from within his body, circling around him and forming a formation. There were a few swords that seemed to be even colder. They were precisely Yuan Gaohan's newly refined swords. After advancing to a Tier 9 Arcane Refinement Master, the quality of the Northsky Cold Star swords that Yuan Gaohan refined again was a level higher than before. A total of 18 swords were arranged in a certain order, condensing into a golden sword talisman in the sword formation, slowly rising up. Li Yunxiao's expression was abnormally solemn. It was the first time controlling 18 swords at the same time. To him, it was also an immense test. His 6 arms formed one after another after images, continuously launching seals inside. "Sword talisman, rise." Li Yunxiao gave a light cry. Those 18 swords gave off buzzing and trembling sounds one after another, becoming extremely restless. That golden sword talisman in the middle directly soared into the air. Under Li Yunxiao's seals, it turned into a stream of flowing light, chopping towards the 2 people who were in pursuit. "This sword talisman. Not good." Coldfeather cried out in shock. The strength of the aura on that sword talisman directly crushed his skin until it cracked, breaking out multiple bloody wounds. Jiutian's expression changed drastically too. He stopped the spear momentum at once and took a step back instead. "Damn it. You forced me to do this." Coldfeather roared savagely, looking up to the sky and howling. Dark clouds immediately emerged in the sky, gathering above his head and rolling endlessly. Boom! A pair of black wings suddenly unfolded on his body. His face also became sharp, his mouth continuously emitting strange noises that spread out in the sky. In the distance, the vital energy and blood in Liao Yanbing and Jing Yongye's bodies were surging, as if their blood vessels were going to directly burst open. The 2 people were frightened until they hurriedly sat down cross-legged in the air, both hands forming seals, trying their best to stabilize their minds. At the same time, they also felt fearful of 8-star Emperor Wu's might. Coldfeather's expression became incomparably cold. Gusts of sinister wind blasted out in all directions from his body. The short blades in his hands crossed into a fork in the sky, condensing into an enormous cross, as if splitting the sky into 4 pieces. Jiutian was surprised and delighted. Under the aura of this move of Coldfeather's, he also involuntarily retreated repeatedly, being oppressed by that sinister wind force until it was extremely uncomfortable. Extreme style, cleaving heaven and splitting earth. Coldfeather spread open both arms and roared loudly. That enormous cross in the sky suddenly erupted with an enormous light, scattering all the dark clouds that filled the sky, heading towards the sword talisman. Rumble, The sword talisman was oppressed until it trembled endlessly under this move. The 18 Northsky Cold Star swords in front of Li Yunxiao also started trembling one after another, emitting waves of sword cries. Bang! A long sword directly flew out of the sword formation, shooting out into the distance. Bang! 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 Several swords shot out again. The entire heavenly sword diagram suddenly collapsed. The 18 swords were all sent flying. Rumble! That sword talisman in the sky suddenly shattered, turning into countless golden lights and dissipating. That enormous cross-shaped chop lost resistance and descended towards Li Yunxiao from the sky, chopping towards that enormous mountain range. The entire sky and earth trembled. In the distance, Liao Yangbing and Xianxia resisted bitterly under this pressure. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up to their throats, wanting to spew it out at any time. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Under this earth-shattering pressure, his indestructible golden body was activated to the maximum, repelling the pressure. His hands formed a seal, and a huge black shadow immediately appeared behind him. It was the true devil form. That true devil form also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and one of its hands had a weapon shadow that looked like it was holding a bottle. Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised expression. This was his first time seeing such a state of the true devil form. Could it be that as his strength increased, the true devil form was also constantly being perfected? There was no time to think carefully. Coldfeather's extreme technique had already arrived through the air. The 5 arms on the true devil projection formed different imprints at the same time and blasted forward. The hand that was dragging the bottle phantom also slapped forward. Boom! The extreme form produced a powerful vibration, and the sky was filled with demonic aura, forcefully blocking that slash. The 4 arms behind the true devil form formed 2 strange seals. The right hand in front of it was holding the bottle shadow to resist the extreme form, and the left hand was protecting the bottle. Ah! What's going on? Coldfeather took in a cold breath and couldn't stay calm anymore. He roared with rage, thought transformation. His hands also formed a seal and pressed down on the 2 short blades. Rumble! The true devil form's figure couldn't withstand the huge pressure, and the demonic aura in the sky suddenly decreased. Its body became dazed. Li Yunxiao also felt that his chest was being pressed by a huge rock, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Boom! The true devil form finally couldn't withstand it anymore and collapsed like a landslide, dying completely. The power of the extreme form was unparalleled, and it fell from the sky. The entire ground trembled incessantly under that huge force, and the mountain range was directly torn from the middle, collapsing into pieces. Pfff. At the instant the true devil form collapsed, Li Yunxiao finally vomited a mouthful of blood, and the pressure on his chest was greatly reduced. He hurriedly formed seals with both hands, and the devil sky armor suddenly flew out with a flash of demonic light at his glabella. The physical armor covered his body. At the same time, his body flourished with golden light, and his glabella flickered with purple light. The power of the 8 gates filled his body, and he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly slapped at that extreme form. Bang! The extreme style was once again blocked by his palms. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. The power pressing down from his palms was far beyond his imagination. His entire body swelled up and his muscles bulged. Liao Yangbing and Xianxia, who were watching from afar, were completely dumbfounded. If they were to be pressed down by this kind of power, forget about resisting it with their physical bodies, just touching it would be enough to destroy their souls. Xianxia muttered to himself in a daze, heavens! Is he made of metal? Coldfeather was also incredibly astonished, continuously forming seals and landing them, urging the power of the extreme style. This move, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, was also his strongest move. After destroying the heaven sword diagram and the true demon image, its power was greatly reduced. It was less than half of what it was before. Jiutian also felt a chill run down his spine as he shouted, "This kid has cultivated a body technique and opened one of the 8 gates of the corporeal body." Coldfeather said in alarm and anger, "Scoundrel! Even if you've opened one of the 8 gates, it's impossible for you to block my extreme style." He practically went crazy. With a loud roar, pouring all of his strength into his hands, suddenly forming a seal and pressing down. He did not care about anything anymore. The last trace of strength was also poured in completely, striving to utterly obliterate Li Yunxiao. Rumble, this indeed had an effect. Vibrations transmitted from Li Yunxiao's palms. His entire person's resistance already reached the limits already, both eyes practically protruding out. Beast. Merely an 8-star Emperor Wu's drag. Want to kill me too? Li Yunxiao gave a loud roar. That extreme style finally landed, blasting him inside. Rumble, 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 the entire mountain range completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments, thoroughly vanishing amidst the violent energy. Coldfeather's eyes revealed a look of great elation and he said with a wild laugh, haha, arrogant for what? He still died in the end. 3-star Emperor Wu is just a drag. No matter how he jumps, he's just a 3-star Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao's entire body was blasted by that extreme style. The demonic sky armor's defense was instantly penetrated, and all of the shockwaves landed on his body. While the indestructible golden body was constantly being destroyed, it was also absorbing the power of that extreme style. His body suddenly shot out rays of white light, forming a bright moon above his head. The 24 moonlit bridges phenomenon appeared again, and the Permitha bridge appeared in front of him. Clarity flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and the mystic art that Bin Sun imparted appeared in his mind. Previously, he had cultivated in seclusion, but he always failed to grasp the gist. Furthermore, no matter how hard he tried, the 24 moonlit bridges divine body phenomenon never appeared again. He had no choice but to give up. At this moment, inspiration flashed in his mind, and he started to circulate the power of his divine body. The mystic art that Bin Sun imparted seemed to have an answer in an instant. At the same time, he stepped towards the Permitha bridge. Boom, the side of his glabella seemed to suddenly open the heaven's eye, which shot out a ray of red light. A huge power vortex appeared at his glabella, and it was as if a shackle had been removed from his physical body. The rest door was finally opened. Boundless power started to pour into his entire body, repairing his damaged physical body. In the distant sky, Jiutian also heaved a sigh of relief and directly flew to Coldfeather's side. With some lingering fear, he said, I didn't expect this kid to be so formidable. He forced you to execute your extreme style, and you still almost resisted it. Humph. Coldfeather's gloomy and cold expression was even paler than paper now. He snorted complacently and said, this is what it means to overcome 10 with brute force. I'm a full 5 cultivation realms higher than him, and I can crush him like crushing an ant. Is that so? An ice-cold voice transmitted out from the boundless mountain range ruins. Huh. What? The few of them got a huge shock and were overwhelmed with shock. Coldfeather's heart almost spurted out from his mouth, and he was completely stunned in the sky. While Liao Yangbing and Jing Yongya were unbelievably overjoyed. But they still found it very hard to believe that Li Yunxiao was still alive, all thinking that they heard wrongly. The energy tempest in the mountain range ruins gradually dissipated. A lofty figure revealed itself. That figure's glabella had 2 rays of light on the left and right respectively, like a mark. It was precisely where the open and closed gates of the 8 gates were at, abnormally dazzling in the dust. 8-star Emperor Wu's drags are merely like this. That figure gradually flew up, becoming clearer and clearer, directly revealing himself in front of everyone. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm, his 2 eyes like the starry sea. His entire body's skin color was smooth like jade. Forget about serious injuries, he did not even have a scratch. TCH. Impossible. Coldfeather was utterly driven mad, his face practically twisting into a ball, abnormally ugly. Jiutian also broke out in cold sweat all over his body. How could he still dare to stay? He hurriedly cried out, quickly go. He grabbed Coldfeather and was about to escape. The latter's body was already a lamp that ran out of oil. If he did not pull him, he would absolutely die without a doubt. Bang, Li Yunxiao's 2 feet stomped in the air and shot out. The essence energy within his body was also depleted empty at this time. But his peerlessly powerful fleshy body was filled with inexhaustible power. Under a kick, his body shot out like an arrow, his speed actually not beneath Jiutian's. Damn it. Jiutian pulled Coldfeather and fled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Actually, he did not need to escape at all. With his own strength of 8-star Emperor Wu, It was sufficient to have a fight with Li Yunxiao, even killing the other party. But the Li Yunxiao who was perfectly fine after receiving Coldfeather's extreme move already scared him out of his wits. He did not dare to stay at all. Seeing the latter chase over, he panicked greatly in his heart. No need to panic. Suddenly, a voice came from the air. Immediately after, a ray of light gathered in the air, then slowly landed in front of Jiutian and Coldfeather. Oshima Lord Guangyuan's figure emerged in the light. Jiutian was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Oshima Lord, he. Guangyuan made a shushing gesture and said, I know all about it. Coldfeather's performance was very good. You really disappointed me. Jiutian was unbearably ashamed. Lowering his head, he said aggrievedly, Oshima Lord, this person isn't human. No joy or anger could be seen on Guangyuan's face. He just said coolly, he's currently completely relying on the power of his fleshy body to pursue. With your 8-star Emperor Wu's strength, it's sufficient to kill him. Jiutian's face was burning hot. As a proud member of the sea race, furthermore, he was once an S-rank 9-head clan. His pride suffered a tremendous blow as he roared angrily, Oshima Lord, I know my mistake. Let me kill him for you to see. He left Coldfeather, who had been in a daze, and turned around to face Li Yunxiao. Guangyuan said indifferently, back off. Jiutian's expression changed drastically. He said, Oshima Lord, back off. Guangyuan shouted again. His voice became fierce. Jiutian's body trembled. He immediately yielded. He lowered his head and said, yes. Then, he obediently retreated to the side. Li Yunxiao took a few steps in the air and directly leaped to the front of Guangyuan. He was 100 meters away from him. He didn't dare to move forward anymore. He only stared at Guangyuan coldly. Guangyuan stared at him for a while before saying, young man, I'm very curious about you. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, Oshima Lord, I'm also very curious about you. Guangyuan smiled and said, are you willing to pledge allegiance to me? Then, the position of Xianxia Island's 6th island master will definitely belong to you. Jiutian was shocked. His expression darkened. He looked at Li Yunxiao with eyes full of extreme hatred. Oh? A playful expression appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. He smiled and said, are you willing to pledge allegiance to me? The position of my #1 fighter will definitely belong to you. The smile on Guangyuan's face instantly froze. It was gradually enveloped by a layer of ice. He said coldly, this joke isn't funny at all. Li Yunxiao also had a cold expression. He said, because it's not a joke. Guangyuan's expression changed drastically. He said coldly, courting death. Li Yunxiao's expression was disdainful. He said disdainfully, just a projection. And you want to kill me? If your true body is here, I might have some fear. Guangyuan sneered and said, how will you know if you don't try? You only opened 2 of the 8 doors and you dare to jump around in front of me? You're really courting death. He reached out his hand from the light. The hand grew bigger and bigger in the air. It even showed signs of solidifying. Then, he grabbed at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's expression turned solemn. His opponent was just a projection. Yet, he was able to trigger the rules of heaven and earth. He wanted to capture him alive. This person must be Emperor Jiuxing. What a joke. You want to catch me with a projection? Do you think you're in the 10 Directions divine realm? Li Yunxiao spat on the ground in disdain. He raised the ice frost sword with both hands and slashed down. His essence force was almost exhausted, but the cold sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, he was full of spiritual energy. With one slash, it turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. Chi. The sword energy pierced through the big hand, but the hand didn't stop. It still grabbed down from the sky. Moreover, the wound healed itself in an instant. Damn it. A cold light burst out of Li Yunxiao's eyes. The big hand had already grabbed through the air. He gripped the sword tightly and formed a sword stance in his hand. Pa! Guangyuan's 5 fingers clenched and immediately caught Li Yunxiao. Bang! A hole appeared on the back of the huge hand. Li Yunxiao stabbed out with his sword and rushed out. He kept jumping up into the sky with loud bangs. "An? That sword is indeed a bit troublesome." Guang Yuan furrowed his brows. He opened his mouth and spat out a flying axe. It was whooshing as it slashed towards the sky. Li Yunxiao sneered. He held the sword with both hands and slashed at the flying axe. He shouted, "I said it before. If you want to catch me, come with your real body." Bang! The cold sword's frost smashed on the flying axe and shook it away. Guang Yuan's big hand grabbed in the air. The axe suddenly became the size of a boulder. With a paw sound, it was grabbed by the big hand and continued to slash at Li Yunxiao. The axe slashed down and the sky split. A deep crack tore open in Li Yunxiao's direction. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. This projection was extremely powerful. That axe had triggered the laws of heaven and earth and suppressed him. There was no way to escape. With a shake of his hand, a small red umbrella appeared and opened in the air. In the blink of an eye, it emitted a 7-colored light and formed a defensive barrier. It was the Yuanyang umbrella that he obtained in Long Valley City. Later on, he refined it several times and its power had increased a lot. Boom, the giant axe chopped down on the umbrella, directly smashing several enchantments, and the entire umbrella trembled. Guang Yuan revealed a strange expression as he muttered to himself, "No wonder the treasure show conference was filled to the brim. Moreover, it exceeded the quota by a lot. It seems like your contribution is not small." He raised his giant axe again and slashed it down. He sneered, "Let's see how many axe strikes you can block." Boom. 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 After swinging the axe over a dozen times, the sky cracked and the barrier around the Origin Yang umbrella was broken. The axe landed on the umbrella, causing Li Yunxiao's hand to go numb and he could clearly feel that the umbrella was about to fall apart. "Damn it! I'll fight it out with you." Li Yunxiao was enraged. He put away his umbrella and raised his cold sword to chop down. "Humph." Guang Yuan's projection sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out another sharp light. This time, it was an extremely sharp saber that slashed at Li Yunxiao. Bang! Li Yunxiao raised his sword and sent the saber flying before continuing to rush down. Guang Yuan revealed a strange expression. Suddenly, his eyes burst out with a cold glint as he roared towards the sky. A dragon's roar actually shook the heavens. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. To his horror, he discovered that Guang Yuan's head had become as big as a small mountain. It opened its mouth wide and was about to bite him. He only felt the world darken. He had actually entered his mouth. "Your sister, you actually want to eat me? Are you crazy?" Li Yunxiao jumped in fright. He quickly circulated his remaining essence energy and turned into a bolt of lightning to escape. However, Guang Yuan's mouth closed even faster. Li Yunxiao was horrified to see the 2 rows of teeth closing. At this moment, the 2 rows of teeth seemed to be obstructed by some force and suddenly stopped. This gave Li Yunxiao a moment to escape. Bang! He had just escaped when those 2 rows of teeth closed. Li Yunxiao escaped out 1,000 meters away all at once. Turning his head back and looking, he only saw an enormous azure dragon head. Its 2 eyes spewed flames of fury, staring fixedly at a certain place in the void. Only after a while did that dragon head slowly turn its eyeballs down. Looking at the Li Yunxiao in the distance, it snorted heavily and said, "Since you want to save him, I'll let him off for now. But don't forget your goal and the agreement between us." The dragon head gradually became faint, finally turning into countless fluorescent lights, dissipating in the air. The moment Jiutian saw Guang Yuan leave, his expression changed slightly. Looking at the Li Yunxiao in the distance complicatedly, his 2 fists clenched until his bone fingers gave off crackling sounds. The cold feather by the side also recovered from the stupor previously. It was just that his face was still bloodless. "Let's go," Jiutian said. The 2 people turned into 2 streaks of light and sped away. Only then did Li Yunxiao let out a heavy sigh of relief and said toward a certain place in the sky, "Many thanks to Second Island Lord for lending a helping hand." The space in the sky distorted. Vincent's figure emerged. He had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "You really know how to cause trouble, making 3 island lords all move out to hunt you down. This time, you implicated me too." Li Yunxiao said, "This is also what I'm curious about. Why would you rather offend the Oshima Lord and also want to save me? Bin-sun shot him a glare and said with a snort, what do you think? Don't forget, I still want to find the person who placed the restriction on me through you. How can I let you die so easily? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, this is also considered a reason. But he didn't believe it in his heart. With Bin-sun's strength, how could he have some clues to pursue? There was absolutely no need to risk offending the Oshima Lord. Bin-sun said, be careful yourself. Fortunately, the Oshima Lord is only a projection. If the main body came personally, even I wouldn't be able to save you. This point, Li Yunxiao naturally knew. He was clearer than anyone about the gap between high-level Emperor Wu. Before the realm of martial arts, perhaps it was one star and one world. But after reaching high-level Emperor Wu, a small realm was the difference between heaven and earth. For example, Cold Feather and Jiutian. Both of them were low-level 8-star Emperor Wu. But in front of the peak 8-star Baiming Kong Tian, they couldn't withstand a single blow. And the realm of 9 stars was already a powerful existence that could glimpse the end of martial arts. They could easily kill an existence like Baiming Kong Tian. Seeing that Bin-sun was about to leave, Li Yunxiao hurriedly said, what is the identity of the Oshima Lord? Bin-sun stopped, turned around and revealed a trace of a smile, and said, you already have a guess in your heart, right? That's right, it's as you guessed. He laughed a few times and directly disappeared on the spot. Damn, I guess he is your father. Li Yunxiao cursed a few times in dissatisfaction and quickly fell into deep thought. The main body that Guang Yuan transformed before was definitely the totem of the East Sea royal family, Azure Dragon. Then this Oshima Lord must be the East Sea royal family. For such a powerful East Sea royal family to form their own force outside, it really made people speculate. Li Yunxiao shook his head in distress. Not to mention Guang Yuan's identity, the most troublesome thing now was this person's strength. Perhaps everyone on the island might not be his match even if they joined forces. But there is definitely something wrong with this person. Every time he appears, he is projected. I wonder where his main body is. In the distance, Liao Yangbing and Jing Yongye also flew over. They looked around in horror, afraid that there were more enemies. Li Yunxiao said, they're all gone. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Liao Yangbing said in a low voice, young Master Yun, what should we do now? We directly offended the 3 island lords. Then do we still go to the last few auctions of the treasure show? Go, of course we have to go. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. This Oshima Lord's strength is beyond my expectations. I'm afraid we are in big trouble. Our only hope now is the Sea Emperor's daughter, Narcissus. Staying by her side is the safest option. Liao Yangbing and Jing Yongye nodded. They knew that Narcissus needed help from Li Yunxiao. She was their biggest protective talisman. The 3 of them were not in a hurry. They first found a place to rest and recover. When the time was up, they turned into rays of light and flew towards the venue of the treasure show. 4 hours passed quickly. Everyone gathered from all directions and entered the venue one by one. However, the venue was very spacious. There were less than half of the people who came before. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had set their sights on the others. In a fight, one side would be killed, just like the 30 or so sea race experts that Li Yunxiao had killed. This was the main reason for the loss of members. There were also some who found a place to hide after obtaining treasures. When the sea around Xiankong Island returned to normal, they left. Ruinxiang glanced at Li Yunxiao and said sarcastically, I didn't expect you to come back alive. TSK. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. He pointed to somewhere far away and said, that person seems to have gone through a lot. He seems to be absent-minded. Ruinxiang looked at where Li Yunxiao was pointing. It was Baiming Lifeng. His face was green and pale. There was fear in his eyes. Obviously, he must have been traumatized during the 4 hours of rest. Even Baiming Kong Tian had a gloomy expression on his face as he sulked. If one took a closer look, they would notice that the number of human warriors who followed the Baiming family had decreased by more than half. Zhao Wenjian looked at the number of people in the crowd and smiled, as if everything was within his expectations. He smiled and said, welcome back to the treasure show, everyone. To be able to participate in the last 3 items, you are the biggest winners this time. A clam girl walked up the stage with a tray in her hands. She stood beside Zhao Wenjuan with a smile. Her curvy body and charming smile were a treasure in itself. Zhao Wenjuan opened the red cover on the tray. There was a white porcelain bowl inside. Looking closely, it was no different from an ordinary porcelain bowl. The only difference was that the craftsmanship was exquisite. The porcelain bowl was white without any patterns. Everyone watched in silence, no one uttering a single word. Everyone knew that it was not an ordinary bowl. Otherwise, Zhao Wenjuan would be drowned in their saliva. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He almost stood up from his seat. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the bowl. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Holding the bowl in his hand, Zhao Wenjuan showed an appreciative look and said, "This white porcelain bowl is called white rice. It was made by a great alchemist of the human clan hundreds of years ago." "I knew it." Li Yunxiao couldn't hide the shock on his face. He couldn't believe that this by fan would be auctioned. Zhao Wenjuan explained, "Not only can this bowl be used to eat, it is also an extremely powerful array device. It has 2 main functions. First, it can absorb the opponent's Xian weapons. Second, it can be used to form a defensive array. Even a high-level emperor would not be able to break through it. If it's not an offensive weapon, what's the use of it? Are we going to use this bowl to steal other people's treasures? Haha, didn't Mr. Wenjuan say that this bowl can be used to eat? Haha." Many of the Sikh clan expressed their dissatisfaction. They seemed to be very disappointed with this Xian weapon. After all, the last 3 treasures were very exciting. The Sikh clan thought differently from humans. In their eyes, offensive Xian weapons were the best, followed by defensive Xian weapons. As for array devices, they were not interested at all. As for Li Yunxiao, he forcefully swallowed his saliva. Only he knew how powerful Bai Fan was. This legendary Xian artifact could directly sense treasures and Xian artifacts that were filled with spiritual qi. Furthermore, it could absorb them through the air. This was simply an unimaginable and heaven-defying divine skill. He had looked up some information about this array device in his previous life. It seemed to be related to the material of this array device. It was impossible to make another one. Zhao Wenjuan ignored the crowd's dissatisfaction and sarcasm and said, "This treasure belongs to the Xiankong Island. It is one of the best treasures. You can exchange it with something of equal value in my eyes." One of the Sikh clan couldn't help but mock, "Mr. Wenjuan, you should keep this bowl for yourself." Another one said unhappily, "Whoever wants to exchange it, hurry up and leave. Show us the next treasure." There were some Sikh clan members who knew their stuff. A fat Sikh clan member flew up to the stage and took out a huge red stone. He placed it on the stage. Boom! More than half of the stone was sunk in. The fat Sikh clan member said, "This dragon blood stone for Bai Fan. What do you think, Mr. Wenjuan?" "What? That's a dragon blood stone?" The crowd burst into an uproar. They all stood up and looked at the stone. Such a large piece of dragon blood stone was probably all the blood of a dead dragon. Ruinxiang's face darkened, and his eyes turned cold. He seemed extremely uncomfortable. Li Yunxiao glanced at the dragon bloodstone and shook his head. Then he looked at Ruinxiang with a mocking expression and said, "The purity of the dragon bloodstone's blood isn't as good as your blood. If Brother Ruinxiang is willing to give up some blood, you'll be rich." "Humph." Ruinxiang snorted coldly. His face was livid, and he didn't say anything else. However, dragon blood was extremely precious to the sea race. It was almost equivalent to an extremely powerful heavenly treasure that could increase one's power. Back at the coast of the East Sea, Ruinxiang's blood crystallized and fell into the sea. Countless sea creatures fought over it, causing it to undergo a series of mutations and become extremely ferocious. Such a large piece of dragon blood stone made everyone drool with greed. Is that really a dragon bloodstone? How could there be such a stupid person who would use such a treasure to exchange for that kind of trash? Are you selling this dragon bloodstone? I have a 9th tier profound artifact in my hands and I am willing to exchange it. I have a 9th tier intermediate profound artifact here. I am willing to exchange it. The people below the stage started to clamor. They all rushed towards that piece of dragon bloodstone. Zhao Wenjian placed his hands behind his back and said loudly, "Everyone, be quiet." He looked at the plump sea race and said, "This piece of dragon bloodstone is indeed extremely valuable. Not only is it sufficient, but it also contains the essence of an earth dragon. Unfortunately, it's just an earth dragon." He shook his head and expressed his regret for the quality of the blood. The plump sea race's face darkened and he said with a livid expression, "Even if it's an earth dragon, it's still an extremely rare item. Is it not enough to exchange for this white rice?" Zhao Wenjian shook his head lightly and spat out 3 words, "Not enough." The plump sea race's face became unusually ugly. The people below the stage also clamored as if they couldn't believe it. "Mr. Wenjian, what do you want to exchange for this white rice?" "I'll exchange it with you." Many people shouted, hoping to exchange for the dragon bloodstone by exchanging for the white rice. There were also some people who muttered, "Could it be that the two of them teamed up to trick us into exchanging for the white rice? Once we get that broken bowl, we won't even exchange the dragon bloodstone in this ball's hand." The other sea race revealed expressions of realization and nodded repeatedly. "It must be so, it must be so." Li Yunxiao shook his head. Zhao Wenjian was a level 9 artificer like him, so he naturally understood the value of this white rice. This item would probably not be auctioned off. Perhaps the other party didn't even want to sell it and just wanted to display it. He pondered for a while and felt somewhat unwilling. He immediately turned into a ray of light and flew onto the stage. Zhao Wenjian looked at him with a smile and said, "Mr. Yunxiao is also going to make a move? Wenjian is looking forward to it. I wonder what treasure Mr. will take out." Li Yunxiao had many more items on him that were more precious than white rice, but every one of them was a treasure with irreplaceable effects. He took out a jade scroll and threw it over. He said, "I'm going to use this technique to exchange for white rice. I wonder if Mr. Wenjian's judgment is worth it." "Oh?" Zhao Wenjian took the jade scroll and revealed an extremely curious expression. He smiled and said, looking at Mr. Yunxiao's confident look, "Wenjian is really curious. Although there are many techniques in the world, the ones that can be exchanged for white rice are really limited." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Take a look first and then we'll talk." Zhao Wenjian nodded and placed the jade scroll on his forehead. "Ah? Ah? Ah?" Zhao Wenjian only scanned it with his divine sense and spat out 3 consecutive ahs. Each one was more shocked than the last, as if he couldn't believe it. Bai Ming Contian's eyes suddenly burst with light and boundless anger shot out. He seemed to have guessed what item Li Yunxiao was offering. His face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Everyone present revealed a curious expression. It was hard for them to imagine what it was that would be more precious than a level 9 profound artifact and more precious than that large piece of dragon bloodstone. Zhao Wenjian's hand that was holding the jade scroll was trembling and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He said with a trembling voice, This thing is real?" His reaction was completely within Li Yunxiao's expectation. He said indifferently, "With Mr. Wenjian's appraisal ability, can't you tell whether it is real or fake? I have placed a restriction on the key parts of each move, but it doesn't hinder Mr. Wenjian's appraisal." Gulp. Everyone present could clearly hear Zhao Wenjian's swallowing sound. Everyone present wished they could fly up and see what it was. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The more Zhao Wenjian's expression changed, the more they couldn't bear it. They were a little restless and wanted to know what was going on. What Li Yunxiao offered was indeed the tyrannical physique refining technique. Anyway, this physique refining technique was incomplete. Moreover, he had already embarked on the path of opening the gate of heaven, so it was completely useless. Moreover, the Bai Ming family had already given it to him, so he didn't mind giving it to a few more people. Moreover, it was worth it to exchange for a peerless array artifact like the white rice. Now, Zhao Wenjian was in the most difficult position. Just like what Li Yunxiao had guessed, the white rice he displayed was just an exhibition to show off the collection of the Xiankang Island. He had no intention of exchanging it. But now, with a bitter smile on his face, he held the jade scroll tightly and said, "Mr. Yunxiao, this matter is beyond my control. I need to ask the Oshima Lord for his opinion." Li Yunxiao smiled, "It's all right. Zhao Wenjuan immediately communicated with Guang Yuan through telepathy. His lips moved slightly, but no one knew what he was saying. In order to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, not only did he place a restriction on the telepathy, he also used a secret language to communicate. This made everyone's heart itch even more, as if they wanted to dig out their hearts to scratch the itch. Then, Zhao Wenjuan listened attentively. His expression changed a few times, but in the end, he nodded lightly. He regained his senses and said to Li Yunxiao, "The Oshima Lord said that we can exchange for it." Voila, the crowd was in an uproar. What kind of cultivation technique did he use to exchange for such a huge piece of dragon blood stone that could not be exchanged for, especially the chubby Sea tribe member? He said angrily, "Mr. Wenjuan, you are too much." What did he offer? How could it be more precious than my dragon blood stone? That's right, we must announce what it is. The crowd started to clamor, all of them were looking forward to it. Only Bai Ming Lifeng's face turned pale, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhao Wenjuan said loudly, "The treasure show is only an exchange of treasures, there is no obligation to announce the items exchanged. Everyone, be quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong aura came from all directions. It was the guards of the treasure show, they were there to maintain order. Only then did everyone shut up, but they still looked very dissatisfied. Zhao Wenjuan was too lazy to care about the crowd. He turned to Li Yunxiao and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, the restrictions inside." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Understood." He also used secret sound transmission to pass on the method of removing the restrictions. Zhao Wenjuan hurriedly scanned the jade slip with his divine sense and used a secret technique to remove the restrictions one by one. His face was filled with excitement and ecstasy, his body couldn't help but become excited. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sure enough, it's true. When the last restriction was removed, Zhao Wenjuan finally laughed and said, "No wonder young Master Yunxia's strength is so tyrannical, it turns out that he has such a peerless divine ability." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and didn't explain. He checked the white rice, it was indeed the legendary item. He returned to his seat with satisfaction. Narcissus was also very curious, she couldn't help but ask, "What kind of cultivation technique did you give him?" Li Yunxiao bowed his head and said in a low voice, "It's just a physique tempering technique." Water deity revealed a look of sudden realization and nodded her head. However, her cheeks were blushing. Just now, when Li Yunxiao whispered in her ear, his breath directly blew on her face, it made her feel a strange feeling that she had never felt before. She felt very embarrassed. But under this shyness, there was a little sweetness and happiness, she couldn't tell why. Narcissus lowered her head and giggled shyly. She fiddled with the corner of her clothes, looking like a little girl. Li Yunxiao only told her about the secret that no one else knew. Instantly, there was a kind of joy that came from sharing a secret that belonged only to the two of them. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Princess Narcissus, is it because the venue is too hot? Why is your face so red?" Narcissus's red cheeks instantly turned purple like an eggplant. Her eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. She bit her lips so hard that they almost bled. She clenched her teeth and said, "I'll kill you." Bai Ming Lifeng had also been paying attention to Li Yunxiao. He wasn't an innocent young man. Once he saw Narcissus's expression, how could he not understand? His face instantly turned pale as he stared at Li Yunxiao with hatred. Next up is the second finale item of this auction. After the excitement, Zhao Wenjuan couldn't calm down for a long time. With extreme joy, he introduced, "Everyone, please take a look." He lifted the red cloth on the clam girl's tray behind him. This time, a conch was revealed. This conch was actually made up of 9 colors. Halos constantly rose from it, and it was extremely gorgeous. Furthermore, it was one size bigger than an ordinary conch. The clam girl who was holding the tray looked at the mournful 9 colors. Her eyes gradually became slack. The surrounding members of the sea race stared at the conch carefully. It seemed like no one could recognize what it was. Some of them had an impression of it, but they couldn't recall it at the moment. "Ah! Look at that clam girl." Suddenly, a member of the sea race screamed. Everyone was shocked to realize that the clam girl had unknowingly turned into a fossil. "Ah! This. I remember now. Oh my god. This is the nine-colored sky conch. A member of the sea race suddenly screamed. His voice was filled with endless fear. Ah! The entire place was in an uproar. This name was like a curse. Suddenly, everyone's faces paled, and fear appeared on their faces. Even Narcissus, Ruinxiang, and Fei Ming's expressions changed greatly. Their faces were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Zhao Wenjuan chuckled and said, I didn't expect a friend to recognize this item. However, this is a conch made by the nine-colored sky snail. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer had any doubts, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Wasn't the nine-colored sky conch exterminated by the Sea King a few generations ago? How could it still exist? This is just a specimen. Didn't you hear that it's a conch? It's just that this kind of thing is made into a conch. This is insane. It's actually an S-class oceanic species rainbow sky conch. The nine-colored sky conch was a race that was once like a nightmare in the sea. It was definitely an S-class existence. They were born in the West Sea and ran amok. More than 1,000 years ago, they were besieged by the West Sea's royal family. They actually killed the West Sea's royal family and forced them to flee. It was only when the Sea King of that generation appeared that this race was completely wiped out. This race had an extremely powerful supernatural power. They could use a large-scale sound wave attack to directly turn people into stone. Even if they didn't use the power of the sound wave, they could use the nine-colored light to turn people into stone. It was truly a heaven-defying ability. Since the Sea King led a team to exterminate them more than 1,000 years ago, there was no news of this race ever since. The small conch on display at the moment should be a baby of the nine-colored sky conch. Zhao Wenjuan smiled proudly and said, this is a specimen of the nine-colored sky conch. Everyone has seen it. They still have their own supernatural power to turn people into stone. Everyone should know the value of this item. That clam girl had completely turned into a stone. There was no trace of vitality in her. She still had a faint smile on her face, and her hands were still holding the plate. Finally, many of the sea race calmed down. One of them said loudly, how much for this item? Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, old rules. If there is anything that satisfies me, take it. That's too much. Suddenly, someone shouted, who can take out something comparable to the nine-colored sky conch? Even if there is, they won't be willing to exchange it. Zhao Wenjuan looked at everyone and smiled. As far as I know, there are many powerful beings from the large races participating this time. The East Sea has an abundance of treasures. Wenjuan also hopes that everyone can take out something good to broaden our horizons. For a moment, there was silence. Everyone stared at the nine-colored sky conch with enthusiasm. But most of them were poor. Who could trade for this thing? In a corner, a few similar-looking sea race powerful beings gathered together and discussed in low voices. Everyone's eyes were very solemn. In a few breaths, they seemed to have reached an agreement. The leader turned into a beam of light and landed on the display stage. Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, this must be a powerful being from the water droplet race. That person's expression changed. He said solemnly, Mr. Wenjuan really has a good eye. Seeing this person admit it, there was an uproar below. Everyone was shocked. What? The water droplet race? They are an extremely secretive race. They actually came to participate in the treasure show. This is the famous A-class sea race. They are among the best of the A-class races in the entire East Sea. But it's no wonder. Even the nine-colored sky conch appeared here. It's not strange even if there is an S-class race here. There were all kinds of discussions below. Everyone used their eyes to size up the people from the water droplet race. Those people's expressions didn't change as they sat calmly. Zhao Wenjuan smiled and said, I wonder what this friend has brought. Can it broaden my horizons? That person took out a piece of metal and handed it over. He said, how about this? Zhao Wenjuan took it and looked at it carefully. His expression instantly changed. He said in shock, this. That person smiled and said, this is it. This is also the only thing I can think of that can compare to the nine-colored sky conch. Zhao Wenjuan held the metal piece in his hand and looked at it a few times. He sighed and said, in terms of value, it can indeed compare to the 9-colored sky conch. However, the 9-colored sky conch is an extinct creature. There might be some in the 4 seas, but it's hard to find a second one. He handed the metal piece back and said, I'm sorry. That water droplet race member's expression changed. Anger flashed across his face. He pondered for a while, then snorted and took the metal piece back. Everyone's appetite was whetted. They all looked resentful. Then, another person flew onto the stage. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. That person opened his hand and waved it in front of him. 7 or 8 storage bags appeared in the air and lined up one by one. That person said, Mr. Wenjian, take a look at the things inside. Is there anything that can be exchanged for this item? Zhao Wenjian nodded. His divine sense began to sweep through the storage bags. He seemed to be scanning very quickly. Soon, he reached the 8th storage bag. His face was suddenly filled with shock. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. He was done browsing. He smiled and said, these 8 storage bags are all rare items. However, it's very difficult to exchange for this conch. That person seemed to have expected this. He said, what if these 8 storage bags add up? Zhao Wenjian was startled. He said with a surprised expression, you really plan to exchange these 8 storage bags? Although none of the items inside can compare to the conch, the value of all of them added up is immeasurable. Especially those few items in the 8th storage bag. They are not much less than the 9-colored sky conch. That person looked at the 9-colored sky conch. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll trade. Zhao Wenjian hesitated slightly. He nodded and said, all right, I can make the decision for this trade. He grabbed the air, and the 8 storage bags fell into his hand. That person was ecstatic. He said, thank you. He quickly grabbed the conch and played with it in his hand. After that, he kept it and flew back to his seat in a ray of light. Everyone was shocked. They thought that such a valuable treasure would attract intense competition. They didn't expect that it would be so easy to get it. You really can't judge a book by its cover. That person was small and skinny. His skin was grayish-white. He was inconspicuous in the hall. However, he attracted everyone's curious gaze. Some of them were greedy and fierce. The experts from the Water Droplet clan, in particular, had complicated looks in their eyes as they sized up the grayish-white man. Zhao Wenjian smiled mysteriously. He said slowly, the last item will be auctioned by the Oshima Lord of the Xiancong Island. What? The Oshima Lord of the Xiancong Island? Everyone was shocked. Ever since the Xiancong Island was established in the East Sea, everything was managed by the 5th Island Master, Zhao Wenjian. The others were rarely seen. As for the Oshima Lord, he was even more of a mystery. No one had ever seen him in person. It was the first time that Li Yunxiao forced the projection of the Oshima Lord to show up. However, no one could see his face clearly. Suddenly, 3 rays of light flew into the hall. They spun in the air and landed on the stage. 2nd Island Master, Bin Sun. 3rd Island Master, Leng Yu. 4th Island Master, Jiao Tian. The 3 rays of light turned into 3 people and introduced themselves. Everyone looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Many of them recognized Jiao Tian. He was the one who fought with Li Yunxiao. Zhao Wenjian smiled. 5th Island Master, Zhao Wenjian. The 4 of them stepped aside and shouted in unison, welcome, Oshima Lord. Their voices reverberated in the air. Not only did it resound in the hall, but it also traveled far into the island. Everyone could hear it clearly. Suddenly, the sky above the stage lit up. A ray of light fell from the sky like the moonlight. There seemed to be a fairy flying in the sky, and Sanskrit singing could be heard. Kaboom! Suddenly, the entire hall shook. It was as if a force came from the depths of the Xiancong Island and triggered the earth veins. Everyone's expression changed. Many of them could sense that it was not as simple as they thought. Their faces turned serious. Hee, there's no need to be so courteous, Island Masters. A powerful voice rang out. Then, the silhouette that appeared in the light slowly became more and more solid. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar walked out from the ray of light with a smile on his face. He placed his hands behind his back. The 4 island masters greeted in unison, "Welcome, Oshima Lord." Guang Yuan smiled. "There's no need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work." Everyone opened their eyes wide one after another and looked over at that Guang Yuan. Dressed in azure robes, his expression indifferent, his appearance not much different from ordinary humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. Many races would all transform into human form towards the back of cultivation. Among the 5 island masters on the stage, a few were all of the sea race. But they looked completely human. Some who were a bit bolder separated their divine sense to probe Guang Yuan's body. Their faces all changed drastically. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean, thoroughly losing perception. Suddenly, someone mumbled, saying that there's no need for etiquette, but you made such a big move yourself. Humph. As soon as Guang Yuan came out, he had the appearance of a grandmaster. His face was full of confidence, as if everything in the world was under his control. After the discordant voice sounded, a ripple finally appeared in his eyes that were as calm as an ancient well. His face sank, and he glared angrily. The gazes of the entire venue all gathered on the source of that voice. Li Yunxiao raised his brows and said, "What? Looking at what? Could it be that I said something wrong?" The human martial artists all had black lines on their faces. Indeed, it was this troublemaker. Guang Yuan's hands clenched the iron tightly, anger surging in his heart, but it was not good to flare up. He could only pretend not to hear and said, "Everyone has come from afar, hang on." Li Yunxiao suddenly interrupted. Everyone jumped in fright, focusing their gazes on him once more, not understanding where this brat got so audacious, where did so much trouble come from. The other 4 island masters were also taken aback, each person's expression different. Apart from smiling bitterly, Vincent's eyes still revealed deep worry. Coldfeather and Jiutian had dark and cold faces, killing intent flickering in their eyes. After Zhao Wenzhan was shocked, he had a bitter smile on his face, his eyes flickering with a brilliant light, no idea what he was thinking. Guang Yuan was angered until his expression was livid. Gritting his teeth, he said in a cold voice, "Li Yunxiao. You actually dare interrupt this seat talking? If you can't say a reason today, I'll arrest you right now and execute the law." Everyone all felt the surging fury and sharp killing intent on Guang Yuan's body, their faces all changing drastically. Bai Ming Lifeng's face lit up, and he nervously pricked up his ears to listen. Li Yunxiao sneered in his heart. Since he was already a mortal enemy of Guang Yuan, he might as well toy with him first. He snorted and said, "Oshima Lord, the last time you appeared, you said that it was not convenient for you to meet Princess Narcissus. Now that your real body has appeared, have you forgotten that you have to meet Princess Narcissus?" Everyone was taken aback and revealed strange expressions. Guang Yuan was seething with anger. He could tell that Li Yunxiao was purposely making fun of him, but there was nothing he could do about it now that he was being accused. This kind of matter could be said to be a small matter, but it could be said to be a big deal. If you don't pay your respects, he will accuse you of disrespecting the Ocean Emperor and crush you to death. Everyone looked at Guang Yuan with a mocking look on their faces. Guang Yuan's face turned purple. He gritted his teeth and bowed from afar, saying, "I, Guang Yuan, greet Princess Narcissus." Narcissus said lightly, "Oshima Lord, you're too polite. There's no need for such formalities." Guang Yuan was about to answer yes, but Li Yunxiao directly said, "The princess said there's no need for such formalities, so you can dispense with the formalities. Remember not to be so rash next time, and remember that etiquette can't be ignored." Guang Yuan's yes was immediately stuck in his throat. If he said it, wouldn't it be equivalent to humbly accepting Li Yunxiao's lesson? If he didn't answer, wouldn't that mean he was ignoring the princess? He was stunned for a moment and felt a little awkward. Everyone was secretly laughing in their hearts. Bai Ming Lifeng was also in a good mood. He thought to himself, if you don't court disaster, you won't die. Li Yunxiao can't escape this time. Li Yunxiao looked at Guang Yuan and sneered in his heart. He immediately frowned and shouted, "What? Did you hear the princess's words?" Bang! Because Guang Yuan couldn't take it anymore, he forced a stream of essence force under his feet and directly crushed a large part of the display stand. He said with a cold face, I will remember the princess' words. Li Yunxiao had an impatient look on his face. He waved his hand and said, all right, it's good that you remember. Continue with the auction. Guang Yuan gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. However, the way he looked at Li Yunxiao was no different from looking at a dead man. Everyone was a little nervous. The fluctuation of such an expert's state of mind had caused the surrounding environment to change. They didn't understand why Li Yunxiao was courting death. From the looks of it, that kid didn't look like a fool. Guang Yuan slowly extinguished his anger and didn't have the mood to say any polite words. He directly said, everyone, please look carefully. The third auction item is here. He reached out his hand and slowly opened his fingers. A golden radiance bloomed in his hand like a flower bud. Everyone looked carefully and realized that it wasn't golden radiance that bloomed, it was a real flower bud. Ah! It's actually a lotus seed. Many people cried out in surprise. Guang Yuan was holding a mini lotus seed in his hand. It was emitting rays of golden radiance and was full of spirituality. Lotus seeds weren't rare in the sea race. It was an item used for meditation and cultivation. Sitting on it could calm the mind and concentrate. Some lotus seeds had the effect of gathering spirit qi and increasing the speed of cultivation. The mini lotus seed in Guang Yuan's hand shone with golden radiance. It was very intricate. Even from afar, the fine lines on it could be seen clearly. One of the sea race shouted, Oshima Lord, although the lotus seed is precious, it's nothing special. Isn't it disappointing to put it in the last round of the auction? Many people agreed with his words. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrunk. Cold rays shot out from his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. Narcissus's eyes were filled with doubt. She stared at the lotus seed as if she was pondering about something. Guang Yuan smiled softly. He stared at the lotus seed in his hand and his eyes were filled with love. He looked like a parent looking at his own child. He smiled and said, I don't fully understand the wonders of this lotus seed. However, the peculiarity of the sea around Xianxia Island is caused by this item. What? As soon as he said that, everyone except for the 4 island owners was shocked. Everyone stared at the golden lotus seed in Guang Yuan's hand in shock. They had never heard of a treasure that could change the rules of heaven and earth on such a large scale. Ruinxiang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had an indescribable complex expression on his face. However, he looked extremely nervous. Guang Yuan smiled faintly and said, this lotus platform has another use, and that is to revive the dead and regrow flesh and bones. As long as you are still breathing, this lotus seed can save you. Is it really so magical? Everyone turned pale with fright. What Guang Yuan said seemed to be getting more and more outrageous, beyond the scope of their understanding. It would be normal if he said it could heal injuries. However, it was an exaggeration to say that it could bring the dead back to life. It shouldn't be exaggerated during a treasure appraisal. Guang Yuan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He murmured, decades ago, I was severely injured. I thought I would die for sure. But the heavens did not kill me. I found this lotus seed. After decades of healing, I only recovered half of my injuries. A sea race member said in shock, only recovered half of your injuries after decades? You can imagine how serious your injuries were. But does this mean that the lotus seed is not that powerful? Guang Yuan smiled and said, the reason why my injuries are not fully healed is that this lotus seed is also severely damaged. I don't know how long it has been damaged, but I found out that this lotus seed can continuously absorb external forces to repair itself. A weapon that can repair itself? Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the mini lotus seed in confusion. Someone asked, could it be that this lotus seed has not recovered after decades? Then what's the use of it? Why don't we find an alchemist to repair it? Many people suddenly revealed strange expressions as they looked at Zhao Wenzhan one after another. The 5th island owner was a rank 9 alchemist. Could it be that even he could not repair it? Guang Yuan was still gazing at the lotus seed lovingly. He smiled and said, the reason why it is recovering so slowly is because it lacks an opportunity. This lotus seed needs to absorb the energy around it. And it likes the weapon spirit the most. A cold light flashed in Guang Yuan's eyes. Everyone's heart suddenly trembled, as if they had a bad premonition. But some people were still confused. So it wants to absorb the weapon spirit? You guys are holding the treasure show to exchange for more weapons for it to absorb? Guang Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled. That's right. He struck out a seal. The lotus seed flew into the air and grew bigger. In an instant, a strange energy rippled out from the lotus seed and filled the entire venue. What's going on? Suddenly, someone's expression changed. He stood up and shouted, Oshima Lord, what's going on? He was holding a saber in his hand. The saber was trembling due to fear. Spiritual energy was being drained from the saber. It was actually being absorbed by the lotus seed. He was not the only one. Spiritual energy that was visible to the naked eye was overflowing from everyone's body and being absorbed into the lotus seed. The entire venue was in a panic. Everyone's expression changed. Even if they did not summon their natal profound weapons, they could still feel the energy draining from their weapons. Oshima Lord, you actually used this item to absorb our weapon spirit? The water droplet clan powerhouse stood up angrily. His face was full of anger. Powerful spiritual energy overflowed from his body. He could not summon it back to the lotus seat. Guang Yuan's smile turned cold and strange. He said ferociously, haha. What's going on? Didn't I say that my lotus seat needs to absorb the weapon spirit? What? Everyone was enraged. A great fear spread in everyone's heart. They had thought that Guang Yuan was just showing off the lotus seat's power. Now it seemed that he wanted to absorb their weapon spirit. This feeling, Xianxia's expression became extremely ugly. He clenched his fingers so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He seemed to have realized that he was in big trouble. All of his weapon was in the Universe God Monument. His spiritual energy was not being absorbed. However, there was a strange feeling in his body. Under the influence of the lotus seed, the Universe God Monument seemed to be reacting. There was a flash of light above his dantian. Zhenryu said in shock, that thing. Li Yunxiao swallowed his saliva and said with a gloomy face, damn it. That thing is really a supreme grade weapon. We're in big trouble. End of chapter 1094. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.